Relevant sugya of shlichus. Shliach shalom k'moisai. A person sends an agent to halachas, it's as if he himself did that action. According to Rabbi Rothschild, that learns from the pasuk he did for Pesach B'Shahad, that the pasuk is going to say not the idea of shliach, but rather that all Klal Yisrael could be yotzei for one single animal, even though it's impossible to give each person a gazayis. So how do you know the idea of shliach when it comes to korbanos? That it's not a shulta for the other korbanos. Listen from B'Yikul Ahem. It says it twice by Torah Pesach, the idea of shlichos, and we know throughout Shas. They made an yin lezeh, they didn't in lein acher. I can't use this pasuk here because I already have another pasuk. Let me use it for something else for other korbanos. The fact that the Torah says ish lefi achloi, he learns ish means an adult. That if an adult finds an object in the street, he can have in mind, let me resort on this object for my friend Shimon somewhere else. But a couple cannot do something that says ish an adult. Pasuk says in Nasi that from each Shevet they appointed a Nasi, a prince, to take care of the Yerushalayim Chalukos Haaretz. And the Gemara learns from here that Bezin appointed a prophet.
I'm not breathing. I don't even know about breathing through my nose. I'm starting to panic. People are starting to circle and look around. And these little kids can't pull me under like fucking ring a buzzer. And they ring this buzzer. It's going on. This chick gets on the thing and she turns this thing around and actually gonna make me listen to this thing couldn't get me out. So we're gonna fucking drop our waist into the pool and they wanted me to swim into it and they were gonna pull me out like a fucking whale, like orca. And by this time there's 50 people watching me. You have any idea how embarrassing that is? I got kids that by my stomach.
That's something that
we have purple and I like swim to the middle, get to the middle, and go in and we'll drop the hoist. The hoist will pull you out and we'll bring you to the side. By that point, I'm so fucking embarrassed. And now out of the corner of my eye, I see ambulance tech workers running in with a fucking mattress like I got shot in Vietnam. And something made me put my fat little foot over. I just went, and my fat foot got overshot. And oh my God, that thigh must have weighed 1,000 pounds. And I fucking pulled myself up. I rolled out like poor guy. I just rolled out the wall. I got up, and I got up right in time because I went to the fucking door. The 3 ambulance workers were running in. They're like, where is he? Like, that's him. And I just walked right past him. Rule number 1, don't stop and don't sign nothing. You don't get checked out on your business. You're fine. As long as you get to your car.
I gotta be honest with you. I think there's a thing called secondary drowning. Look it up, please. It happens, you just take a little bit of air, a little bit of water in your nose, and it gets down your actual windpipe, and it can be a very small amount. You don't have to have this deep, long thing. It's a secondary drowning. Look it up, please. Explain it. I believe that's what it is. That's what I thought you had, because I swim all the time, man. You know, we belong to that tennis club. I keep on inviting you to come up there like regular white people and let's have a goddamn party, okay?
You're telling these guys are fucking here.
I'm calling it out. Let's go, okay?
I don't want.
No, that next summer. Stop. Come on. We got the holidays. We got the holidays coming. I'm gonna smoke turkey. I'm trying. Okay, if you can teams in me, alright, trust me. I got problems, okay? Yeah, I'm fucking Jay-Z over here, but I got a 100. Alright? We don't have more than that. But you know what? She's fucking being so great. It's so freeing for both of us, and I still love her. I'm in love with her. I love my babies, and that's why, this wasn't an acid trip night, you know what I mean? It could have been, but it just simply wasn't. I got real shit to do tomorrow, I've got 2 beautiful babies that love their daddy, and I've been getting so much bullshit, about me and the wife filing for divorce. True plus, she was just responding. They only checked LA records. She was already, I had filed on her, 10 days before, okay? And so there was going to be this big jurisdictional battle, and then my lawyer in Tennessee goes, you're going to spend about $150,000 just fighting over what state we're going to have the divorce in, okay? Not counting my money, all right? I was supposed to write a retainer tomorrow if she wanted to go to war for like $50,000, okay? It's retarded, all right? And we're just being cool. It's like my babies, I always want them supported. My wife will never want for anything. She'll have the house that she designed, okay? She can be free and I'm a miserable person to fucking live with. Not that I'm a fat piece of shit. It's I work all the fucking time. I'm always. I've got babies that have to be in school. But since this shit broke on the internet, man, they have people taking pictures of my kids, man. It's like, motherfucker, I'm the guy. You know what I mean? It's like I'm the guy behind the microphone. You know, those are my babies. And they're just being fucking dicks. You know, I couldn't even go hardly trick-or-treating with them. People all fucking up in my business who I never even knew. I wanted to slap so many motherfuckers. I couldn't take it. I just sat down. Because everybody knows my fucking business. But they also know my babies. And they go, yeah, their parents, you know. And everybody up there is either swinging, fucking divorced, fucking somebody else, or doing coke. You know, there ain't no innocent ones over there with their throwing stones. But man, they're coming in.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You told me a story that was fucking hysterical. I didn't understand it. Because you're a funny fucking dude. Whatever's going on in your life right now, Ralphie, with your children, the people from the church, we love you, man.
I know.
We got your back. We want you to know one thing. Divorce ain't easy. There's two ways to do this. You want to do this with shotguns and Jews?
No.
Or you want to do this with, and that's the way you got to do it. You have a career.
Yeah.
You want peace of mind. You want peace of
I'm
mind.
in love with her.
Listen, man, sometimes people try. I'm thinking about Rabbi Rothschild. I don't know anything. Guys, I don't know anything. I just found out that these people broke up. She's dating a new dude. When does this happen? How does this happen? The sinner from No Doubt.
Joyce Stefani.
Yeah, she's dating the judge from fucking the show or something. He broke up with his wife, and she broke up with her husband after 14 fucking years. And they had like a thing today, like,
That's Blake Shelton guy.
yeah. You know, listen, man, people in life sometimes don't get, I pray every day that Larry stays in love with me. And I keep it together with her. I pray every day because I know how freaking you do. And the longer you're with a person, the harder it fucking is. And when you have children, it's even fucking harder. So hard. There's two ways to do a divorce. You could either A, go to war, or B, take a fucking few lumps in the head, which you're gonna take anyway.
Okay, that's all
You're gonna take anyway.
I've taken that my whole life. It ain't no big deal.
Either 10 people can hold you down and put a big flag in your ass, or you can just take a fucking white flag, get naked, put it on your back, turn around, loop your own asshole, and let them do what the fuck you gotta do, okay? You know what? A dick in the ass hurts both ways, but I tell you what, it hurts more if you clench it up.
She
If you
didn't
clench it up,
do anything wrong. She didn't do nothing wrong. And you know what? She did help me in my career. You know, the truth is, when I got Last Comic Standing, okay, Jim Moore, dickhead, called me on Thursday, go, hey, I need you for an audition. I was in Hawaii working at the Laugh Factory, and he said, come back, I need you here on Saturday. And I looked online, the cheapest ticket for round trip, because I still had to finish in Hawaii. Somebody on that fucking island who could have done it, right? And so I had to come back, and the ticket was like $1,100, you know, and that was 2 months rent, man. That's real fucking shit, like for a baby, for a big fucking baby. And I rolled the dice, and I couldn't afford it. Mom had a credit card that her mama gave her for insurance, and she put it all on there. And that's what launched my whole career. So does she get half? Yes, motherfucker, she gets half. Okay? And she should get more than half. She's going to be drawing a salary from my place. She's going to be getting out of on it like the regular white people. You know, you Jews, you got to respect. All right? My babies already have big things set up for them. They'll never want for anything. They'll never have what I went through, you know? And it's like, that is what you want. But now they're coming, it's just so irritating. It's like, you know, they're just dumb. These motherfuckers. You know, it's
The
like,
internet is a good thing and a bad thing.
yeah, right?
The internet is a good thing and a bad thing. You know, I use the internet for certain things. I see people use it for other things, and that's fine. That's what the internet is. It's your expression. But sometimes, if you open up your life on the internet, the result isn't going to be good. It's happened to me. It's backfired.
Yeah.
But in this situation with divorce and stuff, no one knows. You know, always
Nothing's happened yet.
keep doing what you're doing. Try to put the pieces together.
Trying.
Be a father. Listen, the divorce in my life had to be tougher than a prison sentence. I lost a child in a divorce. I lost dignity in a divorce. And to this day, I have animosity. I know that I'm like Michael Douglas in Step was a movie when he just snapped on the 405. Walking tall, standing tall, when he started shooting people.
Yeah. Last straw.
When I saw that movie really scared me.
Why?
You ever seen that movie? When he goes nuts on the 405
Yeah, he lost his job.
drug dealer goes to murder him and all of a sudden he shoots him and he goes, "Oh, my briefcase." He's pretty funny in that. And Duval is looking from it's a cliche type movie. But I always saw that happening to me with my ex-wife. That's how bad of a divorce there was. I forgave my stepfather. Until this day, I talk to old school people and they always say, "Fuck him, he never gave you what was coming to you." You know, one time I had to go get what was coming to me. That was my frame of thought back then. He didn't give me my mother's money. What do you want me to do? I'm going to shoot. For 3 years, I lived with him. I was preparing to hide under a car and grab his foot and shoot him. Where's his money now? So I shoot him and kill him. I'm going to get his money now. So I had a terrible idea. And I hated him for fucking years. And one day I go, "What? This is the guy that raised me. Would you give me $300,000? What was I going to do with it? Was I going to invest? Was I going to buy a building? No, I was going to buy a yoga plant off some fucking
Fuck yeah.
So in a way, he saved my fucking life, you know? So I forgave him over these, and I forgave him. That was when he died. I didn't go to a funeral. I sent flowers. I wanted to see his wife. Then she died. But I let it go. I let it go. I gotta tell you something.
Yeah, I don't have any anger. I have
right now,
only
you know.
love. No, I don't care. I've already seen all the numbers. I just love my babies. I haven't got another place here, and I hate it out here.
Has nothing to do with numbers. Okay, there's levels of a divorce. When she walked out of the house, she goes, "Listen,
you say, we never
I
received
looked around. You come over anytime you want. Let me just get some space."
the one that
And
opens
I
the
was
box.
cool with that.
They go to the box,
I'm like, look
open
at
and
it.
make sure. The
This
store
is a
owner
dream
and
come
the
true.
employee,
I can work on comedy.
and the boss has to pay.
I wanted to be a fucking
That would
comedian.
be the same
I just got out of prison. I was really doing the working step stuff, and I go, "Fuck it." I want to do fucking comedy. And all of a sudden, it went from one thing to another. I hope it doesn't go that way. I hope you handle it maturely.
I love my babies. I love my wife.
I hope that
Even a Naira who's
the attorneys don't get a hold of this and turn it into something else.
married, first they get
I
married.
hope that, because that's what happened with me.
So,
Yeah.
Once attorneys are illegal, and once the fine
it's
print,
your
there's a
father
fine
who
print.
get work.
And once that fine print
Even
comes
though
out, we say,
it's your father.
there ain't no coming back. And that fine print has to exist. It has to exist. The law says it has to exist. And sometimes that,
You left the house, so whatever you like,
you know, so
you like
you
that.
have my love, you have my love always. I know you right there. Hang on.
I know.
I send you videos of little Spanish guys.
You gotta knock it out with that, man. It's like,
I've been through a divorce, I've been through a separation. Guys, it is brutal. I always advise people to keep it together. Keep it together.
no, I can figure it out.
If there's no love, there's no love.
No,
There's no love. There's no love. You have love.
No, we both have so much love for each other, but it's like, here's the real deal, okay? I have really fucking bad PTSD, and now I'm properly medicated by probably the best. He's the head of psychiatry at Vanderbilt. He's fucking amazing. He's got me chemically dialed in. I sleep 8 hours. I'm up. I don't take naps. I walk. I feel great. He's done it all. He's fucking amazing. All right. But before I got properly medicated, I was a fucking nut and a complete asshole. Okay. You know what you do after 2 years of being nice?
What's the word, man? What's the word?
It's not a question, but it was my parents got divorced when I was in high school, and I actually had wished they got divorced earlier. Like they said, like we stayed together because of the kids. Even back then, I thought it would be better just to have like a.
Just a tough dude. This is listen, man.
I was dumb, but I feel great now.
Let's get something on the air. Last Comic Standing is a great show, and it shows a lot of comics to the country and a lot of vice versa. You know what the fuck I'm saying? Well, Ralphie was on Last Comic Standing. He was already a brilliant headliner. Ralphie was already had a lot of people paying tickets to go see him. This just accelerated the program, where now these kids become somebody. Ralphie May was already somebody. You follow me? Ralphie May was already somebody. Went from one thing to one thing, Ralphie. I judged it. I was there. I was there when you were cooking for us with no money, and also next thing you know, we're sitting on Bullshit Boulevard with a jar of weed in the living room. People just sticking their hands in weed to go. Nobody didn't give a fuck. Take it. Show around sold the fucking whole thing. I mean, every time you'd see me, give me $200 to do what you do. It's hard. I'm a person that doesn't learn on a marriage. This has been a journey for you. You've learned. Now, I hope that you keep together.
Man, I've got so much more peace in my life. I've got so much less stress and less anxiety. I don't have nightmares every night.
PTSD from smallpox.
No, that's hilarious. Hey, that was 12K. Shut your mouth, cocksucker. That was a good angle. Alright? I broke my fucking phone, but hey, I fucking got 12K out of the work this month. No, it's when I had bilateral double pneumonia and pulmonary embolism, and I had to stay awake for 9 days. Because if they said if I couldn't help my lungs expand, I would die. And I had the blood clot was so big that because I had pneumonia and I had broken 2 ribs from coughing, and that's what caused the blood clot to go right. It was right here, and they said that a radiologist was going to come in at 7 a.m. and enter this vein and go into that and find it right there by the lung. And he goes, you have to be awake. We can't give you any anesthesia. And it's inside you. It fucking hurts in there, man. All right? and they're going to, you got a 5% chance of living. Okay? If it blows the clot out, okay, you fucking live. And if not, you'll bleed out in your brain. You'll have a stroke. Good luck. Hey, sleep tight. Boom. Motherfucker. I was fucked up, Jack. That fucking snap. That snaps your fucking head, dude. And so, what I've been doing like a lot of PTSD groups, okay, and they're always like, what the fuck are you doing here? And I'm like, look here, cocksucker. I'm just as fucked up as you are, and let's get to the real deal. Let's talk about some shit. Oh, you don't even know about it. I mean, you know how many times I've gone overseas with the fucking military, like 19? I'm in a 44 forward operating bases in multiple war zones. Okay, by the way, Afghanistan this time of year is fucking beautiful. All the Taliban's turbans, change colors, bananas, insane. They're dirty motherfuckers. They're like reds and yellows and beautiful. Okay, but I've been there, and then they start getting real, dude. I mean, when those guys get real, it gets real. You know, I mean, it's like, I know it sounds stupid, right? But you're absolutely right.
English is an extension of the father's language. I'm going this podcast in a couple minutes, but I gotta tell you something. I'm 52, man. I got a great life. I laugh. I love being upset. I live to laugh people. I know sometimes I come across as a prick. I love giggling. I love laughing. I have a lot of regrets in my life. I did a lot of fucked up things. I was talking about my godfather before. One of the biggest regrets I had that we didn't have the money to deal Ralphie. What a mistake that. What a mistake that we could go back and rewire that apartment with a camera. Oh my God, we would have a show. And I'm telling
That
you,
would have been the all-time,
it would be
HBO's all-time greatest comedy show.
and you can't. And you know what? I'm sitting across from Ralphie. I'm listening to the story. And I'm like, I can't even go to HBO. Like, I'm talking about taking Ralphie narrating a show about adventures of a fat guy. And just even though that's something too, when you fell that time.
Oh, falling on Gardner.
Listen, I was sitting there. Like, not even Gardner. The thing you were telling Lee about that, he's going on. You don't understand. This chick is living in his house. Before we're talking about the story, here's three guys trying to fuck the same chick.
It's miserable. I'm the only one not trying to fuck her.
But you wanted to fuck if your face fell into the asshole.
It would have been worse.
So if something happened, they're having an argument. You cannot write this, Lisa. This is an apartment that's living on whatever Ralphie is inside. I'm living on Ralphie. I got a little bit of coke in my pocket. Ralphie's making Bloody Marys. Bloody Marys. And we're going over there. We're hitting this every night. Everybody knew that at 2 in the morning after the
Postal party was at 5 service.
The Red Devil, Ricky Cruz,
Babaloo.
you know, and we just talk
The
shit.
producer.
Somebody would have a joint, somebody wouldn't have a joint. But this one night it was just me.
We always
We're drinking Bloody Marys, and we're giggling. And Jody said something to Ralphie to piss him off. And there was a big Japanese man in the kitchen. All right, and he sits down and she pisses him off. And he's sitting in the position, and something happened if the light got a little low. And he's fucking saying shit to her with his face red, right? He's like, fuck you. This is my house. Don't you ever talk to me like this. This is my fucking house. You believe this, Coco? She's my guest, and she's talking to me like this. This is my vodka. Something. And he's in the middle of his rage. He's like, and he stops. Because the light is there. You can't write that. You cannot write that. That's a spectacular type shit.
I was like, Junior Joshua. I always had a hat on.
You busted that toilet in your house.
No, it was Gavin. It was Gavin. You fucked up Gavin. Stop. You also shit in Gavin's shower and then push it down your toe, motherfucker. Okay, I know to bring it up. You come, girl. Alright, you can bullshit with these other guys, but I'm notified. Okay, I was there at the beginning. Okay, I was wrong. Okay, we're gonna
on fire.
you light the bus.
People's pussy in that had a fucking camera.
Oh my God.
With multi-millionaire. I tell the story that I brought shame to that. And she was giving these people drug dealers wanted to fuck shame. So I left it downstairs in Gavin's apartment. And she's down telling ESPN stories. And I come back at 5 minutes. One guy waiting there to do
Oh my God. She's all cooked out. I'm still wrong. And this Disney bitch like breaks out into like,
you have no idea.
Like, hey, shut up, bitch. Damn, take the titties out. That's what she told her. Do you remember that? You fucking told her. Go, yeah, whatever, bitch. Take the titties out.
I always love her. I still talk to her when I go to Vegas.
Is she in Vegas now? That's awesome. She is so cool.
She opens for everybody. She got little gigs. She's a
Dude, I bet she's making a fucking man.
she's 45. She dances in a cage.
She looks like she's like 26.
She dances at a fucking lesbian bar. But she keeps marrying gay guys by mistake. She hooked up with this dude in Alaska. I had to do this gig. Listen to me about 15 years ago. I got to do this
She
shit.
married a gay dude.
Listen to me. I had to do this gig in Alaska one time.
And Chuck Charlie's.
And one of those people, and I canceled. I got like this stupid TV show or something on NBC, and I had to cancel. And she went up there and met a go-go dance, like a male dance, and they fell in love. She put this name on her little pussy. And then they moved back to LA, and they were in love. And he was like, unemployed, but he always came up with a little bit of money. And she was dating him for like 2 years. They were in love. And then one day, she went to his email. She saw an email from all dudes that he would go to their house and he had to put like a bikini and they would dance for old dudes and shit. They would get like $50 a month. So she threw it back. She was heartbroken because she always makes fucked up choices. I've told this story before. Somebody tells me this is the name of the guy that she's got on her pussy. This guy is a go-go dancer for old dudes, and he's smoking meth, so she throws him. She throws him out. I hear about this. I'm playing right now. No. I walk back to her, and she says to me, "How you doing?" Blah blah blah. We're going back and forth.
You know that marriage has two stages.
I don't know what the guy's name was, but you know, I was Mark going. She just kind of said, I'm not with Mark anymore.
And then he went
That's a
off
shame. I know
overseas
this.
to business,
I know this whole
and the girl lost patience and she married the cousin without the father's consent. According to everybody,
You know what, Shane, but you gotta give it up to her. She is a queen of a ball buster. She will give it, but she will fucking take it. I tell you what, she takes it better than a lot of fucking bona fide grown men.
She's always like, she
She's
came up
fucking funny.
She came up at the college, so she came up. My mother's a biker. My mother's Gemma. Did you know that my mother's like Gemma? Like she was telling me stories, showing me pictures one time in the house. My mother's like Gemma. And she's half Arab.
getting married to
Yeah, she's Arabian. She's like a
She's
Iranian.
I tell you, if you look at her, you think that she had plastic surgery, and you're like, but you realize it's just natural. She glows.
Her and April Macy used to go to fucking tight. 2 pieces of ass right now.
What it is,
This is 12, 15 years ago. They go on doing this dirty shows all over the place. They start doing our watch the show. They got a MySpace. What was before Twitter and MySpace? They got a MySpace page together. And they would do all these dirty rooms. They got penthouses. They had peanuts, but they had some water things. They were really trying. And every time you'd see one, you'd see the other. And one day I see Shane, and I go, what's going on? Where's your buddy? She goes, we don't talk no more. So in the back of my mind, I'm like, wow, it's 2 girls. They went for the same guy. It's some girl shit. About a month later, I find out they're on a trip back from the fucking exactly. Tiana verified it. They're on a plane on the way back. The plane's just having engine trouble, and they're gonna die.
We're kind
The
of
plane's gonna die. And all of a sudden,
father's
we're gonna release the mask. They released the mask, but only one came down. It was Shane was mask. Fucking April Macy took it, held it down, so the joke savagery comedy shit right there. I used to watch the Netflix tour.
Yes, unruly. We've got the West Coast this whole month for the next 2 weeks, and then it's Lord's Day, it's Thanksgiving. You got to get back to Christ. I'm heading Eugene. I got Santa Cruz, Fresno. Holy shit, Portland. I don't know what I'm on, but man, this is great. Seattle. Oh, he is fucking in sumo land. Jesus Christ. Look at you. I'm telling you, please say it. Get that mustache. Get that feeling. Get that mustache.
You alright?
Look like the fucking circus strongman.
You should have seen your face coming out.
Hey, all the church members up in Canada, the first time I'm coming to Vancouver, man. Come out and tell me how.
That's a fucking town.
That's a town, Jack. I've heard a lot of great things about
Shit, they're
Vancouver.
gonna carry out to the bus.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No. That's fucked up, dude. I had to go through Utah. Those cocksuckers. The cops searched me. Those motherfuckers asked me if I did cocaine. I'm like, the fact that I'm this fat and can talk to you proves proves I cannot do cocaine. I never done it. Okay, and then the guy asked me if I want some Quaaludes. You want my own Quaaludes? And I'm like, what the fuck year is this? 77? Yeah, I'm like, yeah. Can I buy Quaaludes from you? And well, give me 20 fucking grams of Triceratops horn, you dumb fuck. There's nothing there. You know what the official quote was? The one I gave him? Because I was fucking, you know what I was fucking on? Cold medicine. I had a sinus infection because I had just come from a goddamn Disney cruise with my kids. Okay, we flew to the fucking, we were in the Bahamas and I was on that fucking pool, that boat of germs. Okay, and then I flew to Denver, so I went from 82 to 12. Okay, fuck me. Alright, and I had all this shit in my head, and it was horrible. So I started off with like all the NyQuil stuff, okay? Like fucking just like NyQuil, Theraflu day, okay? Like every Mucinex day, every day shit they had. And I dried it up a little bit, and I wouldn't have boogers coming out of my head. Alright, this is the real deal, okay? Alright, so but I started shaking, dude. I take it because I'm all fucked up on all that COVID. So, okay, I'm gonna bullshit you. I got the NyQuil out, you know, I'm trying to smooth this ride out, you know? I'm trying to fucking mellow this train. And then I just take a big old swallow of fucking NyQuil. It wasn't weed. I played NyQuil roulette and lost. Okay? And you know what my wife goes? She goes, why didn't you use the measuring cup? And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Measuring cup. That's that cap on the top of the fucking NyQuil. It's a measuring cup. I've never fucking used that in my goddamn life. I had no idea. Okay, it's my fucking, I just started getting up. You know, I go like 2 shots. Fuck it. Hey, that's your fault. That's good. It's fucking drug. Alright? Okay. That was you agreeing with me, motherfucker. You all that. Okay, you're a dick. And I was the only one. You fucked up some shit on getting out of there. Okay, so you fucking did. And by the way, we went to that jack in the box right behind his house because we were smelling all this fucking jalapeno poppers. Bullshit, fuck you. That's a measuring cup, and I'm like, well, I might be dumb, but you're a dirty bitch. I ain't never seen one in a dishwasher. That's just gross. You like the same cap? That's disgusting. Alright, and so I was just like, fucking hit it. So you know what I quoted them? Because I'm just making lines up about me. I was like, last thing I said before I head on stage, I heard was, all I said was, yes, Mr. Cosby, I'd love another cocktail. That's all I remember. And that's just like, go fuck yourself. Dude, I was so fucked up on NyQuil.
Get a bottle of NyQuil, give me a start that smoke a joint, it's all over. It's
dude, in 92, I played the hip hop comedy stop. Steve Harvey's and Sean McDonald's, all black, and comedy club at a hotel. Okay, and I was sitting back there with these crazy ass, like, I met this guy and I go, yeah, my name's Willie D. Alright, he's Willie D from the Ghetto Boys, okay? And then this little ass midget walks over, Bushwick Bill, okay? And he's a gangster, okay? I mean, Bushwick Bill was no bullshit. He had knives on him and shit. That little motherfucker cut your balls off. That was eye level to him. Okay, no. Codeine syrup. Codeine, and we listen to fucking slow records.
Yo, what up, baby? How you living, Esclef? What's good with you?
How you doing?
Living the dream, dog. How are you?
I'm doing good.
How'd-
Doing good.
How'd you find out about me? How did you find out about me?
Little birdie told me.
Oh, okay.
A little birdie.
Okay.
On the tree. Bird on the tree told me about you.
Hey, can I
How
tell
you
you
doing?
something? You should be
Tell me,
nice
tell
to
me.
people and not rude, you fuck. What is this bullshit? Get me out of this. Get out of here.
Shabbos that Kufra Bays, namely the Pesukah of hell as described. A person, as he gets older, says the Pasuk, that when a person gets older, his flanks, his ribs, his legs, everything deteriorates. His teeth stop grinding, his eyesight gets worse.
How you doing? How you doing? You doing good?
The Sefta Shabbos Daf Bays, amazing. We finished
Yo,
the
Rabbi.
Brachas, and now we're going to take this journey, 156 days.
Sven,
The Torah says it's usher to do
Bye, you fuckface.
39 melachos, ovos, primary isur. For that we have subcategories of secondary isur. The Mishnah Daf Ayin Gimel describes all 39 melachos. The last final malacha is the malacha that our Mishnah Sefta Shabbos begins with, the malacha of Mitzvah, to carry from one domain to another, to transfer an object from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabban, or from Rishus HaRabban to Rishus HaYachid. Rishus HaRabban is public domain, a street that is 16 hours wide that many people go by there every day. Rishus HaYachid is a private domain, property that's surrounded by walls that are at least 10 feet high. The property has to be a certain size, 4 feet by 4 feet. Transferring from one property to the other is also. In order to be over that issur, you have to accomplish two things. You have to do an akira and an anah. You have to lift that object up and place it down in another domain. When the Torah says Mitzvah, it's referring to going from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabban. But when we go from Rishus HaRabban to Rishus HaYachid, that's called Achnasa. Although our Mishnah describes both of those cases as a Yitzir. Mishnah starts off saying Yitzir HaShabbos, Shtayim, they are 2, which equal 4. When a person stands inside or outside, it's 2 that equals 4 for a total of 8. Meaning, the Mishnah starts off with a person that the Mishnah describes money, not necessarily poor, it's just a character. Describe him so we don't confuse it with the person standing inside called the Balabais. Person inside, outside, the honey, lifts up an object. He does an akira, and he places that object from Rishus HaRabban, he places it into Rishus HaYachid. There's an enough over there, he's chayv the rest. The second case regarding this honey that's standing outside in Rishus HaRabban is he lifts up an object in Rishus HaYachid and brings it to himself in Rishus HaRabban. There's an akira and an hanacha, but in the opposite direction as the first case, both of them. The corresponding cases, which is only chayv the rabbanon, not the deraisa, are case number 5 and 8 on this list. And that is when an ani does hachnosa. When the ani lifts up an object in Rosh Hashanah, and he extends his arm into Rosh Hashanah, but rather than doing ha'anach in Rosh Hashanah, he lets the Baal Bayis do that. Now it's two people that did one malacha, and therefore when they're right, they were Badr, the Rabbanim. The 8 cases.
Right now, new Mint 365 $5.
Rather than transferring it into Rosh Hashanah, the Baal Bayis sticks his hand out into Rosh Hashanah, and he does the transferring and the hanacha in Rosh Hashanah. The next 2 cases in the ratio, case number 3 and 4, talk about a man who's standing in Rosh Hashanah. We call him the Baal Bayis. He does, but saw lifting up an object from Rosh Hashanah and placing it in Rosh Hashanah. That's also in a hurry because he did a akira and a hanacha. Case number 4 is where he sticks his hand out into Rosh Hashanah, grabs an object, and brings it into Rosh Hashanah, also the right side, the akira and hanacha, and that's called hachmas. The corresponding 2 cases in this list in the Mishnah are case number 6 and 7, where the Baal Bayis lifts up an object in Rosh Hashanah, and the ani extends his arm into Rosh Hashanah, and the Baal Bayis places the object into the ani's arm, not doing hanacha because the hanacha didn't take place in Rosh Hashanah. All the Baal Bayis did was akira. The ani finishes it off doing the hanacha. It's 2 people who did it in the malacha, shnayim shel asura. Turim, they're both to the Raisa, and finally the 8th case is where, the 7th case, the Baal Bayis lifted up the object rather than waiting for the ani to extend his hand into the Rishus. He extends his hand into the Rosh Hashanah and places it into the ani's hand, or rather the ani takes it out of his hand and does the hanacha in Rosh Hashanah. So here again we have a case where 2 people did 2 halachas, akira and hanacha, and they are part of the Raisa, Chaya, Bid the Rabbanim. Those are the 8 cases of the Mishnah. The Gemara brings a Mishnah in Seven Shavuos that's very similar. That says 2, which are 4. It brings a number of cases. One of them is a Shavuot. Somebody takes an oath. The Torah describes it as in the future. He says he's not going to eat or he is going to eat. That's 2. We add the rices as well, the past. I didn't eat or I didn't. The other case is Tumah. Midarais in the Pasuk talks about when a person forgets that he is Tameh and walks into the Beis Hamikdash,
You're listening to A Book with Legs, a podcast presented by Smead Capital Management. At Smead Capital Management, we advise investors who fear stock market failure. You can learn more at smeadcap.com or by calling your financial advisor.
When somebody has a white spot on the skin, the Torah talks about
Welcome to A Book with Legs podcast.
One looks like snow, the other looks like wool, and we add 2 more derices. One looks like lime, the other one looks like the membrane of an egg. But when the Mishnah in Shavuos describes Shabbos, it only talks about 2 which are 4, rather 4 that are 8 like in our Mishnah. Why? Rabbi attempts to make a pshat, says that our Mishnah is the Hilchos Shabbos, only about Second Shabbos.
You're listening to A Book with Legs, a podcast presented by Smead Capital Management.
Not just us.
At Smead Capital Management,
So the Shavuos talks about only this. We have to realize, like we explained,
we advise investors who play the long
so
game.
going from Rosh Hashanah,
You can learn more at smeadcap.com.
in our Mishnah, like Yitzia, as you see, our Mishnah starts off using the word Yitzia and goes on to describe immediately Hachnasa, going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. And the Mishnah in Gimel, describing the last Lamadas Malachas, talks about going from one Rosh to another Rosh. It doesn't differentiate whether you go from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, which is the Yitzia.
This podcast is brought to you by Holland.com. Go to Holland for all your supplement needs, whether it's Shroom Tech Sports, Shroom Tech Immune, Force Protein, Holland Brain. Listen, when it comes to supplements, Holland is #1. Go to Holland.com right now, press that turn, bam, and get 10% off. Delivered right to your fucking front door, right? No questions asked. Kick that fucking mule, man. Oh shit, that's what North Korea is listening to right now. Oh shit. It's the church, what's happening now, motherfuckers? Uncle Joey, the Christ killer, my main motherfucker, Felipe Esparza. What's up, fool? Good to be back, American Dream. Play those moves, here we go.
Shabbos Daf Gimel, I apologize that we fell behind the videos because of Purim and the scene that we had. Shushan Purim, Beis Hashem, by tomorrow we'll be all caught up. According to Shmuel, anytime it says in our Masechta that a person that does a malacha that has action to it, he's potter, it means potter avos asur. But there are banan, it is asur. Besides 3 cases that a person took action and it's completely mutter even with the rabban. And that is, if person A traps a deer in a room and he stands by the door, he's chayiv midaraisa. Person B comes and keeps him company for a minute, and then person A disappears. Person B is completely potter because he didn't add anything to the trap. In the case where a person traps the snake because he's worried that the non-poisonous snake will bite him and cause him pain, he's completely potter and mutter because he's not doing it to catch a snake, he's doing it to prevent himself harm. And the third case is, if a person removes pus from within a zip, he's completely potter and mutter because he's not trying to make a hole in his body, he's trying just to remove and relieve the pain. Our Mishnah in the ratio where a person extends his hand, if somebody puts an object from one domain to another domain into his hand, it's potter and mutter. And the reason why it's not brought down in Shmuel's case is because he didn't take any action. He's passive, he's just standing there. In our Mishnah, we have 8 cases. The first 4 cases are basically people are chayiv in their rights on the Yisrael themselves, and that is because they established things they didn't have.
I'm disappointed for Oakland. They finally got an amazing team, and they got like less than a 2-year clock on it. You know, they're going to Vegas. Like the way they're kicking ass right now.
I know they lost, but yeah, they're gonna be there for 2 years while they're doing a theater in Las Vegas. That's like breaking out with your wife or your girlfriend, but she gets to live in your house still.
Yeah, but the weird thing is that, like, I would expect that no one would go. It's like, fuck the Raiders, they're leaving.
We're loyal, bro.
It was packed. Like it was 2 weeks ago now when Marshawn Lynch was dancing with DJ in Oakland Stadium, in the stadium.
That's Gabriel's cousin, Chino.
No, it's not.
I swear to God. Yeah, man, Gabriel Gleason's cousin is Chino, the DJ from the Raiders. He's on the DJ in the morning. He's a big fan of everybody. But they met each other at Tucson, Arizona. He goes, hey, man, is your father such and such? Yeah, my father's such and such. Then they met, they clashed, they met each other as cousins. Small world, man.
But the person that does that,
he
never gets into the right.
But yeah, I was just impressed with like the Oakland fans. Like, all we hear right now in LA is that the Chargers are empty, the Rams are half empty. Apparently the Chargers are pretty almost, it's like a home team. That's what I heard. Like the away team, it's almost like a home team.
Yeah, man. I don't think the Chargers are going to sell out a game to New Year's Eve when they play the Raiders. That's going to be a Raiders Nation game. And we're going to take it to New Year's Eve, man. Raiders, Oakland Raiders visit Los Angeles for the first time since they left in 1990. So the game is on a Sunday. On a Sunday, on New Year's Eve. Jesus Christ, I'm going to 11 in the morning. 1 o'clock game. Yeah, 10 o'clock game. They gotta get that shit over with. It's an amazing game. Yeah, that's a good game. Just do it on New Year's Eve. You know how good it gets, Joey? Remember that show we did up north? And there was the day that Tom Brady did the snuggle against.
Oh no, the tug rule.
The tug rule, yeah.
That's like a New Englander's great
Yeah, Joe Dylan that was doing a fucking crazy show with that. So, and everybody was pissed off. Every black guy was pissed off. We were being turned up by black guys. And after they took that powder, but it was actually meth. Yeah, it was
I was like in middle school watching a Patriots playoff game in the snow, and you were telling me,
oh my God. Do you understand? That show was crazy, bro. Everybody wanted to go backstage and party. That's hilarious. They're like, you're going to Modesto. They're like those little towns there. They're like family, man. There's nothing to do with comedy. Get fucked up, man. Fucked up. Like, they have no shame. Even though tell you what it is, man. Don't go out looking for it. We got it right here. Whatever you need. Everything you want hookers, we got it. You want a dog? My brother owns a pet store. And you go for a drive. There's nothing really in those towns. Nothing by Saturday. Nothing fucking club. And you're not only going to make you get stabbed at that. So you go to a hotel, they give you whatever fucking drugs you want. And it's just that simple. I mean, it's a fucking shame. Like El Paso. Got me scrams to go back store in El Paso. Like, I can't fucking believe I'm alive.
It is considered
Because
fabulous
I used to walk to that bar. There was a bar you went to on Wednesdays. So yeah, so that little Irish bar, something, there's a little bar with a whole wait staff went. Yeah, the place was, if there was 250 people in that whole place was hot and cocaine. The whole fucking place. You've never seen anything like that till you walk into the fucking room of death. Were there bars just built for people to do cocaine in? Bro, wherever there's a bar with darts, there's cocaine.
And the question
I don't know,
is,
cocaine and darts go together. I don't know, that's crazy when someone's calling somebody's throwing darts. I know, man. I always think one of those darts is going to backfire. I get pissed out. My brother, the guy who wanted to see his daughter has the cancer on Wednesday. He's a dart guy. He's like getting a gram of coke with him. Next thing you know, fucking shooting darts. I want to play fucking darts over at my fucking man. I don't know, that should be a shirt, man. Oh, man, we go together like darts and coke. And the bathroom is always, you gotta walk past the darts. Yeah, so every time you pee, you get anxiety because you gotta stop the game and walk past the darts. God forbid you don't have your hunting camouflage fucking suit on. And one of those cokeheads throws a fucking dart at you. You know, it was a fucking nightmare. It was a fucking nightmare. I saw his darts on that stupid rifle. You know, whatever it is, and they have the best is the dart week. Oh, like when you get together on Tuesday and throw darts, basically, it's an excuse to get fucking lit on a Tuesday. That's all dart week is. By the time you get there, you can see the target. By the time you leave, there ain't no fucking target, okay? It's that humorous. I'm not putting darts down or anything like that. Darts is cool, man. I'm just saying. Darts and drugs, that's a great point you made, Philly, because I grew up in doing darts. And then that they started coke, and the best way they would break the fucking darts out. My anxiety level would go up to a fucking house. It seems dangerous. It's fucking dangerous. If you're cooked up, man, and doing darts is perfect, man, because your nose will be pointing down. Your eyeballs are up in your head. You're ready to go bump and put darts. It's crazy. Fucking darts. Because you got picked them up by 3 times. Pittsburgh, man. Some guys got to talk to get coke. You got to talk to them. Unless you're in Pittsburgh, bro, it's fucking candlestick bowling and coke. Bowling and fucking getting fucked up is another thing too, man. I used to go to a place on Saturday nights at midnight.
That's when it's
then you went roll and we get coke out, they pop mushrooms and shit. Man, they played heavy metal music. I've been saw this shit down here too, man. I don't know, it's gonna come up on 10 years. That's what you're past 10 years. Yeah, I stopped doing cocaine in 2009. Yeah. I went on a 5-day binge. Really? So you went even 2 years after me? Yeah, 2 years after me. After, we went a little crazy in 2008, 2009, man. Wow. When did you meet Lisa? I met Lisa in 2006, but when I met her, I was already off. You know, that one time I picked you up all crazy, I gave you like $200 to hang out with for an hour. So I even bring it 50, take them out of here. This is the one night you came to my house. It was the weirdest thing. We ran over and they called me. Like, yeah, what's up, John? I'm downtown. Okay. We get in the fucking car. I'm happy duty junkie, guys. Here's your witness, okay?
And the question is,
where do you want to go? I'm like, let's take a ride. You think we smoked the joint with a pineapple padre?
And we allowed to be later is
I took a gram off the guy. I got in the car. I thought you had money. You wanted to give me my company. You knew I would get you coke. You had 60 bucks ready to go. And I got in the car in front of him.
how is it possible that he had an
You put a whole straw in there. You did it all. I did it. No, fuck. I looked at him like a guy.
Ren likes to say
guys. Oh, I got on that drive.
So that's also
the drive from El Padre to Highland and
we don't call it a friend. You perform a minor
that was instant.
in order
That was
for
what I
the
would
friend
do. I did like I would slug whatever was on half of it.
Therefore, the more
And then when I pull up to my house,
we don't want this person to be
whether the front or the back, I would snort the other half of what was in that bag. So when I got in the elevator, I went right upstairs and took the shit. There was no questions asked when I walked in the house. It was to go right to the bathroom. And I loaded the first cocaine shit of the night. And no cop ever saw you do it. No professional league, no cop was going to fucking see that. I could never do that. I could never, like, to be like you, because you were doing it for a long time. At that time, I was ready to quit. Oh yeah, I'm just a man. I was just I was on the salary. Or to fucking, I didn't know what to do. And that's what I was doing. I was putting in the guys at the end. I was buying the Graham would go down and kill me over the podcast. And I would do two fucking lines and the whole Graham was gone. And I would stay high for an hour and 15 minutes. And I would sit in my living room for an hour thinking of my next move. And I would figure out the move and go out and get another Graham in one hand. You let us that. You let us that. You let the first person I ever see do a whole bag, a 20 bag, and then go eat a burrito.
Area that's larger than 4 by 4 12.
Like, I'm like, I couldn't eat after I do coke because I want to stay high, you know, I want to do that. At that point, Felipe,
That's where we go with.
and this is a scary thing to tell you guys because you're not going to believe it, my tolerance for marijuana was the same kind of tolerance I had for cocaine at the end. So you did more.
Before we get to that
I could open up a party with a gram. That's how I opened up tonight with my own gram.
How much would Felipe open up with? Half a grand.
You're a person.
Not even. Felipe was a gentleman. Felipe would do 2 or 3 lines or 2 or 3 bumps and he was fine.
But
I was a gorilla late. Yeah, nothing has changed from the THC. I just transferred addictions, but at least I know this going in.
How could it land in public domain?
I've always had a high tolerance. If at 16, 17, I was already doing half gram a night.
As if it
When I was
landed
16, 17,
in
I would buy half gram from my friend's house. They were 16 or 17, we would do bumps. And then we didn't finish the rest of that coke at night. Me, I go home, put in fucking Black Sabbath on an 8-track, put the speakers on, and I just sit there all night, listen to fucking music like an asshole, cry, think about my mother and cry and shit like that. So I started at 17 with a half a gram already. By the time I went to prison in 86, before I got locked up, before I kidnapped that poor kid,
and then again,
you should have seen what I was doing.
in order to continue to stay up. And
You should have seen what I was doing. I was probably doing 7 G's a day. Damn. 1 in the morning to wait. This is what I was doing. I couldn't function on it, but I could still do it in the morning.
Describing
Eat
this
breakfast and live my life.
In the beginning, had a
That phase was like for 6 months when I would get up and do a half gram of coke.
Just to point out,
Eat breakfast, give my ex-wife a stab.
we learned
Eat a pussy, the whole fucking thing at 8 in the morning. And then by the time I got in the car, it was fun.
the Levine
Me and one of the degenerate member danger.
which is
I was like, party and I start smoking crack, you know, I started smoking crack, you know, and I get 2004, 2005, and I was smoking crack, like I started explaining things, I was doing the wild coyotes, because I had cash, and I would continue to do it until I got tired, and I took 4 Sundays. I was down for 5 days, like, I didn't want to stop, bro. I didn't know what I was doing with my body. Like, I was like, man, I used to laugh at what's the name, Bonaducci. When he had the Bonaducci show, that's right, and he fucking bought that bottle of cranberry juice and that bottle of vodka. They started drinking it right there in the middle of the street. I was like, fuck, hey, what are those? But then, like, one day, I was doing the same thing. Like, I was like, man, I just continue, I don't know how to stop.
That's considered.
I just continue to go 5 days, no schedule run. I was a bitch, all the pictures, I was like, I've been there's a couple places you can listen to bitch coke. You gotta be able to go someplace. You gotta be able to go someplace. You can't go home with you. You talk about more time than you either one. Well, this guy's joke. Let's put him out. That's great. No, we talk about how we got to go terribly, how our father beat us out later that shit. So you have to go somewhere where there's 20 people in a room. But then it gets creepy. That's a different type of creep. I couldn't handle it. I can handle it 20 years ago. 2000, that was it. By the time 2000 came, it was me and a chick. One me by myself. And that chick knew she was coming to the room to do one thing. Like there was no misunderstanding. You're not coming back to the room to watch TV or listen to music. You gotta bring up the monotony. We gotta do something. It was terrible. It was a terrible existence, you know. But just to think that in 2009, you were coke.
So what happened was you had a muscle, which is a revenue.
You're the American dream. Yeah, man. You got a special on HBO. You ask.
And the Gemara pushes this
2000 comics, what's when they got it, the comics, what's they right on the top of that page? That was an HBO special. That's what even Mitch Hedberg doing an HBO. That's when you saw Richard Pryor. That's when I really Richard Pryor. When you saw the other day, you feel special. It's a comedian, man. They're all HBO. So that something to every kid, you know, which makes 2009 that much more special for you. Like that's, people have no idea how much changes when you're talking to two fucking guys that were junkies. I mean, listen to us when we're talking about envelopes and fucking a gram right in front of each other. Hermaphrodites, one of the funniest things ever was that night in the Death Zone. Yeah, because while they came in, guys, if I'm telling you this any other way, I was so ashamed of myself, but there was nothing I could do. It was done. I was older than these comics. You know, we all went out together, but I ran into a crazy friend from Houston that I took party. I was like, how are you trying to avoid? I was trying to, like, those days, they were asking me to enjoy that. It was fucking crazy. Down on that road, and I go to the desktop, and everybody up there is fucking high on something. Oh, yeah, at the time, that night, everybody was high on something at that show. And there's 15 people running around backstage drinking. They had wearing cups. They had some little room with booze and a room for all his friends and all his friends and shit. We got paid cash. We knew what to leave right away. And then one of the kids came up to me, I'm bugging. Come on, give me a package, give me a package, give me a package. I get on stage to show it to him and get a package. But his friend had something he could tell me. And I go, what is it? He goes, it's speed. You know, like, all right, I'm going to get $130. Give me the fucking thing. At least I got something. That was the way I was thinking in those days. I was going to go back to the hotel room with nothing. Because I knew eventually I was going to get up and start walking the fucking streets. I'll take a cab to a bad neighborhood and make a bad mistake. Oh man, I was at that level like I already had. Once you told me you could get it, and it opened up that thing in my mind. It wasn't going to close until I snorted something. If you told me at the beginning of the night I can't get it, then I went home thinking I couldn't get it. But once you told me it's going to be here at 8:30, and when I get off stage it ain't there, I'm fucked. Because I already opened up that valve of thought.
Is any part of you worried and when like a new city with a new dealer? If you know the guy and you trust him, that's one thing. But my brain would be like, oh, this is gonna kill me. This is
people, because of television and media and different things, identify this dealer with this fucking dark character with a hat on feathers in the shadows with a leather jacket, and he shows up with a good girl. These people are people who work at the theater. Oh yeah, man. They work at the theater, but everybody's got a cousin. They know somebody. Like in Hollywood, there used to be a guy that another comedian hooked me up with. And this guy used to show up with a tackle box. A tackle box full of drugs. He had Viagra, he had Xanax, he had coke, he had weed.
and then like part of it, I guess, would be the person, but I meant more like a trust.
Like, what do you think they have in there?
Like if the thing is tainted or laced with something, or
you know, man, when you're dealing with this honor amongst thieves type attitude, when like Joe Diaz said, man, sometimes man, you gotta just forget about all that. You gotta go for a long walk and find it. That's when you get in trouble. But also sometimes you gotta go theater.
right. But to trust the people you're getting it from.
I did that in Montreal, man. The Montreal Comedy Festival. I was like, no, I do smoke crack. I was fucked up. You know, the young comedian show, man. And you know, you're a drug addict, man. You can find cocaine in the moon somewhere, man. But the best. I can go to any city league and by the Saturday night I have a package. I got to go on stage and talk about it. And I listen to the laughter. And I listen to the percentage of the room that's laughing. And I can figure out that one of these motherfuckers is laughing. Because only a certain person would get the joke that I'm looking out the window. I can make a cocaine joke about Colombians and narcos and a guy like you will laugh. But when I talk about I worked the people last night, because I did a couple of nights ago, the people who laugh know exactly what I'm talking about. When I said I looked out the window the whole fucking night, people who do coke understand because you don't know what life is. Till you get up every 7 seconds late to look at your people in front of your girlfriend in front of your league. Why are you looking at the people? Nothing. I just hear something right there. You don't know what paranoia is. That's paranoid. Hell yeah. You're sitting there watching the fucking New England Patriots game at 10 in the morning. You put 10 or 15 bucks bumps in you, or you bump up the night before. And next thing you know, you start looking at shadows under the fucking door where you see them. The speed makes your mind to see somebody's feet come up to the door there and listen. And they walk away. So in your mind, if somebody's coming up to the door, they put the ear on the door and then they run away. They run around the block, they get refuel, and they do it all over again.
You're gonna catch one of these on
Paranoia, man, anybody's been there 5 days straight, man, doing crack on a 6-day RHC. Oh, you having long conversations. Time to be, you know what time it is. I look by past. There's a movie, The Temptations. They was put on VH1. David Rothschild and that scene all over around. When he goes up to he's doing coke or crack and he goes up to the deal and he goes, man, come on, give me another fucking fix. The guy goes, you're already out of fixes. And he goes, how about 2 tickets for The Temptations? He goes, The Temptations. He goes, 2 tickets for The Temptations. The guy grabs the other one and goes, these are tickets for yesterday. Then he gets in his fucking car. That's, damn, I was in the show. You imagine that? Fuck, man. Can you imagine getting together with a girl on a Sunday night and you don't make it to the podcast on Monday? Like, you just don't make it. You just don't get home till Tuesday morning. If my phone rings, nothing. Your phone is dead. You're at the holiday. In down the corner, you got this Sunday night with some broad. You called your girl and told her you and Joey at the podcast studio that you might be there all night. She calls you at 6 before she goes to work. You pick up the phone and go into the balcony until you fell asleep in the couch. And you got really high. You don't feel good. You go back to bed. You'll be home a little while. She goes to work. You give that chick another snap. And you look around the room. There's still a little coke right left. And there's still 6 beers left. Shit. You're going to start doing that coke again. That chick's naked on the table. You're going to wake her up, eat her pussy, and start all over again. Next thing you know, it's 11 o'clock in that corner. You're going to stay in your room again and sleep for another day. Oh my God. Well, ain't no we going nowhere.
What happened?
You have no idea. You have no idea. You don't care about your job, your employers, your families, what commitments you had. It really doesn't matter when you're on a fucking tent. I know, man. You should have checked out a long time ago. You have a plane to take off. You're there next 2 days. You don't give a fuck. More bills to yourself. It is something that I'm not anymore. I'm not gonna lie to that. Not anymore. It doesn't bother me. It never get it 4 or 5 years ago. It was still bothering me because I still get vivid memories of that weekend in Beaumont when I went to the fucking neo-Nazis in Porco. You know what that's like? That day was my Slade's brother took me to the fucking other side of Beaumont and they had SWAT stickers on the wall and shit. And I go, so you fucking kidding me? Put me days on Felipe. You know me. It was one of the top 10 cocaines I ever bought on the road in 30 years. And that's how good that Nazi coke was. It was yellow as fuck. That Nazi coke is for number one. That shit took me to a different fucking level. It was yellow and it was real. It was flaky. It wasn't good. $200 they gave me an 8-ball for 3 to fucking 1 and buys an 8-ball for 3 to 1. That's like a death sentence to me, an 8-ball at 4:30 in the morning.
When you guys have like, I know you probably didn't go back to the Nazis, maybe.
I know I only went 1 time.
Did you have like, if you were gonna go to, I know you're gonna say Houston, but maybe like Idaho, did you have like, this dealer's got this and I can't wait to go there?
You're a Cuban. You're a Cuban.
Standing still.
In Canada, I was in a movie at that time. Alright, and that's all that matters. I was in a movie, I was in their living room.
You're famous,
I was by the 8-ball, and I was fucked up and so were they. And they just overlooked it. They just overlooked it. I went to an after-hour party with one of the waiters from the laptop. That black kid, light-skinned kid, a tall, skinny one. On the laptop, he's the one there. And there was like, man, it was like one of those after hours black clubs, you know. He cost like $2.75 to get in. And the bartender was selling beer and she was selling drugs. And beer drugs. And I went to those two comedians named Keith Manning and Bill Taylor, two black guys. But they had a pool table, but not only that, man, they were serving food too. Like southern food, like pulled egg balls. I don't even know what that is. They're like balls with fucking like rice and ground beef inside them to gravy. And of course they got me there, you know, like I wanted to buy a Coke. So the first line was perfect, you know, like fuck, man. You know, it was the best Coke ever, like, and it really brought me down, like, it was fucking good, man, like, so I didn't want to give me 3 of them. But after that, man, I could never forget this. Fuck no, man, I could never reach that level again, you know. I was just chasing the dragon over the first package, you know, like the first fucking good, man. It was like, woo, man, I was like, yeah, man, it's gonna be a badass party. Order some food and balls. I had a meeting 2 weeks ago, man. I met a dude in Marine, bro, almost rolling, it's called Almost Rolling in Houston, and it's very sweet. And he said, hey man, my buddy's writing a book about Cisco. And he comes here, do you want to go with him for 10 minutes? About 2 weeks ago, I went down to Marine Dealer. I met the guy, got his gang, very sweet. We talked about a few discos in the city. We were talking about the cocaine. He goes, do you mind if I ask you? I said, bring it on. He goes, you know what? I asked him what he had. I told him what streets I got that and shit. But the most important thing I broke down for me, I didn't realize the thing on the car was that coke from the 80s.
Very simple price.
When you first did a blast of that shit, what happened to go to Miami in 84, baby? And the cocaine in Miami at the time that they had was making your eyes red. You weren't getting fucking speedy or nothing. You were just fucking lit. And your eyes got that red vein on them. And you stayed up for a day, but you weren't speedy, you just stayed up. Like, it was like a weird energy. But if you really tried, you could fall asleep if you really tried. Later on, you couldn't sleep and shit. You try to lay down and your fucking heart's pounding out of your fucking shirt. You have no idea sweat.
Couldn't drink enough beer until like,
No, man, no. The cocaine burns through alcohol. Yeah, man, that's why it's one thing balances the other. So you get to a point between the alcohol, the nicotine, the THC, the coke, the pills, and the coke. Everything's fucking running together. You know what I'm saying? When they talk about the, somebody said, did you ever see Hunter S. Thompson's drug menu? Listen, I lived it. You know what I'm saying? What are you talking about? Except for the morning stuff. I was never a really morning drug guy. Me neither. Especially the last 20 years, I was too busy doing this shit. So you get me high in the morning. I never was a day drinker. That never happened. I don't like alcohol at night. Never mind until the fucking afternoon. When I'm like that, I think the rest of the fucking day. But my shit, I went fucking deep and hard. Listen, I'm not glamorizing it by no means. I'm just showing you. Even Felipe, that 2009, Felipe was still out there. I wake up some mornings and I never miss call from Felipe since 6:17 in the morning. And I call him up, what are you doing? By that time, you're already copped. And he'd be telling me I'm ready to go there. I woke up, I did some push-ups. And I wouldn't put it together. Boy, Felipe would call me at 6:45 in the fucking morning. And I've been there waiting. Let me just call you. What are you doing? Let me just call Felipe. Maybe he's home. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry, streets that are.
There was a guy who asked me about drug dealers. Let me tell you how wide open it is.
You make an ear of there.
Again, sorry to talk about this city, one of my favorite cities in the country, Hollywood, Houston, Texas, Anakin. They would come to your shows late, and they would give you a bud, and you'd go, wow, this is, where did you get this from? He goes, this is where I grew up. And he go, I got 6 other strangers who want to buy something. You're like, yeah. You'd go out to his car, and he had one of those construction trucks. With the panels and shit. And I wish I was lying to you. Like, I wish I was lying to you. He would open up the panels and he'd have little jars of weed. This is fucking 12 years ago, the last stop was still open. Yeah, this was at the last stop when Rogan was headlining. Those things that you see of AIDS, that fucking video that you see of Red Man texting me and me going off on in 2003, that was dead. That was dead. This guy would show up to the shows and he would have his weed containers and then on the conversation all on. And it was like you were in that scene in Taxi Driver. I got a fucking pill. You're like, what is it? What you got? The one time he came to a show, he had coke, Vicodin, Valium, Xanax, some tranquilizer he gave to retarded kids when they went over the dance. He had something else. He had plenty of different fucking things in there.
What's been your favorite?
I used to get $200, bro, and he would give me a to-go package that would fucking make a mule sing. He would give me like a half 8-ball. Fucking 20 Vicodins, 20 Xanax,
A variety pack.
oh my god, give me fucking animal tranquilizers. You have no idea.
When you do something like give you like your favorite drug dealer like a Christmas present or something? Jesus Christ.
Don Sleazy, I used to give him shit every year. Clothing, hats, whatever they fucking gave me. I didn't want it passed on to my drug dealer. That's the worst I ever tell. Yeah, because I usually owe them money. So this would kill things for a little while. At least I got a package on Christmas Eve. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you would do it. Let me get a gram.
Sometimes you would take up your shows to pick up your like, you're gonna be the host right there next to you, but I would drink.
You're right next to me. I used to bring up the show. I used to bring up the shows with me.
Yeah, I used to hang out at the Bunker Yoli. I used to bring him having a good time in the little groupie.
I still talk to Don.
Yeah, the weed too though.
Yeah, he has tremendous weed.
Good weed.
I talked to Don Sleazy 3 days ago. On my Armenian.
Yeah.
I talk to him about every 3 weeks. How about the Wolf? The Wolf is in New York selling real estate, making fucking money at age.
Describes the
I'm 70 fucking 3 or 4 years old. So make a walk around too, bro. Play some.
Describing a parable is
You had to show that book. They told her they took a reader for him too.
It's a value large.
So
We're saying that a big one's animal, but on the other hand, the mission comes out.
No, it's all cards. I
A
almost
big one's considered ruthless.
He came on here and his door told him to talk about the old
And
days
the other
that
times
he'd be
considered
charged.
ruthless. In other words, in
And
the
he came
summer,
on here and sat there like a fucking
considered ruthless.
retard.
After somebody carries
So I
big
put him in the cab, and his ex-wife called me
And
and
in the
asked me what
winter,
I
somebody
gave him.
carries
And I said, he's
and when it
the
comes to football, a
He
big one is considered
he had that top pocket.
but in the summer, it's considered
I know
what is
the
it?
Wolf since
It's not a special halacha. Not a
1988.
something.
Is he named after the
That one,
Pope?
this one is coming. You are coming.
No,
You look at where you are. Everywhere you surround it, you are in
the
cover.
car salesman down the right.
And why is that?
New York is a great deal of
So the one
Hawaii.
is with another man.
Junkie,
There are
New
no other
York,
people.
East Lolo,
So
East
it doesn't
Side.
surround them.
Back in
There are
the day,
people
they went and see if his family owned the string of pharmacies.
In this
They lost all of
In
them.
the summer,
In
there
the
are some
60s,
people
they
that
were
go off
doing
the
Jewish.
they go to the
His
field.
brother was
And
the
therefore, it's not
Jumbo King
considered
of the New York City in the early 50s.
the dance.
Yeah, they were all the dance
Tell
shows.
us the story, boy. It's had real cool. They enjoy it. I'm going to remind you.
He would
But whenever we pull a
fucking do shit.
pickup,
It was the
so why
perfect
is the price
part because
pull
when you're doing drugs like that, you have to have a partner and you
That
have
is
to
a
understand it. That
Regarding
was,
Puma,
you scratch my back, and I scratch your back. You know what that
and that's
means?
why we pull
Today,
it. There's
Tuesday,
but
tomorrow,
how
I wake
actually
up broke and you wake up
Actually,
broke.
doesn't like that.
And God
It's
forbid you get a
just
check.
say,
I got mail for the
Says
wrong
about-
location. And now
because
you
you're
get the
discussing
mail
a
for
specific
280.
case
I get
of a very large
$100.
field
What?
that's exposed
Yeah,
to the
and that might get a check.
So you have to
You're broke.
erase it.
There might be 6.
However, when you're up
Like,
on
I
it,
might get 6.
you're not
Like,
allowed to
I
walk
might
through
throw
that.
you
So you have to
So you're looking at
very
like a
similar.
little mini corporation.
It's a mini corporation. It runs both ways, but this
While
time,
describing
both
these cargoes, there's three
Yeah,
cases
corporation,
plus a
man.
cargo. In other words, the price
That's
is
why I
set.
used to go on. That's how I put my
So
cake
pick
on.
up value.
Okay, yeah, but if like,
Big
oh,
cargo
you
people
like
are
about
describing
to it.
Yes.
Okay, I used to hate when I was at certain review like full tips. Oh, yeah, I'm trying to say these other
This is
There are
life.
houses
This is
lined up on
brotherhood
the
life.
and one
This
of the
has nothing
houses
to do
is
with
set back.
people
Now,
do it
you
because
could
they
actually
want to do it. So when you have a drug partner that makes you up every
like
day
music.
and one that goes,
Therefore, that
what's
area
the
is not
schedule for the
considered
day? You're like, well,
rather
how much gas you got?
apartments.
You know what I'm saying? How much gas you got? That's
Those
number one.
days, in the middle of the
How much
highway, they
gas
have
do
a
we have to
pillow.
work with?
People
There's no
would
room.
goes out of the sun.
So we would have to fucking
Say
take a
you're
ride
right from
somewhere
the
and pick
area
them up.
of these
You
pillows.
never know what you gotta do.
What are you doing?
You never know. It's a 350. You man, that drug around gives a fuck. When you're doing drugs, it doesn't matter. Every day is a adventure. Yeah, man, I'm living in that fucking computer. I'm not saying, man, I just made a joke here. When you wake up and you're 350, you probably gotta eat breakfast. You gotta get a pack of cigarettes. Cigarettes are $6 or $7 last time I checked. So you're already minus 350. So you don't believe still sleeping next door to your lips. Give me $5, I have milk for breakfast. I only got 7 jelly. Give me 5, hurry up. Because the first thing is a cigarette to get the thinking going. Because it's a roach in the ashtray from the night before. Hurry up. The whole drove until 11. So you gotta smoke that cigarette, smoke that roach, shower, and get out that fucking door, and also breakfast. So there's a guy that'll give you an egg and sandwich and you want that. That's the first place you're in. You tell him how you fucking left your wallet at your cousin's last night. I think a bus down there to pick it up. You'll swing by later and get the $300. There's no $3. You can't even take a fucking bus. You're walking, bitch. This egg sandwich he gives you, the soda, is your nutrients too. Who knows?
People don't like the step-up ones. Doesn't cancel
Until
out
you can make some money.
You never know what you're gonna do. Yeah, man, I bump into.
no one wants to
Next
step.
thing you know, I bump into Felipe. Felipe was dog. You're not gonna believe this.
So the Gemara is considered by most as a book. However,
He's
it actually
stashing
says
drugs outside
can't
his
start
house. That's it.
canceling
We're
out just rather when you feel like it's
we
this
got a
item is
fuck for the day.
cancels it, this
How
doesn't.
we gonna do
And
it? I don't
therefore,
know because the
it says
fucking
anything
this
that's
10
less
Mexicans
than
don't want
3
one, and there's 82
double
on
the
the other.
rather
Yeah, unless you dress up
part
like
of
a
it
fucking mailman and go in there and
doesn't
pick the bottles apart. I mean, we get creative.
Gemara says
The other time when I
inventing
got
the
fucked up
concept
in
of
Houston, one time.
they
And I
took
remember like one young
best
kid
halacha
used to travel around
from
doing for the club.
and the most
He
pure
loaned me
halacha
a
and they
PlayStation
brought it
Vita,
to they said
one of those
let's
PSP.
not just
He
say
loaned me a
special
PlayStation.
halacha that in
The
order to
little one,
use
he owned
the
a PSP, a PSP, he just got it.
Parents must
I
be
was all coked out playing games with it, you know, and he just loaned it to me. So when I took
and
off,
just like
I took off with it.
it only
So I owed like
extends rather
$200 going to let him pay the guy.
is about
But then I think
so
Joey
the
paid him
catalyst
for me.
anything
I didn't
less than
know.
coffee.
And then one David,
David,
you should do my show, and I had money, bro. And I said, you know what, I'll never forget people who took care of me. So I just said, well, no, it was $300. So here, boom, boom, boom. I give him $300.
Person has a house.
Then I find out from you that you give him $300. It's all right, man.
Only
He was
3
a
feet
good
tall.
dude. He was a good dude. He deserved that money. He was a good dude. And
But
this
the
cousin
exterior walls actually are fenced up because
took
it's
care of me
and
too,
everything.
man.
Yet the
Over the years, you'd be
inside that house,
surprised, David.
everything is right.
I remember
love that
calling
house.
David
It's
and told him,
always-
"Look, David, your package.
4x4 foot.
I don't know where to go.
And you have the lower wall.
Give me a
It's a
ride."
constant
David will leave his wife. Come over,
The
pick me
walls on
up.
the side extend
Give me a ride
allegedly
to the other side of
and
Houston.
create
Give
a
me
wall
grandma coming to somebody.
that's fucking tall.
The
What
wall
happens
was
that
crazy.
person
He
decided
also took it to dumplings for everyone.
and
Yes,
let's
I took
take
the
down
dumplings. They
and
took it to another
create
place to
more than
fucking
10 fucking
barbecue.
the center
That barbecue.
But the side of the house,
Hibachi.
the side of the room,
Hibachi place. You know that place was flooded, man. Oh, yeah, area. Yeah. All those cheap hotels they just put it in, bro.
But
That
you're
man
just a yuffin.
was bad. It was flooded, man.
You're just a yuffin.
How'd you do this? It was good, man. I was ready to get ready to go. I was ready to go, man.
So
I
any
donated. I donated half of the money to the Houston food bank.
board has a lot
And the other place with Friends for Life Animal Shelter. It's a no-kill animal shelter. They don't kill the animals. Good for you. But they give rid of dog. Like, so what happened? They rescued a lot of animals from the floods. So if you're missing an animal, man, go check them. They don't kill them, man. They give you. This is not what they give them a wheelchair.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. They with the wheelchairs now, and they're bringing dogs all over the country. So check your something.
So that was good, man. I thought Sean Wayne was there when the hurricane started. He left. He did a Thursday show, but he was gone by Friday.
Everybody wants to
There was no show,
therefore,
I read one of the first shows back since after the flood. So I sold out
now,
some shows.
going back to that case
Thank
with
you very much.
somebody
He was good as strong.
we're talking about a
It was
case
good, man. I remember
if there's
like we were struggling. Like we were taking any gig.
it should be considered
It was like rabbit, you know,
and
and
if you
then
might tell me,
we got
well,
plugged in and then we co-headlined together at the
well, there's a concept called
Houston Improv.
we go going through a minute.
I will never
Here
forget
it
that. I
says
sold
that anytime you have a
35
hole that's less than
CDs
4
for
by 4,
$20.
I
And that's
luckily
pretty much saved
carved
me.
out a 4
I'm
by
not making that much
4
money.
having
But
a
man,
wonderful day.
You knew everybody there, man. Cause I remember that one night when I stood up for 5 days over there, I called you up. I said, "You know anybody?" And You could call him some guy named Jenkins. Not Jenkins, some other guy, man. Some real comedian. And then I think I looked up the guy you're talking about. That had all the drugs. Yeah, it was some little Mexican dude. Real nice guy, man. But gangster dealer and
Shout
shit.
out because
Gentleman was the original dealer in Houston. Wouldn't show up to the club on Thursday. Went to the hotel. Take orders. And he dropped something off at the hotel to take the stress levels down. He'd say, I'm going to collect till Saturday. Run it.
If you are in quarantine looking for shit, we are still live.
So Thursday I had a package. I had the radio Friday or Wednesday. Those days it was Wednesday or Sunday.
WhatsApp.
I didn't mind sleeping in Houston on Sundays because it was another party night on Monday. It was the open mic. Yeah, that was so it's tight. And it was a long 6 days. Yeah, man. And then it was packed, bro. Like a lot of local. I'm talking Monday nights, guys. Open mic, 300 people from 7 to 2 fucking a.m. 60 fucking comics. 60 fucking comics. And man, a lot of open micers and a lot of like drinking. People show up. Booze, balls, and every 8 to fucking 10:30 for whatever they charge you. Be one of the best shows you ever fucking. Yeah, man. And that's the open mic. Those show open micers and those feature acts were brilliant. And then the headliner was staying. Because that was it. Because the headliner from the other club would stay. Yeah, because there was 3 clubs in those days. So you had 3 headliners on a Monday night. The place was packed, $10. Jalapenos till fucking 11. What do you expect? Oh my God. And you would get fucked up every night, and then you had to get up Monday.
I don't need TikTok. Because once you have a basket of stuff,
right outside the club, right? I remember sitting outside the curb of the club, like
you have these
a bunch of people that were at the show were all fucked up, man.
Scroll, whatever.
Awesome. It's awesome. That was embarrassing. But at the same time, like I told when Ron White was here, I met Ron White behind the Houston lifestyle. 1998, Tommy John. He was opening up for Kathleen Madigan. And we're out there smoking a joint. And that's the reason why we always not go to Houston, because I had all my necessities covered. Good food. I always brought reefer down there. And I had less cocaine in all the cities. My cocaine cities were Houston. Dallas always played with me. Dallas, I could go to one time I had more coke than Noriega. And the other time I couldn't get a fucking gram or fucking nothing. El Paso was always there. Always arrested. El Texas was always there. Miami, I was covered. Atlanta, I was covered. DC, I was covered. Myrtle Beach, forget about it. Right there at the club waiting for you. Forget about the Jersey clubs, the New York club, all those clubs. There's always somebody who sells coke. Poughkeepsie, there's one dude in those clubs. You talk about it on stage. You walk over to the bar as you get the drink. The bartender go that joke about the fucking blow was hysterical. He'll give you a long look. Sometimes you check in, and right away the guy who picks you up asks you if there's anything you need. That club we did in Iowa. Like, Whitey's Billiards in Butte. There was a fucking cocaine haven. The pool table right next to Mexicans. And the guy paid you at the airport and gave you the weed for the night. Yes, bro, he paid you when he picked you up. Whitey! No, listen about Whitey. He paid you when he picked you up. Okay. He gave you a fucking packet and he looked me in the face because I come back to the hotel, bring you some blow. I'm done. I don't do it anymore. And the way that he was telling me when we were in Dubuque, it was the #1 place for meth in the country. That if somebody saw that you had Dubuque plates, they would actually ask you if you're in meth, because that's what it's known for. The owner owned that town, so the owner owned that town. And I go, live car lots. We checked into the fucking, I checked into the hotel my weekend. First one, you have to take 2 planes, then you fly into Chicago. Then you gotta take a small plane to southern Illinois. And did you do the casino first? Then the Mexican restaurant. Okay, I'm talking about the Mexican restaurant. You have this get confused.
Alright, restaurant in the beer bag.
How long that late, bro? Because they landed in Mexico, man. It's gonna go in LA. The Capo Riddles drove you. No, that was when I went to the mission. That was when I went to the Penguins game. Okay, you got me a gig one time where you flew into Chicago, and the guy picked you up on the southern tip of Chicago, Illinois, and they drove you over into Iowa. And Mike Yale, they were the first Mexicans ever in Iowa. Yes, and Mike Yale, Mexican restaurant. Mexican with the fucking nails, the damn Coco gets you like a smile on his face. Yeah, he has like a birthmark on his face. He picks you up like truck weight. He gives you an envelope. And he gives you a handful of refunds, which I already have. East Chicago, you were by Iowa, and to put the border over there. They had all of these Mexican lawyers. The guy told me where you go. It's the Memphis fucking invented. Yes. So if they see people with those, whatever plates, I'm sorry to say the name. I'm not saying it correctly. I'm not in Socha City. If he told me at the gas station that they did a big thing about on HBO, everybody knows it's a big Met thing, okay? It takes me to the hotel wing. It's so fucking secluded that if you miss the 6 a.m. flight, you ain't flying out to the next day. It's one of those fucking places, okay? I'm not sure if my wife was pregnant. I'm not sure what the fuck happened. But all I know is I get to the gig, and the mother's there, the father's there, the parents, everybody's there, the families, the wives with rocks in their hand. Everybody's drinking margaritas. Two comics went up, they brought me up. I did my 40 minutes. It was a lot of fun. And he picks it and he goes, they sold like 80 tickets. Okay. Second show, the parents leave me. And all of a sudden, the place turned into fucking evening of monsters. Everybody, look at me when I talk to you real quick. You know, I never talk to you like this. If there was 60 people in that bar, including the staff and the workers, everybody was on that shit turned to dust to dog. It turned from dust to blood. Jaws were going. People were waiting online by bathrooms. Drinks were everywhere. I tried to do the second show. There was fucking 80 conversations. Still fucking nothing. I gave up after 25 minutes. You know me, I'll be up. If I have to pretend nothing. I got off and they were happy, bro. Don't understand. I was so coked up. The guy offered me again. The guy's like, he was fucked up already at 11. I looked at him 80 times. Are you gonna pick me up at fucking 4:30? I'll be there, dog. I'll be there. I'll pick you up. Was it a tall Mexican? I don't remember, dog. I know he called me a few times. He contacted me maybe the first time I went had to be 10 years ago. And then he kept calling me for a few years. He was going to bring me back, but he scared me. That shit scared me. I can't handle it now. Where was he 20 years ago? I would have moved it. Yeah, I would have just fucking stayed. There was fucking broads. There was fucking drinking. There was a bartender. It was like 1988. So the bar called the rooftop. $12 to get in, or you could drink from 3 to fucking 7. It was the same thing. People all over the place. Having conversations. A line to go to the men's bathroom. A line to go to the women's bathroom. Everybody talking nonsense. I think that name was Sam. On Chicago. This is Jeopardy. Yeah, man. Shout out to Sam. All I know is it was a fun fucking. You and me always in those fucking gigs. Hell yeah. Midnight ended up in a question mark. Oh yeah, like when you first get into comedy to this gig, what a night. You know, it's 17 people, but they got paid. They don't dance on the Wild Wild West bar. Me, you, yeah, no, Rudy. There was a little dance on the bar. There was a little dance on that where I was in there with Roman. John Roman. There was like 35 people with like guys jumping us. Wasn't that with Nicky Guerra? Yes. Maybe sure that was the weekend. It was in a bar, bro. In Midland, Texas.
Of the actual moment. as a
That was
sign,
weird.
as
You
a
gotta
weapon.
figure it out when you had the bartender, the big ass titties and shit, right there. Those guys didn't give a fuck how full it was in LA making money that year. And they rocked the place. Yeah, and everybody was your federal prison tits. Like their boyfriend, husband. They got locked up and she ran them out. He got out and she testified against some guys. That guy was crazy, bro. This is the kind of... I told you about that game because listen, bro, the whereby, bro, nobody's gonna show up, but the guy's too busy because he loves comedy and he's trying to build a comedy scene over there. And that guy paid me, man. Like, literally, we pulled up to a trail. That was a trail. And there was people there around. Whatever the money he'll give you, there was. It was no trailer. It was like a warehouse. There was nothing around there. Dust. A couple of horses, like people, like people drove. That's the place where the people say, I want to take a picture here. And I go, okay, let's take it there. We don't have a camera. And I go, so how am I going to take a picture? And they're holding you. And they're holding for the photo, but there's no camera. No. The guy shook my hand. And I could feel how dirty the whole family was. The whole family was fucking the also the two daughters had no next. They just kept looking like they were fucking Martians. And they were that night before and shit. And the father waited till the end. And he shook my hand, and his hand was filthy. He was shaking his hand, his hands were filthy. I mean, like this grease. My dad was heading, and then he had on top of that, he had like that little mild salt. Yeah, I know if he went to the beach, and he put his hands in butter, and he put them in salt, and he picked them up the beach. Oh, you never know, that's what his hands felt like. Yeah, in other words, he had a monster's hands. In 3 or 4 fucking days, okay, that's what his hands felt like. So after we shake hands, I go, how you doing? He goes, you're pretty funny. He goes, listen, hey, you want to take a picture of your hand? And we have to get uncomfortable. For 20 seconds, we're like, hey, you got a camera? And he goes, no, I don't. I goes, how are we going to take a picture? How are we going to get a TV? He goes, I don't know. He goes, I just want to take a picture. Damn. So that's the type of bar that fucking was. Man, the owner of that place, you know, the biker guy, the guy with the hair, yeah, but there was another crazy guy that sold that. There was another crazy guy that sold he sold ecstasy, but they give us some weed, right? Then in the afternoon, after press, I want to go for a picture. We're going to go to the fight. You want to go to the fights? And I said, I'm good, man. All right, no, we're going to go, man. We're going to go to the fights. I said, it's fine, man. We're all going. Half of the town going to be there. And I said, all right, man. And so I looked around, man. What kind of fight is it, man? No, it's dog fights. My booth fight, you know, that's $3,000 a kid. I said, nah, man, I don't want to go, man. You say, way back, I got to go over my stand. After that, man, I'll tap the radio. You know, I'm like, fuck, dog. And how they get done in Texas? Like, it's an actual dog fight. He had a farm, and they were going to have it at some other guy's farm. Or something similar. This guy's the only guy who drives a red Hummer in town. And there was the other place that the owners were Mexicans. But the kid who ran the club was white, and he was a magician. And he was married to 2 people, and the cops wasn't from. He had a warrant out of Houston because they got all his cars on property. We did a giveaway at the owner club. These guys were all as far as I don't know what they were. I know the channel was whatever we did it. And I get on my disrespect. I love Texas. Texas rocks. The Texas and this place was fucked up. I don't know why they was border down close to the border. It was fucked up. Like Canada, the fucking the bar was owned by belt buckle Mexicans with cowboy hats. And the boots. And when you got there, they gave you an 8-ball medal to battle. Fucking Friday was 4 shows. And the bar got busted a couple times. Jesus Christ, what about the other players? Where's the leader from? Corporate Christian, bro. They get down over there too. Corporate Christian had some weird fucking. Somebody left me a big bump in the toilet, bro. Somebody gave me coke when they had. Remember that? There was a club down there that for years they tried to do something with it. And they had like a milkshake type theme. Yeah. That was the one that the devil bought before it was something else. It was a club at the empty fucking mall. It was a comedy club. I did it with Maryland. Yeah, Maryland was good money. And came Saturday night. Maryland called me. She goes, Joey, come to my room. I have something for you. And I went over there and Dave Reed fucking got busted. so they were eating fucking chocolates, popcorn, and salami and shit. They were hysterical. When they went on the road, they brought a fucking cooler with them. Like, I had never seen that. Not a cooler, you know, big industrial coolers. Salami, Chicomas, fucking beers, crackers, snacks. We went to a hotel and we had to leave. That's why she was 400 fucking pounds. And she was just sitting there with her dress on that bed, fucking eating snacks all day, licking her fingers and shit. I went to a hotel room and she gave me like, it had to be 3-4 grams of plum. Like, where'd you get this from? She goes, the element, you didn't give me that. I know you're fucking right, you didn't give me that. She goes, go downstairs, she's got some toy. I took my elements and I went downstairs. The owner's like, I've been looking for you to take this. This is part of your payment. I stayed there, missed that fucking flight. I didn't leave till Monday.
What happened? Oh, yeah. I came and I don't do coke. And he's like, yeah, that's part of your payment.
And therefore, we are not considered.
Did anyone ever figure out where he decided it was doing coke?
If I know one minute wants to do it, rather than have it when you come back, you don't come back that way, you make a few calls and you get rid of it wholesale. You dropped it up, you order, people wouldn't give me nothing like that. It just, they knew. These are all, listen, you played at places that were legitimately, you played at some places that people wanted to try comedy. Don't forget Bugsy, the Tucson Bugsy's, oh my God. Big Alex, $150 Wednesday night. $150 to that. Nice hotel. What a gig.
How are you supposed to work? What are you supposed to work?
The haunted golf club with the tacos across the street from the hotel. The Mexican food across the street from the hotel. You were there with Gabriel Iglesias on your first gig. When he was his virginity. That's what me and Space Scarlet, the tragic kid that ran out chick and the chick. Mommy. Yeah, mom. Typical chair. Here's the chair. Now you went to Bugsy's and you brought a bug midnight in on Wednesday nights. What a that was like the ultimate gig, man. Kill the fly. And you brought it away on Wednesday night to let you for free in a bag. Yeah, but he goes on anyway, man. Tucson ring and chick. Crazy.
Where would they put that baggie?
Up your asshole way. I don't fucking know. I didn't ask. The owners, they just know what you're at the party, man. Give it to you. Oh my God, Lee, that was crazy. Wednesday nights. And nobody missed that flight, but they didn't give another one. And that was on the rotation. I've been going every 7 weeks. Like every 7 weeks, Rudy would call me Pistol Joe. How much I'll be arrested for that show? Because Rudy had asked me, you know, any comedian that wanted to do it for real cheap. And I don't get Iglesias fluffy. I just I was down in college. Oh, 2 weeks. 2 weeks. But he's already killing. What's that, man? Another comment. He got $60 in nothing virginity.
Oh my God. And $60 in a plane ticket.
And you flew out of Burbank. Oh my God. I mean, it was like, man, it was super spoiled. I don't know if we were spoiled, but it was like, it was good to have those gigs at the time. You flew down Wednesday morning at about 11 o'clock. Some dude who weighed 600 pounds, Alex, picked you up in a fucking truck at the Tucson airport, and you went to a fucking restaurant. Good fuck, you was flying dog. Oh my God, 600 pounds. Shrimp tacos. What do you think that order looked like? When you got to your table, you fucking, he weighed 600, he had fat on the back of his neck, weighed like one of those guys on the 600 pound weight. Like he was one of those guys. Yeah, but when he would go home, yeah, he would walk like walking. He would take us to that place first, he'd eat, and then he took a nap. Trust me, that nap was
Like 20 tacos.
tacos, good, enchiladas, Phoenix hotel, good, cocktails, man, everything, man, everything. Just make him a table with fucking every type of food on it, like, and he only pays $48. Shrimp cookie, like, you get two shrimp cocktails, a shrimp quesadilla, and 2 fish tacos, and then those right there, man.
Which over there it says those
We come up to the room, we took a michelada, then we started drinking micheladas, and then he would drink micheladas. He picked you up at 7:30. The gig started at 8, 3 comics, and 30 minutes apiece. And then they did a disco DJ, and that's when you met your little victim for the night. Hell yeah, she stuck around after the show. They stuck around after the show. He picked up your little girl and they took it to this hotel where the door closed. It was crazy. It was a crack hotel. I was there with a chick one time with a comedian, a female comic, and she called me in the middle of the night. That's somebody was opening up a bathroom window and shit. That's a cracky hotel, but go there now. It's beautiful. They redid it. It's kind of like a southern, what's it? The western, southwestern flair. It's orange and marble and shit. I was just there maybe 10 years or 8 years ago. I met a woman there that she had a baby, bro. That shit a newborn. I remember we had sex, bro. The baby was crying, man. I was trying to keep the baby crying, going shh. But man, I had a lot of good food in Tulsa, man. You know, besides all that, I had French fries and bacon bits for the first time there. That's way fucking hey, man. I remember you ordered a fucking 20-piece full of chicken. Let me tell you something, lady. In those days, we were fucking slobs. We were slobs, one beating, making no money. So half the payment was the food in that city. It's like anybody knew that anytime you have those rides, that's done by Sale Hill, all those Fresno, Watsonville. There's a stop on the 101 North or something, the 5 Northly. He's my witness. That's why I told you that time. There's like an exit. There's a food truck and a gas station. And it was well known. Down the way up, you always stop there. And it was young Gilly-ish store. I'm talking 20 years ago. Mexican food? Yeah, it was double that place that you went to the subway station. A gas station? Yeah, over the subway. Yeah, open the door and then you're in a Mexican restaurant. No. They stood at the food truck outside. It was like an old lunch truck. When they had to outside as the Indian restaurant. Yeah, something crazy. Yeah, but a good fucking burrito. East side had all that shit. And it was $3 back. And the tortas, man, was fat. Like if you order a chorizo torta, the fucking torta bread was red. Yeah, you have to go to places like those days. If it's still there, anywhere I went, it was because I was doing comedy. I could practice my routine. A, B, I was getting paid well, not a lot of money. Sometimes I didn't stay and sleep. Sometimes I pocketed the hotel money and fucking drove back 5 hours. Like a soldier, one of those guys. I'm a savage, bro. I would do that. I just cut corners. I would go fucking, I'm not gonna have a smoke Thursday. Friday, my gig is Saturday. So my Saturday, I won't want to snort. But I won't want to stay up there either. I'll do the gig and drive back. You know, I would take, even though I was snorting a lot of those days, I was also, you know, when I was taking the days off, I would plan the day off, so I would snort all the way up to that day off. You know, it was easy. It wasn't hard. And then there was another gig, man, oh my God, that Rick Martinez used to have was a crazy white boy magician in Stockton. That guy hooked me up too, man. He showed up with like all kind of chains and shit, that Mexican dude. Him and his girlfriend in a van. Yeah, man, that was tight. So many dudes, man, like, why did start doing comedy shows? You know, it's funny, man. We did that taping for no reason. Sacramento, you know, the taping. But I didn't know. It's fine for you, man. I told him about all these gigs. I got the Saturday early. I know, man. It is like HBO. Fuck, what a lot, man. We're doing the Wednesday night, you know. I talk about a little podcast all the time. And just you and me, Ralphie, Maggie, man, just hanging out, getting shit, eating a burrito, and not even thinking about what's going to happen in the future.
Another thing that Rabbi
Eating a fat burrito.
don't treat one son literally.
$60 doing camachos. $40. Camachos, $40. Ralphie Maggie with the road show for $60. And a burrito and a buffet. You always say, I'll be back and want burrito. Yes. When I walk in Philly, but when they have me a green pork burrito with rice and beans, oh, we have no fucking idea. And I would raid around in my little spot, hopefully Willie would get off in time. And then I would do my little fucking time and get in that car and come back, hopefully pick up another gig or have a spot at the comedy store. Those are the gigs. They made me, man. They made who I am too. And you know, I'll do it every day. It was every day. And I knew that every day I had to make $50 somewhere. That would add it up for 30 days. You know, I needed to make $50 because my rent was $295 at the time. I bought a good spot to live in Broadtown, right next to Emilio Rivera's house. little one studio, bro, right next to a Salvadorian guy.
Shabbos got you out. Yesterday we had 4 saints.
And I lived there, bro, like,
and today we
and
got 5.
I told him every money I
Always
got,
make sure
I fucking,
every show is the
when I used it for drugs, but when I was sober, when I didn't do drugs, I found another way to fuck up my life, you know? I started gambling. Like me and Gabriel Iglesias, we would make $100 and drive to the Morocco casino and try to flip it to 300, 400. And
if a
it
person says
was
one
rules,
bro,
bro.
has a
I
choice,
remember we did a show with Dante, the comedian Dante, and he paid us out well, $600,000.
go for a
We
road.
pulled up to
That
like
doesn't work out.
Chupa's
Go for a
casino,
or the
and
Percy
we
or Romanian.
fucking lost
If
it
that
all
doesn't work out,
in 9
only
hours.
then
We
sort of
were up and down, bro, up and down, up and down.
the consequences
And I remember
is disaster.
watching Gabriel's $1,300 go away,
So yes,
and
about
he put his hands
one
down, he
or
said,
an orphan. But
wow.
God was very close to it.
there
Listens to
goes
their
my
cry.
laptop, I was gonna buy it.
Mother Saints and Roman Apostle, the worst is
And he missed the gig.
the worst.
He missed the gig, you know, because I know we fucking, we stood there, we fucking didn't sleep. We missed the fucking gig, man, the next gig.
That
So I always found a way to fuck with my life.
Robert says, and I'm trying to explain
I
what
don't know if you ever had a
Roman
problem
Apostle says. If all the
When I was younger, I was like a kid, bro. I was little horses.
wood in the world depends. And
I
all the
like when
people
I
who are
write you call me,
writers
going, hey, what are you
be
doing
able
this
to write
afternoon?
down
Let's go to
all
Saturday.
that is going on in the King's
Let's
heart.
stop at the
There's
damn, I
so
take
much to deal
$60
with,
out.
but it's
When I
impossible
get
to
there,
write
we gotta
down.
have to go for a
So I'm
walk, we
trying to
smoke a
explain
joint.
things, but
We
you should never
bet till
judge
we
the
lose the
government.
40.
So
Or if we win,
not
like
think
you
about
say.
the government. Let's say.
You just let do 5. If we do 5 or 6
Roman Apostle
fucking
says,
races,
a person has a very bad
we
dream.
got some
It's
sun.
nothing like,
We got nights out though, cooked by dirty people.
just like
Yeah,
fire
yourself some
destroys
headache,
women,
man.
but
And you
fast
you fucked
destroys
around
the
for a
bad
little
dream.
while. What do you give a fuck?
In fact, you know, it says
If you're going
fast
down
and
and make a
immediately
left,
push it
that's
off,
a complete
even if
different
that
set of
means
rules right
fast and
there.
Shabbos, which typically
If
you're
you
not
go
allowed
down
to do.
there and make a
Or
limit
not
like
if you're
that,
still
you
awake
need
to
to
visit
pay rent.
Rashi, they brought
So
out
you
kind
go
of
to the horse track, and that's how you think you're gonna make it good luck to you.
they
I remember we had a joke about a funny joke about
you can always push
gambling.
off a fast.
You
You're
busted
not
out, you busted out at walk, you know, this work. You know, we did last sports party, bro.
Fast and Shabbos.
A lot of places they could turn off the fucking Lakers
That
game
initially,
or whatever game that was on.
started
Probably
making
they like that shit.
the bad house.
You said,
Field.
I don't give a fuck about no fucking NFL. I wear a hat
Here's why
every
it doesn't
Sunday.
stop.
It's like the Raiders make it to 7. I got a hat that says -7. The Raiders -7 mentioned that I was thinking about a gig that
The David.
that was the place that you did comedy, and right next to it was where you, I mean, guys, right next to where you stood,
He never stops learning.
50 yards from where you stood, was a fucking basketball game.
Which is right.
Where you shoot the basket, if it goes around, and you win a fucking prize. Yeah, the carnival, I think it was the Sebastian Satina room.
Mr. says
So, about 3 weeks ago, on Wednesday, I'm going to want to do it Thursday,
just like the
Thursday,
writer
actually,
should
he
not
called
walk
me,
out
the other kid,
half an hour before Shabbos.
what's up, Pop? Hey, bro, you never dropped by on Thursday, I didn't know you were there. So I was at the store that night, on the other side of my belt that pulled up, I go in there.
Definition in Arabic that says a person should not stand in one domain and
Tell
move
us
from
it's
another
a
domain
bad
from
thing.
a
So I saw
Should stand
Sebastian
so one
Satina,
surrounding the tree, or vice versa, because you might even come back into the other
I never
shows
forgot
if
you.
you ever lights up. And then
Oh my
the
God, we
king
fucking
the gas
geeks
is
that you
all
give me.
applies
You know,
to wine
let's
press.
be
A
honest.
final learn
You
that a wine
paid the
press is
fucking
carnal.
bills.
In other words, we discussed already, we straight up with the animals just around, now we're looking at a third Rosh
Yeah, all the
Hashanah, which is the Rosh Hashanah. Like a sea, a valley, a smaller street,
where you had
that's
the
a
fucking basketball court. Yeah,
This is not enough.
the
You're
comedy
standing in
stage. That was one
the
of his
Bible,
games,
and
man.
you're up with it, vice
It
versa.
was weeding out all these young
Robert says no.
comics.
That
There
would
were
consist of
thousands
zero
of
to
kids
zero
that ripped their kids to Rudy
It's a
Medina.
double
Rudy Medina, I give him a shout out on my last match.
Carlos is a
I
safeguard
still
that you
please
might
Rudy
carry
Medina.
yourself.
This was a kid.
Now I'm telling the
Who
person,
showed me every
don't
Wednesday
carry
getting
something
hang on.
before
And
Shabbos,
we
because
used
you
to
might
beat
carry
his
the
ass in comedy. They make fun of him.
So
And he started doing comedy.
like,
He used to book a
before I
pizza
drink wine,
place that
I
was
have to
8 cents over cup
drink
tutos.
I can give it away to ice. That's
They don't
only if
make gas,
the wine
man. No,
is a
Rudy
good
Medina.
shot.
Fuck yeah, he used to
But
book
if he drinks
whatever
it
country
from
club.
wine press directly, his whole body's a wine press. Then it's a non-finished product. It doesn't have to taste nice or
Somewhere over there, the siege. Oh no, it was in Orange County. I
We
was
have a
telling
solution that says
what's
you're
the place
variable.
you used to do tortillas?
That
Yeah,
if you
by the
catch
hospital.
the
Yeah,
wine,
same exit.
doesn't
to go
matter
to that
if
country club.
hold the water or hot
So think
water.
about that accent. What's the
Casual
name of the
meeting.
town where we did
It's all right.
He was the Whittier Country Club. He had a
Wine
gig
press.
inside the Whittier Country Club that I did 3 or 4 times. He was a great kid. He tried hard. And
Once you dilute
listen,
the wine,
at the
that's the first
time,
crowd again.
when you really love comedy,
They say,
and you
it
are
depends.
not
If
getting
it's
booked,
diluted with cold
go to
water, I can always pour it back into the wine press so
Montebello
it's
Country Comedy Club,
If I use
and you
hot
don't know how
water,
to get booked,
then
then what you do,
I
you go
can't
to
put
a
it back in
bar,
the wine press, it'll
and you
spoil the rest of
start
the wine.
and you don't,
Then
you're
I
not
must
Sinatra,
take
you're not
it
gonna
back.
fucking pay your
There's
rent,
a price that says
drive a rental car, because off this
that
gig,
a
this
person
is
should
money for
not
you to
take
drink
a
and
pin
get a
and
blast.
put it in his
You go,
clothing and walk
this is
outside
what this gig is
before
for.
shopping.
So Wednesday night is
All
supposed
the
to work
mission
out
was
whatever
that
your
you can't
fucking
do
name
exactly
is.
what's talking about.
And
It's
next
holding
thing
in
you
his
know,
hand.
on Wednesdays,
And to walk
comics
in
coming to
the
your
rice
bar
up,
to try and stand up,
clothing is
and
always around.
you're getting on
So
stage
there it
every
says,
week,
say
which is the fucking most important thing.
clothing that's
And before you know it, you have 2 people, then you have 6, then you have 16, then you have 34,
we must say,
now you have 44, 45 people every fucking week.
because of
You're a business, you follow me?
the whole
That's how you
professional,
get the comedy.
Taylor,
And listen, if it wasn't for Felipe and fucking Willie and Rudy, even Rudy with the brain bull, come on. I did
Similar,
Brain Bull, and I
we have
did
the
that gig every
It says that a
fucking
page should
weekend
not
for
walk
a
down with
year
penis clothing.
for the small
Or should I
25.
carpently walk down with
Every once in a while, open
so
up a
what is
band.
here?
Yeah,
Or
because
a
the
money
small
changer
25,
that's walking
that
around
$100
money
a
in
month.
here to show
If
people
you
that
did
money
10 of
changer.
those things,
And if
you
it does so,
you're gonna come
it's
in clear,
popular,
right?
but it's awesome.
Yeah, you gotta be clean. I ain't gonna be fucking about that shit. Be clean. So that's how you become a comic. Let me give some shout outs here, my
Professional
brother.
person, that's his
Shout
profession.
outs.
He's
All
higher
right, so
than
Aaron
everybody
Granger, my
else.
man, Joe P. Comedy.
And there's a contradiction in the Bryces. One Bryce says that a sub that has emissions, and he wears a pouch, a kiss, a diaper, to see whether or not he has additional emissions. It's also good to walk out like on Shabbos because it's not the way to walk around. And if he does, also, I will also. It's also no more than that. The other Bryces says not only is it also, it's Chayvah. Perhaps we can reconcile the Bryces and say, Bryces says that it's also goes according to review. This particular person, it is his way to wear a Shabbos. And therefore for him, it's also considered the direct to wear it. The other Bryce goes according to Rameir that says, since most people don't wear pouches, it's called it. Says Abaya. Even Rameir agrees that it has to be that no one wears it like this. Where if some people wear it and some people don't, the professionals do wear it, Rameir will agree that it's awesome. Or Raya, if somebody drills a hole, that professional usually drills a larger hole, and he drills a smaller hole, you think this guy is small? Of course not. Therefore, Raya says, we're talking about one Bryce, a sub, when we saw 2-sided. And in order for him to be a sub, don't have to see 3-sided. So for him, it's necessary to wear the pouch. That's why he's high. The second Bryce is talking about that he already has 3 regios, and it's that day. So therefore, the pouch doesn't really accomplish anything, and that's why he is puzzled. The fact that the pouch prevents his clothing from becoming dirty, that's not considered much of a usage of its serve, therefore he is puzzled, having no result.
They produce their own specials. They don't buy specials from unknowns, you know. I am an unknown. You know, they buy specials from, you know, the top comedians. So I was very surprised when they said they wanted to buy it and they didn't want to change anything of it, you know, and they wanted to be an HBO behind it 100%. And they got me a bunch of press. And it'll be on September 30th, produced by these
Yesterday,
famous bars.
one Bryce says that his job is only over his job. Other Bryce says
Yeah, I told my mom about it, you know. She's happy. My mom went to see the special. When I had a show in New York at Carolina, so I was there for a week. And I went down with my friend Chris Torres and Rodrigo Torres, Silent Bob. And I invited my mom, and she flew out. You took your mom, she flew out, bro. We went to go see the Coney Island. We were on the same train, and she had to go to every single show, and she sat in the back and gave me a standing ovation after every show. Other jokes about her, and she approved it. So she said, "Look, mentiras, cabrón, que mentiras." You know, she thinks it's an exaggeration, but you know, in her own way, she's proud. She's happy, bro. I'm gonna take it to work for materials. Oh man, it takes me like 2 years, 3 years actually to get it right. It took me 2 years to actually write it, you know, to where I know what jokes I'm gonna say, but took me like another year to actually like get comfortable with it. When I do like my material, I like to get comfortable with my material. When, like, I don't want to lean on the closer, like, oh man, I didn't get to do my closer. So once I know that my ending is sharp and it's closing hard, I like to begin with those jokes, you know, to challenge myself if I can really keep that consistent laughter. So I gotta challenge myself. Sometimes I don't have a bad set. In 45 minutes, you know, the crowd doesn't know that the shit he said, but I know them. In my mind, it's a bad set. Oh yeah, we discussed this on the show. Yeah, man, so I gotta, I'm dying inside, bro. I know that shit's not working. I feel like I'm selling out. Very interesting, man. I pulled into town January of 97. And you're one of the first cats I met at the Laugh Factory. At the Laugh Factory, but we used to do sets on Sunday nights. Yeah, you were improv. They had the improv, and for Mercedes, John Mercedes, he alive, rest in peace also. Also, we just do the potluck when they put the name inside. Like eventually, I can't leave you take a ride to the hospital for the hospital. Now let me ask you this. What was the name of the guy that used to go on stage? He used to say he was Spanish, but he played a fucking stick against the floor. And you were blind? No, he was blind. He played a stick. He was one of the top Latin comics when the revolution started. I see him a lot. I don't know who that is. I forget what his name is. Not everyone, all right. You know, we always talk loudly, but we keep it right. Because I really don't know what his fucking name is. He had a stick. Yeah, he could go on stage with a stick. He was a favorite of. It was a whole different Latin scene. I don't know what they had. They had a lot of like O'Brien and Valdez, right? The duo. Irish guy and black guy. Those are the first two guys I met, man. Cool guys, man. Yeah. There's a lot of good comics, you know, that Willie Ward said, man. Like, what was the guy that he fell in love with a transgender? He from Texas, one of the great shit. So what the, like, Ruben Quintana? No, he's one of those guys who get a born again Christian. Ruben, like, one time, he brought that waitress over from El Paso. That was crazy.
Unlike the popular song by Shaman,
he did something crazy. He met a woman with 9 kids. That's crazy. He became born again Christian. He became one of that. I'm like, all the freaking. But he was an animal too. Yeah, right. Ruben Quintana was one of the comedians that was so fucking hilarious. I loved him. You know, the first time I met the Natural Fun, him and the Byron King, he was very cool. I remember he moved. I left a message for a king and he called me back. He goes, how dare you insult my answer machine? I'm a Christian now. You insulted my wife. You insulted my family. My kids are scared. I'm so sorry, Doug. And I never spoke to him, man. Never called me, and I love that dude. We had wild conversations. I cannot believe we brought him. Because let me tell you something, people, it's cold-blooded. As you think comedy is and whatever, you make certain bonds with certain comics. And my bond with Felipe is, you know, with to be serious, you know what I'm saying? And I know when they bury him, they're trying to take a piece out of me. When they bury me, they're trying to take a piece out of him because we were here 20 years ago. We went through this together. We did the same gigs. If I got a gig, he got a gig. If he got a gig, I got a gig. That's just the way it did. Jordan and me, there was a bunch of us. I was just talking to my wife about that, and I really know I did well in Houston. And we were talking on the phone. And I said, you know what? You know, someone always took care of me, you know, or I took care of somebody. And I remember, like, I was on New Year's Eve. And I had nothing to do, bro. And you canceled on that black dude in Fresno, the bicycle casino, the 21 casino, whatever it was. It was that guy that was a radio station guy in Fresno. Oh, shit. And Fan Crowd, whatever his name was, that guy. And then you call me up for the clip, what are you doing tonight? Nothing, man. I can't make it to a gig in fucking Fresno for Andrew McConaughey, whatever that guy was, man.
It's awesome
And
to see how
dude,
this
good dude, man, good dude. He was from the radio station. He's still there in the morning in the radio station. He's still booking it. He's doing like a damn jam and got a nice video job. He's a good Andre Covington. Andre, shout out. This guy, other guy, you know,
that story's hot.
he couldn't do the gig, and I guess he trusted me enough to headline it. And man, I went there, I drove there with my ex at the time, and man, I never forget that, man. I had no money, and then he just threw me for it right there out of nowhere, Playboy. When you look for a day, and it's took me money when I came back. When you came looking for me for something, it's so weird how thank you, by the way, man. I love you for that, man. Guys, you don't look at nothing. You can walk around and go fuck Lisa. If somebody calls me for a podcast job, I'm not gonna give it to Lisa. Why wouldn't you do something like that? You take care of your friends, and guess what? Someday when you're fucking busted and nobody else believes in you, fucking Lisa is gonna be a fucking CEO of marketing, podcasting, and I got an idea for old fat fucking comics. And I'm gonna be, at least I can squeeze a nickel out of it once a week or something like that. That's how life works itself out. I got very lucky. I did a movie called The Longest Yard. And I became friends with a lot of people from that movie, and I kept in touch with them. I kept in touch with Nick Turo one day, like the Turo calls me. And he goes, I'm looking for a Mexican dude really funny. They're telling me I need to talk to this guy and this guy and this guy. Can you get him for me? I can get him for you. But I read the script. The guy you're looking for is for the bass part. For the bass parts, how come I don't know? I don't want to see somebody I don't know listening because I'm not what I don't know. And what you don't know, I'm telling you that I wouldn't send it to you if he wasn't the guy. Troy said, this is the deal. I'm going to send them to you. You're going to let him read with you. If you don't like him, then we'll get you the other guys. But this is the guy. How do you know? Because I'm telling you, I fucking know. Listen, Felipe, you weren't outside the room. And he was calling me. He was so happy. That's the guy. How did you know? That's the guy. Joey reminds me of my brother. Yes, Joey reminds me of my fucking brother. That's the guy. That's the guy, Joe. He was so happy. And you know what? It was a movie role. A fucking issue, a movie role. More people work all their lives, ladies and gentlemen, to get a movie role. You know what it's like when somebody just to call you, there isn't going to have 4 o'clock to talk to this guy. And it paid well. Yeah, thank you. Listen, we have a blast. Dude, I have a blue mustache on. They told me to grow a mustache. All right, anyway, just to show that you can shave it off mustache. They shaved it off for a party or something. And then they grew a fake mustache on. It was just ridiculous. My bar thing had to break into a house. Had to break into the house. He was eating something. They were wake him up. Could not wake him up. This movie was a fucking like 3 or 4 days. And we had to wait 4 hours for funny. And so we just smoke weed. It was fucking raging all day. The director had the worst comb over. Oh my God, I ever saw in your life, ladies and gentlemen. I'm talking about something that you had to stare at for 30 seconds, and you think it was David Crockett. Come on, oh my God, if you scratch your head, go to America, Lord, no matter what happens, I don't give a fuck if you make my head look like Lee Woods. Don't do that to my fucking head, dude. Guys, he was working at him, and when Lisa had one button, and he couldn't fit that shirt. Lisa had one shirt one time, and this button over here was broken, dude. He was holding on for dear life. That's that thing. Was on the cliff, and then you could see it. It was just like that.
Held together. It was a good button.
You know, they fucking people, Felipe, have called me and said, hey, what are you doing tomorrow? I'm like, I don't know why. My buddy has a role in the movie. He just dropped out and pays $800. You playing gangster? Come on, what do we gotta do? This gotta be, by the way, where's the shoot? Santa Monica 4 o'clock tomorrow night. You'll be out there by 11:30. It's a guarantee. The other reason is, one scene, shit like that. Believe that fucking happens. yes, man, like, that happens, ladies and gentlemen. I never want you guys, nobody's gonna come up to you when you walk on the beach, like, we like your look. No. This is after you've been here for a while, yes, and you won't believe when Lee's wants to be a comic as an open-minded, but for some reason, your nice to Lee made you giggle. He got you high, and one day Lee gets a job as a writing assistant. And guess what? Lee still comes around to watch comedy. But then guess what happens? Lee gets promoted to a fucking writer's job. And guess what Lee's gonna write about? Us. And the next thing you know, Lee's calling me going, hey, what are you doing tomorrow? I got a day at work for you, pays $8.50. You know, work all day, I wrote this roll about your being a garbage man, like 6 with his dick out. Fine. And that's how it was for years, man, like years. After that movie with George Ezra, with tutorial, I gave everybody on the set my color CD and came with it for me with the ice. I was the engineer, everybody wanted. And I remember the executive producer of that movie, the Filipino guy, Manny Redford. That was the name Manny Redford. He loved the CD. He goes, Felipe, you want to make a movie out of this CD? And I said, what? I didn't really know, right? I thought he was kidding. So I didn't call him for like, I ignored him for like 6 months. And then he said he was serious, so we had a meeting, bro, and he paid me like a lot of money. A lot of money at the time for me for anything. He goes, I'm gonna get a director, and he's gonna rewrite your stand-up comedy into a script. We're gonna make a movie, and we're gonna title it I'm Not Like That No More. So, bro, this guy was not fucking kidding, man. He paid me like $7 grand. And this is how Hollywood works. I already had one of those Terry Tart, for that boy was important. That was like my first movie, so without SAG. So for the $7,000, I had to get most of it to get into SAG to do the movie. I didn't care. But I did you and hooking me up with that movie and being nice to everybody on set. I got to do my own movie starring Felipe Esparza. And then I got Paul Rodriguez to play my father in a movie. And the whole movie is based on my stand-up comedy. Like if you heard my comedy with my brother, live rap, threesome, so in the race, fucking tranny. It was amazing, bro. And that movie went nowhere. But I got to do a movie. We went straight to with zero. And one day it was the trailers to have enough money to buy it and then release it and then redo it. Just re-release it. But Charles Bronson, oh fucking yes, those dirty bastards. How do you feel about Savage? How's your son? What do you think about this? I think about it, I did it a year ago, right? And I was worried about the show, the jokes might be out dated, you know. But no, man, it's not dated. I'm trying to like, I'm just trying to write a joke, man, like, you know, like go out there with your fire, you know, Paul Rodriguez running there, you know, a joke that you can just quote over and over for days, you know. But you never forget it, man, like when I hear like Freddie Smith, you know, Freddie Smith, you know, Freddie Smith, right? You know, he goes, you know, the podcast, man, he had that one joke, man, about when fucking Jack Kevorkian was still alive. He goes, yeah, Jack Kevorkian just added a waiting room in his doctor's office. Yeah, the nurse comes out and tells you, hey, the doctor will kill you right now. Come this way. I think that joke killed you that Freddie Smith said about, just found out that the doctor said that spinach is really bad for people. So now's a good day to fucking beat the shit out of Popeye. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, buddy. No more Fraser Smith jokes on the show. Alright, man. No Fraser Smith and justice is shit for free. Hey there, buddy. I heard that these are going great for you, buddy. Listen, let me tell you something, man. When I saw your thing playing on HBO, my heart stopped believing. I gotta tell you something, I wanted you on the show. I called you and I said, what night do you want to go on? Because I had to get you on to tell you how proud I am. I was at church. People who listen to the show to understand. I know in the beginning we got a little drug. Yeah, but I just explained to you the journey where we were and how strong the dream was. And guess what? That's all I wanted to be at the comedian out here. I party hard, but in the morning, I show up sleeping 2 shows. I'll sleep in the green room, but I'm gonna do a show. I need to get paid. I need to go up. No matter what, those classic stories ever that we can tell on the end was that they don't fucking know what they used to have a phenomenal week. You know, when he went down there, he ran into the obstacles, right? He used to run into it everywhere. And the people are fucking sweethearts. And you're doing a couple bumps here, next thing you know, you're the boy, and next thing you know, you're with that southern guy. And at 6 in the morning, he's taking you all over doing bumps. The Mexican restaurant, he had a fucking beer out of a coffee cup. And one of the nights, Felipe, one of the legendary stories that Felipe got the hotel room, the tranny, the whole fucking deal. Lights the curtain on fire, you know, just classic Felipe. Monday, he goes all fucking day. And Monday night, he shows up at this most famous open mic. And unconsciously destroys the fucking room. And Kayla just destroys the room. That if there was Facebook, they would have rumbled all over the man. I don't know what I said, but it was funny, man. Oh, you went off. I had 20,000 calls the next day. People were like, are you fucking even Pete? Yeah, it was bad, yeah. Like the hotel room on fire. I said that was one of the most amazing fucking things I ever saw. And what made it more amazing is that you had been up for fucking 30-something fucking thousand hours. I've been up since Friday, man. Jesus Christ. Friday at 2 in the morning, man. I've been working. Like that's the sound. Waiting for it, man. I'm happy to be alive, man. Don't forget about me, man. I know what was going on that night on Monday. That comedian, man, the one that was touring with Cher, he was really cool to me that night. Like, he really, like, one thing I remember was that he was an American comedian, and he said that you could spend the night at my house if you need a place to stay, and he stood with me. I was like too fucked up to ignore him, but he was real cool. It was, Tommy John, something like that. Yeah, it was Slade's friend, Tommy. He toured with Cher. Listen, bro, that was a great comedy scene. Tommy John, very proud that I got to go through that scene. At that time, I used to go to Boston, which it was the hardest market to go. Oh my God. And I would work the cop car. I remember the kid, of course, you left. I would work around 93 and then go to Boston and shoot down to the big one, Faneuil Hall. And I would do all those rooms, you know. I was a very fortunate man, but I had, Jesus Christ, up in Milwaukee. I went home. You had nothing holding you back. I had nothing holding me back. I knew I couldn't see my kids, you know. Then I go, I was the same fucking was like, I was like, I couldn't see my kids, you know. I know I had child support hanging behind me. You know, I was like, you have to work out, brother. Like, cash. I remember, man, like, this guy paid me a check. I said to him, man, what till you get up in the morning? Because we're going to get this shit up when the bank opens. No, what do you mean? No, we're going to the bank. You're going to walk in with me. We're going to get this check. Then I get open no fucking account. I need to work cash. Remember the Malachi trying to give me the check in Santa Maria? I was showing up the other brother's ass, fucking up on the cash. I was pissed. They were nice guys. I talked to Joe all the time on the phone. He's a fucking gentleman. I needed cash, bro. Like, I know we all lived off of cash. You know, we're getting Dutch Canadian. I fucking saw, man, my blood was boiled in those days. If I already called Julie and said, like, I got a gig at 8. Worst case scenario, I'll be on at 10:30. I'll be by your house 11:15. Make sure you're there with that fucking coke. If I already told you that, and I went down to Felipe's and he gave me a check, my blood would fucking boil because that would slow me down completely. That means I'd have to go to fucking Hollywood and Wilcox, park the car, walk all the way around, get a ticket, try to cash the check, get the ticket validated. Go back, you fucking crazy 11:30, man. You ready to snort that coke? And I'm parking, driving on Hollywood Boulevard on Wilcox, getting caught in fucking traffic on a Saturday night. My blood was boiling. Me too, man. Up until 2010, if you booked me at a show, you had to be there at the hotel room, and you had to put your own fucking name, and you had to put your own credit card. I had none of that shit. I had no debit card. I couldn't put a deposit at no hotel. So every time I did a show, the promoter had to check me into the hotel because I had no credit card. I had no debit either. So the hotel was always on the promoter's name. For years, I checked the hotel with Joe Rogan, and he would put his card down for me. He told me, you don't go if you fucking charge me $100, I'll tell you. And then, no, I don't look at the account anyway, so don't worry about it. But I would never charge anything, but that was the same boat as you, dog. I didn't have an ATM card for years, and if I did, it was always minus. It didn't matter. And I got an ATM card that kept it afloat. That always had like 3120 in it, 2850, you know what I'm saying, like those numbers. Like I always had less than $40 and more than 20, you know what I'm saying. I had a check cashing card. From where? From, I don't know who, Nick's or one of the major ones. And I used to catch my checks. Well, I had them too. I remember struggling. I was still on file. I would go to the place. I would catch my check at the one up there, South Central, the last one they have before the airport. You know, try to catch my check to have enough money to go to my next gig and now eat. But actually, one time I had to cash my check, and the one on check I played with Lisa, my wife, and as soon as I cashed my check, I just handed her all the money right there, so she could go ride and get a fucking pay me the rest. I was given another check right before I was flying out to pay the rest. But we don't have to worry about that right now. Listen, man, you should be very proud of yourself. You know, I did that was at the Dodge game with my daughter and a bunch of kids. And I thought about I saw the guys selling hot dogs and selling ice cream. And I thought about it, I showed you what seats I were into all the way to the top. With the $15 seats. And they were enjoyable, but you really can't see the fucking field when you're an old man like me. You can't see the ball, they got no fucking teleprompter. No, there's one you can't see, you fucking Dodger Stadium, Jack. Yeah, you look at the other game. Yeah, you're only looking at the fucking teleprompter for an instant replay. Besides that, there's no teleprompter. So I saw these guys delivering sodas and hot dogs with ice cream. And I said, fucking Felipe was doing this 30 years ago as a kid. I was selling souvenirs, bro. Super fucking souvenirs. Get your programs, pennants, Dodger Koala. I know right now, after his special on HBO, he's gonna be one of the biggest comics in the world. It started right here. Who knows? He knows where this comedy first developed. It was like me going to prison. That's where you develop the toughness to talk and get out to a crowd. And, you know. But listen, man, don't want the church family. If you don't have HBO, how do you go to HBO to film anybody in the league?
Yeah, you can do it on any mobile device. You can do it on TVs, and you can do it without a TV box. It's like $20 for a month. I think you can do even a shorter period of time.
You know what? It's time you start watching that world. Anyway, see, Miles is good. And Miles will watch Felipe's special. So I started up and watching the Deuce. And you got fucking Bill Law. You got a bunch of other shit on HBO that's fucking tremendous. Don't believe that, bro. HBO's still fucking good. I watch HBO a lot. I have an HBO back in the body too things. I watch HBO fucking a lot more than I watch anything else. Let's say go visit Insecure. Yeah, my wife watches Insecure. Come on, get it together. HBO's still fucking throwing heat, alright? Saturday night, 10 o'clock. Check your local fucking listings. As my brother told me about. We talked about our history. See, motherfuckers know. This is real. This is two guys who came up together. Addiction. We could be into 2 in the morning just depressed. I don't want you to think about getting depressed. I want you to think about your possibilities. And we run the whole way we're in. Yeah, man. Make it whatever you want, man. But it's not my ways at this stage, bro. This is gold. But this guy here, this guy's the guy you should be watching. Do me that favor, he pays Spartan number 2. Do not forget Pittsburgh Improv Saturday late. It's sold out already. You got 4 shows. Don't fuck around. Don't call me going Joey. There's no time. I told you fucking Wednesday on the podcast. And I told you fucking Monday with Jim Norton. Don't fuck with me already. Listen, number 2.
Let's say you try to make it Mr. Holidays and decide
you're gonna make resolution to what
decide to put in a little extra water it makes the biggest difference. But how much water do you use?
If you don't like it, you have to return it. You'll be 100% money back guarantee. You like the Alpha Brain, you're thinking about lifting. Oh man, what's the protein? Beautiful, digestive, easy, nice. The best chocolate you've ever tasted. 2 scoops with water. A couple ice cubes, your fucking brand new, maybe a banana, something like that to carve up. You don't have no fucking idea how you live in, you understand me? The strong bone, the fucking shroom tech sport, and the shroom tech meal. If you're a fucking traveler or something, I travel, Jack. You know, you like me coming in the house every fucking week. This is like taking care of myself. And I fucking take the shroom tech immune. So just in case I got fucking weird people around me, I don't catch them all up there, you understand? Who knows where they've been swimming somewhere, or doing dirty shit. My point is, go down right now. Go down there right now. Take a look at the great supplements they have. From the fucking turkey meat sticks. It's on. It's on. Go down and take a look at what they got. If you like something, go to the box and press it. Carrot, C-H-U-O-C-H. Get 10% off the limit to your motherfucking house, okay? Don't forget it's football season. Go to my B-A-G. Don't match whatever the fuck you're going there, okay? Who's better than that? What's it called for that? I believe it's church. There you go. And that's how we're rolling. And we love you, motherfuckers. Have a great fucking weekend. We'll talk to you motherfuckers next Monday. Do not forget my brother, Felipe Esparza, teach me fucking a whole Saturday. I need people to fucking join on Friday. Yeah, man. And do what fucking black people do to suit after a wedding. They bring it back on Monday. And say it didn't fit. Say you don't like it. I don't know. I'll be a decent American. Join HBO. Get some holidays. What do you got? I got my dates for a tour. Did I mention them? Absolutely. I'm going to be at Stevie's in Nashville. Oh, shit. Next week, club. Yeah, we know that. Yeah, you got weed everywhere, bro. All right. And then the following, the same week, I'm also going to Huntsville, Alabama. That's a good one. So you got your ladies on Wednesday. And until Thursday, brother. Yes. So if everything goes right, I'm going to be at the Edmonton, Alberta, Canada the following week at the It's called Punchline in Edmonton. Beautiful. In Canada. Check it out, Canadian motherfuckers. Go check it out. I'm bringing around Jigger Tours. I'm all shit. Solid. You might do a Canadian podcast over there. And I'm doing the Humphreys by the Bay in San Diego, California. It's on October. The following day, I'm going to Reno, the Silver Legacy Casino. Get all the information on Felipe'sWorld.com. Also, I wanted to mention that I'm going to release my album, The Company's Mention on vinyl. The fact is on vinyl. Yeah, it'll be on vinyl. It'll be released on November 30th. It'll be a double album. Double record album because I know 1 hour, so we just put it up in 15 minutes each side. So it's gonna be a collector's item, you know, and also come with a little one of the little things where you get
said that 80 years before the
little chip, one of our
Rollins came in, they started
US maker. Yeah, so it'll be a collector's item album, November 30, and then after the following day after the special airs, it'll be on everywhere. HBO, HBO Go, HBO Latino, and maybe you could order it on Amazon, I don't know. There you go, cocksuckers, all in one fucking thing, alright? I'll see you motherfuckers in Pittsburgh next week. Thank you very much for having a podcast. Thank you, Church of What's Happening on Instagram for supporting me, even when I'm not a podcast. They asking me, when are you going to be the podcast? So we're working on it now. Also, anybody looking from Church of the What's Happening family, and the other one that Redman has, his people, those got back too, man. You got it, bro. Yeah, man. That's what Nashville, that's what Montreal, you know what's up, brother? Stay black, cocksuckers. Have a great weekend.
field has to be
A
burned.
little heck of a ball off.
The second thing is dirt
Whatever
and
the fuck it
football.
is, this is tremendous.
The
So,
third thing is holding
Leo,
on the earth. It's right from the middle side of it.
imagine for that.
Find and clean the street. So it's tummy, touch it. If you touch food, fruit, to spittle, you have to assume that came from a zog, and you have to burn the truma. And finally, may bread life. Yossi says that you burn this truma in Rishus HaYachid, even if you're not sure that you touched it, even though it's a spec. Let's say it came, you're not sure if it came from a chutzlar, so you're not sure if there's a bone in there, and you're not sure if you touched it. Double spec. Since it's in Rishus HaYachid, you burn it. Chacham say in Rishus HaYachid, you don't eat it, you don't burn it. And Rishus HaRabim, it's tar, because some Rishus HaRabim is tar. Now, why did they make a xera on glassware? Because glassware is created from sand, and sand is similar to what we create earthenware from. If so, how can you put glass in a mikvah every time? The answer is you can't. The only time you put glass in a mikvah is if it has a hole in it, and you fill the hole with lead. Now we're looking at a kli that's made out of lead. Like Rameir says, anytime you have a maimin, something that makes it function,
Welcome to the church. What's happening now? It's brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Are you hiring? Do you know what a bullshit job to find the best candidates? No, you don't. Do me a favor. Go to ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/church. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church. Number 2, Onnit.com. The best supplements, period. From Shultech Sport, Alpha Brain, M-Force Protein, it can't fucking go wrong. Go to Onnit.com/church.
The glassware
You
and
get
how in some ways it's
delivered
similar.
right to your motherfucking
And how in some ways it's similar to metalware when it comes to Talmud. There are 5 differences between metalware and earthenware. The first one is take the licheres. If the licheres is flat and the metalware is flat,
Are you
licheres
fucking
is
kidding
not
me or
metalware.
what?
Metalware is metalware. In this case, glass is similar to licheres. Earthenware. Second thing is that earthenware is not metalware. From the outside, if you touch a shirt, it's the outside of the thing. It's not metalware. Whereas metalware is metalware. In that, glass is similar to metal. We're going to discuss why that is. Third halacha is that if earthenware or metalware have a hole in it chemically, that makes the tumah go away. What happens if here the hole? If it's earthenware, the tumah does not come back. If it's metalware, the tumah comes back. And if it's glass, the tumah does not come back like earthenware. Fourth halacha is tefillah. If you take a clean that's coming, it's earthenware. It does not become hole. If it's metalware, it doesn't come back. If it's glass, it does not become back. And finally, the fifth halacha is the concept of earthenware
Jewish Gumbo, East Side,
sherets without
the man of steel, Mr. Ron White.
the earthenware becomes tough, whereas metal does not become tough. Another halacha, once a kli is tummy, from a fruit that's tarred into the airspace, all the earthenware kli becomes tummy, whereas in metal it does not become tummy. Glass is like metal; it does not become tummy into the airspace. But why is it that glass is kind of big it's outside? If glass is similar to earthenware, it should not be metal. The answer is because glass is similar to metal. The fact that if glass breaks, melt it down, make it new glass, just like you do to metal. Melt the metal and make it clean. So in some ways, glass is similar to metal. Now why is it that if you repair a hole in glass, it does not become tummy? That is like earthenware. Should be similar to metal. The answer is because the concept of repairing and recapturing tumah is drama. And the whole idea that glassware is coming is drama. That's drama. That doesn't go. We don't do drama on one item. Now, why is it that glassware is that? It's not the kind of tumah, just like earthenware is not the kind of tumah. The answer is because glassware is drama. And therefore, glassware touches tumah, not burn it. Just let it hang. As is, let it destroy itself, but you don't go with your hands and burn it. There are only 6 things that you burn, like we discussed yesterday, such as dirt that comes from putzlars, that we burn truma, Rav Rothschild says, glassware in fact is exactly like earthenware. Besides the fact that glassware becomes tummy if you touch the outside. Why is that? Because glass is see-through. So the outside has the same halacha as the inside. Just like the inside of the
you know, I want to be part of that. I don't want to hang out with this. Walk in.
middleware, that's the conclusion. Shouldn't should have along and said that middleware, if it has a part, is the right system. Here the whole should have said captures the original tumult and waves. The story was should have sister.
I had a place up in Montecito, California, where it is
all the dishes became tummy too less means somebody died at the meal. And they only had tummy crude oil. Instead of waiting 7 days for all the vessels to become hard and go through the whole process of sprinkling them on the third day and on the seventh day, they had a great idea.
If I don't go out and do that every night,
Every single one of the
I feel like I'm here for no
and send
reason.
them to a professional to repair. Says Bishop yourself.
You
That's
know,
another
it
one.
makes me fucking
People are
feel
going to
out
forget the
just to
whole
go
concept
out, let people love me. You know, you give me,
It's easy to hear it.
let them love me. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm fucking love on me.
What if Rabbi Rothschild said at that time that all tumas, even tuma sherets, for instance, and you repair the kli, the tuma is recaptured. We don't have the idea that people might forget about the fatos, the fatos, and tuma sherets. Two answers. Abai says, because perhaps we're concerned that people won't put the margin of hole in the kli instead of it being decided to do less than a pound. Rava says, but we're concerned because even if you put a kli in a mikvah and it's dark, you still have to wait until nightfall. Whereas if you poke a hole in the kli and then you repair it, you can use it immediately. So people might come to think that you put a kli in the mikvah, you don't have to wait for that. So Shimon Shalom was talking, no, repair a kli, it's not even clear. What's the difference between a bite and rubber? In a case where a person
Well, you know, just
slightly out and started,
it's such a
in that case, nobody's going to confuse that and say, oh, you don't have to go to the mikvah, you don't have to wait until nightfall after you go to the mikvah.
they're just not very, they're way more fucking
People might think
brain
they don't
surgeons
need
than there
a
are
full share
people
of
that make
power
for a living doing stand-up comedy. You know,
We're
it's
discussing the 18
culture.
halachas that the halacha
And
be shot
I
at
find
versus
the
the
most hard, not always,
so
the
far
most hard.
denied.
There are people I can fucking hang with.
And
You know,
during the
because
Mishnah,
we know the same people, we've had the same experiences, you know, most of us that have
and now
ever rode our ass off the Norfolk Road.
and that is
And,
the
you know,
concept
so
that
it's just,
to have 40
especially
salt
the stores.
Yes, it is.
There's a place, I don't know, nobody knows this, or maybe you do.
Before you get to the
But in stores, their place for me is to smoke weed and be who they are. And they've always embraced the insanity of the stand-up comedians. They've always known the best was the craziest fuck. And so they're like, let's make the craziest fuck
a very
spot.
large vest,
And
a
let
very
the craziest
small.
fuck people have a place to be while they're doing stand-up. And that's why, you know, like a prior, they built a fucking glass piano for him to do blow-off up. Like, if you're going to be crazy, please, be crazy here. And tell jokes on our funny face. And that's why Carla and Kiss and,
If it didn't rain,
you know, all the devils.
clouds in the sky. You think it's going to rain, but
You
it
know,
didn't rain.
they all came up over here. You know, the angels that came up over and everybody. So
That's
I usually gravitate toward. I love working with clubs.
If there are no
And
clouds in the
luckily, not
sky,
everybody can.
everybody
You know,
agrees
but
that's not
you
considered my
know,
You have to have that.
it's a blast. But
It's the thing I want
if
to
you go
capture
to
the water.
improv and go, hey, we're going to smoke some weed. They're like, we have to actually stand on Melrose Avenue. You have traffic to do it. That's what we got worked out for.
Before the Shabbat, since I had the cover my
You
truck,
know, they hear
right,
you.
it's
They
a
hear
wrong
the story.
cloud,
Park
but
your
then
car
the Shabbat remains, and therefore this water is
walk
mentioned.
on in.
Where the Mesilah, it's not considered.
It was the
And
first
the
time you got a
halacha is
bus
like the Shabbat because they counted how many people there were. There were more Mesilah than still.
well, they call it the fucking bomb.
That's not one of the In fact, I love like this. What is one of the The fact that all see girls, even one day old, are considered equal. Because people don't believe that a girl under the age of a toilet can become a leader. So we cannot trust the person. Therefore, it's clear that all person really does wonderful day.
Really? Yeah, no, so watch everyone. So I'm going to an audition for one person, which is so humiliating. There's one person there with their arms crossed, and I've got 4 minutes of shit. You know, pure fucking unadulterated crap.
If a person were to take any vessel and put it over the dead body, that thing becomes common as a bite. That thing doesn't have to have a shear to be the size of it.
White comic and
If you want something in the room,
Rise and run something.
in other words, anything under the same ceiling as
Like
the
it enjoys the comedy
the ceiling
style
be at least
Broadway. I walk
either
through the stage.
as
You know,
one
like,
of the 18
I think
halachas that we constantly talk about.
styling.
Is the
This
halacha
lyrics is fine.
the
I
ceiling is
didn't
not
expect it to say styling.
if you're holding on to the ceiling. In other words,
But I did okay for my performance.
Try an animal.
But the next week, and then nobody was
Sure,
there.
it's not as far as exactly a
But it went so well. I thought I was going to go cocky. You know, first show cocky. And so the next week, like, only 3 weeks later. That's how good the set was.
Therefore, they instituted that
So I told my friend,
rather than making him come in
and I just went on
until
stage
they've
and
been
drank
because
a
our
mile
day
more
was
fucking
over
spur.
the dead body. The dead body is like, yeah, but
Drank out before me. I froze up.
and the
It was
person
awful. It was the worst thing. I don't think anything ever happened worse after that.
But people might get confused. They'll say,
That was
wait,
so
even a full-fledged
absolutely
7-day coming
that I was like, man,
only
all
has to go
my
to the midnight. That's the day. There is no such thing as 7 days.
friends.
Therefore,
And your friends are trying to laugh, but it's really not
supposed to
funny.
be for one
So
day.
they're making that
I'll
sound. That's the way the sister
force my
was.
son to tell us. It's
It's
impossible.
not a laugh. You can't, if it's not funny, you can't make yourself fucking laugh at it.
Go
You
on
go,
the shoulder.
what year was this?
Child over.
86. Oh my God, what was going
And
on?
that in return made him
All over the place comedy.
Don't be dumb. They tell me.
No, you know, no, they were, that was pretty much the
Fun and always getting confused.
middle of the boom, I guess. You know, there was 4
That
clubs
doesn't hold us
and
one of the 8 bonus. We have
and
another. So he's gonna help,
Dallas.
like we said the other day.
So
The nice exclusive.
I figured it out. I'm
All
Florida
daughters
on a couple levels. But one of
they all
them,
have 2 last.
I saw that was an MC job, not an opening act
There's another.
job. So if you were really
That's how wait,
dedicate yourself to becoming
average grapes
a really good master of ceremonies, you
and
suck.
some
If you're
grapes.
if you memorize the announcements and you know who's coming next week and you make it look like a show, then you'll probably get more work than these guys that are just back there looking at your stupid little horrible jokes and they're like pulling out pieces of paper and
They'll try to save that
and
juice.
so I'm like, well, you know, fuck show business when I'm back in Slicker. Maybe that helps get you on stage. So that's what you need to stage. You know, how do you get on stage? How do you stay on stage? How do you, where do you have to go to get on stage? If you're not willing to do whatever the fuck it takes to stay on stage, then it won't work anyway. But if
They
it do,
embarrassed him to put it like a student, and he forced him to agree. There. Another where it says the name of Tubby Rijba. Tubby is
they put me on stage when I was
says the name of Shmuel. That if you take
I would go to these restaurants and
the kite instead of
hotel for the
burning it,
restaurant. I would set up a
can't say anything.
competition. And first place would be dinner for
Because there's
2.
rumor that comes out.
And I would only invite comics that I was funnier than.
Why is that?
If you were funnier than me, you weren't going to hear about this competition.
He's going to
Because I wanted the fucking food. You know, I didn't, that meant something. That was like, you know, $16 worth of stuff. And,
wrong way.
you know, I did a real,
Right now. No way.
you know, fucking that.
Another one of the 18 laws where the side of like the shop. If a person
You know,
is
so I
walking
had
there,
to kind of learn how to set up games that way. So,
in their eyes, he's allowed to walk less than 4 hours.
talking about $300 for first
Walk
place,
another less than 4 hours.
whatever.
And do something which is home.
And then eventually I got good stuff.
Concerned that he might take more than 4 hours. We'll be over there.
Well, just start
Say
featuring
it,
how
get
well.
it to the guy. Let the guy. Usually you're not allowed to do so.
I started featuring.
The guy.
I got a phone
Another
call
one
one
of the
day
18 laws that says,
from
guys are
the funny bone in Arlington, Texas.
red of a guy,
Sam Kinnison,
the oil of a guy, the wine of a guy,
Dallas
the
County
daughter of a guy.
Convention
In other
Theater
words,
for a
this
makeup
is
show. He'd already visited. He'd already came.
all of these 4 laws are considered.
So Carl was Tulabo was
Because
rehab.
I guess we don't.
They
Doesn't
really hadn't
hold,
thought about it.
but one of the laws
Show.
is catching
So they called the improv day show,
rainwater and creating manchuma. So we say that the nice person is one of the 18.
Ron White's pretty funny. And,
Still missing one.
I wish I could
Nice person,
tell
he
you what
counts as
it
one of
was.
the 18. If he counts nice
But I
person as
think
one of the
maybe 2
18, not
years
Shuma,
or
how does he get to 18?
something.
You want to
No,
tell
we
us
had 15 minutes.
Zero,
It said that
a
was a 20-minute job. So when they said 20 minutes, I was like,
they have a lot of plumbing results.
so it wasn't very long. Get
Every
into it.
result. But it's
And,
the claim have a lot of results.
I got down there and with my
Their children, the
my
shots
first
are
wife, Lori and Alex Ramundo.
According to her mayor,
My dear friend for 30
you
years
must say
to this day, we're going to work
that
together tomorrow.
the two halachas
Or last week.
of food that becomes coming through and vested of
So say how it's 2006, I had played more than
they are
that's all I played.
this mayor has
But they're packed,
now we are done with the sugi of Tuba, starting a brand new sugi.
So
Says the Mishnah,
his brother was there.
we're dealing with Shmisas Peilah. That is the concept that you're not allowed to have your property on Shabbos according to the Mishnah. And therefore,
He's
let's say you take
there's nobody else back there, but they have a sort of 6-pack of beer
and let it soak before Shabbos. That's how we love on Shabbos. That would be also the rice.
bunch of stuff.
And so
But
to
nobody's there.
to soak your
So he's
different
hungry.
different vegetables.
And he goes, Sam's.
When we shaman, if you want to do so, you have to make sure that the luck is full before Shabbos begins. When the silver as long as you put it in 1 minute before Shabbos, that's okay. When you shaman,
Start yelling at you.
you cannot
And trying to
set out a
get you off
trap
stage.
before Shabbos unless you have enough
No,
time for
they
that.
just want to see Sam's. So whatever happens, don't take it like personal.
You're not allowed to put it in
And I'm like, okay, all right, okay.
wool until now.
And I go out there.
It's also to the rice, making the wool
That was so strong.
unless you have enough time to hit it before
16
Shabbos.
minutes. And,
Finally,
only
the
14 minutes of
You're not allowed
stuff.
to sell
But I
something for
murdered
white
it.
before Shabbos unless you have
Just
enough time to
absolutely
get it.
killed.
You're not allowed to load them up before Shabbos.
I was looking over the side, and I was hoping that would be more time to say to it there.
1 minute.
All right, that's my grab good. Some of them,
Shaman,
oh,
holding sooner before Shabbos. It says on time.
laugh stop
It
for
says
that
on
show.
time. Shulman Leal says, go to Shulman Leal. It's the same of Philip. Shulman Leal says his father used to give white clothing to sheets of had to go 3 days before.
Sam's still out there, so
One of them, everybody can find that a lot of them were allowed to do on Shabbos. Others were not. This is the rights of Shabbos, such as putting a weight on your grapes because the grapes are already crushed. But you want to eat them. You want to take the
three levels pull up,
store them,
back there. As soon as Sam gets
that
there,
you're allowed
his
to do
body
it
guard
before
gets
Shabbos.
me.
You
And he
don't have
goes,
enough time because
Mr.
it's on Shabbos.
like to meet you.
That's over there. Right,
So
so
back in the back.
it's wonderful.
There's 2 rooms in this little dressing area. We get people in the front and there's a private room in the back, and it's just Sam and a hooker, I guess. And he's got a big old pile of blood and some of the rocks stuck in it. He's banging it on the table. He's working on it. He's frustrated. He can't get what he wants out of the end of the pile. And then finally it clumps up and he gets out of there and a big old pile. And he goes, heard you killed him, cowboy. And I go, yes,
Shabbos
Sam,
has
that's
a chance
very
to discuss
incredible.
the Mishnah.
Have fun.
How
about a cup of coffee?
Before Shabbos, unless the process is up before
Yeah,
Shabbos.
yeah, okay. All right.
The Shaman whole only is also to do before Shabbos is something that's also to do on Shabbos.
Rail of
Now,
blood.
soaking heat
And then
doesn't
face a heart
involve
attack.
any
And nobody believed it but me. And
Therefore, the
he
Gemara
did. He fucking was on his back, grabbing his fucking heart, just fucking shaking. And it was like going in. Because I know I would have died if I'd have done that one instead of the one I did. And,
even if you choose water
and then he
to
hops up
ashes,
laughing.
according to
He
the
goes, let me
books,
show you how to do
he
this.
showed
And
this
he
with
goes
food.
upstairs and just
The
pounds
dough. Take the water
out
and
of
throw it in your hand.
So,
Some Mishnah doesn't work with this. What's the even Yossi with his mid.
so
In
afterwards,
an object, in an item that doesn't require
demon on
such
his
as
shut, demon and
and such as
devil.
ashes. You don't have to
No, I
just
demon
introducing
and
the water is
devil.
enough. So why does
The
your
angel
Yossi say
was all
they
the
have to meet
representatives from the club.
The answer is perhaps
Let's go out to dinner.
he said,
We'll have
offer. And we're reading it
nice discussion about your comedy career. Or one show. The other show was Tennessee.
There are other
Let's go to a titty bar and order some cupcakes.
You let him make
I'm like, yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow,
water
right?
from a water source.
So that's what we
You feel, even though we'll continue on Shabbos,
And I didn't see
you let
him
it
get
put fragrance under your clothing before Shabbos, even though it's
That
on
was,
Shabbos.
that's where I
You
got
let it
the
put sulfur under your silverware in order to create some
enough to,
coloring for the silverware, even though it will
like I said, it was, yeah, no, 88.
Wow. In a water mill. There are 2 reasons given. Because the water mill makes a lot of noise.
Oh, yeah.
And that's not nice for
Amazing.
Shabbos. It's designed for Shabbos.
I hadn't seen
A machine working on Shabbos.
I don't think I had even
Another
seen,
reason the
well,
Gemara
no, I hadn't seen all
according to
this
the Bishop,
sexual
it's a concept called
reveal shit.
Shmisas Peilah. You have to have your pencils rest on Shabbos. I'm talking about Yosef. Even these little
It wasn't yours.
so why isn't the Mishnah Basil saying you let it put flags in an oven, you let it do all these things? Because all of those
Yeah,
things,
he built a bridge. A bunch of cows walked
the
across.
oven doesn't move. There's
And
no
that bridge, I'm going to name it bridges.
put fragrance under the
Bridge
clothing.
that people get genuine.
It's in a vessel.
You
The
just
vessel's
got
not
singing, you can still make it like.
What about
And I don't think anybody
trapping
knew
on
that before.
choppers? We still say
It's
we're allowed to have a situation where you trap traps and out on choppers. We must say that we're talking about traps that don't move, like a
just
hook for a
unpleasant.
fish,
And
or like a computer, like
his opinions
a certain basket that's shaped in a way
but
that
it was
fish
such a
goes in the
gifted
trap,
orator
the basket doesn't move.
that he
That's
could
what
still
the
fucking
allows.
hook you into it, even if you're like afterwards you felt dirty.
That's the Jesus case. This is only important to be shot.
That too.
And we shot it holding our rituals, even if the vessel doesn't move. Like an oven, like a vat for dying wood. But we need to explain how did the Shami allow one to light a candle, which will last in the Shabbos? How did the Shami allow to make food, which cooks over Shabbos? Or make beer, which takes 8 days. Which is
Oh yeah, I love this. Is number one.
must say, says the Gemara, all those things are partially makir, candles, makir,
There's no more working in a
barrel,
job.
makir, the spit,
You know,
whatever it is
I
that
got
will go in this pot.
I want really good at it.
The word tells us that it's usher to cook beans that take a very long time to cook. You must put them on the fire before Shabbos. And if you do so, it's usher for you to eat them until the amount of time that it takes you to cook. So if it takes you 12 hours to cook beans, you have to wait 12 hours after it's a Shabbos in order to eat these beans. The same would apply for cooking up a very large amount of hot water. You could say that this is also even according to the Bible, because you're called Shema Yechad. The problem is you might skip the coals, you might stir the coals and chop. Now when it comes to the fragrance and so forth, there is no problem of Shema Yechad, because if you stir the coals, you create smoke, which you're trying to do. What about flax in the oven? Also no problem. Remember, before the oven, you're burning your flax. That's the sense of the air will ruin it, and therefore there's no heat to it. What about dying wool? Dying wool, we do have an issue of Shani Yechad by silver. So there's a way to get at it is if you remove the pot from the fire, from the flame. But there's another issue. Even if you remove the pot from the flame, there's a problem with hadassah. You might stir the pot. The way to get over that problem is if you seal the pot with cement or something else. Now, this halacha of not being allowed to put meat, that's only meat. But meat, you are allowed to put meat on the oven before Shabbos. You're not concerned that since you're not able to eat it, you are not going to stir the coals, you'll forget about it, and you'll eat it. And the same will apply if you have food that's completely cooked. You're not put it on Shabbos. The only thing you're not allowed to do is stomach food. You're not allowed to put unless you introduce specific food, a piece of raw meat, then you won't touch that pot for a while. You don't have an issue of Shema.
She went during the daytime, she looked at the receipts.
There are two reasons that we said that help us with eating with stirring coals. One is if there's beer, the coals, whatever food you're doing, and the other is if you seal the oven, you seal the pot, then you don't have a problem of Shema Yechad. So if you have both of those reasons together, let's say you have the young
Alex, I mentioned Alex earlier. His
cooking
the reason he decided to go into
and you
stand-up
seal the oven in front of
was
everybody.
he was working as a bartender.
What if you have one of the,
And
according to one lashon,
he had
that's
to go do
exactly
something
what
at the condo, and the guys were at the pool on a Wednesday.
Actually, it's
Just
wood,
floating there and chatting
and
up the
according to
chick.
your differences.
What
if you don't have
like,
any of
that's
them?
what I want to do. I want to like by the pool on a Wednesday. I get up and drive someplace. Fuck no. I was a family. I knew it wasn't going to work. I knew it wasn't going to work. The issue is
The doors to the oven will be removed. However, if that's convinced that it's on directly on the coals, then that's a concern that you might.
Sam was a great guy. I would tell him he'd be a horrible salesman.
Adding to the mission, the more you're not allowed to lend something to God. You're not allowed to sell something to God. You're not allowed to give a God a present. If you God won't make it to his own home before God, it will look as if he's doing something for you. Amir La'akam is your shliach. It's still saying, as long as you can get to the house that's next to the wall of the city, in other words, he has a place where the place is idle. That's a people says,
usually when I play
so
Dave, you'll live around where you
as
do
long
say
as
around.
you leave your house,
Fort
that
Worth,
doesn't,
Dallas,
it's
the first guy.
the other thing, the Shammai holds that your field can be without hummus to destroy hummus. It exists, even if you sell it to somebody else, even if you sell it to the to make sure the guy eats the hummus. Amazing. You know for a fact, if you won't consume the hummus, you're not allowed to sell it. They still say no. As long as you can eat the hummus, you can sell the hummus. And look, it holds like Rabbi Shammai that you can't sell hummus to guy as long as you know that you're not going to the consumer. He says that's only 30 days before Pesach. But more than 30 days before Pesach, I'm not concerned. I mean, wonderful day.
2 days later, we got broken up that night. 2 days later, I'm outside waiting for a customer. It's crazy. I don't know what happened. But 10 years of my life, I was an assistant to the detective right the street. And so I think so. You need to be selling cars. You should be a standing car. Go fuck yourself.
Shabbos after tennis, permitted to feed your own dog on Shabbos and you let it give.
Will you give me a stand-up comic and a loser? So it's supposed to, I never know. I always sit there some nights thinking about what is man.
You're allowed to rent your kingdom, your different tools too.
That was the
Not
first.
just on Thursday, you're not allowed to. So on Friday, it looks as if you're renting it specifically
All right,
for
so now you're a feature actor. You're out there.
sending somebody
I
to
started
go.
comedy at
Sending
19.
a letter is much different than
3 years, I just sold
a letter,
dollars.
as
I told my friends, come to
explained,
my show.
has the writing of the
Show up at the
Therefore,
program,
there's
it's there.
following
And
along.
they would come, but now they have to go to the genius, man.
Oh
Oh my God, that's how you get people to show up. It makes you regional. Oh my God, you know, I would tell them, you want to have grandma, give them for 45 minutes, one rock, come to the program. Why? What's going on? Just show up there, I'll meet you there. They would walk in, they'd pay the fucking $5 to get in.
And now, the
They'd sit through the show, they'd do the comedy, and then they'd give the code with the value.
according to Basilo,
One,
you're allowed to send it even on their
night before I get into it,
you're not.
96, I finally started going
Now,
on the
on
road.
Erev Shabbos, if there's no
Coconut
feast
Grove, man,
stipulation, and there's no
Thank
diet,
you,
there
Cuban.
means
Cuban.
the mayor of the city. But
I worked in a lot.
it
Go
doesn't
fuck,
mean
I know.
that
Go
the
fuck yourself.
receiver of the letter has a permanent address,
Finally, that fucking the train
where
was out
the
because
gun
Sarah and I
will most likely find the
Because
receiver
the other
will
week
have to
for
travel
you, 2
any
weeks
further
ago,
distance.
Buffalo first, and I'm
You don't have those two.
Yeah, that was Alex's girl from the first night.
It's also
Buffalo, like,
similar.
what the fuck?
However, if in a case where there is the person does have a permanent address, but he didn't stipulate the fee, according to the Shammai, it's okay as long as the messenger, the goat, reaches destination. According to the city, doesn't need to reach his destination. As long as he reaches the first house by the city wall, that's okay. He can put it down there, and if he decides to go on his own any further, that's on his own. The halacha is, one should not embark ship 3 days before Shabbos. There are 5 reasons given. Shmuel brings it down in Rishon Taz. 2 of them are brought here. Places says it's similar to swimming. And Rabbi Rothschild says because it takes 3 days to overcome seasickness, it's not proper to over Shabbos. While one's mitzvah, it's mutter to embark the ship even less than 3 days before Shabbos. According to Rebbe, you must go over
People age and accelerated rate.
I'm only embarking the ship on condition on top
First
on
off,
Shabbos.
everybody
And
was
the says
fuckable.
okay, and
The guys were fuckable, the girls were fuckable, everybody was cute.
Shimon
But
says you don't have to
they're going at it on this blow, you get for almost nothing.
a very short trip. If you know you're going to reach your destination
Every
before
night,
Shabbos,
every single night, and I would only be there for like 5 days, so I would take a hit. But I come back here, and I didn't do a lot of blow outside there. I mean, I did some, I did blow, but I didn't get start shooting it balls. But when I was down there, I would fucking go. We spent it, we would do it. I don't know why, I just thought I'd do the stupidest shit when I'm
same
wondering.
amount of money for
Everybody wants to go see RuPaul, this huge gay bar.
What tricks are
They
up?
played like 2,000 gay men.
And Shimon said that his father never gave white laundry less than 3 days before Shabbos. In other words, it's much more difficult to do white laundry They call it
He does that song and it does It's Great to Be Gay and shit. Their cheerleader stuff and all that. The reason I really remember it is because like the ugliest dudes there hit on me. And I'm like, what?
You're
gonna send your little Rambo looking motherfucker over here with what? I know I'm kind of fat, but goddamn, I'm not gonna fuck you. I'm gonna crack the fucking safe. What was the whole Mexico thing? Why were you living in Mexico? Fucking the people who have a comedy club. It was.
Who does it go according to? God brings two sheep. You need to go according to the homes. But once it's on the process of pushing non-mature grapes before shops and other food shops. They're the key values. That's problematic because the religion says that and Rabbi Rothschild both agree that since it's illicit pushing, it's also to do. So there's another issue. Lord brings the Lazar says in the name of the honey that once you start crushing the honeycomb and the honey starts oozing out, you're not going to continue the process of chopping and benefit from the honey, and it's not concerned about the skin of the chop. That would be the same as in our Mishnah that you're allowed to once you start crushing the grapes, full chops let it continue on chopping. Although it's slightly problematic because honey starts out as a salad and ends up as a food, whereas grapes are a salad and you make them into liquor. However, that's not such a problem because Rabbi Lazar himself brought down in a price saying this exact same halacha as he said by honey. He says it regarding grapes. Yosef Hanina says that left like a stone that says you're allowed to put a heavy bean or a stone, grapes and olives that are not completely ripe, regardless. The famous machlokes except the Shabbos. Yesh Texas.
It's like a gated golf course trailer
You
park.
don't have to be so stringent
So it's kind of like a high trailer.
and Rabbi Yehuda says
But it was
not constantly
my
like
love
Yehuda
for
is
radio.
what you have to be super stringent. And Shmuel constantly like Shmuel, Gemara brings here four nafkamina. One case is if you have these reeds that you use in your olive press, the olive press doesn't work on chops. So these reeds are books according to Rav and not books according to Shmuel. If you set aside olive oil for your worker, this is salad, so according to Rav, the olive oil becomes up, Shmuel is not a part for your merchandise on your boat, according to Rav, a part cooked up, Shmuel is not. You're allowed to shut an animal on Shabbos. What if the animal is designated for milk, for eggs, for plowing, or even fruit? You have dates that are designated for commerce, for commercial use. You set it aside before Shabbos. According to Rav, they are muktzah. You're not allowed to change your mind and try to shut this animal on these dates.
From the U.S. back into Mexico, I was the only one going there with we. So we got away with it. I literally didn't have any idea where
the rest of the Shabbos. There's a Talmud that decided to pass in the halacha like Reb Shimon, even though the halacha is like Reb Shimon. He passed like Reb Shimon and they put him in there. Why? Because the story happened in the city. Rav was the Rav, and therefore it's not like it's and Talmud decided to pass it on their own. In what way do you save food from a fire when you're in a place that has an area of zeros? One task is that you have to take as many meals as you want, as long as you put it to one vessel. And the other one said, you can take as many vessels as you want for the food, as long as they fit into one vessel. And then tomorrow we're going to discuss the Mishnah of Ein Soylent Basar plates. Wonderful.
Eventually, I'm going out on the weekends with Jeff, and so I go play Flat Challenge to Houston, from Houston to Atlanta, and Jeff, at least Jeff, and then we go do, probably 3 cities in 3 days. And it was just you and Jeff.
Shabbos are fun to do. Every Shabbos, one is not permitted to roast.
Yeah,
unless able to roast it before Shabbos. What does that mean?
And then every once in a while,
it's a shear, what actually means a third dozen for the Rambam 50%.
And
Once we're talking about
and then also when I told the people at the Funny Bone to go eat a steamer bowl of fun, 6 months later they were going, well, wait a minute, we'll pay you the money. So then, I'm working with Jeff. So Jeff's paying me $1,500 a show. So that's way more money, and he did it because he loved me.
You can leave it on the flame when Shabbos comes in, and we're not worried about Shehiyah, even though you don't have
now I can
to interview the coals, and you didn't sprinkle the
So I
coals
go up to him and I'll fly back on Sunday.
You learned in the Mishnah, you don't put bread in the oven before Shabbos,
Go back and
unless Harvard Banana
laugh up loud.
has a nice color, or the outside of the bread. Lezer means not only the outside, but also the part that lays on the oven.
Yeah, right.
We learned yesterday, a long ago,
I lost my virginity.
here, actually, the oven will hold the meat, so therefore we're not necessarily going to open
She
the
was
door
overweight and her
scoop
teeth had no general direction or color, but she was well within her budget.
on the
Is that why you got kicked out of the Navy?
oven.
You said that, and I just never heard that before. That you were bad at the Navy. I've never heard like, oh, like I think I'd be bad at the Navy.
Really,
For different reasons.
really bad.
It's not cut up into pieces. It's also
You know, I just had this, I had this thing with drugs.
any harm, and it would be concerned. But because you have
I
other
grew
people
up
there,
in, from a little bitty
but the
town.
initially, the base I might get was a fire warm on the animal's feet. You're allowed to start the fire right before Shabbos.
Just, you know, Haight Ashbury was going on in LA when Alan Landing was
Outside of
going
this, I mean,
on.
that's not what is the so what are you given?
Alan
I
Landing
put
in
it
Houston.
says the survivors publish with Satan. There's no
It's
issue
huge. If you see in Houston,
like the fire.
and my parents
I think there's
would take it. I mean, literally days. They're big ass people tripping their fucking brains out, just wandering around acting goofy. And my parents used to take us down there to look at them like they were the zoo animals. And I was like, well, I think they're having fun.
It was like a learning moment, like don't end up like these people. Or
Yeah, so
outside of the base of industrial, the sheer is that it has to grab most of the wood. What does that mean?
just an odd childhood, you know, but for one year I've been chasing lizards in this
Every
little bitty dirt
piece of
town.
wood, you have to have a majority of that
Houston,
on fire. And if you shmuel it just
time
leaves,
where,
like,
you know,
it's
America
there's
is
nothing, you
probably
have to bring
one
small
of the
pieces
most
of wood.
interesting periods politically and socially. It's pretty
Now,
goddamn
we have
cool.
a great variety for shmuel.
I always
It's
had
like
a
the fire
lean towards
that you have to light the wick enough that the flame should go back up. In other words, it doesn't have
probably
to
talked to
get drugs
and
down.
that doesn't work in the Navy.
my hand on the CB was Captain Kidnapping all.
So according to Rav, it
Where were you
actually
stationed?
means that the fire
I was
catches on
stationed at
most of the circumference. Another shot
Pearl
is
Harbor,
most of
and
the actual piece of wood, the
so we went
thickness of
on
the
the
wood, the
Western
thickness
Pacific
of the wood.
cruise, and then I got busted.
So let's be both.
And
Most of the thickness and the
8
circumference.
of us out of only 76 people.
Now you have to burn. Because say something says the possible the esfabah, the fun of the virus. Rav says that
Seriously. And you know what the thing is? It was either heroin or paint. I just like getting fucked up. And the heroin, they were snorting it. Like a mansion that would get that table so fucked up they couldn't fucking
they
see.
don't need
And I acted. I was like Clapton.
and if you're in a bubble, they need that most of the material that should
But it never was a big junkie. You know, I got busted hair.
they
I
need
got
the
sense
right
of
with this together.
table drug
Together,
rehabilitation
it's
center.
actual place.
Where Mark
Ramana
California.
says, like Ramana
And
when it comes to
there, I got discharged
so
from
Ramana
the
says the
Navy.
same thing.
And
By Conan, when
the
they're
commander
in
of the base at Miramar,
a right,
well,
and
I
when
would be
they're together
discharged.
in a vessel
Called
in a
me
basket,
the
they need
hole in our
right.
national
So
last
it's exact
defense.
opposite. And Ramana in this case says, like,
What were you counting on me for? The fuck thing?
these are things that don't need a right majority fire. We're talking about Zephet, which is pitch,
Where did you grow up?
references
Where
sulfur,
City Houston, you said?
cheese,
So
shad,
from Houston to 19 and
hash,
why?
straw, bubba,
It's
stuff.
amazing you always
Whatever it
look
says
like that. Seems like
that the trees above it don't need.
Well,
What
you
is
know
that?
what we
Because it
started
says,
doing?
you see later on, it's a branch of a
started
cedar tree
acid
that's
in
dry
high
and
school.
thin, and it has like a woolly substance that adds flavor. It doesn't mean
The first
that
time I did it, I was in high school in San Diego.
With even a Shabbos candle,
this
you
guy was
have to
selling
light it
swing to paint
and make sure that it's
and I
lit.
had no
The majority
idea
of it,
what I
and
had in my
therefore small
hand.
pieces doesn't help.
And they were just buying
When
it.
Rabbi says this is fruit, Zaza. Zaza
But I did
is
have a
waltz.
tendency to like
That
pills and stuff.
finished
So I was
first
like, yeah,
parrot.
I'll try it.
Except the
But I
Shabbos.
didn't have any friends. I mean, I just got
How
there.
do you know if it's a Shabbos?
So I took 2 hits of this
You're
4
not
waves,
like
8 hits of
the whip
this
of
sick ass
which is
wind to
like you
paint
just
ass.
discussed. The
And
wool that's found in the city.
I was fucked up. I
You
didn't
can't
want
let
to
it
hit
place
78.
going through Rabbi
It was
Yossef's
the 8th
small
grade. I was
flags
fucked
going
up.
by
It's
flags that wasn't
yeah,
full.
man.
And let me call up.
And this
School
trip,
asked them,
so
Yavi asked them, what is it
part of it
called?
was really awkward because I
So
was
woolly
in this
substance,
hotel and I really
Ciceros, something like
laying
that.
on this
Everything by
couch,
Zero says it's Ushkira.
tripping my brain.
It's
I don't even know what's
very
happening.
inferior
You
type
know,
of stuff that comes from
it's pleasant for the most part, and I don't have to do anything
they call it
except enjoy it.
flossing.
Because I'm not
Well, it
bored.
says no, it's
With a couple other
the
people.
grain of
And,
it says the
and
Mishnah
so I
goes to
started
Seidah,
getting this
which means Achina, which is like the woolly substance from a willow tree.
vision of me
And
inflating.
Robin showed Abaya.
And
Abaya says that tree, a
take
willow
my
tree,
shoes
yeah, no, but
off and I
look at the part he showed, look, there's a wool, there's a substance, like almost like a wool in there that catches on fire. It says, well, this is a midbar. Shafra.
For hours,
Which is
I was there for
metal
15 minutes. We gotta take my
Braided
shoes
and they make
off,
wicks out of it.
put it back
Maybe
on.
you're afraid of it, that's not for the algae, but rather it's for the moss. Now, they added, some people added here, and wool. Our kind of says that here wool is not added because wool, as she shrinks, and here burns. Now, from here on out, are the oils that get out of it. And like with tar, which is pitch.
We just didn't like
Shavo is wax. Make out of the wax, since this is the category of oil, but not the category of which allowed to
nobody's got your
use as we do today.
yeah, so finally I go to Miami and I meet this character named Joe Chandler. And I went in there as a feature and I worked the first week and they really liked me. Then the second week somebody dropped out and they kept me. The first time I was there, I went for 3 weeks straight. For the 3 weeks I was there, they talked about you, the white guy from Cleveland. That's still in the game. Something happened. I think he works locally, Cleveland, whatever. Never knew who this was. I go back there again.
Shabbos that
2
Chofal,
years,
and
I do
this
all
is the
these
Mishnah
things. They told
for
me
wicks
what
that are
the
also used in Shabbos. These wicks are only used to make a candle out of them. You use it to make a bonfire, or for heat, it's mutter. You can't use a shemen kick. Give me a opinion. It says it's an word. It says it's cotton seed. And Rosh says this is the koya. Kick is each kind of yaina, the leaf of protected yaina. All these 3 things you cannot make oil. The issur of using wicks on Shabbos is because these wicks flicker and you might fix them. This is use the oils in the Mishnah because these oils are not very absorbed into the wick. Again, you come to fix. Now, if you added olive oil and now it works well, it's still also because you might forget to use the olive oil. Rabbi Will says the whole list of wicks that are also used, if you use them for flotation devices, the mutter. The only time it's also is if you use it to be a wick and use it for the actual fillet. Says Rab, melted fat and melted fish tender are also used. Now, if you add oil, it's mutter to use.
Janet Joplin. I know where she was from. She was from the museum.
However,
The worst museum
by
in the world.
themselves, they're also because
I
you
fell in love
might
with you. After that, I was like, wait a second, I have to
we don't make a double
understand.
tier. We don't say
There were 2
with
people.
olive oil, you might not use the olive oil and you might not melt it. That's
The first guy was Doug Stanhope in '96 in
all the
Seattle.
wicks that are
I
also
thought I got hit. I considered quit the next day. I still consider quit. I consider quit the next day. Like, I got to either do that.
It's
Or be
because
way better than me.
they
And
made
then
the
I
wicks
saw
out
you
of the
in
belt of the clay. The belt was made out of wool. How did they accept the answers? Because there's only on simple spaces
You
Sha'eva
had the
where
essence
the
of,
mitzvah
I
is
don't
not
give
the
a
right.
fuck.
However, there is a bride that says they made wicks for the menorah, which is the right out of the leftover clothing of the night. And the answer is
The cherry on the sundae.
which was made out of
That's the
wool.
way you have to be.
Here on out, the next three dots.
You can't go up to the lander. You can't go up there thinking about you're gonna
Bible
buy.
says all the oils that you're not permitted to use on Shabbos, you're not permitted to use on Hanukkah, Tuesday, and on Shabbos.
Because
The
that,
reason is
no doubt,
because on the weekdays we have a
when I
concept
came
called
back to LA,
Hafsa Zokta. If the flame of the menorah is extinguished within the shear of time, let's say you have to light the candle for half an hour. During the half hour is extinguished, well, should be lighted. So I'm concerned that perhaps he won't light it on purpose. He'll use a period product and he won't relight it on Shabbos. We have another reason. And that is because since you are permitted to use the light, you might use the light, and then you'll come, Shariat will fix the candle. Rav Yisrael says, for the weekday, you could use that light. Because Hafsa ain't something, you don't have to relight it. On Shabbos, you still have to concern you might fix the candle light, the candle because you are permitted to read. Rav says, you're allowed to use it for weekdays and for Shabbos, also as it was. Because Hafsa ain't something, we're not concerned. And on Shabbos, it's awesome.
really fun to watch.
And so we're not concerned of Shemayat. I heard this shot from Miriam, and he did it. Later on, he heard the shot in the name from Robin in the name of his judgment, and he accepted it. And he felt that. So I wish I would have heard this when I was younger. So younger, it's a concept called Miriam. So apparently, you know, when you're young, stays. But the mitzvah of their Hanukkah from Shkia until the time of Yom
that's what it was.
leave the marketplace. Now, remember, people that sell firewood and they stay in the marketplace last, and therefore that is revealed. In other words, if you didn't light your candles, you have all the way up until they leave to light. Or another shot is how much oil should one put in this menorah? Enough to last from Shkia until these people leave the marketplace. There are three levels of Mahadran in their hands. The basic level is one candle every single night for all the people in the house. That's all you need. On the 8th night of Hanukkah, one candle is allowed for everyone. The next level is Mahadran, that is one candle, but for every person in the house. And the third level is going to the Shabbat, the Levites.
The game show host.
Every single person in the house. Whereas only the Levites, Shammai say, you start out with 8. And on the second day, you go down to 7. And on the 6th day, you go down to 6.
So there's your huge
Shabbos 1, and you build up 1, 2, 3, 4. As far as the Gemara from Shammai, anyway, so the Gemara says, according to Shammai, you light as many candles as you have left in Hanukkah. So on the second day, you have 7 days left, you light 7 candles. The second Shammai, because on Sukkot, they started out with 13 cows, for abundance, 13 cows the first day of Sukkot. Second day is 12. So from Hanukkah, you go down. What he still as far as is that you light as many candles as days that went by. So on the second day of Hanukkah, 2 days that went by, you light 2 candles. Another Shammai says, Malam Bakar, you should always go up in Dusha. So you start with 1, you go up to 2 consecutively. If your house is open to the front yard, and that front yard is open to the surrounding light by your front door, outside of your front door, in your front door, go by your house by the door. If you live on second floor, you should light by the window, facing your surroundings. If it's time to come under your house, right outside, you go to the mitzvah lighting inside on your table, so you go provided you make a picture. This is your Hanukkah, not your regular usage.
I've never been to house all day.
Now, if you have a bonfire at home, you don't have to make it after obviously that small little part of the house, unless your other friend never uses a bonfire. Or does that? So it's only the day of this way. We make 8 days of Hanukkah, which you don't do a hesped and a Levaya, and you don't fast. What happened was, the Yvonne went into the table, and they were having all the oil.
It doesn't matter out here. I noticed that.
They found only one Shemin with the seal becoming metal, which should have only lasted for 1 day, but lasted for 8 days. And therefore, the Chachamim made Hanukkah where you say Hallel and you give the Shem, but you don't have any go. Halacha is,
so it was so huge.
And that spark, it's a fire, and you are fire. You have a candle loaded with cotton, and the cotton goes into a store and catches on fire, and the cotton creates a fire. That's your responsibility. If they put on fire outside of the store owner put his fire outside of the store, that's the store owner's responsibility. Do that. On Hanukkah, since you have a mitzvah to light outside, it's not the store owner's responsibility, it's the camel owner's responsibility. So it's not enough. Here you
I'm
see
opening
the
for this
field
group
of
of
their
comics, so I'm
is
doing 10
from
minute sets.
we cover from the men's should be
So
lower,
and that's
but
all
not
I'm
higher
doing.
than 10. Otherwise, you tell the store
At
owner
that
the
time, I
lightest
would
candles
consider
above the
myself one of
closest
the
ones
best
to go by.
10-minute
Well, that's not a good riot.
big venue comics in the country because nobody did it
We
more than
don't
I
tell
did.
the store owner
And I was helpful to it,
because
so
it's a
and
different.
that opened the show, and it was all set up so perfectly. And then I came back at the end and did a story that I've been telling for years, and that always kills. I'm like, I set them up. That fucking day that just set them up. It was like the eight one. Are you ready for the story? Absolutely. I knew you had that story. Listen. Like, where's Joey gonna offer me a story? Just I'm sitting there going, you know what? This tequila might set the fucking story. I have no idea what's going on.
Shabbos after base, the Tanchum says that just like you're not allowed to do the sukkah, that's over 20 amas, you can't have above it across the Makira above 20 amas, so too you're not like the menorah above 20 amas. Another famous saying that our Tanchum says, when the Shvatim threw Yosef Atzadik into the pit, because it says, it's empty and it doesn't have water, which is a double language. Where it says, yes, it didn't have water, but it has snakes and scorpions. Rabbi says that when we light the menorah, make sure that you put the menorah one tefach within the doorway, not further away, because people might, they won't realize that you are the one that placed it there. Rav Acha says you put the menorah on the right side of the door. Rav Shmuel says you put it on the left side of the door, like this you have. This is on the right, the menorah on the left. Rav Yosef says you have to treat the menorah with respect. Even a very simple task as counting money should not be done by the light of the menorah. Where do we see this from? You're obligated to cover the blood of a chaya and a bird after you shechted, and not a behemoth. And you should do so with your hand, the hand that shechted the animal, rather than with your foot. Kicking dirt is a bezayt. Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Shmuel Levi asked, how do we know that you cannot benefit from sukkah decorations unless you have hunger food? You can't eat it. You learn this from the menorah. Says Rabbi Yosef, as we would say in our days, the master of Avram. It's a first brisa that you can't use sukkah decorations. Hanukkah is not. Rather, the makar of this halacha is from Kisei Adam, and we learn sukkah and Hanukkah from Kisei Adam. And all of Shas, when Rav and Shmuel argue that halacha is like Rav and Yisur. But the following three halachas, Abayi's Rebbe, Rabbi Rothschild, Paskin like Shmuel, and that is that you are permitted, according to Shmuel, to light one candle to another. You're permitted to untie your tzitzis and to place them in another beged. And the halacha is like Rav Shimon, according to Shmuel, big greater, that you're permitted to drag a heavy object on the ground, even though it might create a furrow in the ground, as long as you do not mechaven to make that furrow. Now, what is the issue with having a ner l'ner, lighting one wick from the other? One Madomar says this is the zayin of the mitzvah. You should not be using a mitzvah to light a match to light another candle. And the other Madomar says it's a kushi mitzvah. You're taking away from the original mitzvah. It looks as if you're using some of the oil of the first candle. What is the difference between these two? In a case where you go directly from wick to wick, in that case, there is no zayin mitzvah because you're going directly to another wick rather than going to a mundane thing like that. However, you still have kushi mitzvah. You still, it looks like as if you're using some of the oil of the first. Now, the Gemara asks a question from Master Shur. If a person has a lot of fruit, which needs to bring to Yerushalayim to eat because it's Master Shur, he's permitted to redeem all of his fruit onto a coin. The coin becomes kadosh. Now, I want to take that coin that's kadosh and use it as a counterweight to weigh another coin in order for me to use that other coin for Meiser Shein. I want to do a mitzvah with it, but right now I'm doing a mundane test. I'm weighing it. The halacha is you're not permitted to do so. We must explain, in order to explain Shmuel, that the reason why it's also is because we're worried about the outcome. What if you find out that the weight of the second coin is not adequate? It doesn't weigh enough or weighs too much. You're not going to use that coin. Therefore, you're weighing it the first time. You're using a Kaddish coin to do a mundane thing that never had a good outcome of a mitzvah. But in our case, when you take a match and you light one candle, perhaps that's okay because the chances that you're not going to use that to light another candle are very slim. The Gemara tells us that the 40 years that Klal Yisrael was in the desert, HaKadosh Baruch Hu lit up and created life for Klal Yisrael. Therefore, it doesn't make any sense that we're lighting menorah. We benefit from this light. He doesn't need our light. The menorah is a testimony to the relations that Baruch Hu is sure on Klal Yisrael. And how does he testify? How does it work? Because we use Ner Ma'aravi to light all the other candles. The Ma'aravi depends. The menorah is facing east and west. Then the second candle coming in for the Heichal, that's the one we light. If the menorah faces north-south, according to one, then the center one, the Himtsoi, that's the Ner Ma'aravi. At any rate, we use that Ner Ma'aravi to light all the other candles, and that's the last one that we clean out. We must explain that the way it works is not that we took a match and went from one to the other, because that would be a problem of using mitzvah. We must explain that the wick was long enough to reach the other cup. Each cup's wick reached the other one. Yet the only issue that remains is if you hold akushim, it looks as if you're taking and diminishing the oil from the first cup. Over here, we still have that problem. Rabbi Rothschild says, if a cheresh shaita v'kol, people that are not able to light Hanukkah candles, if they lit it, are you yotzei if you pick it up and place the menorah after they lit it in its proper resting place? If you hold hadlok oisim so that the mitzvah is when you light it, then you wouldn't be yotzei the mitzvah. So if you hold the hanach oisim mitzvah, then it's fine. Doesn't matter who lit it. The point is, you have to place it in the proper final place, and you are yotzei. Therefore, the Gemara says, I could bring a raya perhaps. If a person lit the menorah but kept on holding the menorah throughout the whole duration, he's not yotzei. Why not? Before the hadlaka, shouldn't he be yotzei? You see from here that hanacha is a mitzvah. Gemara says no. Perhaps the reason why he's not yotzei is because other people don't see the pursuing mitzvah. They're going to think that you lit it for your own good. So we will have another raya. What about a case where a person lit it indoors and he brought it outdoors? Allah says he's not yotzei. Why not? If hanacha is a mitzvah, I put it in its final resting place, it should be okay. You see from here, halacha is a mitzvah. Gemara says the same answer. Perhaps people will say you did it for yourself. And finally, the Gemara brings a raya. The person lights a very large glass bowl of oil from Friday all the way to Motzei Shabbos, and he wants the light turned. What does he do? He extinguishes the candle and he relights it. But if hanacha is a mitzvah, he should have to lift it up and put it down again. That's one raya. The second raya is, from the fact that we say, V'tzivanu lahadlik ner Hanukkah, you see from here that the mitzvah is in the hadlaka. We don't say V'tzivanu lahaniach ner Hanukkah, but rather lahadlik. Here you see, the mitzvah is, now the Gemara says, since we prove that the hadlaka is a mitzvah, therefore, if a cheresh doesn't light it, you are not yotzei even if you place it in its final place. And a woman certainly could be yotzei with the mitzvah, as you see the Marish supposed to be yotzei to the husband, is not paying. The Buddhist was the one who cut off the general's head, and it was a terrible decree. All the Hegmai Kila against all women, all brides, therefore they were in the nace, and they could certainly light Hanukkah candles. Have a wonderful day.
It's a fucking great job, yeah. You know what? I do these shows for nothing. I don't even get my $35 or whatever it is. Whatever, I don't collect it. But I saw, you know, those are the shows I do way more shows for nothing than I do for money. And so it's, you know, the touring schedule now is still 110 cities.
Shabbos Achav Gimel, a guest must light Ner Hanukkah. And if he wants, he can participate by giving money to the host and being part of his candle. If he's married, he could be somich on his wife. Women are mechuyev in their Hanukkah like men because Hafnein Hayu B'Chois Hanais. This is the one who killed the general, and they had other executions against them. Therefore, a wife would be mighty a husband. Shmuel Levi says the best oil is olive oil. It's clear and it's very bright. It's actually better than sesame seed oil, which lasts longer, but it's not as bright and clear. When you make ink, there are two processes in the mention of the ink which require oil. Process number one is you burn oil and you capture the smoke in a glass, and that smoke is soup. You peel that smoke off, and you mix that smoke with step 2 with oil. To make the soup, it's best to use olive oil. But to mix the soup, some say it's best to use olive oil, some say it's not necessary. There's another ingredient in it, which is the sap of trees. The best sap is a black thorn gum. But the Gemara says if you use any sap you want. As we know, and this comes from Rab, the first night of Hanukkah we make 3 brachas. L'hadik ner Hanukkah, she'asa nisim l'Aviseinu, and Shechiyanu. On the second night of Hanukkah we don't say Shechiyanu, but on all nights of Hanukkah we say she'asa nisim l'Aviseinu because there was a nace on every single one of the nights. If you know for a fact that you are not going to like Nero's Hanukkah, you're on a ship, you're on a plane, you see from a distance, you say a bracha just for singing. You don't say lahadlik because you aren't lighting. You say she'asa nisim l'Aviseinu. And on the first night, you'll also say Shechiyanu, but on the second night, all you say is she'asa nisim. The question is, why do we say in brachas that are on mitzvahs d'Rabbanan, like Ner Hanukkah? Why do we say v'tzivanu? You, Hashem, commanded us. Chachamim commanded us. The Gemara explains because it says in the Torah, you cannot deviate from what Chachamim tell us. So therefore, anytime Chachamim give us a mitzvah, it has the power of a d'oraisa. Another pasuk is, Sha'ala vicha v'yegetcha, zikinecha v'yomer lach. The Zakain, the Chachamim will tell you that you must listen. When it comes to the Mai, these are fruit that you buy from an Amoritz. You're not sure whether or not he called Trumas. He separated Trumas and Maestros. Chachamim are mechayev you in mafresh Trumas. Why do we make a bracha on that? It's the Rabbanon. We should make a bracha just like we make on Ner Hanukkah. In fact, the halacha is you can take this Mai and make a bracha on it, make zimun on it, use it as an erev chatzeros, as erev tafshilin, as a sheet of mavaris. You can also be mafresh and true meiser unclothed. That shows us that there's no bracha. And the answer is Abaya because it's a suffix Rabbanan. The Rabbanan are not sure whether or not the Amoritz is mafresh true meiser, whereas by Chanukah it's about that. Rabbi says even more. Not only is it a suffix, it's not even a suffix. It doesn't start there because most Amoritz do. It's a chumrah, and in a chumrah you don't make a bracha. So what it says that a house that has 2 front doors, we're not concerned that some out-of-towner that's not familiar with your house will think that 2 separate families live there and will wonder how come one of the families didn't light their candle. Therefore, all you need to do is light 1 candle. However, if you have doors on 2 sides of your house, let's say the front of your house and on the side of your house, you will have to light 2 candles. We are concerned for the people that live in the city. They might think that since you didn't light on one of the doors, you didn't light at the other door. Where do we see that you must be concerned with what other people think about you? In the Torah, by Peh. The Torah says that you have to leave the corner of your field for the poor. You must leave it all the way at the end when you're finished harvesting. Why is that? Why all the way at the end? Why can't I leave the corner in the middle while I'm harvesting? There are 4 reasons given. Well, the reason that's important for us is that we are concerned that other people might think that you haven't given pay. The person, and we don't want other people to think that about it. The other 3 reasons are because if you can give it whenever you want, you wait until the poor people leave, and then you make a phone call to your best friend and have him come down and take it. Or we don't want the poor people to waste their time. They don't know when you're going to give it, so they'll sit around for days. Like this, they know exactly when it's going to happen, and they won't waste their time. And the 4th reason is, Torah says, you have a field to take pay. We don't want you to lie and say, yes, I gave it yesterday. You know exactly when you're giving it. You're giving it all the way at the end. Like this won't come.
Your act didn't necessarily change, but the paycheck changes. Like in every other
A
job,
candle, a lantern that has
title changes a little bit.
2 wicks coming out of 2 sides. The Mishnah says even if it's one long wick, but you don't see it, you just see the 2 ends of the wick. 2 people can be yoked to the field of Ner Hanukkah. If you have a bowl with many wicks in it, many people can be yoked to the field of Ner Hanukkah. However, that's only if there's a cover to it. If there's no cover, then there'll be 1 large flame, and 1 large flame is called a menorah, a bonfire, and that's possible for Nero's Hanukkah. The Gemara teaches us that Shalom Bayis is the most important. If you have a choice whether to buy a candle for Shabbos, which is considered for Shalom Bayis, or a candle for Hanukkah, Shalom Bayis comes first. If you have a choice between the candle of Shabbos and to buy a cup of wine, rather than making kiddush on bread, shalom bayis comes first. The Gemara just wonders, what about kiddush, which we do every single week? Does it come before Ner Chanukah? You only have money for one. Since Qadr, Shade Qadr, the one you do more frequently comes first. Says the Gemara, in our case, Ner Chanukah comes first because we're assuming Nisa, to publicize the Nisa that Bishop did for us, comes before the Diros. The Gemara tells us that a person who is careful with Shabbos candles and Chanukah candles will have children that walked by Rabbi Oven, the carpenter's house, and he noticed that he's careful with candlelight. And Tais points out that it wasn't just him, it was him and his wife. And therefore, he said, we'll have two children that are Talmid Chachamim. In fact, he had Hidi Bar Oven and Ki Bar Oven because him and his wife were careful. The following story is that Rav Chisda saw that Rav Shizvi's wife was careful with candlelight. And in that story, only one out of the two parents were careful, and therefore Rav Chisda promised her a son of Chacham, and she had Rav Shizvi. If you're careful with mezuzah, you'll have a beautiful home. If you're careful with tzitzis, you'll have beautiful clothing. If you're careful with kiddush, you'll have many barrels of wine. The Gemara tells us a story. Rabbi Yosef's wife wasn't very careful with Shabbos candles. She would light very late, not after Shkia, but at the last moment. So he gave her a hint. He said, "This isn't possible. We had the leading cloud and the leading fire at night." Because the Torah doubles its language, the Torah is telling us that the fire came into being during the daytime. So she took the hint and she tried to light candles way before Shabbos. Came and behold her. Too early is also not good because it's not noticeable that you're lighting the candles for Shabbos. Rabbi says if a person loves Talmid Chachamim and has sons Talmid Chachamim, if he gives honor to the Talmid Chachamim, he'll have a son-in-law that's Talmid Chachamim. If he fears Talmid Chachamim, he himself will be a Talmid Chacham, and if he cannot be a Talmid Chacham, so at least his words will be listened to like Talmid Chacham. Shevin Tzreifa says the Gemara means truma that's coming. You must burn, and we're concerned that you might want to burn it on Shabbos and Shemiyata. Because he says we're not concerned with Shemiyata. The concern is that it might be Erev, Yom Tov will fall out on Erev Shabbos, that you're not allowed to burn Pachim like we'll see tomorrow on Yom Tov. Have a wonderful day.
Every time I drank it with the girls, with the weirdest things happen. They want me to sniff their asshole and all this stuff. Do they still make Harvey's Bristol Green? I remember that. Oh my God, it was terrible. I think it was like if I actually starved. Don't be pissed. It's gonna be a good time.
No, I got to do a set.
Oh yeah, they still make it. I think it's a dessert one. I think there might have been alcohol in it.
How much alcohol?
Let's find out.
Shabbos not for valid.
It's an original green sherry.
Oh my
Our
God,
live sushi today we had
how could they board
like
this
one
little freak
live down.
Seaside Heights, New Jersey. We get up to 3 bottles of
Los
Harvey's
Angeles,
Bristol Green.
Melbourne,
My dick
South
was
Africa.
hard like it
Please join us.
was like it was going on its value.
Israel.
I didn't know what to do.
Allah is when we say Allah Nisim.
One night I tied her up in a violent. I
Because
tied
Allah
her up
Nisim
in the
comes from
street.
this place that is called Qidus Mahal. Where do we insert it?
Oh my God, that's a big one. 17.5. Isn't that what they are?
It's not necessary.
Like little sherry. Never mind.
It's the rice.
That's little sherry.
Hanukkah is the Rabban. One in
You just give me that star. It doesn't say how many. It says most lines are about 7.
And now, you insert down the other, which is by Bunyan Shrine. Bunyan Shrine is a bracha that you want to build a shrine. That is a time you're able to bring Rabbanah, and that's the kilo of Yaldi. Rav says that on Shchodesh, you say Yaldi Ava invention. That's what we do for them. Why? Because it's the rights of Shchodesh is the rights. He says, no, we don't say Yaldi Ava. Since there's no Isser to do. Malacha, we're Shchodesh. The halacha is like Rav, because the rights of the Rishai says, and it goes as follows. There's two categories. The category of days, like your Shchodesh and Kalamoy that you bring a carbon musaf. There are days, like fast days that you don't bring a carbon musaf. The days that you bring a carbon musaf, says Rishai the right, so you say Yalla the others in your business. And that's exactly what happens. In addition to that, too, Yalla the others would answer you by saying, you can't say Yalla the and there's no kiddush, you don't take a kiddush to make kiddush. The days of a fast, on Sheni B'Chamishi, of a fast for
And I
grace.
never,
I word the Mamalus, and that is the word people that were Israelim that were designated from Klal Yisrael to represent the part of Klal Yisrael and for half of them, or part of them went to the Samikdash, part of them remained behind and fasted Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and they said Sukkim, they David, and they Korban, the word for Klal Yisrael. That's not those days. We say I think when the verse says in Ulshman answers, Shabbos is that. Rashi means the Ga'inim, but we only say Anenu in Mincha like the Jewish. And the reason is that we shouldn't look like we are lying in our Shemezra. Perhaps a person will have Ga'inim in that mistake. There will be a lot. However, this points out that Tzibur should say Anenu in Shabbos. Because it's impossible that from the part of Tzibur, there will be at least one person who's fasting the complete text.
It's 9 o'clock already.
Rav Uno and Rav Yehuda hold. They don't say,
Can we get a volunteer to take me and my
like Muslims from Shabbos and Rosh
Hashanah? Oh my God.
Since Hanukkah is not the cause for Muslims, it's Muslims. The other Shita is that you do say because all the other Shemini Esrei have Alanism in them, and we don't want to make Muslims different from the other Shemini.
There's 2 fingers left.
The Raya for Rab is from a very similar place. Yom Tov that falls out on Shabbos. Don't mention Yom Tov in the
Millions away like the stars.
those days are actually
Water and tequila, cocksucker. 12 years in a fucking case.
I put like half a cup in my knee.
but nevertheless, Yom Tov you're not mentioning Yom Tov it's low, it's clear because of the even though Yom Tov itself folks have heard so much, not today. So that's a good ride. What's not a good ride is from the other case, that Rosh Chodesh that falls out on Shabbos, we don't mention it, that's what we do today, we don't mention Rosh Chodesh in the third
It's fun to drink. It's like it gets you a little warm,
the reason is,
but it's not like you're gonna.
it's not good, right?
I don't know. Like when I was young, I only used to drink a certain kind of tequila because I could feel the burn. I was like, oh yeah, burn. That's it's good. Now I'm like, oh yeah, you just drink it over ice.
If it burns, it's made of the tequila does not have burn at all. This is
Even though we never have an Nehila on Shabbos, the whole Nehila is only
well,
positive. Nevertheless, we mentioned Shabbos.
number one, I'm in
I love
petulant,
it is that we mentioned Hanukkah.
and that's worked out. I don't really put a lot of thought into the things I do. I guess,
And the halacha is that the halacha is not that we don't say Yom Tov on that Thursday for Shabbos. But Lel Shabbos, Friday night is the Tzibur says Chazar Shabbos, Mehim Shabbos, and it's Yom Tov. We don't mention it. Why? Because the whole reason for Chazar Shabbos by Myers and Shabbos is because of something. The shul is always out in the field. After everybody left, something that Ezekiel will get. Ezekiel belongs to the Myers. And we think people didn't go to shul those days.
we talked, it took Alex 4 years.
He said 100 shots, but it's one person there's no reason he mentions. In the Mishnah, there are 2 shittas that say the same exact thing, that you should not like to trade off fat, whether it's one of the shittas though is different. One of those shittas hold
He'll kill me.
olive oil, like fat, melted fat. It's actually
For a while, if you don't drink it on the rocks, how is
said
it?
the Mishnah.
One of the reasons with it.
You don't have to shut it straight off.
And the other two, the reposado, the blanco. The reposado's so good, I wouldn't have, I really put ice on it.
Straight off. The reason why
It tastes delicious.
is because
I drank it. Circle #1 tequila. You go to taterstequila.com.
even though you have a concept of a safe, that said of burning the oil, you should not. The license oil should not make a fire on it. That's not good. 3 reasons given. Either because it says, add boiker twice. And the second time it does, the second morning, you have to wait to burn it until Rabbi says, or Rabbi says, Oilas Shabbos Shabbat. Bring the oil on Shabbos. You don't bring the oil on the weekday on Shabbos or on Yom Tov.
50 years.
So certainly, you don't bring the oil on Yom Tov. So certainly, you don't bring oil that's possible. And as Rabbi says,
I know
the value of the we don't bring
you have a really
make can't make nights. The Vadoi cannot make a bris milah for a child that's not on his 8th day. 9th, 10th day, it's already controlled. You don't make a bris milah, even if it's a minor that you should be able to. So if you cannot do a bris milah, we learn from you that anything that's pushed off, push it off into Rabbi Rothschild.
People come back
And Rabbi Rothschild
I love for it.
even though you have
I try to move on.
push off the loisas,
Stand up.
but Yom is actually an assay in the loisas. And one assay is not push off. Say, what's that say? Wonderful thing.
The feeling you get from just walking on stage, and people, they just want to bestow fucking love on you, with applause, and I keep my job, so I'm still good at what I do, so I'm still gonna beat the fuck out of you, and I'm coming there to take a swing at your face, so, and that I will do, but it's just amazing. Because I'll know when to retire. They'll let me know. Maybe they keep listening. As long as they keep listening.
Shabbos Avchavei. Rav says, just like there's a feel for you to burn kosher that became coming. Let's see, meat from a bird that became coming, you must burn it. So do you have a feel to burn truma that became coming? Rashi explains. Truma, very serious. And second of all, because of the we don't want you to, by mistake, use the truma that's coming. But there's a very big difference. Kosher when you burn, you cannot benefit from them. Truma when you burn it, the kohen can benefit from its light, from its heat. But how do we know this? The Lord gives us 3 reasons. By Truma it says, Mishmeres Trumoisai, plural. The safekeeping of my Trumois. Meaning, Truma number 1 is Truma that's harsh, 2 is Truma that's coming, and its benefit through using the fire and the light. The Yochanan says by Ma'aseh Sheni. Ma'aseh Sheni, which Yisrael put 8 years to life. On the 4th and 7th year, the field, the barren is destroyed. And when he destroys it, it says the famous possibility that the men were coming. I didn't destroy it when I was coming or when the Ma'aseh Sheni was coming. Where's the diet? Only Ma'aseh Sheni cannot benefit from my learnings.
Oh my God!
There's something else
And we went
so why do I pick Truma as the lighter one to good benefit from it? Since Kosher has 6 things that make it chomer, whereas Truma only has 4. So it makes more sense to say Kosher cannot benefit. What are these 6 things? By Kosher we have people. The Kohen thinks in his head while he's doing one of the 4 avoiders.
we gave a fuck about that.
This animal, this carbon, outside of its blood time. In other words, it's a
I'm
carbon.
thinking about this fucking
Day and
movie.
night. It's something that you can do.
I couldn't come up with what
It's that.
they asked me where I was like, who the fuck
What
is
is that?
that? And I couldn't come up with
If he is over from his carbon, that's not a lot of time. The fact that it's called a carbon, very interesting. Just the name is a carbon. Meaning, look, if somebody benefits from Kosher, he has to pay back the next day. Plus, cards. If somebody needs Kosher, what is carbon? He gets cards, meaning Hashem will take away from his life and his children's life. And Kosher is also a person that's including a person who wants to love it, that's the whereas Truma is only for so it's Truma of the it doesn't have the cards part where because
Wasn't the coolest thing you've purchased? That has to be the coolest thing to have on the jet.
you cannot redeem Truma, whereas you could redeem Kosher. Let's say the carbon becomes a local and it was always possible to Israel over Kosher in our time that Israel could participate in this carbon and Shlom and carbon center.
You can't do it because logistically you can't.
Another reason the market is that Kosher is more common than
Because I was willing to do the set.
Kosher has currents, which is 2 things. Close children as well. Consolation mind is only not by sense. When it comes to the market of Truma, don't use Truma that's coming. Try to get away with using it to alleviate the fear that you have on your Truma. Don't use tummy for thought. And the third thing tells us you take the client that he can benefit from his blood. Not that he should heat it up and use its light, but that he actually can consume it. Here's the Gemara refers that could use. You shouldn't give it to the Kohen, but if he already has it, the Kohen use it. Won't benefit. Use the light.
So if you don't want to pay,
Rav says that lighting the Shabbos candle
come out to LA.
Light in the house is a mitzvah. In fact, we say it's a chayvah. It's a
We'd go to the comedy store.
Say bracha.
That show last night, they were
Whereas washing himself before
like
Shabbos,
6 or 7 comics make over 50,000 a night in one show.
not when
Or
arguing says
$15 or
that
whatever.
bathing himself before Shabbos. It's a mitzvah. In fact, it's ridiculous. Usually, Rabbi Rothschild came to but he would wash his face and his hands and his feet, and he would adorn himself with a talus that had talus in it, and the Gemara says he resembled
Tony.
no. The Gemara adds that his community were embarrassed from him, and they would
But anyway, they were.
corners of their
It's just an amazing place to go see that they're missing it every once in a while.
why
Yeah,
are
I've been somewhere.
Are you concerned about sharpness? There's no
Don't
concern
take
with
anybody with you.
hold like basil. You take the silk and shop like you put six of playlists which are centered or woven together with a bag of linen. You hold like basil, then you take. We don't know if you are loyal concerned. It's just like at night, it's not worth it. You can't wear shackles.
Yeah, for the most part,
That
I
big
got
dog wear shackles at night.
friends that are exceptions if they're Italian.
It says that Yirmiyah Navi said,
Yeah,
but it's not
you don't go down there without them.
but
If you don't go down there, you're not a part of
he
that.
was complaining that
It's like a part of the
lost
community.
his hope. He doesn't have hope. He
Bunch of
doesn't have the
themselves.
peace of his
And
Neshama.
you really are yourself.
No, she's five. I forgot.
You know, when you take somebody with you,
What did you forget? What is it missing today? Says Nora, thinking about oh, it's missing their shot.
And I was lucky enough to like
She's five. I go to review me. I don't have a bathhouse. They're missing Napa says I don't have a nice bed with nice linen. The Abba says I don't have a made bed with a woman who's adorned with jewelry. You should be grateful. We have all these things. Yes, we're quarantined. But we have space America. We have showers, we have big light, we have light. Our Shabbos. We're doing great. Hazel Usher, who's considered wealthy, Rabbi says somebody who appreciates his wealth. Rabbi says if a person has 100 vineyards, 100 fields, and 100 slaves, there's way too much. That's an Usher. People say a person who has a good wife, a nice Mercy says someone who has a bathroom close proximity to stable, meaning he has good hygiene, he has good health, have a wonderful
change at the show. We're fucking on. I just want to focus on going up there. And if they, whatever they pay for the ticket, I want to get this money's worth. You know, for years I heard these comics when I was doing nothing as a feature. I heard comics coming back and going, have you been to Tulsa yet? Oh my God, I sold about 100 CDs. And the comic was god awful. Right? And even though I was snorting coke, like a
Shabbos Daf Chavav. I hope you're all staying safe and healthy. And let's daven one for another. You're not permitted to use sari, which is balsam oil, for marriage Shabbos. Since it smells so wonderful, one might come to remove some of the oil and try to use it somewhere else. That is an Isra Mechaba. He's causing the flame to extinguish earlier than it was supposed to. And another reason is because balsam oil is very flammable, and it might burn the house down. Gemara tells us one of the craziest stories in Shabbos. There's a mother-in-law who hated her daughter-in-law so much so that she convinced her to use this balsam oil. It smells really good, she tells her. So she sprayed it on herself. Then she tells the daughter-in-law, hey, I need this candle. Can you please light the candle? And she went up in flames. Zarda, Zarda tells us that he sent all of Klal Yisrael to Golish, besides the Carmen and the Yoiv. Carmen says Rabbi Yosef are those who know how to harvest a harvest. And they were able to harvest it from Cape Gedi all the way to Ramasa. Yoiv are those who know how to trap the filazon, the snail that makes telas from Sulamai Sur till Chayv. We cannot use white neft, even in the weekdays, because it's so flammable, it's dangerous. It's certainly not on Shabbos. We can't use oil that's tebel. In other words, from fruit that didn't remove trumas and maestros. Can't use it on the weekday, and certainly not on Shabbos. How do we know this? Because the Pasuk says the Shemeres, the Moisei as we had yesterday, Moisei is plural. Trumas. hard truma and tummy truma. It's just like in hard truma. You can't use any of the fruit until you're not
kind of faggotry is going into my mind? You understand me? I'm following white.
Hevel is also
There's no effort at all. What the
there are some who are more mafia than our mission. Rabbi Rothschild says not to use sardine, as we had before. Thousand oil. Shmuel says you can't use any oil that comes out of the tree. Rabbi says only that oil that comes from the tree. Ivan says only use anxiety. Says you're going to remove that up and he was upset. He said, if so, people in Baba who only have sesame seed oil, how can you like candles on top? In Monday they only have nut oil. In Zambia they only have radish oil. In the Bengal they only have kerosene. Allah is everything that it says in the Mishnah. Those are the only oils that are awesome. You know some water?
And then he's also had
Oil of fish, according to Rashi, the innards, made from the innards of fish. It's oil from the eye of fish. And Idron, which is that is
go see my fucking savage.
it says all oil that comes from the flesh of an animal, meaning from chayla, from fat, you cannot like use the oil. Now, what is the difference between the sulfus and the danakama? They're seemingly saying the same thing. The Gemara, as we had earlier, that's the meaning of bread, but over here it's slightly different. In other words, according to one of the two, I don't know which one. Chayla, fat is multiple,
There's two shows at the Mayo Performance Center in Morristown, New Jersey.
Oh shit! Next to the fucking next day you wake up
are
and
multiple
you go to Morristown funny car.
And then this is, I used to go there as a kid on Saturday at the Hampton Beach
Caleb
Casino.
is never filtered, even if you had olive
Hampton Beach, New
oil.
Hampshire.
Fish dinners are only filtered if you add olive oil. And then Rav Shimon Shizuri says, and we're not clear why and how he adds anything, he says, Hakois, which is
It's cool. It's fun too. I like it.
Calicina,
Right off the
and Nef,
she's having a blast.
kerosene, is mutter. And now the sugya of Tuma. Going back to the sugya of Tuma, and I'll make it very simple. When it comes to the Tuma of the guy,
Do you like blowjobs?
first let's talk about the size of the cloth, and then we'll talk about what it's made out of. Even a chesed baby, in other words, a string that you were about to make a cloth, and this is wrong that you can make
I was doing all that. I forgot to see a show there.
That's
I
the
was
kind of
on the beach. That was the first night I ever
Every year and a half it's class.
cloth, which is appropriate even for rich people, as a baguette, as a fabric, as a collar.
You can't imagine it.
3 finger breadths of a baguette is a
Is there a real casino outside? I don't know.
There's not. I don't know where they.
The Torah says by the guy, the word baguette, or explains it's made out of semi-upish, either wool or linen. So now we know that anywhere in the Torah that says the word baguette, and it says it many times, by tzitzis, by tumas skins, by sheret, by shpazera, we know in all these places the Torah is referring to semer, or pish.
Daniel Lowe, Gareth Keenan, Ian Windry.
But what about other
G,
things?
you bad
So we know again, we know that by semer pish,
Boston 930.
no matter what size it is, even a string or 3 by 3 fingers, it's only 3 by 3 tefachim. What about other
For
things?
starters, I want to.
According to Abaya,
What the fuck in the church?
other clothing are not held from at all, any size, anywhere, everybody agrees to that. It wasn't really
You know what it was?
But according to Rabbi, yes, Shimon Elazar says other clothing are not mechalim from all sizes. However,
No, you don't. Every day you get
small
calls from
mold,
crazy people. They got no resumes, they got no
then
experience.
other
But then
clothing,
again,
not
they
so
want all the
much
money in the world.
in other
But you're
tumas
you can post jobs.
are
There's
mechalim.
100+ job sites
On
with
a
just one
wonderful
click.
day,
Then their powerful technology efficiently matches the right people to your job better than anybody else. That's why ZipRecruiter is different. Unlike other job sites, ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Guess what? It finds them. In fact, over 80% of jobs posted on ZipRecruiter get qualified candidates in just 24 hours. That's right. No juggling emails, no calls to your office, no shoes in your door.
that is not from Zion.
Managed candidates
Referring
all
to
in
one
one place. With ZipRecruiter, it's
He went
easy
from
to use
yesterday
the
sugya.
dashboard.
According to
Find
Rabbi,
out today
Shimon Elazar,
why
Torah
ZipRecruiter
says by
is
Megan Saras, the
of
word
all
baguette,
sizes.
and then explains that semer pish. It has to be wool or linen.
Immediate results. Immediate means
It doesn't matter what size the beged is, it's Mikabel Tumah. Whether it's a thread,
My list is
fingers wide, 3 tefachim wide, it's all
ready for
Mikabel.
this? Free, gratis, that's
And
right.
Rubber holds
Got
that there's a thing we learned from Taras to all other Tumas in Torah
That's
that they're Mikabel Tumah was in some
church. One more
but it's
time.
not Tzemur
It's
B'Shul.
gonna cost
Not
you.
Mikabel Tumah. Rothschild says, however, if other begotten are by 3 tefachim, then they are Mikabel Tumah. Here's the gets it. Gets it from the Kush of Sheretz. It says, "Boy, what is extra words? I learned that if a beged is 3 by 3 tefachim, Mikabel Tumah, even if it's not Tzemur B'Shul." Abaya argues, he says, he points to everybody. Other clothing is never Mikabel Tumah, even 3 by 3
Listen, don't
tefachim.
forget,
What is it
next
about
week,
with the words?
this Thursday, Friday, Saturday,
Abaya
San
says,
Francisco
we don't
punchline,
have
then the
flat
following
out
Saturday,
opinion out.
at the Ice House, working out with Joey.
I cannot
Trying
learn
to come up with new material.
Sheretz
Love you,
from the
motherfuckers.
gun,
Stay black.
or can I learn out the gun from
I'm
Sheretz? And
calling out
therefore, I
seeing
need to know
guys
if I can tell me
next,
that
whatever the fuck.
a beged that's 3 fingers by 3 fingers, and Tzemur B'Shul is Mikabel Tumah by Sheretz. Why can I learn out Sheretz from the gun? Because this one has a figure that the other one doesn't have. Sheretz is Mikabel Tumah does not have that. Whereas Saras is Mikabel Tumah with Hubris,
I love you
which is 9
guys.
times the
Have a
size.
great week. See you Wednesday. I
On the
love
flip
you.
side, Saras is Mikabel Tumah even if it's a
You
thread.
made my fucking
Sheretz is
fun.
not Mikabel
Lisa,
Tumah.
I had my favorite Jew in the world. I love you.
There's a
Tell these
a
motherfuckers.
seeming
Realize
contradiction in
that
Rabbi
we're
Shmuel
Jewish and they showed
himself.
up on an envelope.
And Abai says,
Don't
yes,
show
in
up without
fact,
an
it's a
envelope.
major contradiction.
That's
It's
my
because
fucking
of the
message.
where Abai learned in Rabbi
Have
Shmuel
a great
yesterday
day. Stay black.
that no clothing that's, if it's not made out of Tzemur B'Shul, can be Mikabel Tumah at all. Over here, Rabbi Shmuel says that every clothing is Mikabel Tumah, whether it's made out of camel hair, goat hair, silk, inferior silk, it's all Mikabel Tumah. Rava says in Pshat that perhaps Rabbi Shmuel is saying that there's no Tumah Sheretz in other clothing when it's 3 by 3 fingers, but it's 3 by 3 tefachim. It is Mikabel Tumah, and that would be different than what Rava said the other day. Rava took it back. Another pshat is that it wasn't Rava that said so. It's Rava's Talmud Rav Papa. Sometimes Talmidim got confused. They weren't sure what Rav Papa was saying. But was he saying his own Torah or was he saying over from his Rebbe Rava? And Rav Papa says that Rabbi Shmuel wasn't discussing Torah. Rabbi Shmuel was just saying halacha that there's no shatnas on clothing that are not Tzemur B'Shul. The fact that the Torah tells us Tzemur B'Shul by shatnas, the Torah is talking about wearing it. But if you just put it on, I would think that there's shatnas, and that's why the Torah comes and says there's no shatnas even if you put it on. And the Gemara says, but do say it's completely wrong. The opposite. If we know that when you wear clothing, it must be Tzemur B'Shul, then certainly when you just put it on, it has to be Tzemur B'Shul. Rabbi Yitzchak says that Rabbi Shmuel wasn't talking about Tumah. Rabbi Shmuel, saying Rabbi Shmuel in the contradiction, is talking about tzitzis. And Rabbi Shmuel holds that the only garment that's chayav with tzitzis is a garment made out of wool. If you wear a beged made out of wool, then you have to put on tzitzis. If you wear a beged made out of cotton, you don't put on tzitzis. In fact, that's how the Mechaber passes on halacha, and that's why Sephardim wear a beged made out of wool with tzitzis made out of wool. Ashkenazim paskin like the Ramah, and therefore we wear cotton with wool tzitzis. Although the Mishnah says that a Yerei Shemayim should be makbid to wear wool and wool tzitzis. According to Rabbi Shmuel, we just said, he learns from white beged to include all the begadim from Tumah. So why do we include from tzitzis? It says Asher L'chaso should include all begadim from tzitzis. And the Gemara tells us that from the word Asher L'chaso comes to include the blind man's clothing, this chayav tzitzis, because other people can see it. Where Isim Oisoi, though, comes to exclude something that you don't see. What don't you see? Night clothing. And no one can see at night, and therefore, Suslaila is putter from tzitzis. Abai says a statement that Shimon ben Elazar and Sumchos agree to the halacha that you're not allowed to use pishkan. In other words, something that's Mikabel Tumah for the goyim, for your schach. Shimon ben Elazar, we said, and Rabbi Yehuda holds that pishkan, flax, even if it wasn't spun, just came out of the oven, the process that causes it to whiten, that itself makes it possible for schach. The machlokes between Rabbi Yehuda and Meir about shasi. Shasi, Rabbi Yehuda says only becomes possible schach once it comes out of the kettle, and Rabbi Meir says it's like erev that it's possible for schach immediately. The Mishnah says, Zayin on the bottom, anything that's a derivative of a tree, you cannot make woods out of them. Says Rashi, for instance, cotton and hemp. That Tosis doesn't understand. It says, cotton, what's wrong with cotton? The whole point is, according to Rashi, that it doesn't carry the flame well. What better wood do we have than cotton, says Tosis? Anything that comes out of a tree, says the Mishnah, does not become a tumas soil. In other words, if there's a dead person in the roof, the ceiling does not become unless the ceiling is made out of cotton, then the ceiling will become tummy. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Chav Ches. Rabbi Say, I hope you're all doing great. What a tremendous opportunity is right now to add Torah to our lives. If you're not part of a shir, please join us. Today we had over 200 people live watching the shir on Zoom and on YouTube. If you can't catch us live, you can catch us afterwards on YouTube, on Torah Anytime, on our app. The Gemara tells us that typically when there's a dead person in a room, the ceiling is not mikabel tumah. It's attached to the ground, so if you have a ceiling made of cement, wood, etc., not mikabel tumah. However, if the material is identical to the Mishnah, such as flax or the hair of a goat or different type of hides, they are mikabel tumah. The Gemara learns that out from Xer Shalom. That's only the material, but it doesn't have to be done exactly like the Mishnah. The Mishnah, for instance, took the flax and they did 6 screens. It doesn't have to be with exact details, it has to be the exact material. Even though the Mishkan was built with crushing with wood is not mikabel tumah. Why? Because the Torah says, crushing la Mishkan. The wood is for the Mishkan. In other words, it's not the essence of the Mishkan, it's just for the Mishkan. The essence of the Mishkan are the uriyos, are the layers on top of the Mishkan. The 3 to 4 layers, depending on who you hold like, and each one is mikabel tumah because there's a hekish one to the other. The bottom one was made out of semer pishtim, wool and flax. The middle one was the goat hair, and the upper one is elam and tachash. Now, Rabbi Lazar had a suffix. What about non-kosher hides? Leather made from non-kosher animals. Are they mikabel tumah ba'ayah? What was this suffix? The suffix was the Moshe Rabbeinu used non-kosher hides to make the tachash. What was the tachash? Rabbi Yosef says it's impossible because only something that's tahar can be used to build a Mishnah. So what is this tachash? Gemara tells us if you hold like Rabbi Yosef, you must say the tachash. There's a language used there, tala idon, which means one of the wild cats. So it has to be that it looked like a wild cat. It had beautiful coloring to it, but it wasn't made from the hide of a wild cat.
Once you get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one you can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Ranger, because we have professional grade supplies for every industry, even hard to find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call Ranger.com and just stop by.
Necessary for that month. After that is recognize we don't have tachash anymore. If the Gemara still is so good, whether tachash is a chaya or a behemoth, because even though the animal with one horn, like other Mauritians, behemoth is a bull, it is possible that it's a chaya because there's something called a keret, and a keret is a chaya. I remember correctly when we were learning chulin, there are some sheets that hold that a keret is a giraffe, because there are some giraffes that have a single horn. Rama says, since I can make inside a shop, you take sherets
Go to
and Saras.
helixleak.com/Joey.
Both of them have
$50 off the order. It's
Saras has the chumrah of
helixleak.com/Joey.
Shesi. It's Mekame even the bread. Sherish has a chumrah that's becoming with a very small amount of Kadash.
The show is
But inside the show,
Boyfriend,
the
where
common
for less than
denominator
$10
between
a
the two of
meal,
them is
Boyfriend delivers
that they
seasonal
are
recipes
Mekabel
along with the
Tumah.
ingredients.
In other words, if you have a non-kosher hide, say a tiger's hide, will be Mekabel Tumah if Saras develops on it. Will be Mekabel Tumah if it touches the Sherish.
I just made it last week.
So the Rabbi, you can take those two and have a common denominator and say, therefore, hide from a non-kosher animal is Mekabel
Right now,
Tumah
check out
of
this week's
oil
menu
hametz.
and get your first 3 meals for free with free shipping by going to
Rabbi Rothschild says,
blueberry.com/Joey.
no,
This show is also
Sheretz
brought
and
to
the
you by
Goyim and Saras have something in common that Mace doesn't have. They both are Mekabel Tumah, are Mekabel with less than a Kazayis, where a Mace, in order for Mekabel Tumah, to give you off Tumah, the oil, it has to be at least sufficient. Therefore, Rabbi Rothschild says, it's not a Tumah, but as mentioned before, one of the layers of the Mishnah was the hero weapons. And it's not Mekabel Tumah. Saras, as we said the other day, Saras, when it comes to begging, has to be semi-nutrition, not goat here. Yet, at the same time, it's one of the materials from the Mishkan, and one of the materials of the Mishkan is Mekabel Tumah by the base. So, the hide of an animal that's Tameh, which is Mekabel Tumah from Saras, that's in the Torah, or Mekabel Tumah from Saras, certainly it should be Mekabel Tumah by oil hametz. So now we have to understand Rabbi Yosef's statement from before. It says when it comes to Melech Shemayim, it has to be from a kosher animal. What is it coming to add? So the Gemara is coming to add that the ritzus of tefillin must be made from a kosher animal. Yes, Halacha Mishmesina says that ritzus have to be black, but the Halacha Mishmesina doesn't tell us from what material. That's the reason it's going to be. It tells us that the parshiyos of tefillin have to be from a kosher animal. We don't need Rabbi Yosef. Yes, it fits into Rabbi Yosef's halal and his call is perfect for everything. But it's not needed for all these other things. The parshiyos of tefillin, it says in the first Hashem b'fifa, v'namutar b'fifa. Whatever you can eat, that's what you can make tefillin from. That the box of the tefillin has to be from kosher animal. That we know from Halacha Mishmesina because you have to make a shin, and that's Halacha Mishmesina. So the hide has to be Halacha. That has to be from a kosher animal. The fact that you have to wrap your parshiyos with the hair of a kosher animal or sew tefillin with kosher sinew, Halacha Mishmesina, that you have to make skin tefillin, also Halacha Mishmesina. And now the Mishnah. The Mishnah tells us that if you make a wig out of clothing, you fold up the clothing, you make a wig out of it according to Leather, it's punished. Why? Because it still remains a beggar. A beggar is stomach. It says when we keep up, but when you fold it up, take away the name beggar from it, it becomes a wig, and therefore it's no longer. Says in Leather, since this wig remains a beggar, and it says a 4-step halacha. Therefore, if this beggar is exactly 3 by 3 feet, and it happens to be yachted that falls out of the front, and we hold like that you must burn most of it. In other words, once you light it a little bit, that's not enough. You have to light the whole thing. But once you light it a little bit, you just broke the wick. You ruined it. And by ruining it, you cause noilad. If you cause noilad, review this says, that becomes lopted. It's possible if you like this. Now, when you give it, when you fold up this wood, it's no longer complete. So you're just lighting wood, so you're not over anything. Yosef says, now I understand. I always heard this halacha about being exactly 3 fingers. I never understood what it meant. Based on this halacha, now I understand. It's wonderful.
There was this guy, I met this little Native American kid named Dean. He was Native American. Primo Papago, shout out. This fool had all the Iron Maiden albums. Yeah, and he was a little nerdy kid. You know his friend, Felipe, you know Iron Maiden albums? Yeah. So I went to his house, bro, and we played every album, man. Run to the Hills, yeah, all that shit. How many albums was the album? Just one?
They just have first killers, right? Because the rest of it's Bruce Dickinson.
Bruce Dickinson's first.
Shabbos after Fest. I hope you all have a wonderful Shabbos.
He's the only one I really know is Peace of Mind.
Going back to the mission
And
we
then
had
the
yesterday.
son of the seventh
See
son.
us, I
Shit,
think
bro,
it's just
fucking, you know, thinking
yeah, you got it. Take a garment, you fill it up, you make it into a whisk. So you can see. Yesterday,
Keanu
we had
comes on tour and does that whole record. Killer
why
still.
you may be coming in the car and why you can use it or can't use it on jobs. Maybe ever noticed, Robert says, cannot use this wood on Shabbos because it's unsafe. You must first make it black where the fire is attached nicely, and you won't have issues with it on Shabbos. Otherwise, I'm concerned you might fix it on Shabbos. I would explain what Yosef's halacha that he heard and he wasn't sure where to apply the concept of three fingers that are exactly 3 fingers by 3 fingers. That's what he said on Shabbos. What we have to say on Shabbos. Talking about trauma. It's not like this. One concept of that is that 3 fingers by 3 fingers exactly. 3 fingers by 3 fingers plus the hand. So that's our basis exactly, not without the hand. Rav says, you have a fingers to be understand what it. So he thinks a pot, and he turns the pot. The pot just changed from a pot to a broken pot. A broken pot is not that. I just bought it today. There's a something you do. Mortar shares. Says Rav. It's not only that. It's even something like a date. Where the moment was created, it has a place. Nothing was created on Yom Tov. Open the date on Yom Tov. Discover the pit. That's real. And it makes it one more step. Not only a pit. We don't see a wall where there's AC inside and the wood is on the outside. We can visibly see the wood. It's not wood. Crack open the walnut, crack the nut. Then you're going to use the wood. So it's Rabbi Shimon says in all these places, there is no mela they're allowed to use all these items. The one tells us, Rav never said this halacha. But even though we heard a story, the Rebbe who was Rav's uncle, told Rav, saw him eating a pit. And he had a pit, he said, listen, you threw that into fire, you threw it on your and Rav didn't answer. Or it says, he didn't answer. He's not going out. You want to hear the story? Rav was eating a date on Yom Tov, and he took the pit and threw it kind of, now if he held, that the pit was muktzah, you wouldn't throw it to the animal. So you know, wait a minute, it's possible that Rav was eating a very inferior date, and that date had fruit on the pit. But Father's Day, when you open it up, there's no fruit on it. But this date was a fruit, and since it had fruit on the pit, it is not muktzah, it's considered fruit, and therefore, he allowed himself to take it and toss it to the animal. If a branch falls off a tree on that's called a if it falls off into your oven, how do I use it in oven? You add more wood that's not muktzah, I can use it in young. Same with the 5-hour case. Other pot that was burnt, or the broken pot. If I add more wood to it, I can use that pot in to make a fire. Now going back to the Mishnah of the case, pulling out the whip, guard the making of the whip, Dr. Eliezer remains calm. Says Rabbi Rothschild, let me explain to you. We're talking about a situation where there's a garment that started off as a garment, was from the measurement of 3 fingers by 3 fingers all the way up to 3 fingers. It was a garment, and the owner of the garment decided to make it into a shot. He took it, and he wants to use it either to plug a hole or to clean, or to hold a hot pot, whatever the reason is, it's a shot. If he takes it, folds it up nice, and puts it in the drawer, in the back, then he's showing that he wants it to print everybody, even Ruby. If he takes it, tosses it out into the garbage, and you found it in the garbage, print to everybody, it's not a bad thing. The funny is when he takes it and hangs it up on a peg or hangs it up behind his door, Rabbi Rothschild says he still likes it, he still wants it, he remains a beggar, if he says he showed he doesn't want it, it's not.
It was a horror show.
Says the Mishnah, brand new sugya. We know that if you have a bowl of oil and you light a fire in Shabbos, you take some of the oil out, you're over on the top, you're making the fire last. What if I have an egg full of oil with a hole in the egg and it drips out into my bowl over the entire Shabbos? You're removing oil, I'm over on the top because this handle is supposed to be lit for X amount of time because I removed the oil from the egg. Now that handle lasts less. If I do so, even with something that's disgusting, let's say instead of an egg, I have earthenware, most people won't use that oil, still awesome. If I do so with a bowl side by side to the other bowl, still awesome. You this says in all these cases. However, if that egg is permanently affixed to the bottom bowl, let's say my Ferris is fixed, that's how I created, or later on I glue it together, then it's slippery because now I know it's one and the same, and I'm not going to remove the oil. was in base Nitza. So they were close. And they gave him this egg, and he filled it up with oil and used it over Shabbos. So the Gemara is different because of base Nitza. They were reasoned, they were very careful. It seems like the Gemara wasn't so happy with that. The Gemara says there's two in the laws of Rabbi Rothschild, who's Mashiach, who's Moshe, to Rabbi Up. Famous Machlokes, are you allowed to drag a bench on Shabbos? Knowing that perhaps you might create a groove in the ground, and that's the information. Shimon says it's not a problem, no shame is scabbing. I don't have kavanah to do it.
You were so fucked up. Fuck Stephen Allen.
The moment he's dragging a bench over a marble floor, it's impossible to make a kuma, impossible to make it through. The Rabbi Yitzchak was watching and he said, listen, maybe today you won't, but tomorrow you might forget it. Therefore it's awesome. What knows is a three-way Machlokes direction. What happens if I have a very light bench? I can lift it up easily. It's Efshar. Concept of Efshar. I can lift it up, but I don't want to. According to Rabbi Yirmiyah, Rabbi Shimon only said his halacha is very heavy and you can't do it otherwise. But if it's light, you have no business dragging it and perhaps creating a group, and therefore, in that case, he says it's awesome. And we have to explain what the Mishnah talks about. He says, Safsol, it mentions a chair from a very heavy chair. Ula says, no, the Machlokes is even in a very light object like a chair, or it's mutter, but it's a very heavy bench or bed. The Rabbi Yehuda would also agree that it's mutter. So why is the Mishnah talking about a bench? Not a very light bench. Rabbi Yosef says no. The Machlokes is about benches. Even if it's very heavy and light, which is mutter, very heavy and light, he says it's mutter. Whereas a bomb question, a person who's so close to the sleep, says the Gemara, if he's just putting it on it, he's not having any benefit, he's not sticking himself from the elements, the rain, it's mutter. But it's a tzaddik, she put it on a stick and not throw it. You see, it's Efshar. It's possible for him to get away from the problem shot. But you say it's mutter for him to carry it on himself. So that's a Kasher Rabbi that says that in a situation of Efshar, you're not allowed to do so. It was a wonderful day, a great Shabbos.
People stood there the whole night. He was on the floor. This guy was so high on heroin, he was just laying there. So now when they jump in, give us some music, he's lighting cigarettes and flicking them in chicks. And he has microphones and his technicians on his microphone. Okay. So we're in it about an hour now. And he's singing, and he's fucking up the words. It's like Sinatra. You went to see Sinatra in the 80s. Bro, he had no idea what the words were. Even with the teleprompter.
How does that happen? Let's start from the mission about the Chafaz. If a person extinguishes a flame because he's fearful of studying before the robbers, or he has a person who's very ill. It's perfect. Meaning, it's completely mutter. Our mission goes according to the views of the host, but Allah Hashem spiritually also, where in human homes, it's mutter. What does that mean? The best example is the person extinguishes the flame because he wants the flame to be extinguished. In other words, it helps him burn the wick, and he wants that charcoal on the wick. That's a maleficent shrifa. He needs it. Another example is, let's say he prefers that the candle wasn't lit to begin with. A robber is coming, he doesn't want the candle to be lit. By him extinguishing it, he's getting into nothing. That's maleficent. Therefore, if a person extinguishes the flame, he wants to save the pot. He wants to get the oil, grab the wick. Then he's chayav. On the other hand, he extinguishes the flame because he has a fellowship. Or just in general, a person shouldn't be puffing because he's extinguishing it, not for the sake of extinguishing it, but because he doesn't want the flame. It's also to do, but he's the Lord tells us, that's the flame. But when that extinguishes the flame, you should have a fellowship with somebody. And he wanted the attention of a guy. The next 4 dots are full of a guy. And he started by saying, it's a contradiction. Each time I got himself and God. On the one hand, when God says, Shabbat, and he's amazing, give praise to the dead. And he says, the live dog is better than a dead lion. But God says, why are you amazing? That can't do anything. They can't. Everything is worse. Says the Gemara to Shut. When a person is alive, he can learn Torah, he can do mitzvahs, and he can accomplish. Since then he's over. He's free from mitzvahs and Torah. On the other hand, the Moshe Rabbeinu died in place of his body strong. David and the Baruch Hu didn't listen to him. But when we mentioned the Havais, this Havais, God is to see that the dead are greater than the life. Another question, if a ruler makes a decree in our days, sometimes people listen, sometimes they don't. But when Moshe Rabbeinu made the decree thousands of years ago, he made decrees to learn the halachas of Yom Tov 30 days before Yom Tov. Or invention, the first bracha invention, he did that lasts forever. A third shot. David HaMelech asked the Baruch Hu to show him a sign that Klal should know that he was mindful of Rabbi Rothschild. The Prophet said, "I cannot give you the sign of your life. I'll do it after you die." In fact, so Rabbi the Chalukas HaBayis tried to bring the earth into the Kodesh Yosef. It was too wide, he couldn't fit it into the door. So he died at 24, talking with the Hillel, and he wasn't answered. When he mentioned his father's loving, then the doors became wider, and Klal realized that the Baruch Hu forgave David. But it says there the big question in the same Shur, Sushar Rishon. Rabbi Melech HaKadosh, the door is called, Rabbi Melech is referring to himself, Melech HaKadosh, the king. And they want to swallow him up. So what's his name? Hashem Jesus the giver, and of course referring to the Baruch Hu.
Done with mirrors that is so bad.
But Rabbi Melech says to the Gemara,
Done with mirrors, it was so bad. It was like
when they finished, the Chalukas HaBayis,
Joe Perry had released
it's a very long puzzle. And the Gemara dashes the puzzle, Vayichol Aleim, Aisha went to the tent, they found her wife at the house. And it says, Smeika, they had a Noah from the Zashkina, but each and every one became pregnant with a boy. And then it says, David Abdo, that the Baruch Hu forgave David, Yisrael Amon, if the Baruch Hu forgave Klal for eating that particular service of the day, in fact, he got rewarded, the name for eating it. The Rabbi wanted three things from the Baruch Hu. He wanted to know how his life is going to turn out, what year is he going to die on, and what day of the week is he going to die. The Baruch said, I cannot tell you when you're going to die, how your life is going to play out, but I'll tell you the day of the week you're going to die. You're dying on Shabbos. He said, if I die on Sunday, it's better for my family. He said, no. Sunday's already the roof of Sunday. Should I die on Friday? He says, every day that you're alive, you're still setting the hill. It's better than 1,000 idols that you're going to bring.
But Jamie's got a gun, is good.
So every Shabbos that I'm able to learn prayer, they hesitate to do so. They didn't stop learning because they needed the Malachim to kill him as he's learning prayer. So Malachim made a lot of noise in the backyard. But Malachim, as he was cleaning prayer, went to see what the noise was, went down the stair, and Malachim wants to get the stair. He fell, and from falling, he got scared, he stopped learning for a moment. He put brothers through. So Melech says to the Chachamim two questions. First of all, my father, the king, is lining the sun, and put him on Shabbos. Second of all, can I feed the dogs? Is a mutter to feed dogs on Shabbos? He said, yes, which gives the Nezayla, which gives the Muktzah, but since it has a purpose, give the touch an animal to a dog. On the other hand, you cannot touch the dead person unless you make a special effort. If you put a loaf of bread or a baby on the dead, then you can carry the dead. Adam, the bread. You see that a live dog has more importance than a dead. Finally, the question we asked Rabbi Rothschild. He said, as a motion, because we have a pasuk of Chayba, and obviously you're allowed to distinguish the flame from the but he said in the Derech of Agada, because there's women and attractions that open their hearts to fire, he said, a person is like, the neshama of a person is like a candle that has like a Hashem's candle. So of course, Hashem's candle comes before a human candle, therefore, Hashem's candle will live longer. The Lord tells us that they wanted to bury the Ellis because of the contradictions, seemingly contradictions in the Ellis. It says, but however, since the Ellis starts with Torah and ends with Torah, they decided not to oppose the Torah. It says, the person has no purpose of working hard and toiling under the sun, or above the sun, before the sun, meaning the Torah before the sun. That is very important. Finally, it says, so you know, first of all, the whole world was created for this individual, or he's equal to the whole world, or the whole world comes to serve this individual. What was the contradiction in Torah as it says, Christ Castle spoke, anger is better than laughter. And then it says, laughter is great. So God says that the powerful said it at the end, it's a good thing because we have various things that he's coming out with some motherfucking movie about various stories that nobody cares about. And wasting this motherfucker's time. You know, I'm sitting there, smoking dope, 50 Shades of Grey. He was out to me. He said, yeah, he turned it down. And he would have been perfect right during the show. I'm sitting there thinking, I always ask myself, so what am I doing with this? Why are you so happy? The person is happy something that's not a
When I asked my agent what
in other words, it comes to teach us that the shchina doesn't rest on a person that's sad or lazy or with spike, levity, and calciroid, and sinus, or sifa, just talking, communicating things that are important and not important. Only in between. Or sifa, when a person is doing a mitzvah, then shchina share. When you want to learn Torah, it should be the simcha. And when you want to dream nice dreams, it should be the simcha. Elisha, who's angry, he said, "Good musician," because there's a mitzvah that had the shriya system. He'll show you this. One says, "The ready should be the simcha, but should be fear, another should start off the simcha, and finish being fear, and grab every shir, you start off with a with a funny joke or something to get everybody. He wanted to bury Mishlei. He said, "Look, he wanted to bury the else," and he said, "No. Let's look at the Mishlei. It says in Mishlei, don't answer. And then it says you can answer it. When it comes to fire, you answer. You don't answer. For instance, Muhammad said, the woman's going to get today. She's going to make every day. She's going to get red flag on the ground. And come to the left, they put that, look, you see a chicken as I get today. There's a slab that gets fruit off every day. Again, the fool said, Muhammad, your wife had an affair. You're a mamzer. They didn't answer. They gave a couple of women here, drink a couple of wives, and they exploded. Wonderful.
If the movie would have died, I would have been in bad shape. But the movie did well. Some people still hire because of it. I will say nothing. I gotta call them to do another movie. I'm shooting in North Hollywood. This November 28th, 2017. They just called me up. How do you manage that? You don't even have to like in a hotel. You don't feel like what? Put me there. I managed it. I fucked up as God. I'm thinking about it. You ever see Scarface? Yeah. Scarface was on the other night.
God is not the Bible. The word tells us one should act with humility, like Hillel, and not with kafganos, with strictness, like Shammai. There were two people that made a bet. Which one would accept Hillel? One of them took the bet for 400 zuz. He went to Hillel's house on Shabbos while Hillel was in the shower, and he screamed out, "Mikan Hillel, Mikan Hillel." It's a lesson of the Zohar that's how he spoke to Hillel. Hillel comes out, wraps himself up, and says, "How can I help you, my son?" He asked him, "I would like to know why are all the Bafi's heads red?" So, Shabbat looked at English after me. That's a beautiful question. The answer might be because the midwives, they deliver them in a certain way where it causes their head to go, oh, goes back inside. As soon as it gets back in the shower, the guy screams out again. He's still here. Comes out. Well, how can I help you? I'd like to know why the being's eyes are round. This is Shabbat looked at English. Great question. It's because they live a lot of sand and it helps the sand out. Gets back in the shower, the guy once again screams out, comes out, says, "Well, how can I help you? Why are the feet so wide?" He says, "Oh, that's a great question." And the answer is because they step on mud. Wait till they get in the shower again, and he calls him out. He says, "I have a lot of questions." He says, "Hello, shower for the shower." I say, "What is going on?" He says, "Are you little than nothing?" He says, "Anybody like you again?" What did I do? He says, "Because you are lost 400 years." He says, "No, it's the guy died when you should have 800 years rather than one." One tells us, came to Shammai. One asked Hillel from the Garrett, what does it mean for the Torah Mitzvah? Shammai was upset with him. One Hillel and Hillel called him, made him a Garrett, what about elephants? The following day, instead of teaching him elephants, he called him cough, shin, rage, cough, etc. He says, "What's going on?" He said, "He told me how these people been there." He said, "Well, trust me for that, but trust me for everything I'm telling you, first good job." Another guy came to Hillel, he's the famous story. He came to the Shammai and said, "I want you to care. Teach me the entire Torah while I'm standing on one foot." In other words, give me air on one sentence. Shammai took a stick and shoot him out of there. When the Hillel was the guy who told him, "My dialogue, Sani, Will you hate? Don't touch his friend." Rashi explained it to be powerful
touch his face,
it
not
can be
the money.
in other
That's
Chaveros.
the
You
money.
don't want
You
people to
touch
feel
his fucking face.
you don't want people
But we
to
gotta
feel other
apologize.
sorts of Chaveros
Jerry
don't
goes
do
next to
that.
Pacino, sorry, touch his face.
The rest of this Torah says so. Just an explanation. It explains how that all fits in. That one line, 5 words. I love studying Chaver for the time. There's another guy who heard of Rebbe teaching his children Talmidim about the big Torah. Question the Eichoi, and he found out that for the Kabbalah, he says, "Tell Shammai, I want to become a Gershon from where? Big the Kabbalah, Shammai, to stick Amma Sabina, and he went to do it until the guy was supposed to say, you want to become a Kabbalah, you have to learn the halachas first. You learn the halachas, and that's the trust by Zar, first of all, and you become a Chayim. It's Kabbalah,
Immigration.
cannot
Oh,
be
that guy. There's two guys. It's all immigration. Yes,
that's
there's
the
two guys
instruction
standing and there's one guy sitting. The guy comes over and puts the knife on his throat.
went back to Sham and said, why did he tell us?
Yeah, but you take the first one. How old is the first one?
And he went to Bill and he said, because of Yanava, I was starting to be boiled. What else did he became back together one day and he said, because of Shammai, we almost lost out on some years. So because of Bill, we were the boiled.
We went to we have friends in
I
Burbank,
did the puzzle.
and my dad was our cousin. We went over there, and they made a we all sat down, all the little kids, all the grown-ups, and we all saw Scarface on VHS for 3 hours.
It's
You know, the first one that I didn't get it, you know, but so I watched it, so I think that was what I fucking
Yeshua.
my dad's my brother, me, my dad never loved the boys, though, man. They loved it.
One says, wait till the consequences. Years I stand here in sorrow, but years of my life.
Only one of them had the same suit as John Travolta.
Robert, the famous Robert said, the first thing they asked me is, "Was Satan
Oh, we used to like,
that's from the same spot.
I was like 16 or 17.
What's that? The beat that
Pacino on the Puerto Rican.
then
I
work is
like
about
that. And then people were getting shot, dude. Oh, man. That reminds me right now. When I was doing Little Bro during MySpace days, and I wanted to see one at a party, and I would tweet on my Facebook, and I would also tweet out. No, my update would be, who's up right now? And when I watched Scarface,
whatever you did wasn't good enough.
and that's how I know people were doing wrong tonight, and they'll be inviting me to their house.
You gotta add preservatives to the wheat and charge the person for the weight of this dirt that's a preservative.
Anybody watching Scarface right now?
Will be
4 in the morning, hint.
Fire was having some
But now you just put a little nose with a 100.
to the like Saramella.
But when I saw it later on, when I was like,
building.
Sunday
You have to
crack,
keep it safe, but not the building, so
my
what good is
neighborhood,
it? You need Yerushalayim.
it gave me a sense of power, bro. To watch that
Another
movie,
Muslim
like,
point
yeah,
is somebody
you can
built
make it, I can make
a
it.
doorway.
But now when I watch it, I see that, you know,
What good is it?
you can make it,
Or
you know, even if you're not a cocaine dealer, you know,
They
it's
sort of
outside,
got
you
them
know,
walking
you
down.
come here,
One
you
of the
work
two
real
said,
hard,
let's stand
no
up
matter
for
what you do,
you
you're surviving.
Listen,
I just chose that life. But man, it's hard to watch sometimes, you know, because some of the parts where he's dealing with a mom is so real, you know, like, he thought, you know, like, he can impress his mom with money and the suit, and she's still
back to
sticking
hell.
up
It
for
seems to be a very pleasant person. Just how Kirsha Harvard. Don't be a big Russian. You could be a small Russian.
She always had a father.
If a person doesn't have better than habit, don't despair. Don't say, oh, I really was a big on this already. I was with Kyle Shabbos, so let's throw away the fire plate. It doesn't work like that. Person is a favor. Sure, but be a great kid.
Like just walk.
I'm sorry, not only are they not scared, they don't think about the day of
There's no feeding at 7.
their mamisa,
They were coming
but
in
they
for a
live
piece of
without
bread
any fear, and they have no
sandwich
immunity.
into a salad.
So the more it's like if they have
You know,
this
no
favor on
showers.
top of their kidneys,
Dirty.
that's not what they don't know. They know.
It was really weird. I saw the transformation. I
It
saw it
seems the
right
flame
from
to save the lab.
It's so weird now. I was doing mescaline with and having a great time with 20 kids. And all of a sudden, nobody's doing mescaline.
Since
You
people goof up,
went from
you don't need
5
actual
hours to
solution
get
of
high.
the flame.
250 for
You
a
are
mescaline.
tired.
250, we could chip in for a 6-pack.
But behold, that if our sicer, in order to build, to demolish something, in order to build, and it's in the exact same spot, and if it was in the exact same spot, you are covered. So extinguishing a flame is sicer.
Do you really think the impact that this had on the
However,
economy?
it's in order for you to
You
light it
really
up
have to
again.
think about
1978,
It's considered a
77,
spot.
I
Even if
saw
you
it.
move the wick somewhere else,
I saw
that's a
people
spot. It doesn't matter where it is.
in my
The spot
house
is
since I
wherever
was
the
a
wick is.
kid.
Whereas a
When I was
lamp,
starting to see it,
the lamp has to move
I was
wherever
starting to
the
see
wick
it.
is.
I knew my
If you
mother
move
had
the lamp,
white rings around
but
her
it has the same
finger
wick,
one time
it didn't
because I
move the
was
spot.
retarded.
But if you remove the
But
wick,
now I was
it
hearing
moves the
people
spot.
talk
That's
about
why
it
in
in
a
the
lamp,
clubs.
you're going to see a hole in your butt.
The kids older than me
That's the
were
wick
coming
spot.
back
It's another
over
shot you're
all
going to
pretty
see.
collaborating.
That
Now I
means
was in
you
shock.
the
Like I
lamp
just thought my
because
mom
he
and her
wants to
friends did it.
singe the wick.
Do you follow
In other
me?
words,
So
he
now I had to
wants
sit
it
there
to
with my
suck
tongue
the
tied.
spot.
Like, you ever done it? No,
Therefore,
you know
it's
what you're
called a
talking
socket
about. Oh,
knife
you
fixing the wick.
13.
The wick
Damn.
style.
So 13.
Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
It's 1976. And it was already creeping. 77, staying alive, quaaludes and cocaine. 78, 79 was the first time I had some. And it was in a drawer that sat there for a drawer for months. And then I went to a party one day and decided to take it. I thought I was going to sell it. But I said, fuck it, and I did it. And I didn't, the first year I didn't blow. It didn't get me home. I thought people were lying to me like Cyanide Live. For years they was talking
Shop is
so
not
funny.
from base. The Mishnah tells us that
They were
the funds that
bunch of
women
people
die
laughing.
during childbirth.
And they
They are
were laughing.
careful
Coke.
the details of how long
People that
it's
get
there.
all twisted,
It's
hiding and
explained
shit.
if the woman wasn't careful
One day I had a cocktail.
in her body, she gets punished
One
with
day I had a
something
beer
in
on
her
my
body,
balls.
childbirth.
My jaws clicking. My
God
fingers
explains.
again like I'm a piano
Or
player.
maybe
This
2 minutes from
party
minimum
is
of
on.
the beach stop. So you have to be
Jim's
careful
done.
with
I'm
the
gonna look. And then they drop Scarface on
How?
these kids. Yeah.
What calls it racist,
Generation
false us,
I fucking saw it. I saw kids
and there,
that would
the
be
shell of a
kids.
person is
And I'd see him in a bar
handled
full in the morning like
with careful
fucking Lucifer. And I would go, oh
The Lord
shit.
gives us 5 Mishnah, 5 parables.
And then there
There are
was
sayings that
crack.
people say.
There was no crack.
People say when a
I was still
wolf falls to the ground, go ahead and sharpen your knife
everybody
quickly.
had it.
In other words, when a
In
person is in a
83,
situation
you
of
walked into
danger,
the manager. She
it's
pointed
more
and
likely
said,
that additional danger will occur to that person. So when you give birth, it's a time of
you know
danger.
what you can sell. He said,
Everything
make a
people
lot
say,
of money. You bump into
you're
people like
gonna
that.
beat
Like
your
your neighbor
slave.
will come over and go talk to
You wait until the accumulates, and then you just
It was
let it all
everywhere.
out.
Everybody had it.
By a woman,
1,800 a gram, or don't even talk.
what's he punishing?
60 half a gram. I'll go with it. It was right off the
Third saying
fucking
is,
shipment. They were
let the
fucking
drug
piling it in. It
fall
was
on his
glass. It was fucking
Fourth
glass.
saying is,
First time I went to
have
Miami in
a
84,
shepherd
nobody enjoyed.
triple
You didn't stay
and
up.
catches goat.
You
He
didn't stay
waits
up.
by the doorway
Your
of
eyes
the
got
barn and
red,
then he
like those
catches
red
it.
bands. Were in your eyes, you got all red as shit.
We're in a
And you
situation
can
where
hide.
things
You
are going
can
well,
hard.
people are getting
You
up
had a
to
good
everybody's
fucking time, and you will let us
But when
know.
the situation is
And
not that
then, over the
not a lot of
years,
people
when you
going
started
around.
getting it,
People
you started doing
friends.
something to it.
The
Or
situation
just being
is
the
for women
right
is being
poison.
birthed,
That's
changed,
what that's. And
and
then,
things go
in
But
84,
how do we check men?
85,
Check
people
men
were
when they
smoking
are in a
cigarettes
situation
in
of
clubs.
danger. When they go
I went to the city in 85. I was not doing drugs at this time.
The Lord tells us,
People were already
the Rav wouldn't go on a
that's
boat
Colombian
that
thing.
had
It's not a
a guy on it. Perhaps a guy deserves
fucking
death,
cigarettes.
and the boat would go down and both die. Because the guy, Shmuel,
I went over
was
to
dead
the
out.
city.
He made sure there was a guy on the boat because it was more willing to punish two nations at the same time. Yanai, he checked the boat to see if the hole was full of several legs. Because if you are so we spoke in the Nakim the Prophet uses his spusim to pay for those misa. And that's not a good thing. Rabbi Zera wouldn't walk below palm trees during high winds for fear the branches would fall on him. The Mitzvah says, this is the biggest son of the don't wait until sorrow happens. Don't wait until a person is sick. God, a person should not be sick. It's part of it.
You never saw that.
Then you have to use a lot of spusim. As it says in the Pasuk, people have life from men. So the person himself, a men who need this spusim. Another question the Gemara uses from that Pasuk, the person who falls had already fallen. In other words, the Baruch Hu knows from day one from Shem's generation exactly
And
what's
guess
going
what?
to
I
happen.
have a fucking punch card. In 1980,
The only
he was
difference
already
is,
giving you a punch
Baruch
card.
Hu decides
If you put that nickel back, you got one for it. It was $10 back.
Douglas supposed to be
Put
exactly
$10
like
back. I got one
another
for it.
the person who
Who the
falls
fuck
to
did
the
you
back,
deal with? This is on the street. No license, no nothing. But it went there and they go, we don't
if
sell
a
weed.
person knows he's about to die, you should say either just like a person
God, I
taking
don't know
out
files all
death
over the street.
because he's over on history that he's a
I
field miso
never
peasant.
seen that before.
He says vidu. So the person who knows he's going to die.
Colorado, right, right, right.
If a person goes into
When I grew up, like the biggest thing I ever saw was weed and alcohol. I'm sure that there maybe there were pills or something.
Imagine
Maybe there were some kids who did other stuff, but did you have anyone
once he
who
feels
was negative about cocaine in your life, or was everyone
already
really positive?
It hit so hard.
once he has to lay down in bed,
In
that's sitting on
1982,
bed.
it hit
That's
so
bad news.
hard.
That's as if
Like
he's going to
girls
his
that
judge.
used to live with
And he likes
cheerleaders
to
and
has,
fucking see
maybe
what
he has a real
happened.
good lawyer, meaning it's
Like
this
the problem
person,
with doing fucking about it.
person
You know what I'm
has
saying? With that, it would hit
999
that hard.
malachim
If
that
you were at a
say
party,
bad about it.
it was 10 people at
That's what
9.
meaning
Those,
is.
see,
One out of a
at
thousand.
the beginning, cocaine didn't take over as a
Or
drug
says,
that got people
another
high.
man says, one out of a million. In other words,
Different color.
one out of the thousand
A lot of
malachim,
people with money.
999 reasons that one malah are against him. He has one reason for it.
Everybody when she
One
was
in a
8.
million. That will be Nazi.
She's somebody.
Rabbi Rothschild says,
Walk into a bathroom.
when women die, when they are younger,
You come out.
Rabbi says, because they do long-term
That's how
shopping,
you get people
wash,
like that.
do cycles,
By going
some say because they are not careful and they
If you took
use
college,
the design, so they say,
tell me the truth. Can I get a little bump in it? It was fucking insane. It was fucking insane. But that's how they sold it. That's how they sold it. They didn't sell it because it was a great drug. Don't cocaine fucking
This
dead.
says
You see it, it ain't dead.
they sold it. Checkpoints that one goes through.
Bigger person.
You see, these type Misa, neither Kyle,
There was a convertible and
some
a
say
fucking Eric Clapton and Black Sabbath. And I was
in
hitting
other words,
cocaine.
causes
That
the
was it.
neighbor die earlier.
Been hit like the
Tyler
wire
Hill,
line. 10 years ago, you wouldn't
the
see
Sugar
a
Mill
weed store.
says that Luchas
Now you
Hager
see a weed store
and
and
Meiser, Cruz and Meisers are the Ufei Torah. That is the center of Torah, and we give a certain manos, we believe,
because
on
they
the
had so
hearts that
much
we
of it
cook.
in the house.
Cruz and Meisers, with their right, so we're going to the Rabbanon, as a concept called Mai, we don't trust him. And we trust that Moritz, that he wasn't Magdish, this object, therefore, he confused it out. Rabbi Nelson says that because of the Avera of not fulfilling the nether, monetary obligation that's a tzedakah or any other
But that crack took
person's
over.
wife,
I don't know how it
God,
was.
Rebbe says he's supporting
man.
children with that.
Same time, like
Rebbe
1982 to 83.
said that
Children
children will die. Rebbe himself said, because once he heard that his Rebbe says, children need to die.
It was called a tie.
If a person's children die because the person not careful with his lizzle or the person not careful with the fire cars, and this is based on the depression, learn the hustle. One positive back there, one says the man you be made. You want to live longer, you want to hustle right before the sun. Two seconds before that, it's talking about mathematics. Later, you started your children, you go all the way back and say, even Torah and the distance. It
is now where you pay taxes to somebody you know or
child to die.
neighborhood is
Somebody
controlled
says
by some guy.
that someone who's
It
careful
was
with
like
the
open, it was like
that's
the Wild Wild
one
West in my neighborhood.
2,800
They saw a house
slaves. It's 10 per nation, 70 nations. On each corner, that's 70 times 4 corners.
He was crazy.
But that's what he says.
Crazy. It's just some people to the mission that will go man like
wife will lose his
they'll
children.
just kill a whole family, man. Like
It's an addiction,
Person
right? You can make
who is not careful with challah won't see a bracha, with oil in his wine, and will plant other people will eat from it. And the person who's not careful with Meiser won't be any rain, and you won't have any traffic. So run after Panasa, and you won't.
my fingers were always dirty and shit. My wife would wake
Not
up with
careful
that
in summer,
fucking
then
smell
we'll
of weed.
use
Go back to bed.
winter. The person
I was smoking out of a
does
can.
so nice. How that bracha the Pasuk says, "Replace the bracha of the Italian." We learn actually, even though your lips are numb, saying
I never thought I'd smoke crack either. I didn't like listening in the 80s to Freemasons getting big. That different from crack.
It's hot roller, right?
Bro, it was fucking stupid white people. They wasted my fucking time. Okay, and Timmy, there's a kid who listens to the podcast. Timmy Holloway, my buddy. Timmy, and this black dude, a friend of mine came up to him one day. He goes, "Brian, you got good coke." And he just graduated.
Shabbos daf on the Gemara gives us 6 categories of different averos, and what the different punishments for those averos are. Starting off with guilt of stealing, looks will come and devour the entire crowd. There's no craft, they're really hungry. They'll end up eating the whole children. Also, it says, the fat cows. It says, Rabbi is referring to these women who don't have jobs, and all they do all day is shop, shop, shop. And this causes their husbands to get debt and not have enough money, and they'll have to steal in order to pay the credit card. The Avera of meaning if you are the judge, and you have the judgment, and you don't give it over to the Baldin, you torture him a little bit, or a corrupt judgment, or kilkaladin means you don't look into the case. You can also have to try and heavy or something for the guy, or for the Avera, for the Torah, all these, there's the sword, there's war, and the enemy comes and takes the booty, the famine, you'll eat, you will be satiated, and you will buy bread by the way. The Avera is what Shalom Sheker, meaning you swear falsely did something in the past, or did something in the future, or you say that right now it's night when everybody knows it's day. In the pasuk it says the word Philo, it also says Philo, Shabbos, and Philo Hashem. So all three are the same in the wild beasts will come and eat the livestock, the people, and therefore the world will be desolate. Was the Avera of Tzikot murder, Shorbu was his mockery of Mikdash, and the Shekhinah was removed from Klal Yisrael. For the Avera of Eli writes, Avodah Zarah, and Yashima Shmita Yovel will be abolished in the world, and we will lead our country, and others will take over. For the Avera of Nidushan, the law of the Lord is Tzaris, Rabbis, Zeris, Kashas, terrible decrees, terrible tzaris, and the young Bachrim will die, the orphans and the widows will strive Hashem, and you won't answer them. Everybody knows why a child gets married. If you talk about it, even if you're supposed to live 70 years, flips it over. It's not only the person talking, it's the person that hears and doesn't make him a call. Also gets punished. They deep they get headed for both of these people. If a person sets aside time for Avera, what will happen is he'll have welts and wounds on his body, and he'll even have this disease called the Drugoi. Drugoi comes in three varieties. One of them causes his skin to be puffed up and puffed, and that comes for iritis. That's usually because the horse says Avera is referring to iritis. When a person is in starvation mode, then it swells, and when it comes from tissue consumption, then the person gets sick. Well, I just had this, and it's one of the people because of you flavor the iritis. So we both will heal them right away. Abaya is right, and Rabbi said, I know that mainly fast a lot, and therefore he has the drug. Rabbi himself, we're going to get out of the drug. The reason why he got the drug is he didn't take himself to the bathroom when he had Talmidah. He was only this because of the Talmidah. If a person has an skin, you can tell that if he has jaundice, he has yellow, that is because of the skin. If a person has gassisua, the symbol for that is because of the core. The symbol for a person that causes a fire is askura, which is restriction, what's happening when we can't breathe anymore. What Yossi says, askura comes because the person is terrible without giving fruits and vegetables. When I wanted to fire Biana, so Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Rothschild sitting there, and they asked them, why is it that askura starts from the intestines and which is the one from the throat? Rabbi Yehuda starts answering every place that the person described later on. And he said, even though the kidneys give the advice and the heart understands and the tongue articulates, but it's the mouth that finishes it off. That's why it finishes off by the mouth. Rabbi Yossi said, most people eat tebel, Rabbi says, because of little Torah. Women who are not about the Torah, why do they get asked? Because they're about their husbands. Goyim are not about the Torah, they are about the Jews. What about young children? So this is more because of about their father. Says Rashi, when they come to ask their father for candy while the father is learning, that's their Avera, that's what they get punished for. The kids that are learning in school don't have the time to bother the father. Why is it? Because when the daughter has tzaddikim, the tzaddikim take the brunt of the Avera to the daughter. When there are no tzaddikim, then it's the children that take the Avera of the daughter. Why was Rabbi Yehuda because he said that Yossi and Rabbi Yehuda said that we have to give praise to the Romans because they made us marketplaces and bridges and bathhouses. Rabbi Yossi was quiet, and Rabbi Rothschild didn't like it. He said the reason why they make marketplaces is to put bonus in it. Rabbi Rothschild is just to fit himself, and the bridges are just to make holes. There was a person by the name of Yehudi Megeir who trashed places to say that he was a fucking person, he's a Tana. And he sent it over to his friends, and eventually traveled from his friends all the way to the Romans. And the Romans put Rabbi Rothschild down from Muhammad because he gave praise to the Romans. Because Rabbi Yosef didn't make him a thought, they threw him to Sipiri, and they wanted to kill him by the fight. The famous story of Shimon by the fight, to fly directly to his wife and bring him bread and water. But then he said if he tortured his wife, she might give up where he's at. So he ran to the cave. There was a nace, a carrot tree, which takes 70 years to bear fruit. It bears fruit. It actually killed us. They wanted to bear fruit. And there's a spring of water there. After my father's son was Lazar and Shimon, were both there, and they broke into the mud. They took the clothes in order to save the clothes. And holding on, davening, bowling. After the Caesar died, Eliana became, and he notified them that he's over to communicate for 12 years. He came out of the cave, and he saw people plowing the field, and he couldn't believe their eyes. How could people waste their time with great things like burning a living, and that's when he was learning Torah, and he started burning everybody that he saw. On the basket came down and said, "What's trying to destroy my world, get back in the cave." He went back in the cave. He made a calculation. He said, the person who wants to be ahead of the rush, he should be in the cave more than an additional 12 months. But now, as they pointed out about it, said, yes, you can come out. Whatever those are Shimon destroyed, Shimon will fix. And Reb Shimon told the son of the Lord, when you say word, it's not enough part of the world, we have all the pressure of it. Let it go. And on Erev Shabbos, they saw Aruch Saba. Sometimes, as it says, Aruch Saba means a Yanovi. They saw an older person carrying bundles of Hadassah. He said, what are you doing with this? He said, I need it for Shabbos. He said, one for Zafar and one for Shomer. And here's the concept of lighting two candles for Shabbos, Zafar and Shomer. And he said, look how beautiful Klal Yisrael is, or the mitzvahs, and says Rabbeinu Zmeir, his father-in-law, he said, he couldn't believe getting massage, he couldn't believe the welts, the scars he had on his body from the mud, and he started crying as he went from the touch, and the pause from the scream. And Rabbeinu Zmeir said, I can't believe that I see like this. I'm sure my friend told me the opposite. It's because you see me like this, because of what I went through. I became a true by the and the Gemara tells us that before they went to the cave, the Shemai would ask the questions, would answer, well answered. But after they came out of the cave, the yard would ask the Shemai would answer have a wonderful day.
I just took out everything I had given to me. He just took out a fucking bolt. I remember driving home with the coke rock in my hand like a fucking balloon. I say that joke on stage. It's not a joke. There was a snow home with a ram and 3/4 round in my hand. Just driving home with the air conditioner on lightly. And the fume in my face, tremendous. And I said to him, how do I get home?
Shabbos that's on the dollar. To Erev Pesach and Pesach Shalamayim, we're falling slightly behind on the Imam Davi, doing everything we can in order to record it. Today we're going to do $100, and hopefully that's on the fest. So tomorrow we'll try to do that. The Gemara tells us that when Yaakov Avinu came to Shechem, the Torah says he was showing, meaning he was healed, he was limp. Even though he spent a lot of money, extravagant amount, on a gift for Esau, he didn't have any monetary loss. And even though he was traveling, he didn't forget any of his Torah. He said, let me get back to the community. And he created a new coin for Shem. She was fun as well. When he came out of the cave, he wanted to get back to the community. And he found out so fast that they had a subject, whether there was bodies buried there, or had a woman walk on a path. It comes a lot of accusation to go all the way around. There was an older person who told him that back in the day, that Zakkai took tourists and some kind of bean, and he cut them, even though they were true, even though the Zakkai was a player, he wasn't concerned about killing them. In other words, that place was not a cemetery. And therefore, a lot of they could consume the bodies. Shimon never consumed the bodies, but he did the same thing. He imitated that act, and they spread it around. And by nace, the bodies would rise up and soften the dirt. And anywhere the dirt was soft, he marked it off as a place where it could walk. Anywhere where the dirt remained hard was a place of prayer for the walk. That Saba, the older person that told him about the Zakkai, was funny to the question. He said, Shemai was an entire place of forest graveyard. He said, how do you talk something like that? Even a Zaina treats her friends with respect who are here, even though they're competition. A Talmud should certainly treat another Talmud with respect. He looked at him and he killed him. And then he saw Yehudim and Gerim, the one who caused the whole story, which caused him to go into a cave. According to Rashi and Taisus, he's a Talmud. He looked at him and he turned into a pile of bones. The mission says, the Erev Shabbos, a person should walk into his house and ask his family, take Meiser. The Gemara says, you must say it inclusively, you should say it calmly. You want people to listen, you don't yell and you don't dictate. So calmly, the Mishnah says this is common sense. The other thing the Mishnah says, yes, that you make a Teru, that is, place a meal somewhere into that place, as if you're going to shoot, as if you are dwelling there on Shabbos and you're allowed to walk from that spot on another 2,000 amas. According to one Shita, there's Mishnah Raisa. Even if you don't hold the Mishnah Raisa, at least it has a smack of the Torah, and finally, he asks them how deep he tells them how deep he is in there. Like Shabbos got the story of falling back. Beinash Moshes, which the Gemara is going to describe what it is exactly. We don't know if it's day or night. It could be day and night. It could be day before. It could be Friday. It could be Shabbos. Therefore, we don't remove Meiser from the fruit. That is a certain level of fruit that you must take Meiser. Because you are fixing the fruit. You also can remove the flesh from a flea by introducing it in a mikvah. And you certainly shouldn't light a candle because if it's already Shabbos, sure, it isn't there, right? However, you're allowed to take a Meiser from the night. That's fruit that you buy from an Amoret, but it's only a chumrah of the Rabbanan that you have to take another time. Meiser. And you're allowed to do Eruv Chatzeres, which is not in the Torah. Eruv Chatzeres are people, let's say, share a common yard, so they participate in a meal, and it's as if they both own that yard together and carry their own.
What's going on, you bad motherfucker, Felipe?
And burying inside a hot dish. It's not considered fashion. The Gemara says that the same person, a person does two acts, and treatment and Moshes as two different things. First, a person makes an Eruv for his friend. Now, an Eruv must be done before Shabbos, and it must be during Shabbos as well. It has to be at least a moment during Shabbos. He made the Eruv on Friday, and during the Beinash Moshes, the dog came and did the Eruv, one more Eruv. You say the Eruv lasted into Shabbos because Beinash Moshes is considered Shabbos. On the flip side, that same person made an Eruv. He started it on Beinash Moshes. But the Eruv must be on Friday, so you know Beinash Moshes is considered Friday. And it goes into nighttime and then a dog ate it. So here you say Beinash Moshes is Friday and Beinash Moshes is Shabbos. Which one is it? You say it's both. Beinash Moshes is a suffix. And since this is Eruv Rabbanan, we say this is a Rebbe says, you cannot bury your with material that doesn't have any meaning. The original script because you might find that your pot is not hot enough, you might light the fire. But Beinash Moshes is so heavy, as the Mishnah says, because Beinash Moshes, there are clouds. Usually, people have really hot pots going into Shabbos. Now, on Friday, it's also to hide something with material that you add to it. Certainly, you might use ashes that have coals, you might come and stoke the coals. And you said before, Beinash Moshes is Suffolk day, Suffolk night, Suffolk 2 days. The Gemara says, in the Shita of the review that if the horizon is dark and the sky is dark, that's 100%. If the top of the horizon is red and the bottom is dark, point to everybody that's Beinash Moshes. But if the horizon is red and the top is red, that's where the mistake is. That time to be completely red and then to go from to the bottom horizon dark and only the top red, that's a difference of 1.5 minutes. How good is that? That's the whole matter. Rabbi Rothschild says that Beinash Moshes lasts from Shkia until it takes a person to launch a half a mil, which is approximately 9 minutes. Yossi says that Beinash Moshes is verified like the blink of an eye, nobody knows when that exactly occurs. Now, when it comes to a Zav is someone who sees an emission. It's not carry, it's a special emission called Zino, comes from a disease. If he sees one emission, he has Allah he goes to the mission that day, he goes to Torah. If he sees 2 emissions, what's a Zav?
Sometimes you can
That's the way 7 days of Tahara.
Yeah, sometimes even that. Sometimes you fucking whatnot.
Sometimes the sub that has to bring
nothing happened.
Now the 3 emissions by itself can happen on the same day, as long as there's a break between the emissions, or in consecutive days. But if there's a day in between with no emission, then the 3 emissions don't combine to make a sub that requires emission. Says the Gemara very interesting. What happens to the sub who sees one emission Bein HaShmoshes Sunday night, and he sees another emission Monday night Bein HaShmoshes? Well, it's possible that Bein HaShmoshes is only Sunday, and Bein HaShmoshes is Tuesday. Therefore, he's not a real Sunday soul. It's like he is the middle day in his real. It's also possible that Bein HaShmoshes is both Sunday morning, and the second Bein HaShmoshes is Monday night, and therefore it is consecutive, and therefore it has to be a carbon. Therefore, this person has to be mafia, bring a carbon, and he's coming, and he should wait 7 days. The same with the fact that this person is so working in the rats, so that on his last Sunday to Monday, and he's also Zab, and he's not being a carbon, but he's Zab, has to wait 7 days. Wonderful days.
I haven't done a line of coke for 9 years. I stopped doing coke like the weekend that Marilyn died, and I was in Jersey. I had my own hotel room in Seacoast, and I couldn't wait to go back there because my buddy was getting 8 balls for $60 right off the fucking boat. And he kept telling me, "You come back, just call me when you get to the hotel, bring it right to the hotel." And I remember getting to the hotel, and it didn't feel right.
Shabbos, Davam, the extra Kiyah Barabba, what's that level? If somebody forgets to eat how to Saturday, on top of it, you know, from before Shabbos, in the Shabbos, and in the Kiyah, there are codes. It's able to do answer them very vaguely. He quotes a Mishnah in Truma that says that the person who cooks on Shabbos, depends. If it's on purpose, you cannot be sure. By accident, you could eat the food. And in our case, Rabbi Rothschild says that the person forgot. There's no difference between accident and on purpose. Now, what anyone are both awesome. In fact, it's not like Rabbi Rothschild said he meant that both Shoghi and Mazid are mutter to eat. Why is Mazid? Leave it on a fire, different than amazing when you cook on Shabbos. Because amazing by cooking on Shabbos, you're cooking action, you're cooking with your hands. Leaving it on a flame, you didn't do anything, you just didn't remove it. Only issue is that there's a price that the French is shaking it. It says amazing, if you leave it on a purpose, it's also for you to eat. That would be a major question to Rabbi Rothschild. Not Faisal, on the other hand, says that what the Rabbi meant is that both shaking and amazing are also to eat if you left it on the flame for Shabbos. Why is that? Because we're concerned that people will be tricky and they'll say, "Oh, I forgot the food on the flame," when in fact they didn't forget. They said even when it's by accident. The problem is from that price. It says that by accident you are allowed to eat. And the answer is in 2 periods of time. The Chachamim made a gzeira and they said, since people are cooking, it's also to eat food as not accident. And the rice that says you're allowed to eat food when it was by accident was before that gzeira. You need to understand yesterday's daf on Zion. The Shulchan Mayor of Yehuda had explained these things. According to Mayor, they still hold you can do shkia. You can leave a pot before Shabbos and Shabbos only with hot water. Now we're saying, according to Mayor, it's even a kasha, even cooked food. You need to explain that on the Zion, we're talking about the chatchila. If somebody comes to ask a rabbi, what do I need? Don't know. Only hot water. He went ahead and he did so without asking the rabbi. Allow him to eat. Even a kasha like on today's night. What about Rabbi Yehuda?
I saw Scarface.
She
and I went to see if that old man was still
they were
alive.
saying,
When I was hanging out with
review the whole for only hot water.
yeah, the fucking
You need to explain
community there was
that on the Fanzai we're talking about when somebody brings the coals. There are no coals. So therefore, if there's no coals, we'll allow it to eat even for the food. Today we said, we're talking about there are holes in the kitchen. Since there are holes, only hot water. Not. The Gemara has a suffix. What if a person went ahead
to see if I could see if
instead
he's
of
still
listening to the
alive.
and was over and he did shihiyah? Do we utilize him and not allow him to eat the food? Let's bring a raya from Rabbi Yossi. Said that somebody had water that was left on from before Shabbos. Shabbos, he said you're allowed to use it. Whereas somebody had shriveled egg, really cooked egg, and he said you're not allowed to have it. So you see that shihiyah is awesome. Which is perhaps what he meant to say is next week will be awesome. In other words, don't do this again. Since you did it already, you are allowed to.
dealing with somebody else's
Gemara says that Rashish's holds that according to Beisila,
how happy are you now?
we're going
How
to
you
Beisila
make it
Chazor,
in the morning when you go to
putting
your
the
work.
pot back on the flame. According to Beisila, say you're allowed to do Chazor, you're allowed to put the pot back on the
Like
flame.
that service.
It's even
There's
on
something
Shabbos
about it,
morning,
like you're a
where it's
comedian.
not,
Like at first, I
you
really
can't see from his action
I did
that he
something
wants to put it back. Friday night, if somebody takes the choke off the flame, for instance, we know that he's going to put it back on, he needs it for the next day. The Shabbos morning is different. Perhaps he doesn't want to put it back. Nevertheless, according to Beisila, you want to put it back on the flame. Comes Rabbi Tadai and says, I need to qualify that. That's only if he continuously holds it in his hand. But once he puts it on the ground, it's also to put it back in his hand. Says Rabbi Rothschild, I disagree. Even if you put the pot on the ground, put it back on the flame. There's a flake is what Abaye says. According to one logic, Abaye says you need two conditions. You need to be holding it in your hand, and you need to think in your mind that you're going to put it back on the flame. If you're missing any one of those conditions, let's say you think in your mind you're going to put it back on the flame, but you put it on the floor, you cannot put it back. Let's say you're holding it in your hand, but you never thought you want to put it back on the flame, you cannot put it back. Another logic in Abaye is that Abaye said it's one or the other. Either you're thinking in your mind, in other words, I put it on the floor, but I thought in my mind, right now, I'm going to put it back on the flame, put it back on the flame. Or, even without thinking, I'm holding it in my hand, I can put it back on the flame. Gemara remains in a suffix. These following questions: what happens if you didn't put it on the floor? The bar mentions floor. What if you put it on a table, on a bed? What if you hung it on a stick? Is that considered as if he's holding it in his hand? Another question Gemara asks: what happens if he takes something off the flame and he pours it into another pot? Does that restart the whole thing and say you're now putting that pot back on the flame? So now, take that. The Mishnah talks about a conner. Until now, we're talking about a kira that has two flames. A conner is narrow on the top, and therefore it traps the heat in a lot more than a kira. It's much hotter. She says, as a kira, if you and the bottom of the straw, that's nothing. It's not a problem. When it comes to a conner, you cannot because it has so much heat. It has the same halacha as real fuel.
And she goes, read it. I called you here for reason.
Rabbi Yosef says that with a conner, I could place food up against the wall of the conner. I have to put you inside the conner and out and put it inside. I argue that this conner is so extreme, the heat is so strong, that I cannot even put on the side of the conner. And in fact, the price of that says exactly what Abaye says. It's also
I never shot anything in my life for television. The world understands.
It's in between a kira
I'm
and
the first sitcom ever.
just like a
To be honest with you,
it only has one flame.
so man,
It's larger
I
than
made
one
friends with a cameraman.
It's hotter than a
I
kira.
made friends with a stand-in. I had a stand-in.
Less
This
than a
fat
and
motherfucker.
therefore,
And I'm like,
if
if I had a stand-in, and I'm like, man,
straw
he has fatter than this
you're allowed to put a
he was fatter than me. So
If
after the stand-in was there, getting all the light,
olives,
doing all the blocking,
It's
I
awesome.
asked him, bro, what did they tell you? What did
that
they
was always
tell
a
bro?
tumor. If you
The
take
fuck was
a
there
complete and break it,
and he'll tell me stand right there, just stand right
so
there.
if you have a kira,
Then I made the cameraman laugh, the one that was
it's
facing
what?
me. So he'll tell me, Felipe,
It's
I'll turn to the right.
now you just
You
ruined
can see your whole
both of
face
the
now.
burners.
No
But if you
spots,
split
man.
it, it's with.
It's
You just
very
created
nice.
two burners instead of
When they don't have
one
that
large
dumb
kira, and
attitude,
therefore it remains
that's
tough.
how I was
Whereas
blessed.
the only has one
I
burner.
see people
So
who got
regardless of what
choice.
direction you break it, you just ruined that burner, and therefore it becomes hard having a wonderful
Treat a fellow working like that. Yeah, but always one of those places that the guy has like he's being shit. He'll fuck with you a little bit. I did that show and they were very nice to me on NBC. The show got canceled, which was good. Thank God nobody saw it. But then that this creepy show called 18 Wheels of Justice on TNT when you were 18 Wheels of Justice.
Shabbos Naflami Press tells us that it's also to cook an egg,
This is
even
what
though
was
it
TNT.
won't completely cook, like
Way
putting it
before
by the
Spike, that
side
was
of a
when I
very
real.
hot
I had to read in front of
one does so on
producers.
Shabbos.
My hand was shaking.
Once it is time to
That I was a pimp.
Similarly,
I played a pimp
in the
with
case of
white
someone
hoes
that
and shit.
takes
And it was
very
just playing my
old
bad shit
herring
and shit.
or
And I
tuna,
drive to San Diego to get
and some people just eat it by rinsing it
It was
off.
going right up my fucking nose.
If you rinses it off, it's considered marble. People know it's not completely cooked. That's the way they cook it so good this way. Because no, most people won't eat semi-raw egg.
I was a savage in those fucking videos. Oh my God, I went on that set.
Any salty food, salty fish,
I was going
that
back
you
in class. 200.
soaked it in hot water before Shabbos. You're allowed to soak it again on Shabbos because being visual application, you cannot cook food that's already cooked before Shabbos. And to rinse it off is also one. It would be also to soak it in hot water. If you didn't do so, Erev Shabbos would be considered visual. Mishnah says it's also to take an egg, put it on a very hot scalding. Rabbi Rothschild says it's what the more qualified. If you cook in the sun, according to everybody that's cooking, because that's not there are people that's not helping to cook. Nobody's going to confuse this. If you cook it on the hold up fire, you take a hot cloth, you put it by the fire, you heat it up by the fire, and you cook on that cloth. According to everybody that's awesome their rice, hold up outside. Oh my God, this is.
You should understand what no mustache.
Warm it up in the sun.
They made him a mustache. It was a horrible mustache. They kept falling apart. It was like black tape.
Confuse it with clothing that was warmed up by the fire.
It was a Mexican club with a
So
Cuban
the
accent.
Basic says there's no
What year
year.
was that? 2007.
Yossi agrees that it's
I was
also
queen then. I was
to bury food in hot sand and cook through the sand. Why is sand different? It's not like it's according to Rabbi. The place is concerned. You might come buried in remnants, ashes of coal. And Rabbi Yosef says we're concerned that buried in sand, you might dig deeper and your hope for Kuma, digging in shafts, and that's just their rights. What's the difference between the two? As far as what is buried in very soft sand, like beach sand. There's no digging really. According to the Shita, that is about digging. You don't have a concern according to the Ram, we're not about sand. You have something very soft, like ashes. Put the egg down and it just buries itself. That's how soft it is. Bryce says, you light up oil and egg on a rooftop.
Legendary actor that was
David
David Perez. You smoke weed with him. He was a
This problem of perhaps you're going to be
He
digging
was the poor man
a hole on Shabbos.
That name is
Mishnah tells us there's a story in very
Richard Paul, shit, hell yeah, that's right. I turned him into weed. Oh, shit, I got his eyes, so he got lost. You guys know who Richard Breel is on The Sopranos. Richard Breel and Felipe are doing this fucking movie.
the fire that's the right of the
Yes,
I'm saying that
that's the
all
first
of the
dude I
sun,
know, Sleep.
one understands
Is
that how
Richie
did the hospital
on the movie set.
you see
He
the
went so
all of the
crazy.
sun
He went and got a medical marijuana license for him and his wife.
water is very
Yeah,
that's
that
the
day was
very
choking.
hold of the
He told some
because
good
the water
stories
heats up
on
by
David
going right
Brown.
past the opening of the
He
head.
trained
It's a real fire
He
and
trained
no right for it.
Eddie Murphy for that movie.
Since Chacham said in the Mishnah that Hamid Ferry is also, we
We
learn from this that Hatmana, the Gabah Mitzvah Hevel, finding very easy than an object that makes more visual meaning all the time, like the screen. The hot springs of Ferry.
He's a good actor.
Is also, even if you put it in there before Shabbos,
God bless those guys.
who argue, who says the hot springs of Ferry are moving. Says, what are you talking about? Even the people of Ferry broke their pipes. In other words, they took it back and they didn't do so anymore. When it comes to washing yourself, bathing yourself in Shabbos, if you are washing your face, hands, and feet, according to Mesilah, you're allowed to do so even with water that is heated up. And according to Shammai, you heat up the water for food, then you're allowed to add a little bit for washing yourself, hands, feet, and face. According to everybody, if you take a bath with the water, a real pizza, it's also to bathe yourself even if the water is heated up before Shabbos. Like it says, you have to agree with my if you're allowed to shower, not bathe, shower with water that was heated up before Shabbos. So we have these two extremes. You have your mayor that says you're not allowed to shower yourself even with cold water on Shabbos. You have your Shimon that says you're not allowed to shower even with hot water on Shabbos. You have your Yehuda that makes a compromise. He says hot water is lesser, cold water is mutter. Allah is like
Chicago,
Yehuda.
and he'll do a movie with
Our Mishnah must be talking about like Rav Shimon. But to make it deep in the Mishnah, since the Mishnah says that
That's why
it's
you love it. That's
also
why you really find the passion
use this
for it.
water.
They give you a
It
nice
says
salad.
if you heat it up on Shabbos, and it's also to bathe yourself with this water, meaning that if the water was heated up before Shabbos, it would be mutter to use hot water on Shabbos. That's the only way the Mishnah says you let it shower yourself with hot water that is heated up before Shabbos.
In Nicaragua,
All my flakus is water that comes straight from the ground. But if you have the water in a vessel, according to everybody that's also, because people may come to say, they'll think that you heated up the water on Shabbos.
John Savage, yeah.
Allah is like Rabbi Yehuda. Typically, we have a rule. The Rebbe say, anytime you have a three-way machlokes and one Manda Omar is a compromise, go like that Manda Omar. However, it's possible that that rule is only in the Mishnah, and our three-way machlokes was in a price. Nevertheless, Allah is like a rule like compromise since we heard so specifically. The only time we don't have this rule, but if you have a three-way machlokes to go like compromise, is like the sugi we had earlier in our Masefta, with fully money. The person takes clothing and he declares it to be a shmata, so we keep it touched in the middle position. Nevertheless, Allah is not like it because Rabbi was the Talmud of the other two children. And later on in life, he also took it back and he admitted that Allah is like Rabbi Yeshua had a wonderful day.
The chick who gave me 18 wheels of justice. I already had a relationship with her. She had already booked me, so she was happy. In front of Rodney, I went there and read for Rodney. Rodney goes, bro, you made me laugh. He goes, the role you read for, they gave it away. But he called me a few days later. And a few days later, I got off just to go to the set. What's it called, that movie? I don't even know.
Shabbos document.
No.
Versions in Rav. Rav says
It's horrific,
if
but
you water
Rodney
before
gave
Shabbos,
me 8 days.
submitted to
Yeah,
bathe
in those
in that
days,
water,
when I was
provided that
one
you only
day,
bathe one limb at a time.
It was so fucking
The fact that
frustrating.
there are two rice
One
that seem
day,
cliff,
one
and
day,
they
that must be
they say
2 days.
the only way you can bathe yourself is to
I'm like, oh,
wash your
yeah.
face, hands,
And
and
I
feet.
busted 3 days or
Seems like
something.
any
They
other limb
used
would
to
be
call
also.
one day
Rabbi
co-star or
explained,
some
the Rebbe just told us how to do it, just like you wash your face by itself, your
I
hand
know
by
one
itself.
day
So
I
each
realized
limb
that.
must be
I'm
washed
like,
individually.
what the fuck is
The other
wrong with
version
my
of is Rabbi.
That's all it was
Wait to
One
use
day for
hot
10
water that is
projects in a
heated
row.
before Shabbos. It's to bathe your entire body besides one limb. You must leave one limb out. The problem is that those two rices seem to contradict Rav. Those rices say the only way to bathe yourself is one of the other Rabbi, face, hands, and feet, not your entire body minus one limb. That's a good question. But Yosef asked the Bible was brought up by Rabbi. In fact, used Rabbi's shita that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your entire body, minus one limb. Says Abaya, I never saw, I don't know. But the question is, why did Rabbi Yosef ask about it? It's obvious that Rabbi always did exactly what Rabbi said, besides 3 things. He had in the beginning of Sefta, that you're not allowed to pay tzitzis from one beggar to the other. Rav says you can. Rav says you could light a ner Hanukkah, one from the other. Rav says you can. And Rav constantly like, with Shimon Begrera, that you're allowed to drag a bench, provided you don't know for sure that you're going to make it good. Rav says, I don't know. But everything else, the answer is because it's like Kula. Perhaps in Kula, Rav didn't act like Rav. To say that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your whole body, minus one limb, that's a Kula. In fact, Allah is not like Rav. Allah is like Shmuel, who says the only thing you're allowed to do on Shabbos is bathe your face, hands, and feet. Finish your price, just like Shmuel that says, even if you bathe each limb individually, that's awesome. You can only do Tana, If you have a bathhouse, but they plugged up the holes that let the steam out, or another shot is that let the heat out of the heater before Shabbos. In other words, you trap the steam in the bathhouse, but it's not providing additional steam throughout Shabbos. So once the Shabbos comes along, you're allowed to use the bathhouse. You don't have to wait until the amount of time it takes to heat up the water. If you're only using the steam, the seah, the sauna part, that you can do even on Shabbos itself and on Yom Tov itself. In fact, there's a story in Bnei Brak, Akiva, the thing like you said, Nagada, Akiva, Elizabeth Azariah, they sat in the steam house on London, and they did so. A shower with hot water, according to Rashi, and they made sure that that hot water was covered with wood. So you don't even cover the hot water with wood. The Gemara tells us there are actually 4 steps in the Xerah that says that you're not allowed to bathe yourself in hot water. The first step was that it was mutter to bathe yourself in hot water that was heated up before Shabbos. So then the Balanim, the people in charge of the place, they started lying, they started doing shtick, and they would heat up on Shabbos. Some say, explains they had an extra coat before Shabbos, because the Talmud Kitui. We said, you know what? No more bathing in hot water, but you're allowed to use the steam. The Abaryonim came along, the people that are put out of and they started lying. They said, you're using the steam, but in fact, they were bathing. So they said, you know what? You're not allowed to use steam, but you're allowed to use any natural hot spring you're allowed to use. They came along the third tier. People were lying. They said, hey, I just came from the commentary when in fact they were coming from the bathhouse. So they said, commentary is also awesome. You're allowed to use cold water. They realized the Chachamim that people cannot be oimed. They can't stand Xerah. They weren't able to accept Xerah. So they said, commentary is mutter. Let's take it back instead. You're allowed to go to a natural hot spring. You're not allowed to use the steam. You're not allowed to use the Xerah. You see from here that a person who's over on a Rabbanah, on this Xerah is considered an Abaryon. You're allowed to call him out in public, call him an Abaryon. The Lord tells us you're allowed to walk through a bathhouse that's very wide and large because we're not going to you're going to think that you base there and you're not going to benefit from it. It's a smaller one, like a small farm in the village. It's inevitable that if you walk through it, that you won't benefit from the steam, and therefore it's awesome. You're allowed to heat up your own body and then pour cold water on it. Do the reverse. Pour cold water on your body, then heat yourself up in front of the fire. That's also because now you're bathing yourself in hot water. Similarly, you're allowed to take a hot towel and put it on your stomach to relieve pain in the stomach. So you're not allowed to take a small pot of hot water. Number one, if it spills out, it's a very big danger. That's also to do with the weekday as well. There's an additional problem. If water spills out onto your body, now you're bathing in hot water. So Tanakama says that you're permitted to take cold water on Shabbos and then warm it up with lukewarm. It's also to heat it up to the point where it's got some leather, so the kind of takes back, or the Gemara describes it as a mouth of hot water, or the heat that can burn a baby's stomach. As the Mishnah says, it's 40 degrees Celsius, which is 504 Fahrenheit, which is about 6 degrees Celsius, which is about 114.8 Fahrenheit. That you're not allowed to do. And what about oil? God doesn't mention oil. Rabbi used to say that according to the Talmud, it's 100% water. There's no such thing as cooking oil. Therefore, even if you bring it up, you have to let it. That means it's 100% usher, even if you warm up oil. That's the way you about it. That's how they use it. They like to warm it up, and therefore that's what it says. That brings another to this.
Thank God for Nick cashing, please. Cash your check. You don't give a fuck.
Warm it up to the point that's gasoline. Also, warm it up to the point.
As long as you cash that check,
that's another because that's not how you cook with it.
So I knew.
Shmuel says that is the way to cook with it, to make it warm. Therefore, you can only put it in your hand and put your hand in front of a fire. So what is the difference between chewing and wheel? It's saying the same thing. It's no matter warm up water, even lukewarm. The answer is because according to Rabbi Rothschild, it's also to warm it up lukewarm, even with a sheet of living halachah inside your head. According to the wheel, that is what Lahalacha, there's no difference between oil and water. Both of them, it's Yatsu Legas. It's also to warm up, it's not Yatsu Legas. It's one of those who reads about, I think he went into the bathhouse, he's found Rebbe, and he said, I want to take a flask of oil and put it in the Hamid area, the bathhouse of Hamid area, and warm it up, and he has the shady, water that's in another thing, fill another thing, then you put it into that. So the Lord says, first of all, you learn 3 things. You learn that you could cook oil, like the sheet that says oil is cookable. Second of all, you see that if you take water out of the Hamid area and you make it into kisheni, that does not cook. And second of all, you see that just warming up oil, that's also considered cooking. Now, how did Rebbe tell these halachas? He's in the bathhouse. You're not allowed to even think the Torah in the bathhouse. The answer is, to prevent somebody from doing this, you're allowed to, like you see, the Talmud went behind the maid in the bathhouse and he wanted to mop the floor for him. The maid said, that is also that's considered boina, because he wanted to prevent it from doing it instant. Have a wonderful day.
Like open mics at the broker. How embarrassing that fucking is. Then they called Comedy Works one night on Tuesday night. My heart almost fucking stopped. My heart almost stopped. They came up to me, they go, the guy's been on hold for 15 minutes. That's fucking embarrassing, man. In 1999, I went with Ruben Quintana and Luke Torres to do a show at MIT.
Shabbos daf with Malach, the Lord tells us two stories of Zera. Zera and Rebavo. First one is Zera's story of Avo, swimming in his own private pool in the backyard, full of comic fairy, which he said that you're allowed to use on Shabbos. He says, I'm not sure though if Avo has feet on the ground or he's floating. Floating the river will be also because of the Shabbat. Third, you might make a life in your backyard if God says has a straight wall resemble the swing. Different than a river which goes in a gradual incline. So it's obvious that that's or another shot Rashi today, it has a lift. It's a swing boat. It doesn't resemble a lift. Third time from Zera sort of a boat. Hovering the side was flight. I'm not sure if he's touching something. Never says touching is possible. That is the Beira of the Dor HaMabul explains. What's the however, Abai explains our circumstances are rough. Malicious is that the person has his mind on something else. For instance, the soldiers, malicious, the soldiers that come, if they're friendly soldiers, and you're not even in time of war, don't be concerned that they make your wine yain nesach expired as well. If they are enemy soldiers, one thing they have on your mind is to save their own life. They don't think about making somebody else's wine yain nesach. So too will be. If a was walking on the bank of the river, the river was rival somewhere else, he didn't have a concern that he might come to the The third story about Reb Zera is tried to avoid Rabbi Rothschild and tell that it's also to make Aliyah from Kutzlar and from Charlotte. As he says, Yovel you know, Shem you Abiyot Yosam, should remain in the sorts of Kutzlar Yishkiyah. Zera says no, that was talking about the place Charlotte. He's worried that if he talks to Rabbi Yehuda thinking Zera out and say, you must stay here at this office. Don't let me hear one last hard player of Rabbi Yehuda. And he finds Rabbi Yehuda in the Beis HaMikdash. So Mercha Tzina is talking about it. So Rabbi Yehuda gave a speech in medicine, different good advice for one's body. And he started talking in Lashon Kodesh to show that when he's trying to say the same things, you're not to talk in Lashon Kodesh, even in the Beis HaMikdash. And he said, tells this guy, get me my comb, get me my shampoo, my nesach. Then he tells the guys, open up your mouths when you're in the Beis HaMikdash and inhale the steam, because the steam will cause the bad sweat in the body. And this is the halacha that Reb Zera was very impressed with. That I love the advice. If I came just for this, it's worth it. Drink from the dirty, doesn't say dirty, but drink from the water of the Americans. And what's the reason the Gemara says? It's similar to somebody trying to heat up an oven and he heats the outside of the oven instead of the inside as well. You want the benefits of the Beis HaMikdash to make sure that the body's happy inside, and so by drinking hot water, drink from the Americans inside. Other things that the Brisa says, that if you wash yourself with hot water, make sure that you rinse yourself of cold, similar to iron. Cooking, bake it in hot, and then you harden it with cold water. If you bathe yourself in oil, is similar to a barrel that the water can penetrate. You want the benefits of the Americans, you need to let it penetrate the water. Different halachas about eating. If you eat and you don't drink, that's like losing blood, and that's where the intestinal disease starts from. If you eat and don't walk for amas, then your food starts decaying in the body, and that's where a person gets bad breath from. The person needs to go relieve himself, needs to go to the bathroom, and he eats on a stomach like that. It's similar to trying to start a fire in an oven with ashes that already did their purpose. You don't put food on top of the cup. And this is the beginning of the cause of this bodily odor. Says the Mishnah, there's a vessel called Leo, and that is, it contains water on the outside and you put coals on the outside. If one removes the clothes, you didn't remove something. Therefore, this vessel is not adding any heat to the water. You're permitted to drink from this vessel on Shabbos. There's another vessel called Akisi. One shot in the Gemara is that it's like this kira oven that we discussed, but it has a compartment for water. We would have this compartment in order to make sure that the kira doesn't explode. So when you have a compartment, you put some water to cool off the engine. That water is moist of heaven. Since this kira is on 6 days a week, it adds, the coals are so hot and the walls are so hot, it adds heat to the water. And therefore, it's also the drink of shot. Another shot is it's a double layer, double decker, similar to Mulyar. Just one layer is coals, the upper layer is the water, and therefore it adds hevel to the water. That's the drink of shot. Says the Mishnah, and according to Rabbi Rothschild, that if you have a small pot that you boil the water from it, and it's still hot, you should put a small amount of water into it. That would be water. If you put a large amount of water, that just makes the water warm, and that's okay. According to Shimon, say that Rabbi Rothschild is Scottish water. Therefore, even though this water causes the pot to harden, since you don't have intent to harden, then your intent was just to water the water. We all agree with Shimon that it's okay. As long as it's not a situation, in other words, it's definitely going to happen. We don't know that's definitely going to happen, therefore it's okay. According to the shot, you didn't remove the water. You removed this kettle from the stove. And now, to add a small amount of water is also because you're boiling up the water. To add a larger amount of water is mutter because it's just going to create more water. However, if there's no water left in that pot, any amount of water we add the power of the also because all the Rabbi Yehuda, but the Scotland is awesome. Rab says, this is all I love about these halachas are only we put the amount of water needed but not being inside. In other words, in order to harden complete, you have to fill up all the way to the top of the So this would be mutter if you put less than that. Full argues says even if you fill the complete all the way to the top, it's still mutter. Now, typically, Shmuel doesn't hold like it should. In another aleph, in a malacha shein tzrika legufa, as we discussed, if you have a piece of wood that's a cold, glowing red, and you're concerned that somebody might step on it, it's also to extinguish it. Even though it's not shein tzrika legufa, you don't need that piece of wood as a cold. You just don't want the fire. It's not a creative act. I don't know what that says it's my brand is. But it's awesome. So you see, Shmuel doesn't hold the grip shit. Shmuel says yes. Then the other thing he doesn't hold the grip shit. But in Skavin, he does hold the grip shit. It just pisses me the fuck off. So I just don't like that. And therefore, the wife is on. I say that if you see an incident in our relationship, it will just surround it. With the Rabbanon, you're not allowed to walk less than 4 hours. Stop and walk again less than 4 hours. That's his word. Since this is a danger, you're letting it. And in the Carmelites, the whole idea is only the Rabbanon. Let it walk all the way to the garbage can, or out, even though it's not only the rabbis. Wonderful.
Shout out to Keith. Keith Stubbs. Go ahead, right? I think so. I don't know when they put you next to the old club. They used to put you next to Olive Garden. Yeah, it's the West Valley Garden of the country. Number 1 Olive Garden in the country. My people come mix on it. I can't wait to get the Cavatelli. Whatever the fuck they call it.
Shabbos not your face. Shabbos says that the bottom of the water always wins. So therefore, it's also before Shabbos, cold water into hot water, because that would be cooking in cold water. But pouring hot water into cold water, that's nothing, because you're not cooking with the cold water. They still say it doesn't make a difference, even pouring cold water. The hot water is nothing. A bath is a clean it's either directly.
I look at him like Frankenstein.
Cold water into hot water is also hot water into cold water. Ignacio says, and Allah is like that even hot water and cold water is also awesome. But there's a holiday under it. Ignacio wasn't talking about a bath, he was talking about a cup. And what he's saying is that in a cup, there's no machlek between the Basila and the Shaman. Even Basila meant that you not pour even hot water into cold water. Abaya says that a seifel, which is a wash basin, even though it's for washing, You really have water. Doesn't have a lock on like in a patio. It's a clean region. In fact, shading. Shading is never cooked. Even if you have a Yahtzee lettuce, even if you have the temperature of 104 degrees like it has an inch, or 114.8 degrees like something's on the Urba, you can't cook. And therefore, I can pour cold water into the bottom, not water, and it won't cook it the next minute. Rava wasn't not going to shady. He said, pour cold into hot. As a radish to the price of what says, pour water directly into shady hot water. Says the Mishnah, if one removes a large pan or a pot from a flame, so they are now removed from the flame. You're not allowed to put spices into that dish because you're cooking the spices cooking a clean dish. However, once you take out of the dish, you put it into a bowl or into a certain dish, now it became a clean. You could add spices, but doesn't cook it. Yehuda is warmer. He says spices don't cook typically in Israel. The only way a spice can cook is if you have vinegar or fish brine, which are very sharp, and they cause it to cook. Rabbi says that salt is not in the category of a spice. So the explanation, either he is saying that salt is much more sensitive than spices. It will cook even in a cliche. Rabbi Nachman says no. Salt is like bull's meat. It's very tough. It takes a very long time to cook. So Rabbi Nachman argues on that. Or Rabbi Nachman agrees for the second lashon. And that's why this says the halacha is like the second lashon. That salt is very tough, and it won't even cook in a clear region. It takes a long time for it to cook, like
you fucked up the night. Oh my God.
The Mishnah says that one is not allowed to bring a plate on Shabbos to catch oil that's dripping out of a can, because that oil is muktzah ben hashmashos. And by falling into a vessel on Shabbos, it makes that vessel muktzah. And now you're taking a kli out of service for that Shabbos, and that's awesome. But you're allowed to put that kli there under the candle before Shabbos, as long as you don't use the oil on Shabbos. You never say something similar when it comes to that. Now let's take a kli. I didn't get poisoned. The chicken is the egg on Shabbos. That wasn't the kli. It wasn't my fault. However, you're allowed to chicken regulates the egg. You're allowed to take a kli and cover the egg that people won't crush it. Smart says though, don't remember that if it's had Sullivan sweet, it's a tiny way to save the egg. Typically, the chicken will lay an egg and keep it fresh. You let it save it on the egg. If the chicken laid it on the egg, you want to make sure it's rolled down the egg. That's not how it's Sullivan sweet. You're not allowed to save it like that. The word brings a lot of questions from different styles. And basically, we would have to say on these questions that they consider that Sullivan sweet. For instance, what has all is that a barrel of grapes and full of wine, pebbles. They were. They're not bad edible. They're just so strong. You gotta save it on Shabbos by putting another barrel in the roof. But a barrel typically doesn't break. You say that talking about selling the suya, that's a barrel that does typically break by using a brand new barrel. Brand new barrels are sensitive. Another mission that we have later on in the subject is you're allowed to take a plate and catch sparks that come out of the candle. So we'll say that the sparks are something that's common to things that have sparks. What are things?
The worst case scenario, if you bail out, I mean, everybody's a little fucked up and eat stars and eat edibles. They're going to jack it up. But 55, 40 yards from there, you got stout. One of the best burgers you can eat in Hollywood. It's a little pricey for you out with your girlfriend, lift the rock. And if you shit doesn't want a hamburger, walk 30 yards and you go to the
Shabbos Daf and Gimel is trying to catch up and make up the lost stuff that we had over Pesach. This was from 4 days ago. Daf and Gimel. Yeah, the constantly. That's permitted to cover an egg. You're not permitted because a fleece under the egg catches. That's different. It says you're canceling a fleece. You no longer use this fleece once the egg touches it. But if you cover an egg, you can uncover it whenever you want. Yeah, but then we get this lesson right now that they go home, I can't take it home. Starting with, if you have a barrel is full of metal. So the wine and oil can never keep some ices from, and it breaks. You gotta take another vessel, catch the oil in the wine, but that vessel should be muktzah because wine that's teva, the is muktzah. This is why it's not muktzah. Somebody was a flavor and took from some ices on Shabbos, b'yaita. What about the fact that it says in the Mishnah that from Zion, we're allowed to put a vessel underneath the handle to catch the stars without it leaving home? You must see put the stars among the bushes. Not visible. So the clean never becomes nation. We learn that we're allowed to take a bench to support a broken beam in the ceiling.
No.
Again, we must say that the bench is not in there to remove it easily. But the fact that you let it take a bucket to catch the rain that's coming
out
off
like 2 minutes.
Rain, that is not muktzah like the drink. There's not often that you're allowed to take a basket in order to help young chickens go back into the chicken. Says the Gemara, you're allowed to do that unless those chicks were on the basket during Ben Hashmashas. Then we say we can get soy. Hashmashas get soy to do the Rabbi Rothschild argues with this. He says not only is it also to catch an egg on Shabbos, but it's also to cover and protect an egg. Because he holds that you're not allowed to on Shabbos if it's for the tzorah, for the use of a item that's muktzah. But what about all these brights and shleis that we just mentioned? You're allowed to bring a bench that's not muktzah, hold up a beam that's broken, the beam that's broken is muktzah. You're allowed to take a basket that's not muktzah for chickens that are muktzah. We must say in all those cases that he started out carrying the bench and the basket and the bowl and all those other things with a heter. Who's been sorry from the time he had to pick up the bench because he needed it for the plates. He needed the spot that the bench was sitting on. Once he was holding it in his hand, we allow him to continue and support the beam. We allow him to continue and put the basket down for the chips. Whereas the question is an egg that was a covered on Shabbos. It says you're not allowed to cover a vessel. Very interesting on that. You're not allowed to support your egg. Carry a lot of force, a lot of help. You're not allowed to do something. However, you're allowed to protect the egg was born on Shabbos. Again, we must say, you're protecting with a cleave that you started carrying it with a heter of the tzar of Mikhail. It says, let me or read. And put it on top of a small stone. But the small stones are muktzah. Okay, that's stones that are not muktzah, stones that you use instead of toilet bowls. What about the fact that you it's also covered bricks? A building site. Supporting that building was done, stretching it over, and now he's using those bricks for a heter. And then muktzah is using it for the what about the fact that it says, you let it cover the beehive with itself? I cover a beehive, you have to make sure that you're covering it from the rain and from the sun. Or on the slope, it's probably something in the winter and the summer. Provided that you need space for the bees, the space, you don't want to trap them, you don't want to be over unsafe. If there's honey in the beehive is not muktzah, you're eating from the honey. If it's in the winter, where there's no honey, that's the same as leftover 2 hives to sustain the bees over the winter. And he thought himself he's going to eat from that honey, and therefore it's not. Or another shot is, we're not talking about the winter or the summer, we're talking about in Nisan and Tishrei when there's rain and sun and honey, so therefore the beehive is not focused. All of this is only according to the Yehuda, who holds that this is muktzah. According to the beehive won't be muktzah. But according to the Yehuda, the other shame is scavenge. There's also another word. If you cover the beehive and you trap the bees in there by mistake, you're over, we must say you left a nice gap in there so the bees can escape. Rabbi Rothschild also agrees with this concept that you're not allowed to carry a bee that's winter for something that is muktzah. He says this in another he says by a makes, yeah, of course, you're not allowed to cover the corpse from the sun. Unless you're covering the mace because of people that are alive. So how do you do it? 2 people sit on either side of the mace, and they become really hot and sitting on the floor. So you bring benches. You sit on the benches and they're really hot in the sun. So they bring oil, and they hold it over the mace. Then they lift up the benches to make it a little higher, and then they walk away, and the mace remains protected from the sun. If a red person is laying in the sun, what do you do? It's going to be the same mace. The first aid of this is to use any item that's not so fake, like bread, carrot, whatever it is,
and eyeballs,
put it on the
and
person,
crunches that up.
the person,
And then Johnny Ying takes that
the
blade
baby,
and
and
rubs it
loaf
like
of
this.
bread,
He
and then
puts it in
they're
a fucking rice paper.
moving to the.
He calls
If
it
you don't have
something.
any,
You go in there, eat it.
according to
Your
school,
shit blue for
flip
2
over to
weeks.
the person.
You can't figure
Back
out
to
what's
bed
going
until
on
you
with
get to
your
the place
fucking
where
life.
you get
And
this that's
hemorrhoid.
flip them in that side, you know, that's considered
You see
carrying.
that?
Rather than it's considered carrying a point, that is awesome.
Look at the size
What
of
if
this
there's a
fucking
fight?
guy. I had an hemorrhoid. I had
If you have a deeper in the
over fucking 2
you don't
weeks.
have those items. Well, there's a over that says that you're allowed to say to the person, but the person is low on this, so he's so concerned about that person will be over on the right of extinguishing the flame. So you'd rather just take it with the Rabbanan and not the over. And Allah is like the voltage that says what you say. If Shimon says, leftover oil, later on. Leftover oil in the lamp that was extinguished.
There's a place around the corner from
Let's and therefore that oil is
they got shut down. What do you think he buys tacos? Iguanas. You know, Lee just has bad luck with food. Yeah, that's why we got him a fucking
Typical stomach.
we got him, what we get you? A lap band. The fucking thing. We got him a lap band with almost 100 pounds on his own. We got him a bidet.
Yeah, I'm doing great in the bathroom.
Shabbos happened in Ballad, which tells us
Listen,
that
Lee.
Cleaned up all nice.
They just don't know. You only eat anything. What was the last time you had a salad?
something that's disgusting. For instance, the
The
lamp
salad you yelled at me
has
about the
oil
Caesar
residue.
salad.
Yeah, because
Ash
you
residue
eat
is
salad in the
disgusting,
wrong place.
and therefore
He
people
goes to
don't
a
touch it,
neighborhood
and you're not allowed to move it on
It's
top.
Caesar salad.
Red with his
You
mouth.
can't mess up the Caesar
It's
salad.
not disgusting. We're allowed to move it on top.
They put fucking
Rav Shimon does describe the kinds of books of Achmas and therefore he allows you to move this lamp on Shabbos. However, if this lamp has an existing flame right now, then he says that it's also to move. Rashi explains that how come you have Gemara later on? Because I'm concerned that you might come to extinguish the flames. My son the Gemara later on is that it comes to buses and they are also to support a flame. The flame is muktzah, so the bottom part, the lamp, is also muktzah. The mayor doesn't either hold of muktzah machmas, but he holds in the concept called muktzah machmas, since a flame is muktzah. Therefore, since it becomes a muktzah during a even if it extinguishes later on, that this remains throughout the whole Shabbos since it was muktzah for that moment of Bein HaShemashos. What about a very large vessel, container that contains a lot of oil that lasts for the entire Shabbos? According to Rula, even if there's no flame on it right now, it's muktzah according to Rula. The concept of this katsoi and hashmashos, the issue is the wording doesn't fit so well. It says avo. A small candle is also avo. Even a big one is. It should say small, large. It's no difference according to Rabbi Yehuda. Why does it say avo? Rashi prefers to say that it goes according to Rabbi Shimon. A small candle is not muktzah. Avo, a larger candle contains oil for the entire Shabbos is muktzah. Definitely, Rabbi Shimon doesn't hold of the concept of it's considered hashmashos, it's considered. But in this case, since there's enough oil to last the entire Shabbos, in his mind, he forgot about it. He doesn't want to use it. He thinks that it's going to last the whole Shabbos. He set it aside to either share it or maybe this concept of hashmashos, even right now, Rabbi Lazar, the son of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, holds like his father, Rabbi Shimon, that there's no books of Hashmashos, and there's no books of Hashmashos, or meaning to say Hashmashos. But he argues on his father's mind. His father holds that while the candle is lit, you cannot benefit from the oil. He holds you could benefit from the oil that drips out, and it's not the way that will cause the flame to diminish. It doesn't cause any people, then he says you're allowed to use the oil. There says that if you have a metal candelabra, which doesn't absorb oil, so it's not always disgusting. According to everybody, if you let it Bein HaShemashos, or Meir and Yehuda both agree, because it's considered Bein HaShemashos, it's considered clean. But if it's not lit during Bein HaShemashos, according to them, it's mutter to be metal. More talks about a bet. Similar to the table, one wants to put money on a bet. So Gemara says as follows: if a person designates this bet as a specific amount, this bet is put money on it. All on his head. But in addition to having a head, you have condition number 2, that he has to put the money physically on the bet. even though he removed it before Shabbos, the bed remains muktzah. It's a bed that's meant for money. Money is muktzah mufay, and Taisus points out it's even also to move. Typically, or muktzah it's a hammer. You can move if you need it to sit down on its spot, or you need the hammer to open up, to crack open up a coconut or whatever. Money doesn't have any other use other than to use it in the store. Therefore, even if you need its space or you want to use the actual money, it's muktzah mafaz. Now, if a person either designated the bed for money, but didn't put the money on it, or you put the money on it and this didn't designate it, then it's not muktzah. However, he didn't designate it, but he had money on the bed during Ben Hashemashos, then the bed remains muktzah for the rest of the Shabbos, even if a child removes the money, it remains muktzah. Very interesting halacha. If you have a candle, if you have a lamp, even if you lit a candle before Shabbos, but you didn't designate it, it's not muktzah. You have to designate it and light the candle in order for it to be muktzah. The hardest question is, both use a wheel from a wagon. We'll go into all the halachas, but the question from that sugya is, so you see that if there's money in the wheel before Shabbos, during the Shabbos, and you remove the money, you could move the wagon. Why do we say that if the money was on the bed and you removed the money, you cannot move the bed? And the answer is because the money goes according to tradition. And we're talking about goes according to God, goes according to tradition. But what is a money? A money is a wheel that's attached to a wagon. If the wheel detaches from the wagon, then we view the wheel as an independent vessel, and it has no connection to the wagon. And therefore, if Tumah, let's say, goes under the wheel, it doesn't transfer to the wagon. If it goes under the wagon, it doesn't transfer to the wheel. Although they're touching, but Tumah doesn't transfer from one fleet to another unless they're one. And since they're independent of each other, it doesn't transfer. Another halacha. If a wagon of any fleet is larger than 40 saw, it's not become a Tumah. How do I measure this? According to Beis Hillel, you measure if on the outside it displays 40 saw of water. So when you do so, you put it, let's say, in a swimming pool to see if it displays 40 saw water. You cannot count the wheels as part of the 40 saw because the wheels, since they detach, are not part of the wagon. Another halacha is that if you have a tool on the wagon, and it's not, this creates a tent over, let's say, basic parts over a paper. If there's a wheel there, the wheel is not part of the wagon, you cannot save that tool from something. And if there's money, that's a halacha, that the water brings as a question, money in the wheel, because the wheel has it's a fleet.
Oh my God, it had the same texture.
If the money is still there, and the wheel is not part of the wagon, you cannot move the wheel on Shabbos. But if the wheel is part of the wagon, you could move the wheel because you're moving the wagon, and the wheel is bundled to the wagon. We see, as we mentioned before, that Rav goes from Yehuda. There's another halacha that Rav goes from Yehuda, which is actually the Yehuda. And that is, and if you have a lamp, Erev Shabbos, you're allowed to hang it on a tree. And we're not concerned that you might climb up the tree on Shabbos because you know that this lamp is muktzah for the entire Shabbos. You get concerned. However, on Yom Tov, you're not allowed to hang it on the tree because a lamp is not muktzah. You're concerned you're going to go up the tree to receive your lamp. Wonderful.
I don't want to open up the vegan door, please. Don't upset me, please. I ain't gonna start talking about your wife made flan. I can't have that. I love morning. Yeah, chicken morning. I almost reported to you, even though I'm not a rat. I almost reported to you to the Cuban embassy last time. You put those fake tofu bananas up there. Hurt me deep in my fucking soul, manager. You know what I'm saying? I almost reported you to the Cuban embassy. That's right.
Shabbos is not big. Rav holds like Rabbi Yehuda muktzah, and therefore a candle that's extinguished on Shabbos remains muktzah for the rest of the Shabbos. However, we made a dispensation when it comes to Hanukkah in times of the Chabar. A bar where people that didn't allow candles.
What's up? Always
Therefore, if somebody wanted to light the nail, it was
Yo,
the bar will catch
what,
it.
you gonna eat that
After
mushroom?
there's Rosh Hashanah,
Sit back.
Shabbos, and the time's up, you take the menorah back to your
What's
house.
going on that fucking link?
That's a top special
You want to eat this mushroom?
They will say so. The value of shipment
What do you
this
got
one
left?
on the
That's
customer.
one cap.
You know,
When it comes to the emergency,
I'll take it all cap. I
then
don't
we
want
can
to
rely on the
just
shipment
make
shipment
fucking,
of the total.
yeah.
Holds in rib shipment. The only foods
Maybe
that
that shit more vivid, the colors and the light.
raisins and granolas. Figs are set out to dry because they have two conditions. And in order for something to come with rib shipment, there are two conditions. The real big value. Putting something aside with your hand and saying, I don't want to use this anymore, and that it's not very likely you can't eat it anymore. Raisins, once you take raisins, put them in the sun, you can no longer eat it for the time being. And by putting it in the sun, you're literally then sending it off to the side. Rabbi Rothschild says when it comes to Muktzah, there's an additional Muktzah called Muktzah Machmas Mitzvah, which Rabbi Shimon subscribes to. And that is, let it hang the shots. That's a mitzvah.
I know I
That
get
handle
bread
is
with
Muktzah
bread
for the
is
time
dough.
being.
My animals are always solid. They always ever got to say that.
That's
You
a
gotta wash your hands when you eat
The
sushi.
walls of the
You know,
sukkah,
like,
the
I
sky,
always never said the edibles
even
were bad.
decoration.
I've done it a couple of times.
Muktzah, you
So,
get set aside for the
We have a sensitive stomach.
Nobody.
No, I have a sensitive.
According to Rabbi Shimon, unless somebody made a specific night and said, I want to use the wood, I want to use these decorations. What if somebody
You got everything.
planted turnips, or you put an egg under a chicken, so you set it aside?
I don't know about you,
Well,
but
it
you
doesn't have
got
the
those that
conditions
eat
needed,
that
it's not
fucking
to a
shroom,
mitzvah.
and that thing's gonna be
According to
fucking
Rabbi
fat.
Shimon, they are not muktzah.
Enough.
Going back to
Into
sukkah,
the Turkish
if you have a sukkah that's standing during other Yom Kippur, like Pesach and Shavuos, you're not allowed to take wood off the sukkah.
Wow.
That starts as breaking the sukkah. Off the sukkah fell down on Shavuos. You're also not allowed to use that wood and put it in
It's
because
Sunday
it
night.
remains muktzah.
You gotta come with
According to
me.
Rabbi Shimon, it's not muktzah. Once it breaks, it falls down, and you have to
That's it.
split
That's
it.
the.
It's not
We
muktzah.
just ate the last big piece.
Sukkahs, according to Rabbi Shimon, it's
That's
muktzah.
the.
Unless
That's it.
you
You
eat
eat
it.
that. There's no more mushrooms too.
There's a price that says that there are other foods, such as peaches,
We'll save that
quinces,
vegan
that you put aside on the roof and you let them dry and they're muktzah. That must be going to the point of Yehuda, but what's the finish? The finish is even though they're fruit.
We were going deep in the murky waters.
Nevertheless, by putting them on the roof, you see that that's from it, you don't have anything to do with it, and therefore they remain muktzah, according to Rabbi Yehuda.
It's the fucking.
Rabbi's son, Lazar, asked Rabbi, what does Rabbi Shimon hold when it comes to Tzilik Torah?
You always tell me
These
what
are dates that were
I
never
never
made.
say that.
you don't want to see
Back
me
then he
that.
asked Rabbi a question about the Shimon that means, you never understood?
I
But
gotta get
Rabbi
a little jump on
subscribes
the
from
show.
Shimon, otherwise known as
No,
his
because
father.
you know it's like fucking Ontario, don't they?
Even though Tzilik
Put
Torah
a
are not
fucking
edible,
base right back.
but you never push them aside with a snap.
Wait, going.
So he has one out of the two conditions, and therefore they are not muktzah.
I'm trying to bring
Who
it up.
the fuck do you think you're dealing with?
Nevertheless,
Ain't
we want to ask a
fucking
question.
thing, Leah. So chew it, man.
The
You're
Mishnah tells
insulting
us
me.
that on Yom Kippur you're allowed to shut the animal that's yours.
Insult this whole mushroom
But
society.
if it's yours,
You turn
and
the
it's like
finger
a
the
bit
fuck and bring it and have an insult
and
this
what that
society.
means is
This
that
is you that said
like it's
when you
whether
bring it over the piece
it
like
comes
this,
back
you can't
after
wait
when
for
it starts
the
raining, in other words, it's away
You're
for
that
half a year.
fucking thing. We
According
have
to
a
Rebbe,
rating
it never comes back.
You represent the Hebrews.
Which
Do
is,
it
not
for
the
John,
animal,
man.
not just the
Fuck John.
because you never had it in your mind that you're going to have that animal, you're not allowed to get it to drip, so
Yaakov
that
from Israel.
the skin comes off easier.
What do you think
The
about
Rebbe calls it
There's a
muktzah.
fucking helmet on it.
Rebbe is the one that says that the animal doesn't come back at all.
Like general motion.
We're going to give you
7 days.
three options.
You're
Either
training.
Rebbe holds like
You're
a
fucking around all week.
but this particular animal is like racing. It has two conditions. First of all, you might be right, you push to the side, so I don't want to see you anymore for a year. And second of all, it's very difficult to catch and capture. So that's two conditions, and therefore, even Rabbi Shimon would agree that this midbar animal is muktzah. Second answer, the Rebbe never said that he holds answering what Rabbi Shimon would hold. In fact, Rebbe holds that Rabbi Yehuda is muktzah. And he's answering his son what Rabbi Shimon would hold him. Another child,
These are orange juice.
the Rebbe is talking
You don't even know. I got some
the
great
opinion of Rabbi Yehuda. In other words, he holds like Rabbi Shimon muktzah.
This got bubbles in it. It's so good.
If an animal comes back every half a year, that should be considered a domesticated animal and catch up to the animal. He said, no,
I don't like time.
we don't agree.
They're not shit.
Yes, they are.
My buddy
Rabbi
Clay.
Rothschild said they're good
This
and
does
old,
relax me.
like Rabbi Shimon. But there's no
Not
muktzah.
nice with you.
Why did Rebbe say that
Please. He's got fashion. He's got the bad luck and
Is
shit.
muktzah.
This
Let's
is
say that smoking a very specific case. Who had an egg, and the egg was a chick. And therefore, this egg is not very like this because a dog won't eat egg peel. And it's not ready for
It's Sunday night, Doc.
yeah, that chicken there, we can eat it straight.
Always a pleasure to see you, man. Always a pleasure to see you, Rodrigo. We go back way
Shimon
back.
does hold the
Fucking
mitzvah
acting
as
class.
well. So like money,
In your backyard,
absolutely no
it's
other
going
use to it. And this egg with the chicken has absolutely no use. And therefore, Shimon agrees that's why didn't you just say that there was an egg there that was born on Shabbos? And Shimon holds that it's not allowed in because there is a shita that holds that means it holds that shita doesn't hold like a no on Shabbos. In other words, since you anticipate the birth of this egg, Shimon does not hold that it's not as opposed to that.
You gotta eat half of it at least. I ate a
And to say that
fucking
there's a
foot
dead
thing.
chick
I'm
there,
over
you
here
got it.
thinking about myself.
It's not like a hole. It's
I'm
not
sure
like
you know, you know,
it's that chick can feed it on
that mushroom in your life,
on
you know,
Shabbos. As long as you
over
hear
here
about it
to make
before that
Pablo
place,
Escobar mushroom. You
you
know,
don't
my
know that
dog
says
was on the
Shimon
end to
if
eat that mushroom.
the chick was healthy and it died on Shabbos, I'm sure all this was something I never thought about. I was going to say that. No, it says,
oh, he's taking a measure of my shoulders.
but it's what you're Yosef holds.
I'll be at the
There's
Edison
nothing that says
Improv
that
this
Allah
week,
is
Thursday
like
through
you,
Sunday.
that
This
there is
weekend, I'm down at
books.
also watch me on
Why do they
the
have to say
Superstore on
There's a story that you could learn
Thursday
from.
at 8 p.m. on
You
NBC.
know from that story
Check
that
out my What's Up Food podcast with Rodrigo Torres and my wife and I have a podcast, Kitchen of the Casserole. We talk about
on
birds.
Rabasi.
We talk about
Rabasi
being
didn't move it.
raised by
Then
parents
he
that
walked away
hate us,
from it
and I'm
and
talking
felt like
about my
somebody
wife.
didn't move it. Because he held
We're trying to have a baby all
and
year.
his rabbis were beautiful.
She had
So you
we
see
had
from
a
here, the real
second
movement looks.
miscarriage,
So Gemara on today's daf says,
We're still
that's the
trying,
reason why
right?
he didn't move it.
She wants to take natural
Because
function.
there's a new muktzah called Kveveya Mokum. It has a very specific spot.
Yes, we might need to
Similar
have
to
to
muktzah
look
Nachmas,
at
certain case, you have something really expensive, you don't want to use it. Designated area.
was that
And therefore, this candelabra had a designated area, and that's why it's not because of the muktzah.
I'm over here eating pieces by myself with no water. It's like that. Hell, that fucking monster. I went deep into the murky water. It's November 6th. It's election week. I gotta drink the thing. Drink. Oh, there you go. This poor bastard. I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm fucking
Shabbos,
soldier.
that's my boss. How's everybody doing? They sing healthy.
Soldier.
We finished off yesterday saying there's a story where Menara fell on Rabasi, and he refused to move it in his hand and said it was muktzah. What kind of muktzah? So try to say perhaps it's called a muktzah via smuktzah, since it's a large item, has a designated spot. You don't move from that spot if it's muktzah. He says, no, but what do you do about plus chasam? It's a tent that you build over a bed. The top is narrower than a tefah, so we don't have a problem with building an oil on Shabbos. We let it put it together on Shabbos and take it apart on Shabbos. But how can you touch it? It's muktzah via smuktzah. You see that there is no muktzah called via smuktzah. So why did Rabasi move the menorah? The answer is because if it was a menorah that came apart, and you can put back together, then certainly that would be good. But we're dealing with a menorah that looks as if it come apart. So they made a xer on such a menorah because of a menorah that can come apart. And if it's a really small menorah that can come apart, nothing. The Rebbe says, even though it usually doesn't come apart, you have to be good on a small menorah. Shlomo says, since it doesn't come apart, nobody's going to confuse it with the menorah that comes apart, and you don't make it sin. He said, the Rebbe holds, like Rabbi Rothschild, the issue is the Rebbe always haskins like the Stam mission, like an anonymous mission. In the Mishnah of the Kiyafri that we had the other day, the wheel that catches the wagon, one of the halachas we learned is that if there was money, even Ben Shmoshes inside the wheel, and the money was removed, you could move it on Shabbos. That goes according to Rabbi Shimon. On the one hand, the Stam mission is Rabbi Shimon, but Rabbi Yochanan passes they agree with it. Says Rabbi Zera, we must learn, even though it's a difference, that the mission is talking about that there's no money to Ben Shmoshes, and that's why you can move the wheel on Shabbos. But if there was money, you're Ben Shmoshes. In fact, the wheel would be muktzah, like your Rebbe says, it's going to say Ben Shmoshes, it's going to say it's completely good. Rabbi Levi said, the Rebbe said a very cryptic statement. He said that a menorah is like a ner of Reb Shimon. Menorah is Reb Shimon ben Ner, meaning it could be two meanings. Either there was one psak halacha or two. Either psak halacha was that a menorah is not muktzah, like Reb Shimon says that a candle is supposed to live, it was
Bobo in
experiencing
the back
Shabbos
of
and
it.
handles
I
was
did the
longer.
Bobo. He
Another one
had
was
like
later.
6 months of
Very
bad luck.
interesting. A menorah is also a candle is what a menorah made in a tree.
It felt like your finger.
Why does it look like and at a different time, basically law. Both acted like Rav Shimon. There was no muktzah in front of the Rabbein, and both the Rabbein were makrin. On the other hand, Rabbi Bo, even though he himself felt like Rav Shimon,
Yeah, man.
was in
And
front of Rabbi Yochanan,
that shit didn't
and
blow up.
respect
I
Rabbi
went to this fool's house and I took a
he
blood
acted like
and
Rabbi
coughed.
Yochanan that there
I
is
get some blood vessels because you know
It's
the
funny,
hills
Rabbi
kicked in the back by a
if you have
fucking horse.
an earthenware
That
lamp,
hit and that shit
full of
fucking
oil.
started
It
expanding like
doesn't
a
get
lot.
disgusting. And
Yeah,
therefore, it's not
just all the blood just
being
fucking rushing.
If it has
And then I
nets,
had to get that shit
see.
leaked out.
So
I
it
was
is
able to just
now we're not talking about muktzah on his face, because Rav Shimon doesn't hold a muktzah on his face. We're discussing this since there's no other use for this candle. This is disgusting. Therefore, it's like a stone that has no other use in its muktzah. In other words, muktzah is not going to be
Can I plug my shows for flop?
Rather, if you listen to go home without carrying, let it be a compliment, a lamp that was
It's
used with
November 21st. We're going to start it out on Monday. It's Evil Room in Burbank, 8 p.m. And then the 29th in December, that's my
You
show.
have a lot of blood on the shoes.
Claremont. Yeah,
It's
no, we're
Saturday,
trying to do a monthly show there. So we're
on the bed, there's a lot of blood on the bed. And this upset Rava. And Rava decided he's going to torture Rabbi Bia for questions. Some sort of has a beautiful shot. You should look into it. And he asked him, why is it that Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef both say that a lamp that was used with net, kerosene, is not multiple? So he told him because you could use that lamp for another usage, you could cover another field. So wait, what about all stones in the world? They're very multiple, but you can use them to cover paintings. So there may be enough. There's a big difference. This lamp has a name of a clan where a stone is not a clan. I don't want to get from a mission. The law is that a woman is not allowed to walk out on Shabbos with beautiful jewelry. She might choke her friend. But in her own chutzah, she's allowed to move it. Why? Because he explains it as a name of a kli. So anything that has a name of a kli is not multiple.
The first time I went to the house, somebody gave me blow.
Says Reb Nachman Bar Yitzchak.
It was a fucking
Baruch Rahman, Baruch Hashem, that Rava wasn't successful in embarrassing
the first time I went to the house because I met these guys.
The halacha is
that show.
that the person has a firstborn animal,
It was
and
something
sheep,
that you said, what are you
the
doing?
most the kohen, and the kohen uses the But if it falls in wrong, then the kohen could check it outside of the Yisrael, should says to do what he wants. What if he finds the woman out there? It's most according to Rav Shimon. Question: why is this Bukhar different than oil that's left over in the lamp? Rav Shimon says is not mutzah. So it's always different. Oil that's left in the lamp. When he lights the lamp, he knows that he might have leftover oil. So he thinks about that oil and he wants it. So that's why it's not mutzah. But an animal of Bukhar is 3 reasons why he's not even thinking about it. First of all, who says that this animal will have a mum? And even if it has a mum, who says it will be a mum kabul, permanent mum? And even if it's a permanent mum, who says they'll find a rabbi, they'll tell him that it's a good woman, he can check. What about a woman who makes a nether on Shabbos, made for matter the nether? What if her husband doesn't agree? Tomorrow, because when a woman makes a nether, she's doing it out. That's her husband. What about a man? How can you be made for his nether on Shabbos? What if he doesn't find a rabbi? Because he doesn't need a rabbi. He just finds 3 simple people being mad for his nether.
You know what I'm saying? That means in LA, I
When
was
the Russian says, we learn that according to Rav Shimon, if the fire is still lit, Rav Shimon says it's looks why. The answer is because it becomes a basis of the The lamp supports the flame, which is mutzah. Shad is not because we are concerned with the house. That's explained conditionally. Sure, perhaps we will extinguish the flame. Because Rav Shimon holds the double shame is mutter. You don't think about it. You don't. That's not your intent. Then you're not chayav. In other words, if a person grabs a bench, tries to bring it from point A to point B, but by doing so, creates a move in the ground. And don't say that there's enough community with the rice and the rabbanon. Distinguishing a flame is the rice, and moving a bench, like nerve, making it move in the ground is not the derech that so it's only this in the rabbanon. Perhaps that's why it's looking, but the rice or creates it also because we have the case that we had last week or so. If a person is peddling his goods, his clothing, and their shotguns, says Rav Shimon, He's allowed to wear shatnez if he's not mechaven to be over to wear the clothing. If he's not being protected by the elements from the sun and the rain, it's mutter. So you see that even in the race of shatnez, as long as you don't have tavana, which Shimon says it's mutter. Have a wonderful day.
So that was those 2 times. Yeah, 2 Did it pay? Well, it wasn't that they didn't pay. It wasn't our scene. It wasn't our scene. See, in those days, I used to get 12, 15, 12, 30 spots at the comedy store. 4 nights a week. So I had something at 12:30. So all I had to do was sit in my house at 9 o'clock at night. Fucking Felipe, what's going on? Come on down here, bro. We got something down here. $30. What the fuck? $30 and $30. You get there on E. You know what I'm saying? You got there on E. And you knew we were going to score. The one place, as soon as I walk in, my fucking burrito was waiting. Green California burrito. I'm never going to lie to nobody how Felipe took care of me in that room. All I had to do was walk in, and sometimes it was good to go to the also to the Mexican waiter, though, the manager give it to you. Joey, what am I up to? 3 like Joey, ¿cómo estás? I would go down there with a group of 10 men.
That's what anxiety and oh my God. There's something that's also like a flame support is muktzah. What about if you are supporting something that's also together with something that's also you're permitted to carry your son who's carrying his stuff, carrying things, so the Israel comes because of same thing. If you have a basket that has food, but also carries the stuff, that's what the stomach too. Sarah also asks, why is it that Rabbi said that it's supposed to carry a hand that has leftover the ashes of incense? Incense is muktzah. Or it uses a pasuk from Daniel. Ishtoimei Yishochan. Ravasi was in shock for a moment. And then he answered, he said, perhaps there's some leftover incense. It's actually not muktzah. That's why it's buses the level. Well, if I didn't like it, Rebbe was very well. And a small amount of incense isn't significant for Rebbe. And we learned, when it comes to stomach, a wealthy person doesn't consider a baguette, an onion, 3x3 baguette, or any baguette made with different type of yarn or whatever. It's not considered a baguette for an usher. So that's not considered non-muktzah item for Rebbe. Therefore, Rabbi prefers to say that we're talking about a graption ring. A disgusting vessel that usually contains excrements, human waste. And there's a special halacha that since it's disgusting, you're allowed to move it and take it out of your room, out of the house. But he says it's not, there's no comparison. A graption ring is an open thing, which the smachta has a net on top. Graption ring is disgusting. Ashes of incense is not disgusting. Therefore, Rava learns that these ashes are not muktzah because they serve a purpose. They could cover spittle, they could cover excrement. So what is the problem? The position is that in addition to these ashes, there was something that was muktzah to someone. Unburnt wood. So again, it's a basis of davar. A mutter ashes is well also wood. This is you're allowed to move it. So Raisa says, both Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon, like this, there is muktzah, there isn't muktzah. They both agree that if you have leftover whip floating in the oil, that's considered muktzah. Says the more we're talking about in gold, their whips were worth a lot of money for it. Therefore, the whip, which is lover also, overcomes the oil, which is lover. Paisa says it's very interesting. Paisa says that oil has so much oil that the oil was worthless. Talking about today, the oil prices dropped 20-year low. We weren't talking about a mita shetarsian. This is a bed that comes apart. So let's put together at the shop. Rabbi Shmuel says it's a missionary ice with five achatos. Why? This is Rashi about because packers finishing off the binyan. And in fact, the bracelet says just like them. So that you take the final part of the menorah and you put it in, or you take a a round horn and you put it together, it's difficult to put together. You're kind of have like an extension stick to paint, or one of those sticks that comes together, or a simple horn. That's Hunter Abel Usher. Now, Rabbi Haber and Rabbi they argue, and then they say it's completely mutter together a bed on Shabbos. In fact, there's a price that says if you have bed platforms or you bed legs or an arrow rest, you should put it back on Shabbos, and if you do, you're Hunter will also. And you put it in forcefully, you're Chayav Chatas. Hunter of Shimon O'Neill, and this is how Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Rothschild says not only is it not Hunter also, it's Hunter. Tefillah put together these things, and so Rabbi Paskin the Halacha, you have one of these traveling beds that are in the car to put back together on Shabbos. Look in the Mishnah. If you have a lamp, and the lamp is spewing out sparks, you let it put it.
First time,
And it's not considered mitzvah that you're canceling the speed out for Shabbos with the sparks. They're invisible. You're allowed to move the kli afterwards. However, that's if you put a kli without any liquid. You're not allowed to add liquid to the kli even before Shabbos. Because if it was on Shabbos itself and you took this kli and you brought it closer to the sparks, you would be extinguishing the sparks of Shabbos. Therefore, the advisor are not to put water even on all Shabbos. And with that, we finish Perek Kira. We're starting Perek Lamed Taimish. Learn the Isser of burying, insulating your pot on Shabbos, your pot of food. It's also to insulate with something that's twice a level, something that adds heat. So there's a list of things that give off a lot of heat. So much so that it doesn't matter if they are dry or moist.
I know what I said. I went to room on fire. I put my name on the list, and then I went up and did 20 off.
Manure, as we know, salt, lime, calcium, and sand. And there are some that only add heat when they are moist, not when they are dry. And those are straw, grape skins, anything soft like a soft cotton, some soft wool, and grasses. One of those is halacha. If you have a box that's not moist at hevel, doesn't have heat, but you have food inside, you're not going to Shabbos. It's also to put that box on top of decomposing olives. That would be like halacha on ice today. You're not allowed to take a chunk out and cover it with a blanket. The blanket is not nice. But underneath you have a plata that adds hevel. Top is not nice. But the bottom is nice. That's why it's awesome. Where it says you can't do the raya from this halacha, that our mission is talking about olives. Because it's possible that we're talking about any kind of money, even very incessantly. This halacha, that the hevel goes upwards, is regarding talking about olive, but in general, we also be not doing anything. I mean, wonderful thing.
Not the one that's married to McGraw. Not Faith Hill, that bitch is on her own planet. But the other blonde one up there, and she had a dress on. There's no TV. There was a quarter inch above that money. It looked good under the dress. She looked beautiful. They were saying kind of stuff that was a little.
Shabbos, how's everybody doing? The Gemara tells us that it's permitted to take two urns and place them one on top of another when they both contain hot water. The top one is not a tamana. You're not burying the top one. You're just trying to prevent heat loss from the top one. However, when the servant in Rish Galusa's house put a cold cup of water on top of an urn, then Rabbi yelled at him and said, "Don't do so." What's the difference? Because you're trying to introduce heat to the cold cup. That looks like Hatmana. That same servant was having a very bad day. Later on, Rabbi caught him taking a head turban, placing it over a pot, and on top of the turban, he put some sort of ladle. And he yelled at him and said, "Don't do so." Rabbi Zer says, "What did he do now?" He says, "Rabbi, wait and see." And sure enough, the servant went and took the turban and squeezed it, or was trying to squeeze Duschita, which is also its liba. Says Rabbi clear, but what's the difference? We all cover our pots with some sort of rag or something. Says Rabbi, that's a big difference. If you cover it with a rag, if you don't care about the rag, you're not going to squeeze it out. But a head turban is important. That's why I told him don't do so. There's muchen, which are soft wool, cotton. People set them aside to make felt out of it. And that's called muktzah machmasisur. You set it aside and say, I'm not going to use this. Now what happens if a person, he doesn't have a choice, he ran out of straw, different material, he uses his muchen to do atmana, to insulate his pot. The Gemara says it doesn't lose its muktzah, it's still muktzah of hisarikis. But we cannot prove this from the brisa that says that you're permitted to do atmana with muchen. And be careful not to touch it. Perhaps the brisa is talking about don't touch it before you use it as muchen, as atmana. But once you do atmana, perhaps the isser of muktzah goes away. You show that you don't care about it that much. So then what's the chiddush? They can't touch muchen. Of course it's muktzah, machmas hisarikis, says the Gemara. It's coming to teach us, even though it's so nice and soft, perhaps you want to sit on it and use it as a seat, and therefore it's not muktzah. So mashmalan, it is muktzah. You take a pillow and you stuff it with muchen, you stuff it with the soft stuff, that's makeh b'patish, which says that's a tisur d'oraisa on Shabbos. However, if you already have a pillow, it's a used pillow and it's already stuffed, and the muchen, the stuffing comes out, you're allowed to put it back on Shabbos, and it's not considered makeh b'patish. To take clothing that's uniform and you take a scissors and you cut out a hole for the neck, that's makeh b'patish. But take a sword and chop off the top of a barrel, that's not makeh, because the lid of the barrel is not one with the barrel. It's never one. You just put it together and now you're taking it apart. If a person has an axe and he doesn't have the handle, and he goes and he finds some sort of stick. It's not a permanent handle, it's just a stick. Says the Gemara, as he's using the axe, you're considered one, the handle and the axe. The handle and the metal. If Tumah touches one, the other one becomes Tumah. But once he's done with his malacha, he's done chopping away, then they are considered two individual items, independent of each other, because he's going to take that stick and throw it away. This is different than the halacha. If somebody has a lot of clothing that he gives to the launderer, and he wants to make sure that they don't get lost, so he sews them together, or if somebody has a lot of keys, he's a macher, he has a lot of keys. You touch one, they all become tummy. You touch one cloth, they all become tummy. Or let's say you take two clothes, garments that are made out of tzever, you sew them with kishka. They are shatnas. Once you start undoing the stitching for the launderer or for the shatnas, it's no longer tying one to the other. But over here, it's different than that. Over here, a person wants the stitching to be there just in case he has to throw it into the laundry. He wants it to be together with the handle of the axe. He doesn't care about the handle. He'll use it as firewood. There's a saying, anything that's attached to something that has halacha just like it itself. So, for instance, this goes like Rabbi Meir. He's talking about a kira, a stove that has compartments that you can put salt in on the side. Those compartments, are they considered like the kira itself for Torah? He says, they're independent of each other. They're just compartments. Don't you remember, they are independent of each other. However, if a sheretz, a mouse, and we're talking about a klicheres here, earthenware, so the only way earthenware becomes tamei is if the tumah is in the inside of the klicheres, not on the outside. If a sheretz goes inside, touches the inside of this kira, then the entire kira becomes tamei, including the compartments where you store the salt and different spices, or the candle. If you hang the sheretz in the ear space of that kira, then the kira does not become tamei. The rest of the compartments do not become tamei. The kira itself becomes tamei. Typically, the sheretz becomes tamei from the ear space. Over here, we say no, because we want to show that this whole tumah that it transfers to the compartments is only with the rabbanon. We don't want people to burn their trumahs and touch it based on this tumah. You're not allowed to burn your trumas hakosher based on the rabbanon. So therefore, we make a distinction saying it only becomes tamei with maga by touching physically and not through the ear space. If you have scissors that come apart, or a carpenter's plane that has a blade on top that fits right into the wood, during the malacha, as you're going back and forth on a piece of wood, shaving it down, as you're cutting with the scissors, then they're considered one, and if tuma touches one part, one blade, the other blade becomes tummy. However, when it comes to hazal, sprinkling, making this device taller, you have to make sure to get the sprinkle on both parts of the kli. Why is that? Because in the Raisa, they are considered one only b'shas malacha, only while you're doing the work that it's intended to do. When it's sitting on the side, they're not considered one. Therefore, Chachamim said, let's do the chumrah in both cases. Tuma, to say that they're hazal, to say that they're both not tar, that's also a chumrah. Therefore, you have to be mazeh both. But by tuma, you only have to touch one in order for both of them to be tamei. Have a wonderful day.
He's alright. He's got a girlfriend. He's got a bidet. He's smoking reefer. He's edibles. He's up to 1,200 milligrams. This all started with a 10 milligram fucking cookie. Look where you are now, 1,200 milligrams. You're one of the best producers in the business. You're a great friend. You're a fucking animal. Look at you. You can eat another mushroom cap so we can throw away the bag of the evidence.
Shabbos daf mem tes. Good chodesh, and I hope you all hear Surah's famous this month. We had to listen to the Mishnah of different products that also to do at one if they are moist. Now there's two types of moist. There's moisture that comes from an external moisture, and it's moisture that comes from within. One that comes from within uses more. The word tells us since one that comes on the list is moichel. Moichel is soft material. Obviously, it doesn't produce some moisture, so the entire list has moisture that comes from the exterior source. The Brisa that says that you shouldn't use clothing, garments for atman. In garments, obviously, the moisture comes from the exterior source. The says that's not a raya. It's possible that they produce this garment from an area of the animal, some thighs that produce its own moisture. No Mishnah, the Mishnah says, clothing, fruit,
like I said, please go watch
pigeons,
when
meat,
MBMT
which is going to lead us into a beautiful story of Shabbat. And we saw those and fine flags.
My wife bought me a bracelet last year. I told her don't buy me the fucking bracelet. But she bought it for me, and I told her when she got it, put on my wrist. It don't fit. That's why I told you not to get the fucking bracelet. Because now I can't get the bracelet fixed unless I go back to that same jewelry store in New Jersey. You know how hard it is to get to that jewelry store? It's easier to get the fucking Marlon brand or Apocalypse Now to get to that fucking jewelry store. I was at the light for fucking 4 nights one time. In the middle, you hadn't even turned up the burger.
What does it mean to have a good Abai says, if you're careful from fucking Rabbi says, careful from sleep. Because that could be the story is that the Romans said, whoever wears tefillin could puncture a person's brain. Elisha didn't fear, he walked out with his tefillin, and when he saw a Roman officer, he removed his tefillin, put them in his hand, and watched him say, what's in your hand? He said, so let me see, open his hand, pigeon wings.
People don't know MBMT.
Why do they say pigeon wings?
The company was started by two
Just
college
like a
kids that
pigeon,
wanted to win
wings.
stylish watches. But couldn't afford it. So they started their own watch company. They started from scratch. Social media, the same way we do with the podcast. YouTube, radio, you name it. Movement watches start at just $95 at the department store. You're looking at $400 to $500 for these same watches again. Movement watches start at $95. Movement figured out that by selling online, they were able to cut out the middleman and retail markup, and the retail markup providing the best possible price for you. Now, if you go to the website, they got classic design, it's quality construction, and it's style minimalism. They're beautiful. They've sold over 500,000 of these watches in over 160 countries. What we're doing here for the holidays, you're going to get 15% off Today, with free shipping, and let's say the thing don't fit, you don't like the color black it is, I'm going to give you free returns by going MVMTwatches.com/church. Again, this watch has a great design on it. Look at it, it's got the red hands. It just looks sharp. If you wear blue, black, or let's say you're fucking Scandinavian, and the sun nights to wear a red suit, we got the watch for you over at MVMTwatches.com/church. Listen, join the movement. We're going to give you free shipping, and if the watch isn't what you think, we'll give you free returns by going to MVMTwatches.com/church. That is, again, MVMTwatches.com/church. Join the movement. Get 15% off today while you're playing. Number 2, you want a good night's sleep? My mattress is tremendous. You know why? I got a Helix sleep. You know why? Because you're unique. You don't walk like everybody else. You don't talk like everybody else. You don't sleep like everybody else. So why is it that your mattress one size fits all? Tell me. Because a custom mattress will worth $5,000 to $10,000 until I'm doing it. Introducing Helix Sleep, where you buy a mattress online, customized for you for $100 instead of $1,000. Go to helix.com, answer a few simple questions. Based on 4 key preferences, and the result will be a custom sleep profile used to build you a comfortable mattress to sleep on. Your mattress will arrive at the door in about a week, and shipping is 100% free. And for couples, Helix customizes on each side of the mattress. Helix customers report a 30% improvement in overall sleep quality. You have 100 nights to try it out, and if you don't love it, don't pick it up for free. They give you 100% money back guarantee. No questions asked. All right, 100% refund, no questions asked. This is the mattress that GQ magazine, the Forbes, they're all talking about Helix. So do me a favor, go to helixsleep.com right now, /Joey, you can get $50 off your order. Again, that's helixsleep.com/Joey. One more time on cheap seats, helixsleep.com/Joey.
Are negative the Mishnah, correspond to the Mishnah, and that is in the Mishnah. Why? They needed to have some money, they needed to die for the different values that they made. Different distinctions. Rashi says they needed to visit Payless,
really cool. I get everything ready.
But they needed other
it's great. I love it. I
to add to that
cooked
dye.
the one I loved last week. I cooked that
And you
periscope.
learn the concept of
Crispy
the
chicken. I made mashed potatoes.
Rishus
and
Sarab,
spicy
Rishus
coffee.
Sayaf,
I've never made mashed
from the
potatoes.
ground to the wagon.
Oh my god, they were so everything's fresh. I had to clean them.
Wagon to wagon, Rishus Sayaf, Rishus Sayaf, Rishus Sayaf,
Oil and garlic.
Rishus Sarab, in between. Have a wonderful day.
People love it. Here's the beauty of it. For less than $10 a meal, Blue Apron delivers seasonal recipes along with proportioned ingredients to make delicious home-cooked meals. Blue Apron knows that when you cook with incredible ingredients, the result is tremendous, all right? They got the highest quality standards for their community suppliers, family-run farms, and fisheries and ranches. Whether it's a Japanese ramen noodles, to the wild-caught Alaskan salmon, or the heirloom tomatoes, Blue Apron is bringing you the best. You want a diet? This is the way to do it right here, all right? Check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/Joey. Again, you'll love how good it feels, you'll love how good it tastes, and you're going to create incredible home-cooked meals with Blue Apron. So don't wait. It's for you and the family. They got a family plan. They got a 2-person plan. You're going to love what they got to offer. Again, that's blueapron.com/Joey. blueapron.com/Joey. Hey, your career is hectic. You're on the move. Blue Apron is a better way to go. Again, blueapron.com/Joey. I'd like to thank Blue Apron. I'd like to thank Helix Sleep and MVMT Watches for sponsoring the podcast tonight. And thank Felipe Esparza. Thank you, Joey. Fucking Rodrigo Torres, a.k.a. Silent Bob. What's up, bro? How you doing? All right, I'll see you motherfuckers Saturday night at the Foxwoods Casino. I got nothing for you Friday night. But Saturday, I got nothing but love for you. Please let me there. We're gonna do the show, then we're gonna watch McGregor and fucking whatever fight. And that's that. The way it's gonna be. 18th of November. What's the name of the festival? Come and Take It Festival in Houston before November 18th. You gotta get a single day pass for $35. You catch a couple of great shows. I don't know what time. I go up at 10 o'clock. That means I think you can watch Todd Barry at 8. It's a great little festival. I'll either see you motherfuckers at Foxwoods. I'll either see you motherfuckers at the Wilmadina, or I'll see you motherfuckers at the Come and Take It Comedy Festival Houston. I'll talk to you guys Tuesday. Stay black. Enjoy life. What's up?
Or it's designated for the animal feed, then it's not booked anymore. If you take let's say a bucket of sand is booked up. You bring it to your house, you want to use it to cover spit or whatever you have in your house. Those days the floors weren't made out of concrete or tile, it was just dirt. If you designate a special spot for the dirt, it's not booked up. Otherwise, it's buckled to the floor and it's booked up. It's very possible, the Gemara says, the Rabbanan may read the dirt. Because dirt, you can't hide dirt, you can't change the composition of the dirt, and therefore maybe they agree that in dirt, you don't need to take action. When it comes to shining Caleb, you can shine a key on Shabbos, but you cannot shine silver with harder, with some sort of, something that takes off a layer of the silver. But even that, you can say, but use sand and nectar, which some translate as tallow. The problem is that there's another verse that says you cannot shine your silver with nectar and sand. What do we do? So just give me an explanation to the word. Either this book is like something that's like sand, like nectar and sand. You can't take action, so action doesn't work. And therefore, either it's not booked or it is booked, so you have to take action. That's my point. There's two rights. Or the question is, he's not intending to remove a layer of silver, but it might happen as he's polishing the silver. And that's my point. One price of the whole smoke goes to the Shimon. The problem is, if you go for the Shimon, it also says in the price that you shouldn't wash your hair with it as shampoo. According to the Shimon, you could wash your hair with shampoo. It even says that another is not allowed to cut his hair. He's allowed to use sand and nether for shampoo, though it might remove some of the hair. It's another challenge that it goes according to the Rita to the function of Scarlet. Also, it's actually about points and it's a technical thing. Does this product, this powder, does it remove a layer of silver, or it doesn't remove a layer of silver? It also says in the Seifa that you may wash your face with these products. Now, what if the person has a beard? It might remove the beard. So we're not saying we're talking about a woman or a Sarah, people don't have beard. Rabbi Yehuda says that you can take brush, bricks, and wash your face with it, but I assume that it might be facial hair. Rabbi Yosef says you're allowed to take crushed pepper, according to Rabbi. Rabbi Yosef says sesame pulp. There's something called bardo. It's made out of a third of violets, a third of aloe vera, and a third of hadassah. If you have that concoction, you can use it on your face. If it's more than a third of aloe vera, then it becomes dangerous and might remove hair. Or Rabbi Yosef, even up to 50% is mutter. The word tells us that Amemar Rav Ashi used this on the face, and Mar Sutra did it. It was a fundamental point to see whether a man used beauty items, these different products that beautify a person, is the Yilbash Gaber Silas Isha. Are you acting like a woman? According to Mar Sutra, it's also. Point out, Amemar Rav Ashi, very interesting. It's actually a mitzvah. You have to take care of your body. Hygiene is very important. And another Pshat Rashi is that when people see a beautiful person, they give Shabbat that much powerful. There's an Avera, the mashmas food, to destroy food. So the Gemara had a question, can you crush olives in order to make them sweeter? But by doing so, you'll be destroying all the olive oil. When it comes to bread, the Gemara says bread doesn't become disgusting. All sorts of different actions with it, you can clean stuff with it, whatever. At the end of the day, you can eat bread, it doesn't become mold. Now, originally, we learned Rav Rothschild says, if you have a hatmana, you have a pot in a box that's surrounded by insulation, what you do is you fill the box and you get the soup or whatever you have in the pot. The word explains that Muslim is always concerned with removing the pot, even if the shape of the pot remains, it's possible to put the pot back in. We're concerned that the Gizeh Seminar, the shearings of the wool will fall in and you're going to touch them in their muktzah. But the Chum say, we're not concerned. If they fall in, you're not going to put the pot back in. But if it has a perfect shape, you can put the pot back in. There's a beautiful flower called the kusta. You used to smell it, use it during the meal. So if you put it into some dirt, you take it out, put it back in. So now the hole is large enough. It's not going to move the dirt around. We're not concerned you're going to move dirt in Shabbos. You're allowed to take it in and out of Shabbos. The same thing that you have a knife in the wall between the bricks. We're not concerned you're going to move the mortar, which is a problem of biting. The day after it's biting. If you have a knife, put it between the leaves of a palm tree. We're not concerned you're going to do anything. You're going to perhaps cut some of the leaf off. And finally, the Gemara says if a person buries turnips in the ground, if he has some of the leaves sticking out of the ground, he's allowed to remove them on Shabbos. We're not concerned that he's going to plant them under, let's say, a vineyard, and it will be like our flag, or he'll plant them on shadel. That's not considered planting. But what he's doing is, he's just storing it. He's not hiding mice, he's just storing it. Of course, the problem is, how does he remove that on Shabbos? By removing it, he's going to be moving dirt. You see that moving dirt is not the issue like the Gemara told before. The Gemara remains with a question and a wonderful day. Shabbos doesn't know. The mission tells us you're created until you put it on Shabbos. And put a cover on top. But don't do so on Shabbos. However, says the mission, if you cover your feet for Shabbos, and then you cover for Shabbos, then it's covered on Shabbos. You know that you have a cold room from the sun, from the heat, you're not insulated, as I said. The reverse, you have a factory, you're not insulated from the cold. Once ready for goods and plastic,
What the fuck you think, cocksucker?
What's the questions up in here?
You got the yarmulke on, you got the flying Jew shirt on.
I gotta have the yarmulke
The girl was moving up to Van Nuys, you fucked up. You had her 15 miles away.
No, it's good.
Now you got her up there, now the mother's only cooking for 4 nights.
Oh, yeah.
You over there watching Telemundo, asking what your horoscope is.
No, I was terrified last night. Thank God, because we went and saw Fury.
I wasn't.
Great. It was really violent. It's super violent, but it was good. It's always
They shoot me.
no, but they shoot people, the heads explode. It's fucking, it's good. But I was dropping her off, and I had to get gas. And I pulled in, I knew immediately I wasn't supposed to be there. Like there was hooker and drug deals going on. And I asked her if it was okay. She said yes, and then when I got back in the car, she was laughing. She's like, "This is the worst part of Inglewood. Like even the Taco Bell drive-thru has part of the not good." It was Sunday night. It was one of those. I like black girls, but it was one of the black girls with blonde hair. I was like, yeah, that's not my style.
Miami was fucking tremendous. My last 3 weeks was great little weeks. I'm very happy. Unfortunately, I could go out and do comedy in these cities, but Miami was fucking great this time. I saw somebody I hadn't seen in fucking 3 years, and they had my shit. They saved my shit. My godmother said, he's going to come and get me stuff. Even if I'm dead, he's still going to come get me stuff.
Your Centuria stuff.
Everything, t-shirt, everything. It was just amazing.
Oh, any pictures?
No, but pictures. A couple pictures. Yeah, a couple pictures. Just, I saw Carlos Perez, a dear friend of mine.
Wait, was it Zoraida?
No, it was this chick, but I saw a friend of mine named Carlos Perez, who on Sundays we used to buy a $10 bag, crystal THC, me and 17 of them. $3, $10 for a $10 bag of angel dust. We buy 6 McWilliams. This is my mother's house, so I listen to Led Zeppelin. Like fucking soldiers in training. I saw Juan Perez. Juan Perez's father was a drummer in Batista. I grew up with Juan Perez. He's the one. Like when I see these people, You think of the most obvious thing that happened to me like as a child. One time he lit a tree on fire. Everybody had lit on fire. He's the only one that got busted. But the weirdest thing that happened to Mark Perez was one night the New York Mets played against the North Bergen High School faculty. This is 1976, maybe 75. I didn't have hair on my neck. I was a young kid. We walked out of the basketball thing. It was a fist fight. We got pushed around a little bit. We ran. We got to the phone. There was a chick that was like, she was like 16. And she was like making big guys feel the titties. I wanted like for 10 cents. Or I don't know what the deal was. We walked up on them like 6 gorillas and we all started feeling the tits. And it was just horrible. Everybody was grabbing her tits and shit, grabbing her ass and her tits. I remember I squeezed her tits and my dick got so fucking hard. Like, I'd never squeezed a woman's tits. Yeah. And I grabbed her tits and I walked off like 40 blocks with this little fucking hard on her. My head was on fire. That's
What do you think happens to that? Because there's always that one girl who does that in like high school and middle school. What do you think that happened to that girl?
I don't know what her name is. You know, if somebody let me squeeze that tits, at least I remember that name. I don't remember what her name was. I never saw that girl again. I never heard nothing about it. It was the weirdest thing. But we were both talking about how we walked home. Like, wow, did you feel the tits? Like, it was fucking big for us. Like,
Oh yeah.
Felipe Spar's in the motherfucking house. What's up, fool? How big were titties? I don't even remember. I don't know what they look like. All I know is I was 12, maybe 11. Tops. Tits were a big deal. Oh, that's how I was going through my tits. I was smelling one of the bras. You didn't smell the bras? If I went to your house, I asked myself to go to the bathroom.
A mom bra?
Yeah, fuck yeah. Just go on the back of it, bro. Back of it, like a soldier. Under the cups. It's a little sweaty right there. I didn't know what titties smelled like. To this day, titties don't smell like this. You know, it's just baby powder. It's just whatever thing but that was it. You know what? One thing about Miami that I noticed for the first time all my life, Miami, it's kind of an injustice in Spanish. You don't have cool benefits of being Spanish. You see everything down there. Just Cubans being put down as a thing of the past.
Different than LA? Because LA's a little
No. They have the whole. They have Venezuelans. They have all that. A lot of Colombians. A lot of Brazilians. They have this whole gap, you know. It's like every 3 blocks you see this little coffee shop. Levine coffee shop. Yeah, you get like $1.50 half a cup of coffee. Share with the few people. And you walk in for them.
just super strong.
So yeah, everybody sits around and they talk shit. Like the first morning, they have like a Cuban sandwich, like a couple of kids. I'm like, fucking hell, I went to the doctor today, I gained 6 pounds in like 3 days. It's fucking amazing. Like, I didn't eat like ice cream or flan, nothing. They got flan at the Miami Club now, the most that it has. It's delicious. Both nights I had a salad with a piece of dolphin.
I was gonna say, do you try dolphin?
Yeah, it was I've always eaten
Wait, Mahi's dolphin?
Yeah, it's a wine.
Oh, okay. I saw the menu, and I thought like his actual dolphin.
Yeah, fingers and all that.
Yeah.
The blue cheese dressing on the salad was fucking delicious. The tomatoes were fucking delicious.
You guys said you had some awesome Jews at the show.
I had a couple of Jews at the show. I had a great black couple that came up to me. They were beautiful people. He asked me to Subway to get big peas for chicken, so I told him Amazon.com. I forget the company, but they have up to AA if he's listening. They were very sweet, very nice. It was just a nice, easy fucking weekend. I can't work hard. What club were you at? Miami Improv doesn't have a club. They use Crystal Palace. Okay. Whatever that is, the Crystal Casino, I guess. And they have, and that's for big acts. And then they have up the wall. That's where they put Rob Schneider. The guy from Johnny Boy, jumps off buildings.
Oh, Steve-O,
yeah. And I was like, I went through with Rodrigo the first time. I was Miami Improv, and there was like one Cuban guy there. He's like a big fan. He smokes his dollars on the roof next door to the parking lot. And I remember we got there, and I didn't know he was Cuban. He was like from some other country. He goes, bienvenidos a mi show. They took out a big ass boat. Then he gave me his card, right? And I took out the card. And that card it says, he does roofing, he does fancy, but the thing he wrote on the back. But what I really do is, he wrote it like this, PAR-DAA. Party. He wanted a party. He went there with his old lady the first night, fall in love. Came back the last night with us and hung out with me and Rodrigo. We went back 2 years later. He was waiting for us like a soldier. You know, when I explained to them, I told the chick, I told the girl, Melissa, you're very sweet. I go, this is a great club. It was just a little too big. I think it was 25 seats. Like, I just want you to know something. I just want you to know that 15 years ago, Miami and Bro was the top 10 club in the country. 98, 99, that club was like, that was a badass fucking club. And then they started doing business, dumb shit. But that was a great, solid club. Never mind that you were fucking Miami. So, I go to Miami. I go to speak with somebody. I go for 2 weeks. Brody's coming. Chris McGuire and Wayne Ramsey. They bring me back like 6 months later. And I get there on Tuesday. This girl sitting there with the guy. I go to the front. He says, hello. We can go. I don't know that. And I have my outside, they start talking. Okay. The next thing, those days comedy started on Tuesday.
Tuesday to Sunday?
Tuesday to Sunday, Jack.
Oh my God.
By Friday, you will fucking beat yourself in the head with your fucking jokes. And then, because, yeah, I went there one time, and I went again with Joy Medina and Jack Garcia and them. And that girl was in the headlines. That was a fucking crazy weekend, but I went there, and the second night the girl came back. This time she came in, she was a brother. And the third night she came with a brother. Girl, I didn't see her again. I didn't think nothing of her.
So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Right now. I don't know who the hell my was. Tuesday, next week opens up. Bam, she's there. With a girl. We talk a little while. We get evaluated. I say, great, I'm just a comedy fan. I don't have a life at night. These are my girlfriend. I show up to get party on. That's great. So next night, I think she comes back with a guy. And the next night, she comes back with a chubby chick. Like a cute chubby chick. Oh, shit. Right? And they're talking to me. They're talking to me. I'm bar. So they start talking about blow. And one thing leads to another. And they come out to a just party at the beach. They have a condo on the beach and champagne. They go, blow there. I'm like, okay. And I'm really being honest with you guys. The one girl was a fucking 12. The other girl was a chubby cute girl. She was a 6. Whatever happens, happens. But when I got in that car, I'm looking at both these in the face. I didn't think anything about fucking them. Or nothing like that. Started off as you know what? I got nothing to do tomorrow anyway. On Thursday. What's all this? We got one show. You know? Yeah, and if I get fucked up and hung over, I'll come back. You know, no big. You know, I gotta go to my comfort zone. So I said, let me go to the beach with me. We got downstairs the guy in the Audi. The other girl in the Mercedes. I get there. The blonde girl. Yeah, he was going with me. And she's drunk. We start driving. In fact, when I go pick up the low, I tell her we're going to go to the bush. We're going to meet you. She knows the guy. She goes over and gets the first thing. We'll go back to the fucking place. We pull in. It's a high rise. But she had a garage type thing. So her garage opens up and she's got this Audi. And so we go get another Porsche. Nice Porsche. And I go, why do you have these cars? She goes, no, my father owns Audi. Shit or some shit. It's Audi's some story. We go upstairs to her apartment. The apartment guys is banging. Big old fucking patio. She had a rack with Perignon and wine and shit. I'm watching at that time Conan O'Brien. It was 1 in the morning, maybe 12 at night in the East Coast. And I'm sitting there fucking coked out. Yeah. And then putting coke out. They're like, you mind if we switch into different clothing? And I'm not, guys, I'm not thinking about it. The chubby girl said she had a boyfriend. Yeah, the other girl didn't say nothing, so I didn't say nothing.
Not even at all? Not even like maybe on your blowjob?
Nothing. In those days, I was so coked out, even if I could have got a blowjob. My dick was fucking smaller than an inch. I was sitting there enjoying, and all of a sudden, It's got to be 4 in the morning. I'm watching the table, whatever the fuck's on. They pouring champagne. I'm drinking beer, champagne. I'm just tossing them back. I'm snorting them. Now, next thing these girls start taking off their clothes. It's going to swap and spend 10 feet on me. They're going out of this swap and what are they wearing? They took their shirts off, all right. And they get grabbing their tits. It's fucking tremendous. I'm looking at me, the thing. Then the one girl takes the chubby girl's panties off. She's eating her pussy. You hear this shit. I'm sitting there doing lunch because they left her around the door. And I'm actually with a dish doing coke while they're going at it. And this time, I don't know what to think. I'm like, I might get laid, I might not get laid, but I gotta make it to the bathroom and jerk off and get my dick hard. So when I come out here, I come out with a fucking, with a gun, with bullets in it. They can't show all his little dick in front of 2 chicks. And sure enough, they take their panties off. Now the other chick, the hot blonde's got a period. I see a little string that she cut in half or something like that. But she's licking around it. She's licking her asshole and shit. They get up without saying nothing. They go in the bedroom. I'm like, oof, I got out of that one. Now I'm starting to put bingles together. I'm starting to put coke in different bingles. I gotta go. I'm thinking some coke.
Wait, 2 girls are going at it, and you're just like, I gotta get the coke.
They're not even drunk, bro. You're a junkie all the way. Tell this fool, yeah, man, you're a jet all over. And everybody's some good ass shit. So now, the hot girl comes down. Come on in here. Oh shit, I come in here, take off your clothes. The chubby girl wants to look. Oh shit, and they start fucking jerking me off, and the whole thing is nothing like that. The chubby girl sucked it, the blonde girl sucked it. I'm sorry, this is going this way. Like, they like bitches. And I wasn't even going to talk about this. I just remember talking to Felipe. Felipe's been to Miami. So now I go back and look at the room and later on drinking champagne. Huge dildos. Like a 2-way dildos. One gets on and the other one's a little fucking dildo. And I'm sitting there going, oh my god, this is crazy, right? So they're tired. The sun's coming out. I'm still doing blow. There's still more blow left. The chubby girl tries to sleep in the room. The blonde goes into the bedroom. Something happens. The chubby girl leaves. The blonde girl goes out and gets her. And this time I get a hard on. So now I'm fucking around with the blonde girl. The chubby girl forgot her shoe or a fucking sandwich or whatever the fuck she forgot. And she sees me fucking the blonde and she goes off on me. And her girlfriend like, ain't no what the fuck you know. You both had this plan that's why you drove without me. Never what the fuck you tricked me. You want it? I'm like, look at this shit. I don't care who I fuck. Both is a cute motherfucking world, So I hook up with this girl. This Thursday night. Then she goes to the improv Friday and picks me up. She comes Saturday, Sunday, every night I go back to that condo. I go blow, we mess around, we come to the wife, and she comes in. She used to take people, we raw, blah, 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 blah. And at the end of that Sunday, she takes me out to dinner after the improv. It was listening after tonight. What was my number? What was my number? I'm marrying some weather guy or something. What was my number? It was great while I lasted. I really think you could love my career. That's it. I walked out there. I never thought about that broad again. Never called. Never did nothing. Nothing ever came of it. When Twitter got big, she never hit me up. When Facebook got big, she never hit me up. Friday night, I walk off stage, guys. Second show. And I'm walking towards the green room. And some lady goes to turn around and she grabs my arm. She goes, how are you? She gives me a hug. I'm like, good. And I hug. The guy next to her, he goes, that was great. Yeah, that was great. And she goes, yes. She goes, I met Joey about 15 years ago. We were friends at the improv. I'm going to the improv and we got friends together. She looked at me, she went at me one fucking eye. I got solid. She didn't look like her at all. They didn't look like that girl at all. She was old, yeah, she's a mom now. Her hair was different. She didn't have glasses. It was crazy. It was fucking crazy.
And then part of me thinking like you're gonna have to tell her like, listen,
no, I walked into the whole break to see her. I walked into the green room. And then I sat there for a while. I processed the whole thing. Yeah. And then I said, okay, now we're back out there. She was going. Just like that. That's crazy. That is the craziest That's crazy, man. Me, I was at the ice house. That's right, you were I was at the ice house this week, and it was fun. We had an extra show on Saturday at 6 p.m. At 6 p.m. No, it was sold out. We had an extra show. 6 shows, man. 6. You were sold out. You did Thursday night too? Yeah. Oh, shit. But on a Thursday show, man, like I remember Brother Walker Coyotes, I was always wanted to do any show that makes me, $50 or more. And you ever see it? There's a show over here in Hollywood, in Burbank Hills, Hollywood Hills. Pay like $75, but it's at 2:30 in the morning. So I said, all right, well, fuck, Stephen Fry, Rodrigo Torres, Champo, Juan Garcia, myself. We drove to that game. This weekend? No, this was like many years ago. It was like in 2000. Oh, I remember that game. Yeah, 2006. Did you go to that club? No, that was a different one. That was a good club. Okay, that was one that went on there. Right. That one I went to another one, and it's like, bro, when they get there, this is like an undercover cop checking in, shit, no guns. You go inside here, man, and they're partying, bro. I mean, they got arcades there. Yes, bro. They had an arcade there. Outside, they had a bathroom stall. When you party at a house, you'll be outside. This guy installed bathroom stalls. So you can just pee on the side of the wall and flush it. So the last part is it. And then the inside of the house was set up to look like 5 p.m. every day. They had nice lights. When I partied at this guy's house after the show, I didn't leave his house till the next day. I just stood there with him, and he was talking to me, the Spanish guy. And I forgot about him, because I don't want to go back over there, I don't want to party. I felt like Pinocchio. Remember Pinocchio go to that party, and then everybody's growing fucking, turning into donkeys. So I never thought about this guy. I saw him at the show, at the end of the show. He saw me, and he opened up his jacket, and he had a little vial that's nasal spray. This week? Yeah, it has nasal spray in it. It's like a nasal spray jar with cocaine. But it has cocaine, yes, cocaine and water. He goes, hey, you remember me? And I said, oh, wow, it's you, bro. I've been talking about you forever. And I told everybody, this is the guy. This guy had photos of me pretending to be a bartender all fucked up in the house. Fuck me. They were spraying water? Is that what it was? They don't spray coke. I don't know how they do it. I can't. Doing like that nasal spray, their nose, but it had like half all coke and some water. I only get one of those a month, like one every 3 months. It's good for some people in the past. This is fucking charges. Anyway, this was a fucking mistake. He's going back and crazy now. They tell you about Martians. Yeah, I call the body Martian crazy. When I talk about that shit, I call the body Martian every night for 10 years. About 3 years ago, he was like, Long Beach. And I hang up the fucking phone with essentially because it was fucking crazy. This is a Martian. They invaded Long Beach dressed as Russians and shit. Martians dressed as Russians. That's what he was telling me. I don't know, but I see it. I went to school for and Jersey City State for his bachelor's. Some alien something? Something. It was just crazy. So sometimes you gotta watch. But it's great when you go like that girl. I didn't think nothing. When I closed the door to the grave room, was when I realized who she was. And I was like, oh my God, that was a long fucking time. That was a long time ago. That's, it'd be nice just to write a story about comedy stories. It's just I still remember it was a Wednesday night at 11. I got the page from David Drews. I was sitting at the Wolves house. My guest was coming down off of Lower Deck at 11:30. And I got a call from David Drews. January, February, 5, St. John. I got 6, David Triple. I've got 6 weeks of work for you if you have it right now. Open your book and we go, oh my God, this is real. Like, this is real. Pocatello, the tour started in. The tour started in a base, an army base, or some service base, Cheyenne, Utah. That's where the first night was. Utah, like, just before it started as an army base. I remember I died slow death, just like that boy that they used to Carlito's wife. Yeah, it was just like that.
Was that the one where the sergeant's wife gave you a blowjob on stage?
No, that's Nation's home. That's Mountain Home. That's Mountain Home. I don't know if it's Idaho. Idaho is a service base. But that was on that run. Like, that was 6 weeks. That was the beginning of my comedy career. 6 weeks in a fucking car. The axle was broken half. You could see the bottle was going. You know, with fucking just everything that you might need in this car. I had everything in that car. Band-aids for football, basketball, swimming fins. Because you never know what you need on the road. And everything was placed perfectly. Blankets, sleeping bags, waterproof shit, socks, clothing, extra food in the back.
When did you ever have to break out the swimming fins?
I had them from somebody gave me when I was married. So I took them with me. They were fucking like $2,000 fins. They were beautiful. So I took them with me, and God knows what happened to those things. But I was thinking about what I had back then. Great basketball, I had apps, I had books, flashlights, every tool imaginable to fix a car. And I had it placed impeccably. Because if I used to get stuck on the road, I didn't have money for a hotel, bro. You pulled over at a rest area, locked your doors, left your sunroof a little open. You took your chances. You slept like every 15, 20-minute shot, 20 minutes. Until you heard birds, trucks going. It's fucking horrible way to live. Yeah, listen, I did that. I used to have to go from Denver to Baltimore. That was my first real gig. All the way out here, hotel. Remember Lake Havasu? Damn. Your Lake Havasu, bro, a lot of fitting.
So,
For $150 in a room.
Paula asked me today, over the weekend randomly, how long did it take for a comedian to be like headlining? And I told her like around 10 years is what I've heard to like start. And she's like, how do they do it for that long for no money? Like, when you're sleeping on the side of the highway in a car, why aren't you just like, let me go sell drugs again, let me friggin' roof again? That's crazy.
I remember pulling over. There was no rest area. Leaving the car, sleeping, waking up, thinking that you fellas not driving. You know what that feels like. That's why I never slept on the road again. Because you have to keep the heat on. With the gas running. Yeah, you wake up and also you just pop up and then you grab the steering wheel. That's the scariest feeling I ever had in my fucking life. I remember I just get so happy because this guy started on a show on Friday night. That's, the guy's name. It was crazy. But man, it was crazy. Like, that was the only time I ate pasta with shrimp. Remember? We were showing at the Improv and they have warm bread. And then we were eating a two big meal. And then Gavin, you told Gavin, hey man, come on man. Most people are the best part of it. It was sharing plates and get this off. Yeah. So he did that spot at the Improv. He got a big dinner. They don't have the big shrimp, so you look down on your plate and it's something for me. That's one of your shrimps. So they used to tell you, listen, this gig only pays $50 a tour. You can eat it. And you're like, fuck it, I'm getting mine. And they'll give you a hotel room. How you brought a grab coat. As you knew, you could fuel that with alcohol. Let's say you got paid $100. You gave the bartender $10. You drank them a fucking night. $10. It's fucking hard.
I love when people act like whenever I get to go with you somewhere or just go to the green room, they always think it's still like that. And it's like, it couldn't be more opposite of that now. It's just crazy to hear those stories because I've never once seen you go anywhere but the hotel after a show.
Yeah, but I've never, even in those days,
I'm not saying you partied in the room.
I didn't do a line until after I got off that second fucking show.
Okay.
When I got off that second show, as soon as I got on stage, there was no talking to people. There was no pictures. alcohol. I was a professional. I did that shit years ago. All that shit was in my hotel room.
You have all set up for you.
When I drove crazy was Joe Rogan because I disappeared. He knew. Yeah. For years, Joe Rogan got up the stairs. The first thing he said, "How was Mr. Like, fuck. Motherfucker. You know? I didn't think of anything else. There was a time period where I think of nothing before. I went on the road. I went on Joe's journey. 6 weeks, 3 weeks. Triple. We fucking drank hard. Every night you drink hard, Joe. You pull up a bottle of vodka and a case of beer. That's hard. With a couple bumps, a joint or two, 4 or 5 packs of cigarettes.
Every night?
Every night we were on the road. We'd sleep Saturday night with the party. And we'd take the first night off. Like Tuesday night, the first night of the triple run. Went El Paso. You went to El Paso. You went to El Paso, Texas. Stop blowing at your footballs. The RVs. That was a Tuesday through Sunday. I gave Sunday. No, there was some rough games in Miami. There was some towns that you went to. You used to have a club that's still there. But they're very when I went to Myrtle Beach, it was fucking good. It was 6 days of fucking constant drinking. The club didn't pay you a lot of money. They had all those deals. Myrtle Beach, if you sat down for 2 hours, down here, 1 hour, 3 hours.
Oh, one of those things.
So we do 2 of those. Fuck, I'm taking this. I'll let you fucking give me the beat. Well, whatever the fuck you want. Don't credit that for me. You ain't getting nowhere. So, my hospital basement.
I thought about joining that for those $99 flights to Hawaii. We seem to. It's like a timeshare thing, and apparently they get really mean. Like if you start saying no, they'll go to your wife and be like, "How are you with this loser of a guy?" But apparently at the end of it, it's like $99 flights to Hawaii. So that'd be amazing. I don't know how long it's probably about the same thing.
That's timeshare.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
What's up with them? They were commercials and shit. They were 2 commercials, man. Wouldn't fit, but at the other did a Target commercial. I'm cool. I did a Target commercial with Laura napkins from. Remember that when you're talking about that chubby girl and then hot chick, and then they came over with a joke. Sometimes you gotta go to heaven. You gotta go to hell before you go to heaven. I'm over here fucking the hot water, and I'm looking at the side of her back row. Something I remember that bit about that. Yeah, just the other one looked like bad gold with a bad nose. So it was very cool like that. This shit was fucking horrible. It was hard. I couldn't get up my dick.
It doesn't sound horrible. Oh yeah, I guess that's horrible.
Houston, man, I've been to parties in Houston, Austin. I used to get fucked up in Austin. Yeah, I used to get some good coffee in Houston. By the time I got to the hotel, my gosh, I managed the club, so.
Really?
That's tremendous. You have to search. You have to Saturday. Oh, that's when you went crazy. I went crazy in Houston, man. Like, I was ready to go party out of my 2014 I fell off the wagon. And then, I ran out of stuff. So I called Joe Diaz and hooked up with some little ass Mexican floor man in a hotel room. And then after that, me and some cowboy comedian was Matt Pete Jenkins. I don't know his name. He's still the one that got married to the girl from the Not Rachel. Yeah, it was that dude. I forgot his name. Him and I ran a Billy Wayne. Yeah, I kidnapped that fool for like 8 hours. You have to kidnap that motherfucker. Yeah, he only took me to the hotel. We were partying. He started stealing clothes. He got drive to Midland, Texas. He snorted the whole way. Listen to Tupac. We don't get why he's a country dude. We were snorting to Midland listening to Tupac. He picked me up. That's a 10-hour drive from Houston, Texas to Midland. He picked me up in the middle of the night at 11 o'clock. His eyeballs were fucking gigantic. He's like, man, I got like an 8 ball, a couple grams. You know, it's just snorted the whole fucking way. Because we got there to do radio, so we had to hold it. So we fucking drove 10 hours straight. We stopped twice to fill up the tank. We went and came up to get back. So you went from, hey, Travis can all work to collecting a minute to go with more shit with Jenkins. Was it the Jenkins game? Oh, yes. That was the place where the DEA would raid the place where you were on stage. It was fucking, listen, that Jenkins guy got arrested for when you get married to 2 people at the same time. So he had a wife in San Antonio. In Texas.
That's what's crazy with all this.
This guy was crazy. He said he was a magician. He was fucking horrendous. He was horrendous at every level. He was a nice guy. But as soon as you got there, I'd never seen this. This is the first time this ever happened to me, ladies and gentlemen. Midland, Texas. You get there, you check in, he calls you. It's going to be a great room. You know, 11. You get there, it's a great room. Come on, you right here. And he would have what you would have on the beach would have. So, you know, the first night he did his A before the show. Damn, that's that stage. Oh, blasted. The green room, he did it. He came back. The guy you drove with? No, Jenkins. Oh, Jenkins. He came back to the green room and said, can I get half of what I gave? Damn, even I didn't do that much. He was on stage doing everybody's material. Joe was fucking going. His jaw was going. And the bar was owned by Mexican dude with big hats, cowboy boots, ponytails. Oh my God, it was fucking on. It was on. They paid me. I think it was $800 to headline. What's his name? Before the feature. But every night you got there, that was the deal. You got a night pool every fucking night. So Friday and Saturday, you get the fucking night pool. It wasn't really that good. But nobody really gets you a night pool. So at least he didn't carry you. We do like when I went to do the show there in Odessa, like a thing. Oh, yeah. I kid you not, like, you pay like, I don't know what it is, but like, you pay like, well, maybe you pay for your flight, so you give at the end of the week $1,500 or $1,200. Man, I kid you, every night there was like 12 people there, 9 people, Friday night big show, 12 people. And the owners in the back just laughing, enjoying the show. You know, some places, you know, people are scared because it's empty. You know, the place is empty, I'm losing money. The owner's having a good time. At the end of the week, he just pays me 20 off 20. And then later on, everybody, I found out a year later that everybody that was involved in that club went to prison, including what's his name? From federal. Oh, that was the owner who invited who called me in my hotel room and invited me to a dog fight. He goes, where's Selena from? Selena from Corpus Christi. That was like a party there too. Hardcore, man. Was a room that was run by the cartel. The Mexican cartel? Jerry Roach is from. That's where they are. Where's Jerry Roach from? I don't know. I think it's from Corpus Christi. No, he's from the town down. He's from Canada? No, water, yes, around water, where they shoot people will disappear and shit. I'm a Canada, Corpus Christi, Maryland, God bless his soul. That would be all of those. Joy Medina, Frank King, and he was 2 boys. When people go to get ice cream, they see Jen, I just saw the top, ice cream. Oh, so the guys built the second floor of the stage. It was fucking beautiful. But that place was, the owners were jazzed up. That Saturday, I think it was Thursday through Saturday. That Saturday, the owners gave me around some of the best cookies. It was yellow, chunk sour. This had to be 98, 99, maybe 2000 when I first got there. The craziest gig of the last 10 years was the one I owned. Oh, that's Whitey's. real? What's the name of the kid? Fucking crazy place in Iowa. Kansas, Iowa, something. You know, the Mexican kid that picks you up is probably the only Mexican restaurant in that neighborhood. It's 2 planes. You have to fly into Chicago and take a small plane to the outskirts of Illinois. He picks you up and drives you across the border to Indiana. Where he's from.
That's not Mike Hill. Mike Hill.
No, it's not Mike.
Alex Ortiz.
It's an yes, it's one of his buddies. So the guy.
Joey Villagomez?
No, the guy used to do comedy once. Name to fucking Samuel Pogavamo walked around with all these names. Fucking they fly you in right at the airport.
That's the dude you said that wanted to bring me over and they pay your cash, Felipe. You called me up in the middle of the night, bro. You want Felipe, that's the guy right here. They fucking show you what he cash, bro. They love people. They got Mexicans over here.
Oh my God, it's a taco place. They've been there for 2,000 years. It's like 3rd generation of Mexicans. Some shit. They have 2 places that they do comedy in one place.
Not Council Bluff, by the way.
No, it's him and his brother. They had a bar right there. They land in Chicago. And they would take another flight to the outskirts of Illinois. And they rolled across the border. And this broke big gas. So we start talking. Gives me cash. Gives me weed. Now there's only 2 flights out of there on a Sunday. I have a huge audition. There's 2 flights out of there Sunday, so I'm sweating this already. This flight's at 5:58 in the morning. It's one of those little fucking jets. 2 propellers, and if not, you gotta wait till like fucking 10 o'clock at night. So I tell him, I say, listen, bro, you know, the first show was cool. It was a regular show. But after the parents he was a line to go to the bathroom. I hadn't seen something like that since I was a kid. Since I was like 82, cocaine was very prevalent. It was out there, and you go to bars, and it's like you stepped into a fucking twilight zone. Everybody's jaw was going, everybody's fucking was drooling, smoking cigarettes, their noses were leaking, everybody going in and out of the fucking bathroom. People are hugging. It's just too fucking surreal. Now, this place turned into that for the second show. Lee, in such a way that I was on stage, I could see people's jaws going. I could see drinks that were half full. Jeff Dunham, when you see people with drinks that are half full, that's how you know there's blowing shit around.
And you were just like a year into sobriety?
Yeah, and I'm looking, I'm not calling it sobriety, I'm calling it not the full blown, still smoking weed with his hands. And I'm looking around, I'm not being hypocritical, but I hadn't seen that in such a long time. Yeah. And when I got on stage, I didn't realize why people were grabbing me, giving me ferocious abuse. And finally, I told Leo, like, hey man, because he started partying. So, make sure you're there. Yeah, I'll be there. That motherfucker showed up late to the 100. All the way to the fucking airport. Got me there, barely let me onto the plane. I told him after that guy, he kept calling me for like 2 years away to come back and fuck with you. That land of the fucking surreal, my friend. That was heavy duty. I couldn't handle that shit again like that. That was too real. Too fucking real. Fully paid out of the you're a deaf man, the chief of Judah. You're kind of a little bit sad. What was what you want before the trees go? What's the light? What's the green? Oh, it's like an empty ladder. So there's no one who's conscious. What's the light? What's the green? The ladder is for when you're back. How you feeling?
I'm really fucked up.
You really feel like you're fucked up. Yeah, 10 milligrams.
No, I didn't. I had like 30 milligrams.
You're the Chinese guy now.
Oh, God, yeah.
He's a fucking tail with stars on it. He can whip you with it and shit like that. What else been going on? What are you hearing?
Getting married in December.
Where's the wedding? Eagle Rock. Where's the reception?
Eagle Rock, same spot. That's where we get married. You open up the chairs, the same spot. Turns into a reception. Vegan and non-vegan.
What's the not vegan?
Pasta with sausages and
garlic bread. And the wedding cakes in Mexico. The wedding cake. And
He's not going down. He's like,
what's Mexican? Oh, my mom made Mexican food every day. Your mom made something special. No, she didn't make it. Mexican wedding, it overpowers the white side. You gotta have something fucking right. You can't do this to me, sir. I don't want this to get. We'll put the taco truck right outside. No, time. Somebody make some sauce, red sauce. So I'm on brunches today on vegan carnitas today. He's made up. He's been doing a big batch of jackfruit tacos. It took her 3 hours to do, man, and it spiced it up. It tastes like it's pretty good. What is it made of? No, jackfruit. Yeah, what's jackfruit? Jackfruit is this fruit that only grows in China. It comes in a can, it costs $3. It looks like an artichoke, and you gotta break it up, like, and mash that motherfucker up, and take all the water out, and add spices, and it starts looking like pork. It's the same texture as pork. You know the way pork tastes like without no flavor, without it's salty. You add flavors to it and marinate it. You soak the water out again. It's a long process. And then you refry it again and you deep fry it. Man, it tastes very good. It tastes like carnitas. If you forgot what carnitas is, it tastes good. Go and read you one, right? I like my shit to come up smooth, bro. Like what fucking smooth? You know, we gotta have some red sauce. We do have red sauce. We do have rice. Not too well. Sauce, some spice. What's that place in South Margaritas at Western? Cholo. I think we are gonna have empanadas for doors. Empanadas.
if you guys only listen to the show, I need you to go to YouTube and watch this show right now. Because your face looks like you kicked all of your cats in the face.
We're gonna have a section when they shoot themselves with lemonade and a bunch of coffee and a bunch of cookies, black and white cookies, everything from New York. And please, Mr. Cody, please, bring chili and $2 or something. Just come on, trap. I eat that shit all the time. It's not what you need. It's not what you need. It's not about you. You invite your friends into your life and your culture. What the fuck? They're not gonna have no mariachis either. They won't go. There's no fucking vegans. They're vegans. You gotta have a little green chili, burritos, garlic, not too expensive. I'm not talking about fucking shrimp cocktails. I'm a fucking, fucking so you don't eat that either. What? I shrimp cocktail. Fish. I don't eat
How do you give up all that great Mexican food? Like all the stuff Paul's honestly, she made me tacos dorados like a few weeks ago.
I still eat that, like I eat tacos dorados, but they're made out of potato. I've had that when I was a kid, and I don't eat as far as ceviche, that stuff. I still eat ceviche, but it's made out of coconut. It's not a coconut like from a coconut you buy. It's a young coconut. It's like fresh. It's smooth. It's like, and then you break it up and other places shrimp on the ceviche. Nothing. Maybe lobster from the Northeast. Vegan ceviche is pretty good. Oh, good. It tastes pretty good. I don't know what it is. I know there's sausages. everybody. We have something else. We don't want something else. We gotta have something for everybody. We need that thing. Something right on wedding. Well, it's gonna be buffet too, so. Oh, fucking. Yeah, they feel like it's gonna be like Shakey's, all you can eat buffet. Shit, everybody throwing some fucking mojo, bro. Always. I'll tell that we could do green cheese enchiladas with some white rice, with some Mexican rice, and some tomato, and some tamales, maybe? Not even. That's how light I am, because those things are expensive. It's not a bad idea. You should pick them up. Yeah. Those white bread ones, green ones, not a bad idea. Get the enchiladas, get a couple tomatoes, 2 dozen apiece. What do you want? 50 cents a piece. Jesus Christ, it's Spanish rice. I'd be so fucking happy. I feel like I went to a cultural thing. I don't want to go to a Mexican wedding with fucking spaghetti and insults my fucking head being. I had to scratch up peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I'll do one of those. Here you go. Oh, sorry, I really haven't. I wanna be around to remember when somebody breaks. I said, keep playing with your fuck. Look at some open water in this comments. I think it filled up again. People do this. They don't last for much. Every time Felipe comes, it's like it's something amazing happens. The black lady knocking on the door. No, it's me. I can't sleep. I'm gonna take 3 sleepovers. God. I gotta become a white. You do? Fucking fucking. Oh man, they're expensive, man. I won't even want to be expensive. That's a TV show right there. I just rather not have people embarrass themselves. If I go to your wedding and there's not a stitch of Mexican, I would be so fucking upset. I would be so upset. Like my heart would hang up and sit there. You know, looking at them. I would be embarrassed. And she'd say, what are you doing? My wife don't understand what you do. She looked at me and said, what are you talking about? He has no Mexican food. You don't understand what that means to me. I need something. A little piece of something to represent. I need something to shoot at them. I'm on top of tea, a break, but I'm on top of tea. Like this. That making shit along with the day when damn it. He was doing believing by the time I'm vegan into you're vegan, where you're fucking fat. What do you eat, crops? Oreos, man, they're not vegan. They're vegan. Oreos. Oreo cookies. Put those at the wedding. They'll be in the cookie section right next to the black and whites. Rice, too. Yeah, do this too. No pan dulce, nothing. No, you gotta have all the sounds. Your family's going? Yeah. I'm going. You eat the fucking spaghetti. Are you fucking serious? What does this shit at? Different tricks like this, kid. That's great. That would be good for all and not being people. What are you getting me borrowed, man? The top of the other cake to me. Oh my god. The widow's spice cake. Oh, I'm Father took it up. Oh, how am I gonna eat Oreos? Huh? Oh, I'm so embarrassed. My face turning. I can't take it no more. He's killing me with this fucking wedding. Come on. We're gonna have a jump through the girls doing magic. Fucking around. I called on somebody to get a magician to walk around doing hand magic, and then just to reverse said, why don't I do it? So he's been bugging me since Patrick the year for about a week. Where is Patrick? I don't know, man. You know, I hosted the Laugh Flip Comedy Festival that time. Yeah, you told me. So it's crazy, bro. A lot of comics I never heard of or hilarious. The winner was a guy named Dale Jones, bro. He was a cross between Jeremy Haas and Greg Haas. Put them together. Dale Jones. Dale Jones from Boulder, Colorado. You know him? Hamburger, nice buff, Swifty. He went to Vietnam. cops. The cops asked me if I knew him. I don't know nobody. They asked me fucking arrest him. So 2 days later, worked at the Jim Knight store. That was one of the craziest jobs I had. I used to work at Hollister. Christ, the Colorado, I was saying car salvage. I snorted so much coke. There was a guy who would take his coke all the way to hide in the ceiling. And would go early on the ceiling, take the coke out one aspect, and put it back in the ceiling. Oh my God, I used to do it. They had the key to the soda machine. So the fucking soda man would take the change, $8. I would steal the dollars and bring it to George. Fucking unbelievable. I ran that place a month.
You had adventures everywhere you went. Like, what is adventures?
Like Georgie had 2 of the cars. Georgie was the lock guy. So he would take the cars and park in the grocery street where the strippers. Bus stop at $3 a day. Shit, fucking tremendous. I got a piece of that action.
They said you couldn't get, people said they can't get jobs.
And they couldn't find license plates. They were a dealer. Dealer license plate. Georgie would steal from all the bitches' cars. Bitches would be driving their cars with the dealer plates on. Fucking tremendous, dog. There was a bank robbery one. Ex-bank robbery. 30 years came out of jail for 6 years. That was pretty unique. Eclectic. Set of people I had ever seen before. I fucking do. How you doing? Good. I got up with the wedding from magazine. The shit took me down. Having been down since I was in the whole butt about 15, 20 years ago. That's fucked up.
Good job with the kids who were over our wedding.
Their man was selling it.
No, actually, their man the stainless steel, the diamonds were still come from Africa. They come from Jersey. No, it was just a regular ring, you know, not too big. I don't want a big ass ring. You know, there was a big old earthquake ring that you do the paperwork at the time. Doing that tomorrow.
Make sure black people die.
Nobody got picking up this fucking diamond.
Fuck you laughing about, ladies?
They're dying for they're dying. I don't know if there's a good health care in the diamond mines of Africa. People are dying for this glass right here for the fucking phone. Yeah, but I can't change my phone.
If they told you to make your iPhone, 10 Chinese people died, but you're still fucking talking on the phone. You wouldn't give a fuck about that 10 Chinese people. We all would. That's how selfish we are.
Yeah.
We have to think of something like that. Okay. Where's the iPhone factory where people jump off the building?
Yeah. Fox told me they have to put nets. Because so many people did.
That's fucking crazy. So what?
They're nets
That's my
from the building.
so I'm gonna give you somebody edibles. So one day you eat an edible and jump out the window like the priest in the Exorcist.
When I went,
I still got it on Monday like Gunslinger.
hey, when I went to DC last week, I went to go visit those stairs. That's a matter of fact. The stairs where the priest jumped off in the Exorcist.
Get the fuck
I
out
was
of here.
there, bro.
Come on,
Get the fuck
What the fuck do you think you're dealing with here? Some numbers? I didn't know that, and I just dropped that. Like,
Yeah, man, I went to 2900 Prospect Avenue in Georgetown.
Is the building still there? The house is still there.
The house is not
The
there.
stairs is where the priest
Jumped off,
jumped out the window, and the cop too. The cop was out of there, and the fucking shit.
They're like 72 stairs. They're like 72 stairs. That was crazy, bro.
Shit, I got one more edible left for me.
No, you don't. Here it is. Right there.
They clean the blood.
Yeah. Oh my God. You walk up the stairs. Oh shit.
Tourists. Take big prices, jobs.
What? No.
Shit.
You know, welcome to my show, man. A lot of people from Montebello, from Welcome You, a lot of bikers showed up. You know, the bikers, they showed up, bro. They're all like in their 40, late 40.
So the Mayans,
The Mongols.
the Mongol shoot
Yeah,
up.
they showed up.
The Mayans, the Mongols shoot up.
Stop it, bro.
We was gonna be a bike, but his fucking wheels fell off. What's up, Lee? Look at you, you little yarmulke representative. What's going on? Speak. What's going on? We can. Who's throwing rocks, bro? Who's throwing rocks?
Everybody.
How you feeling, Lee? What's on the agenda this week? Lee's got to go fucking. Tell him the wedding.
The wedding in Vermont this weekend.
Tell him what fucking going to be home all signed up. I told him he was on cheap ain't going to send 300 in the mail and said I love you, but I'm busy. You got a vegan wedding?
No.
Fuck no, you're the only one who does those. You should stop it.
But they're having it on a Sunday, so maybe that's vegan. So yeah, it'll be fun. I mean, I've never been in a wedding before. I just found out to miss a freaking Tom Brady Peyton Manning game Sunday. So the wedding.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
What time is the game?
4 o'clock.
What time is the wedding?
Probably the same. I'm alright.
Send the nickel.
Next time I'll
Send the nickel. Don't send the yarmulke. What's up? I can't call it. You're fucking bringing me down. Fuck. Tell me something. What's happening? I'm gonna be in Fort Myers, bro. Fort Myers, what? Fort Myers, Florida, at October. Next month, November. And then Pleasanton, Tommy T's. I'm bringing Armando Cosillo. Oh shit! What about New Year's? New Year's Eve, bro. I'm gonna be over there with the Savages over there in fucking Reno, Nevada, with your boy Wayne Wright. Come on. Yes. The Underground Comedy Club. I'm gonna be there for New Year's Eve. Wednesday night. Two shows. Halloween, bro. I'll be walking around West Hollywood on shrooms. No, I'm just kidding. I wish. No, that's what I'll be though. That's how vegan. Shrooms are vegan, bro. So what's the problem? I don't know my whole data, bro. Ari. Alright. Yeah, I gotta go see Ari for the taping of the special at the Comedy Store. When is it? Wednesday. We're gonna be at the Ice House. We should go check that out. It's chocolate mushrooms. Fucking chocolate so low. Hey, you only gave me a little piece.
Yeah, but he gave it to me without me knowing what it was. He's like, here, eat this.
How did it feel?
It was actually pretty nice because he didn't give me enough to get ready. No. I felt like a light high. It was fun.
That's good. Here's the dump there. I'm gonna be in Pleasanton, Tommy T's, off the whole comedy club in Fort Myers in November. How many points you gotta take to get down there? Oh man, I'm probably gonna fly to Miami and then Fort Myers. It's a good club. So many clubs opening up, you know. Your club over there, Jim Belushi opened up a club in Fort Myers. Come on, it's called Belushi's. And he has a lot of SNL stuff inside the club. That's another club, and there's another guy named Rick Robinson. I don't know, you know him. He'll be one of Arizona, yeah. He's got a great club in Minneapolis. I never done that. I've been wanting to go to it. I never been to Midwest, do it. You in Toledo? No, I don't Toledo. What about, you don't work Arizona? Yeah, we're 10 p.m., bro. Okay, yeah, you can't work Arizona. Yeah. Where you gonna work?
We have the live podcast next week.
This week. 2 days before fucking Halloween. You don't know next week.
No, it's kind of interesting you brought that up. I was watching a show today, and Anthony Bourdain was talking to this economist. He was like, there's 7 million people now. There's not that many jobs. We don't have that many people. And like, you were talking about how comedy used to start on a Tuesday, and now it's kind of like adapted like this. Like, what do you think about, like, in the future, what comedy's going to look like? Maybe you won't travel. Maybe you'll just do live streams in the cities, like from here. Like, I was just thinking, like, how it, like, evolves with the needs.
Pay-per-view, bro.
That'd be fun.
We're going to do live camera with a live audience and have people just pay $5.
And then
just stream it live. Like, stream it live, but get a real big sponsor to pay for it all. And you get your cut. I think they did it like that at a concert for that Coachella show. Okay. One of those dumb places, they bought the whole show and they aired it live from the internet. Like, the whole concert.
The only issue is now you go on the road every week to different cities. If you did a TV, like an online pay-per-view thing,
everyone would watch it at once.
Yeah, that's it.
So you couldn't do it every week.
We have to come over with new material every week.
Again, well, if you're a fan of somebody, you know, for $3, if I can see Lee Sayat do Toledo, and Lee Sayat do Minneapolis for $3, why not? Take $3 from home like that, and I put it on the lap a little bit. $3. A special portion, whatever. You know, when I travel, I see the same people over there, some of the same people. They're not gonna fucking go crazy and turn that thing over. They're not gonna fucking go crazy, nothing. It's that you gotta sell the sizzle. Stand up. They didn't see stand up on all fucking channels now. People can see anything. Everyone wants to make little bubbles here. And when you save money, you gotta make a choice between going out on Sunday or going out on fucking Monday. You gotta make a choice. Like, I'm gonna throw away $40, maybe someone will steal a gram of coke with me. $20 to drink. You know, Monday's football was huge. God forbid somebody place gave food up there. We used to go to the ground round. They used to give out meatballs and grilled cheese sandwiches. That's where you went. And you had cocktails. You had Monday Night Football instead. Tuesday nights, you know, if you have a bar today, what is your lineup in a bar? Let's say Felipe, 5 years from now, moves to Pleasanton, California. Buys Rooster Teeth Feathers. You got a business that you pay a lease on 7 days a week. Do you, as an economist, as a business owner, what do you do? You just open up Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So 4 nights a week to PlayStation. What do you do in this economy? You're going to pay for the place anyway. If you turn the lights on, it's going to be a fraction of the cost anyway. So you open up Sunday for the people. Guess what? You're going to have to, it's going to be close to $100 to put a tray of sandwiches out. But that's what it takes to take people there. You know, I go to these hotels every week, and these hotels are getting more and more. I went to Baltimore, I stayed at a hotel, and they give you $4 a night. There was no coffee machine in my room. There was no coffee in the lobby till 6. Both nights, the fucking wake-up call was wrong. You know, so why am I paying? Last week I went to a Best Western. I thought it was the Prince of fucking Dubai. Eggs, oatmeal, waffles, apples, oranges, fruit, white bread, rye bread, English muffin, coffee's 24 hours, fresh coffee, coffee maker in your room, a gym that wasn't bad, a heated pool, a pool outside. You know, wake-up call, a business office with 3 different terminals that you don't have to pay for. So when I'm flying with my family, I know that I can wake up and have breakfast already taken care of. You know what a breakfast costs a family of 3 to go on vacation? $50, $60, a lot. I just saved $60. Guess what? People are gonna go. People are gonna get attracted to those hotels. They give you something. Well, the same thing has to happen now. The podcast, the last 2 books I've got contacted by 3 different people to charge money for the podcast. Why would I do something like that? Why would I change the rule? Why would I go and take my wallet now? I want to give this away. I want clients. Yeah. You understand me? You know, yeah, people, you can sell it for $7 a month. They get 100,000 subscribers and get 70,000 a month. You know what? I want people to come to my show and listen to what's in my heart, what's in my mind, what's in Lee's heart, his mind, and what's in your fucking heart. Don't tell me about my lovely teens. You know, and that's the thing. That's the fucking difference. I can charge, but I don't want to do that. You know, so you have to give something. Tuesday nights, it was okay to get a microphone. Some dude with a bad weight never had the balls to go to Broadway and sing. You did karaoke. Like, how many karaoke nights are that went done? So what do you do on Tuesday night, Lee, in your bar? What do you do? Do you give away 6 beers for $1 a bucket? That's not gonna make people come in. That's gonna make fucking alcoholics come in. Watch your ball. You know, comedy contest. You have to do something, you know. Comedy contest works on a Wednesday night, and you know, $500, no winner goes send Lisa Ayat's house. They will rent out the comedy club during a different convention. And then you'll offer a free ticket for the next week. You can't do comedy 7 nights a week. You know, so you have to pray like tomorrow night, game 6. That's a big bargain. Big to the bar and make money. If you ever show on the East Coast, nobody watches. You know, they're happy that there's the World Series tomorrow. What are you doing? It's a tough fucking economy. There's 1,000 fucking bars. There's a bar in every strip club, guys. So you're trying to get all these people, how many million?
7 billion people. You're trying to get a percentage of these 1 billion. What are you doing? It's a fucking risky business. It is, man, because now think about it, man. Last week, I was I saw those out 6 shows. It's all the time. And if you're happy, you think bad, you think the worst. Could I have done that if the Dodgers were in the World Series? At the highest level, can I compete with the Dodgers? Can I compete? Imagine compete with Game 6. No way, right? If that's your comedy night, if you're premiere, your comedy, you would have done good. You would have done good. Because not everybody has to, you can take game, watch over what. You would have done great. Yeah, I think you would have done good. I think there's a market for people who wasn't Dodgers. The Lakers are starting next week. That's it. That changes. Basically, good. But you and I, we got 1,000 like 1,000 like you're ready to go. You got us by 9:30. You got us by 10:15. You got us by 11:45. You got us by once you get to the first party. What's going on? The show is starting. Oh, this damn it. I need this 50 fucking bucks. This is all part of the equation. Now you're late for this one, you're late for the other one, you're late for the other one, you're late for the other one. Now I gotta fucking follow this fucking jerk off. He's gonna jump up in there, I'm gonna jump up at the door. I don't need this shit, my fucking voice. So that's what we're doing. The Lakers will fuck your night up. Some of people still want to watch it. I don't care how bad they are. On top of the season. He's a diehard Lakers fan. Same thing with the fucking Dodgers. People watch it. I remember being in Houston 10 years ago. The Houston Rockets played real popular. I didn't give a fuck who was in town. When the Dallas Cowboys play against the Giants and they play in Dallas, if it's a 7 o'clock game, I don't give a fuck if you're a beanie and you're going to stab somebody in the pussy. They're not fucking coming to see you. They're not coming to watch you. When the Dallas, if you ever mind Denver, if you got a game on a Sunday night, and Denver's on nationally televised Sunday night, you're in no danger. Sold out. Yeah, you're in no danger. You have more fucking people there with helmets on. It's a fucking nightmare. No. It's amazing. You know, people that's businesses. I don't know how people do it. I don't know how people can run a bar.
Did you get pissed off? Because my dad was in nightclubs. One of the things he did. He would have like singles parties. And anytime it snowed or rained or there's something like that, you get pissed off. Like when you see the weather or do you see, like when you were going to golf, the Orioles almost got in. And I was like, fuck, I hope. Like, do you think like negatively about that? Like, I was like, kill my show.
Orioles being the playoffs now wouldn't help you Baltimore. If Hannibal Lecter was giving haircuts, it wouldn't help you fucking Baltimore. Like mediocre show. It's a new club, so if they move their people going to the old address, but it's a great club. We'll go with that. Get your factory. Something got blasted. Hey, somebody went to what's the other Mad TV, the black kid. Every shows, somebody the guy went outside and shot the doorman. The doorman shot him. So that wasn't good. For the club. Once a comedy club where somebody's been shot at. So they just picked up the move. They just picked them all. You have a dead body in your fucking doorway. Even if you're fucking creepy, you're like, it's time to go. Didn't we have that thing? So that we did weird bullshit. Oh my God, they shut the oh my God, they were going to be right after we lit the candles. Oh my God. What did you do to the candles? They shot the guy the night before. What did you do with them? I didn't do no, I picked them up and read them. I didn't do nothing. I just fucking walked past them and said, I can't believe I'm doing comedy at a place where somebody got shot last night. They opened up the bar, and they went to the bar drinking shots into the spirit of Raymond. I was there, man, when the order fell off the wagon, bro. It was like he said, 40 of every drink. They got fucked up. Like, you know what, myself? I'll never forget. One time I went to she told me that she just got out of county jail. She for 20 or 25 bucks. She showed me one
Did you show it to you?
Fuck no. This chick was all tatted up. She was chunky and shit. Her pussy probably smelled like a jail cell. I don't want to smell that shit. She's like, for $25, I'm just looking for a little piece of love. She's like, I don't know, man, so I can't fuck you. Show it to you like your finger. Get the fuck out. That was ocean. That was fucking, oh man. What happened was ocean. What happened to me at Tortilla? I was there and then I saw some girl that was here, Catalina. She used to roll deep, great shit party. I hadn't seen her for a long time. And I saw her at Tortillas, and I was drinking at the time. And I saw her, hey, I remember you, man, from back in the days. She goes, yeah, I remember you too. She took me to the bathroom. She lifted up her skirt. She said, I just got out. I just beat up murder rap. I just want to party, man. So I was like, fuck, her pussy was hairy, dog. Like Bush. And she was in line, bro. When I saw her push that hairy, I knew that she was locked up. And she did beat a murder rap. And murder was the case that they gave her. Shit. We got crazy, man, but I didn't have no condom at the time. She just jerked off, a little afro. And she just took off with a bunch of, she took off, bro. And I remember she was freaky with 5 cholos after me. She was gonna she was on a mission, bro. She beat a fucking murder rap. Don't beat her. What you do, bro, if you beat a murder rap? Fuck, you wanna fuck everything that moves. Yeah, I tell you. So does she. This is all that wants the 6 cents fucking subway. All the right now. I had to twist this. What are you thinking about? Well, I'm in that launch area right now. I don't know right now. Yeah, I got to go with that. He said, I'm not gonna eat nothing. I just beat a plateau. It's hard. It is hard. And then I have fucking edibles without munching them. I'm gonna try to do that. What do you have? This fucking rather be the nicest back. They're not bad, I'll be camel. Caramel. No. Caramel. It would be the nicest isolation again. Those fucking rice cakes. What else you got? I got granola bars. That's pretty good. Yeah, but you have granola bars. I did 5 slices. How much cheese? Like cheddar. I figured out like 250. 2 calories. I've been doing it here. 60 fucking 5. Look at damn, bro. Look at this. It's a savage. But this is that water. No, yeah. It's been going good when we have edibles. I want to go back to Jack in the Box and get 10 orders now. Yeah, not that bad. I don't go to the fucking movement. And I do 4.5 miles, I think it is. So it's not that bad. You walk 4.5 miles? The elliptical. So, what speed? The incline. How fast? 4.5, and I took an hour was 4.5 miles. It's fast. There's a speed on there. I don't like the speed. It says 6 or 5.3 or 3.5. Jesus Christ. I put my ass over and I watched it. Wow. The funny is when you put your app in your watch and you walk. Yeah, I just didn't know. Because it's boring otherwise. And even music, it's not it's just repeating. So I watch stupid action movies. Crazy. When I went to the dentist, I'm afraid of dentists because it was painful. It was jam so hard to see this guy jamming. I don't want to see him pull. So this guy's it's like a dentist for pussies, right? So they put a headphone set on me and one of these visors so I can pull. I had that in Boston. Yes, and I'm watching Netflix. And like an idiot watching Walking Dead. It was the walker eating somebody. Literally, my mom going, hee. I watched Man on Fire. That is just awesome. Well, they were working in your mouth. You can have a movie right here. You want to get home. I had the whole city drills on your foot part where I get that. Where you go? You want to go home now? Fuck no. Keep drilling, bitch. It's got to be Cali. Put it on the bill, cocksucker. He's still got to go shoot a bunch of Mexicans. I've been bodyboarding, bro. twice a week. Still, bro. For real, man, I'm getting good, dog. I got bodyboard. It's like surfing, but you lay on a bodyboard. It's easy. You lay down on a bed, but you catch a wave. Oh man, it's like sometimes it's 6 feet. But I got bit by a stingray, man. In Newport. Yeah, fully. I got bit by a fucking stingray, man.
He's interrogating you like he's like a cop. You're about to like explode. But like the evidence you have.
That's right, Cox. The fuck are you doing? Fucking bodies where your Mexicans. You should be in a mariachi band concert.
Everything you're saying is going to like a deeper level. You know, like 2 laps. And it'd be like something weird.
Real fun. I got a picture of a guy in back.
I don't want to see no pictures.
I get through around 8 in the morning. Nice t-shirt.
You have lost your arm. You're so high. You get up from the floor. My fingers bumped. They got bandits on their clothes.
Oh man, so dude, hey, you just put us this with the first time. I've been going out there since May, trying to get good. The first time I went out to Malibu, I don't know. There's different types of waves. There's dropping waves, and there's curving waves, or regular waves. I fucking got lifted up on a wave that drops 6 feet, and I just fucking, like, when the wave dropped me, there was no more water under me. The wave was behind me, you know. I got crushed in my face. My face was all bleeding, and almost broke my neck. I survived.
Is it like a buggy?
A boogie board, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a bodyboard, yeah.
What do you think this fucking goes? I've been down for like 20 years.
Yeah, so I've been doing that lately. Go with no shirt on. And I got caught in the rim, bro. A rim is going out. There's a wave, and it's taking the people out in the ocean, and a lot of people drown. So I was caught into that shit, dude. I was fucking scared. The one took me 100 yards. Oh man, I swam sideways to the other side of the beach. Then I let the wave take me back. There's a lifeguard, so what the fuck is doing over there? What the fuck is doing over there? Yeah, a boogie board is it's smaller and simple. You don't stand on it, you lay down on it. You hold on to it. You like that you do a Cuban or 2x4. So, put the air voice on. You have fits. It's just a badass fit.
You're driving around Denver, Colorado with fins.
You never know when you need fucking fins. You never fucking know. You might see a river, bro. You might see a river. There's a diamond down there. There's 20 something. They got body days a week. Twice a week. So I might go like Tuesdays or Thursdays. I get up, me and my Elisa Piatti, we go to like 8 in the morning, we get there. And we're right bodyboarding with a bunch of other people that we don't know the surface there. Pretty interesting. Oh, but get back to the story. On 4th of July, it's the day that I'm very moved to the day. A lightning hit the ocean and 5 people. What? That was just on the other side. I don't know what dropped it in there, but
why do girls always want to do stuff early in the morning? We used to go out for breakfast every time, but instead I got a coffee maker now, so I can stay home.
you make breakfast. You save it 20.
I know, I just breakfast.
5 days a week, breakfast. You can process some shit.
Yeah.
This food that look better fucking eggs and some salsa, motherfuckers. I'm flying you better bread. Because let me tell you something. To me, I really enjoy I like some nice eggs, some peanuts, cheese.
I had a real egg for the first time.
A real egg?
In a while, because I've been on egg whites.
Shabbos festival space.
I
The mission was the list of things.
had one. No, I need to buy the card.
Shabbos, the Isser Deirais is starting
That
with
takes a lot
a
of
needle
calories.
that has an eye that has a hole in its bird, a ring that has a signet, or a woman's signet as well. That's Isser Deirais. Buddha says for men, exactly, person can take it. It has a signet that's normal for a man with being inside of right. But a ring is not a signet, not there for a man those days. Therefore, that would be Isser
I don't know
Deirais.
what you guys call it, but my mom calls it eggs in a basket. It's like toast with an egg in the middle.
Itself.
I saw that
And
in a
therefore,
movie.
what's
So I know
considered
it.
begging holding
It's
for a
got
man
a
is
woman
not holding for a woman. For instance, if some men wear sack, such as shepherds, then all men are permitted to wear sack, not women. When it comes to Satan filling from things where you destroy the child, you wait to say that it's
fucking
not
water
appear
or something.
filling
Good
safety.
That's what they used to do it on the Sunset Grass, New Jersey,
You also
down the
say
Cedar
that
Road.
the same fashion.
Cut that
But what about the
motherfucker
fact
with
that
coke
women
and
have the
can
same
break.
nation as
What?
much? You
This
must
is better than butter toast, like actual butter. So when it gets like the butter really gets in there, well, it gets in there.
You put baby oil in that motherfucker. You might break
Let's go to Denny's right now.
You're at communist. You're at chilaquiles.
No, Paul, tell me why I had it.
You gotta deep fry some tortilla chips. Put it in a tortilla pan.
Revere me a hold that
With oil, and then add el pato sauce. It has to be a pato sauce
takes
over it.
out on
Then you
Shabbos.
fucking scramble the egg in it with it.
Ring that has a
And when
signet.
it's cooked,
That's
you
considered
throw in some
collateral.
cheese, Monterey
That's
Jack.
not the derech. That's
Serve
the
that
weird way
motherfucker
of
up.
carrying
Your mom
a
puts
ring.
chorizo
You
in
don't
it.
carry
Yeah,
something that has a signet
oh,
on your
shit.
finger.
What's the mother?
Well, Art
What
says,
pig will be walking
since there are
in a
situations
paper?
where a woman will carry her husband's signet, for instance, when he tells her, you put this away in a box, she doesn't want to lose it, she puts it on her finger. Or when a woman asks her husband to put her ear shot, she doesn't want to lose it, she puts her ring on his finger, and if it becomes the derech for a man and a woman, then we are all ring.
Remember another person's mom in?
The mission continues. One is not permitted to go out to preach. It's a pin that closes a blouse. If you wear it as a blouse, we're discussing a case where the woman wears its clothing, and that's considered a keeper. The woman should not walk out with spice bags, spice bottles, and has to wear it now. And the Gemara says that if a woman didn't walk out, or he on her finger, the mayor held his high the rights. I would say the whole issue is the Rabbanan issue. Therefore, this is the Rabbanan, she's not high.
More classes to
Because all women taking a very good smell wear these bottles. And such a woman, when a deer takes off, the spice that masks the smell. And now we go to the base. Of course, that everybody, so much things that the bottles is considered carried, even though the bottle might have some remnant of the perfume that smells good, it's still considered carried. In other words, the bottle is not buckled to the smell.
Oh shit, we just did that.
Whoever wants to say, perhaps,
That's how you learn how to fucking
but the same would apply to perhaps a vessel that contains food that's less than a gregaris, less than a sheep. And that is also one say that he's carrying food. Rather, he's carrying a vessel and he's fighting their rights. Rabashi argues, he says, no, when it comes to perfume, there's physically nothing there. It makes smell good, there's nothing there. But if there's food, although it's less than a shear, there's something there, and therefore, perhaps, the flea is buckled to the members of over of the food. La halacha, how we make zero. Remember, we said, you have a combination of joy and pleasure.
Which I like.
Those two things combined, you shouldn't do that accusation of things. Therefore, if you want yourself a
I got to memorize like True Romance. No, that scene in Thelma and Louise when Brad Pitt shows up
show the wine and
and he has sex with them.
that brings pleasure, but not sin.
And that was the thing that I learned over and over. It should be a big man to learn it, and after a while I got good at it, you know. But that money got tight, bro.
I showed you Lamite
But
Shem,
now, man, he fell out. He didn't
Klal
have
Yisrael,
anymore.
July,
But acting class are good, man. If you want to go over there, the ugly guy, you want to
and
hit
they
up
were
with hot chicks.
they were switching
A lot of hot chicks, bro.
and they left Shifa Zera there.
Sometimes I feel like the acting coach goes in the hot chicks
Things
in the classroom to entice guys like me to throw in another 300 for another
Roommate
month.
in front of his bed, undressed.
Not a bad idea.
It's a hot chick, bro. That's a
Bed,
No, definitely. I think that they're right. The blonde chick, she got curly hair. That two blonde chick, yeah, that's a player girl who's watching that. And his friend wanted to be a lesbian. No, man, jumping really name by having what's the chick who won the Oscar? The tall one, I think, Sean Penn.
The person has seasonal disease. Doesn't care about things like
Teresa Rodriguez, she had Halle Berry. She always had Halle Berry. And once they won the Oscar, every child, right?
Extra water.
And finally, but he's not heard of some places. She's a young child. Has the Robert Redford done? She was on the cards. She's real. She ain't gonna have no time.
Yeshayahu spoke with Israel. He tells them because the women who are married women who try to entice the men who go between the school fall, they were heads up in the sky. And as he says, if their heads were up in the sky, it was hard to see where they were walking. So they walk small steps. They're close to their ankle. They put a lot of makeup on, and
when that shit smells like I am, you know, that shit smells.
and they would, the tall ones would walk with shorter ones so that they would look better.
Nice.
They would also put perfume in the bottom of their feet, so when they walk down the road, they would bake it on the floor so that it sprays, and it would be like a mad snake who put the Harris stick on the thing that needs a heart. What was their punishment? Everything they did, they got punished back. In the place that they
dried fish, fox,
just left the cake. In the place where they put a nice belt, they got one wedding, man. They put their hair up, nice the boys, they came bald. Their hair belt doesn't have to put a sack. As Rebbe says, instead of beauty, they had wounds. Or says, some say they even got saras.
All right, my main man, Matthew Bailey, Kenny Minter, Chris Adamson, Bobby Crook, Mike Stanley, Paul Spelling, Renee Incarciano, my main man, and Brady Lynn.
Why? Because they saw that that was or a lot of ears were disgusted by them. Or says the people trying to discuss this, they say in the register, it's just what he said. We say, ask each other, what do you have to breakfast? Meaning for schools, you have a well-needed dough, whether it's school, you have white wine, you
Represent your culture in some
have
way.
a wide bed, a narrow bed, skinny, fat. You have a good friend, meaning good looking. And finally, review the sense that it means such a beautiful smile throughout the entire city. But after the two of them all we were one, king of Tzimari, had a wonderful day.
On Sunset, fucking tremendous. I don't know how many times that buffet fucking say that buffet's good. That buffet's delicious, and I could cook. I used to hit that once a month. You ever hit that? No. Damn, this is still there. Yeah, it's. I never went there with that one. Fucking murder funeral. Yeah. Yeah, still there, man.
It's really not bad. You would think I'd buffet.
It's easy. It's plain. They have soup, right? They always give you like a chicken soup, and they have cheese enchilada, some type of chicken, some type of beef. I usually get 3 or 4 cheese enchiladas. They got delicious Mexican rice. With the green chili sauce and the Mexican rice. No love the onion, they have a tray of onion. And on the way out, they got a nice fucking dessert. You can't go wrong. I'm not kidding you. That's the first place I ate where to Los Angeles. January 29th, 1997. We stopped it fucking right there, right on Sunset. As we pulled off the 101. But his brother Billy told me that was really good, and I would tell people that it was like tacos, good, los tacos. Los tacos, I thought about the full one. We used to go after we come in with the watermelon juice. Yes, oh my God. That place was good. Still there, it's still there. I went next to 7-Eleven and I haven't been there in 10 years. Yeah, I've been there. We talked about it. It's still there. Still there. Used to have a chicken burrito with white meat in the middle. Yeah. Rice and instead of baked beans. Not baked beans, but it's the refried beans. I get the black pinto beans. Oh, fuck. With that green shit, the fucking cilantro, and some onions. What? Some sour cream in that motherfucker. Come on now. Yeah, man. Come on now. This Mexican restaurant, Los Tacos, they have a big old euro.
The Bureau is all the Last Supper, but the Last Supper characters are all Mexican actors. That they got beat Máscaras and Jesus and some other motherfuckers or something else. That place is still there, man. He has real something. You so agree with what you want. Do that. But you get to 2:30 in the morning, man. Los tacos turn into los tacones, which means high heels. It's all Mexican tradition.
Before it goes into the same together, two coming to come and sharpen each other. And he rise to great for the sky. That word in the shmuel, and then the beside of the third of it says the concept is the smile it doesn't necessarily mean that you're right.
The movie was deported. The movie was on Netflix for a while. And they took it out. I don't know what happened to it. I twisted my ankle in the last season. Really fucking together, and they're doing like Forrest Rodriguez, Rick, Talia Shire was in it. She was in there.
If they teach each other,
Oh my god. And it was in a fucking in the mountain, my magic mountain. When I was sitting out in Valencia, it was cold. It was cloudy and rainy. Yeah, I sent this home with that because of the rain. And tortillas, he shaved his mustache off.
You got a mustache?
Yeah. You couldn't even see it. He had a mustache for the scene. So the next day, he shaved his mustache off. And he comes back with no mustache. And then they put like a prosthetic mustache on his fucking lip. It's fucking crazy. It's been pretty good, man. We had our own trainers. Yeah, we got pretty high. Good food. The director had some good hairdo. Tim was the director. Tim didn't want to be director. I didn't work again in his fucking life. That dude will never work again in his life. They'd rather shoot him in the fucking head. Dude fucking work again. That was horrible. He did something that was like this guy. These dog movies that keep going. The ones I did, like the first 4 or 3 with them by this one director wasn't bad. How many grades do it? Then they got some guy who comes from the editing. Halfway. So let's say right now we're shooting the scene. So we're facing this way today. We're shooting the scene over here. We'll shoot again. He's facing this way 3 days. So you live in the scene for a month, which I don't like. So then you'll have 16 tankers because he only shoots from one side.
That's weird. Why would I have that many times?
Yeah, it's the worst. I told him I fucking wanted to do the movie. And that was one of the reasons I fuck this shit. Shooting fucking movie on its own. Shotgun. Shooting one shit. Why with the fucking line? So I keep shooting this fucking shit. I don't know. Just told the director of that movie that he recorded after over and over of him. I think they wanted to go back and pick up lunch. And then he shot me. All right, that's fine. He said, okay. They're part of the city. That's fine. You want to shoot it over and over. You'll get better directing. Now we're good. I can't stand when people overshoot it. You know, it's one little big deal. This is small thing. I'm coming out burned me up. A commercial from some guy that not directly out the fucking because I think that they were trying to like they were trying to kill time.
Flower on the face?
Something. I know you.
Yeah, I think so.
It's just as usual. My main men, the people who put me together, they keep me together. Whether it's Alpha Brain, whether it's the hemp protein powder, whether it's the shroom tech, which I took 2 today, and I went to jiu-jitsu. I came home and I went to work at John Evans' house. On it. on it will fucking take you to that next fucking level. I mean, that's what it does. It's to get the best out of you, whether it's the kettlebells or the fucking flying poles. What they're trying to do is make you strong in more areas than others. In every area, what the fuck am I saying? It's effective. But Alpha Brain, it works for me. It works for me when I'm right. It works for me when I'm on stage. I take 2 of them. I only do it every, like, I do it in a 30-day cycle. Like, when I do it too much, I got nowhere to go. You know what I mean? Like, where's all this? Listen, make it work for you. You got a money back guarantee. Free. We don't even want the tablets. Go to Honda.com, see what they got. See what they got on the page. They have something that'll suit your needs, whether it's the enzyme, whether it's a stay on it program. Just give it a shot. Go to Honda.com and press in. Church into the box. Get 10% off. And after that, they'll send you emails with special deals. Like I said, they also have the stay on it program where they'll send them automatically to you on the first of the month. Nobody in the company's doing that for you. Number 2, Dollar Shave Club. I love it in my. I was looking at how many fucking packages of razors I have today. That's amazing. I've been with Dollar Shave Club for this long. And that's just tremendous. We got $1, $6, or $9. You can't fucking beat that. You can't beat this. You don't have to go to a store and wait online and fucking hang out with a bunch of zombos and, you know, pay too much. Fucking, that's what it's all about. They save you money and time. You get shipped right to your house at the beginning of the month. No questions asked. You get 4 fucking razors, double edge with the ammo strip. Go to Dollar Shave Club right now and press in. Church. Boom! Get that sent right to your fucking house. Get the deal of a lifetime, all right? And to my main men, I love these people with all my heart. The product is fucking ridiculous. Ridiculous how good it is. Hit E6, tremendous. Longer lasting, better flavor. Put it up against anybody who's out there in the market. Don't blow your fucking wigs off. You understand me? The beautiful thing is about them. The new year is coming. You want to quit smoking? Joey, how the fuck do I quit smoking? Do I take a pill? Do I fucking smack everybody? Do I call everybody a motherfucker? Fuck no. Hit E6 not only has that, but they have a program 24, 16, 8 milligram and 0. You fucking decrease it at your own pace. It's a beautiful fucking product. Go to hitty6.com right now. Press in. Joey's Church. Oh shit. And what do they get? 20%. Not 10% off, not 15. 20% off. You understand me? Longer lasting, better tasting. The cigar, you can blow smoke in people's faces. Nobody gets pissed off at you, right? Hitty6. Then I get pissed off. What the fuck? What's up, fool? Can I mention my podcast? What's up, fool? Felipe Esparza, man. You know my podcast on SoundCloud, everywhere. What's up, fool? Podcast. On the road, probably 3 times, twice, 2 weeks on a month. Exactly. 2 weeks, yeah. That's good. You can't do it. They're gonna give it to me. Well, every once in a while, I gotta do the game, but not all the time. Yeah, but I booked two commercials. I booked a movie with some dude, you know, some movie. But the financing with it goes through soon, so we'll see what happens. I shot Eric Andre show. You know, the Eric Andre show. Adult Swim. So a little show, 12-minute show. I did a stand-up comedy show in Spanish with Estrella TV, the same channel with him, with the Platanito. He booked me for 5 minutes, bro. The money was all right. I do, bro. And then tomorrow I'm hosting. ¿Quién tiene talento? Who has talent in Spanish? You know, booking 2 shows, doing 2 shows. We're working 8 hours. No, no Spanish, you know. They pay just as well as English, you know, and I did my own set in Spanish, you know, and I worked it all over and over in my head. I translated my jokes on Google. Just typed up my jokes and translated to Spanish. And I did it, bro. I was gonna talk slower, man. That's like really slow, like I said in Spanish now. I'm going to throw that national for all of the campus. I'm sure una chica le digo, podemos contigo, pero somos pinche ojo porque no me he dicho que mucho chile leyendo. You know, ahorita voy a me flew off my head like I'm the walking Yoni man. I won't be able to have my green burrito ready. So then I'm going to push home with this home. That's my world, though. My chili burrito with rice and some beans. That's how fucking love you. Your body can't handle it. Those protein and psychological shock. You sleep, bro, like Papa Newman, who had no bro. There's no more boss. This week, bro, I'm doing a live podcast October 30th at the Nerd Melt with Gilbert and with the all things comedy. I'll be there October 30th, Nerd Melt, and I'm taping a couple of podcasts for my podcast. I'm doing Emilio Rivera, Josh Nasher. Last week we had MMA fighter Mariano Mendoza. Pretty much most of my guests on my podcast are people I run into. You know, like if I see somebody, all right, this motherfucker needs to be up here. When we run podcast big time, he goes, all right, big time, so whatever. I haven't seen a video. I emailed him once on Twitter. And he said, yeah, they had a brother go see her Pops, bro. Oh man, Pops. We're talking about man. And you know who Pops is? Oh, okay. Pops is the dude that when he was 9 years old, he was on his way to a little league game and he got hit by a truck driver and he flew off the motorcycle. So he talks weird now, he recovered. His speech is better. Stand-up comedy. He's a fucking brain. No, man. I'm going to have a fucking thing. So Armando, so this guy thought like this. Bro, every time, bro. He has a little arm like a waiter. So this fool man on the show, Armando talks about this. Pops go to a strip bar and they keep his phone. He has to go to the bank and come back and get lap dance money. So the fucking stripper called his house. I'm gonna have my money. So I'm gonna have my money. So Armando, he told his wife, listen, I don't know how I know this, but what probably happened was he was getting a lap dance. 2 songs turned into 6. He don't have enough money. They're holding his phone. And unfortunately, ATM. Armando did not know this would happen, but that what really happened. This is a guy, man, who's living in a pension. So I have them on my podcast, Pops. Armando, freaks. Pops, you ready to do a gig, you ready to do anything, bro. You ready to do a guest spot, you ready to on the wire, or whatever you need.
He had to be really high, and I was in the green room when this guy walked in. And I had never seen him before, but from the green room, it sounded like he was doing well. He had to be really fucking high, and this guy walked in.
He's a soldier, bro. That one time, bro, I had nobody to take me to San Diego to do that fucking shitty ass shit. It was like the nap, I think it was. I had nobody, bro. This motherfucker drove me, okay? And his car is built for a handicapped person. Like the steering wheel, like the acceleration on the truck, it's on the gas, it's on the steering wheel. So to accelerate, he just holds it down with his palms. And the brakes are over here, or on his foot, but the accelerator is on you can't switch feet from both feet. So the accelerator is on the steering wheel and the brakes is on the steering wheel. So it's the fucking steering wheel has a handle like a bus driver, like a fucking doorknob. For real, the fucking steering wheel is built like a doorknob, right, dog? So this motherfucker drove me like a solid job, bro, to San Diego, bro. Bought him tacos, got him a fucking lap dance, paid him $60, gave him gas.
How's everybody doing today? The Mishnah tells us you're ready to go out with the water hot in your ear, provided that it's tied around the ear, wrapped around the ear. You go with the water hot in your ear, provided that it's inside your
I said, Pop, don't ask for
maybe not, it's not your type because it's disgusting, it's gross, and we're not concerned to pick it up. Even if it has a handle, it's not that most, it's just what does it get like anyway? So he went, the just arrived on Shabbos, put a lot of pack in his ear without tying it to his ear. The more he explained because he put it really tight, or it doesn't hold out, he wasn't concerned. His friends argued with him and they said that's awesome. Rihanna didn't, the entire generation argued with him. The word tells us that a woman can go out with peppercorn in her mouth and use it as a mouthwash to have breath, or salt in order to relieve toothache. Other things that you permit to go out with, such as ginger and cinnamon, what to go out with in Shabbos. That's not a false tooth. It's made out of gold. The concern is, according to Muhammad, a woman might take it out to show her friends what a beautiful tooth she has. Rabbi says that's not a concern because once she removes it, that causes her embarrassment. She won't remove it.
Now that the show's over, don't forget to sign up for DollarShaveClub.com. High quality razors sent to your door every month for a fraction of what you pay to retail. Go to DollarShaveClub.com/Jimmy.
Remember the owner that's in the store, Rabbi says, causes embarrassment, we're not concerned to show it. We also learned earlier that if a person or woman wears it's like a lifetime, it's a little flask of perfume. So many people that wear it are people that have body odor, and she won't remove it because that will tell other people of her issue. Another Homage of Shimon ben Elazar, he says that anything under the skull, the little cat, person's life, so let's say she takes a needle that's severe around it, and she pulls it out of the skull, we let her go out and showers. What's the concern? She might show it off. She won't, because in order to get to it,
What's going on, everybody? First, I'm Sean Evans, and you're watching Hot Ones. It's the show with hot questions, even hotter wings. Today I'm joined by Joey Coco Diaz. You can catch him on the silver screen, you can catch him on the stand-up stage, and on his podcast, The Church of What's Happening Now. Joey, welcome to the show. How are you with hot food? I'm a little disappointed in myself because we didn't bring you blue cheese today. I should have brought blue cheese. Oh no.
And therefore,
when it comes to the world, it's fucking amateurs.
the mission says that
Yeah,
young girls are allowed to go out with
this is as good as blue cheese as a motherfucking kid. With chunks in it, pubic hair. This is good shit right here.
let it go out with it. It's not something that you pick up to your friends unless a person says later, which woman around his daughters go out with it because it was colorful. That's something you say. Women in Arab nations are weird. They realize that they're weird. If this was only the ice show or in Monday they were weird. Basically,
Comedy seems to oftentimes come out of adversity. You know, Chris Rock being bullied on the playground. And your origin story is like that times 100. As I understand it, you sort of honed your craft in prison with the jails
you're allowed to go out
system
without a
went
shower.
down. You go up there and you do
Provided
impromptu
that
stand-up sets.
point, you're designated in
And we like looking around like restless before they started throwing chairs or something. And that went on for a few weeks. And then they would just go up there and say super stuff. I didn't even know I was working on stand-up. I was just trying to kill time, you know.
Do you miss it, Roy?
Sometimes it was a different experience. It was like summer camp is adult. You know, curfew. Some people had jobs. You had an Italian guy cook. And the people got stuff from visitation. Mexican dudes got tacos to sit down. White dudes got bread. Everybody got something different. So Mondays they used to be this bike that I became friends with. And this girl who was struggle method. I do a little ride with her, even though I didn't do it. I don't give a fuck. And we go play basketball. I was like, I'm a heart attack. I was like, keep on these fucking bikes. Turn around, I'm like, shit. So, I don't even know what the fuck the question was. Stinks so hot. I love it.
The school water, therefore, was also prevalent. He made the made a channel and some water out of spring, and he
I want to talk to you about Easter morning because last night I got on the phone with one of our mutual friends, and I'm talking about the machine, Kreischer, who told me that on Easter morning you brought meat popcorn over from Bert's dad.
That's true. We just had my little party. He was in his man cave. You know, he wouldn't even want with people and shit. I would just pass the popcorn around.
he says that the only
My
trust
father would take it and
is
go and make them. And sure enough, he got it. He was like, he thought he was at a fucking premiere. He's eating popcorn like,
I love that type of shit.
I don't like dosing you with like poison or something. But I like dosing you with a little bit of THC just so you know where the fuck you stand.
And he told me first that he ended up having a very deep, heavy conversation with his dad on weed popcorn that he says changed his life and brought him and his dad closer together.
That's amazing concepts. I knew it without knowing. I didn't go because I'm no fucking psychological genius. I just did it because I want to get this damn fucked up. When I go to a weed store, I want to see the devil. That's why I'm shopping around like railroads because they're all too fucking nice. Gentiles. You can't say that word to me. I want to see the fucking devil. If I want flavor, I got a lightsaber. Pineapple is what the fuck are you talking about? I want to get down, bitch.
Having wonderful.
We should have definitely brushed the beers.
That's on you. That's on you, Joey.
That's my fuck up.
That's on you, Joey.
That's my fuck up.
So I don't need to check your Wikipedia page to know that you grew up in New Jersey. It's very much in the way you walk. It's very much in the way you talk. It's very much in the stand-up. So what I want to do is show you some pop cultural byproducts of New Jersey and just get your snap reactions to them. Okay, I want to know what you think, all right? Laptop, please. Very high budget here.
Happy wedding, but there's a wedding going on right outside the door here. A Corona wedding.
The Sopranos, are you a Sopranos guy?
It says the Michelin has a synthetic negative.
I want to say this. I looked at my wife a couple of days ago.
If it's designed only
I
for
said, Jenny,
aesthetic
and the Phoenix
purposes,
probably the first
then
actor
it's
that's ever died. I actually
Shabbos,
missed
because
that.
what I would,
How about this one? It's a different, totally different show. The Jersey Shore.
therefore it's considered a bourbon. You cannot go out with it.
I can't tell you I hate them. 30 years ago, I didn't have the grease in the bag for 6 pack. But that was me. I was going to the Jersey Shore, eating fucking gorilla biscuits and Quaaludes, going to fucking Montego Bay Savage Club down the shore, Montego Bay, and then the happy hour was Alabama Sliders and Kamikazes. They used to call them Red Devils with 2 or 3 Quaaludes.
If an amputee sits on a small chair,
Understand me? It was over.
and in his hands he has pens that he walks in,
Oh,
but
he
the
gets
bottom
up
of
my
the
last
stuff, like
fucking
you see in red,
He's just
he
gonna
has
waste
like
his fucking life.
a silver shoe that goes on that. Those are real shoes. Now,
Oh, shit! Taylor Hammond, motherfucking head. Taylor Hammond. As good as it
properly, and
gets.
therefore
That's
we're not go out with them on
your life in the morning. I
Look
don't know about a
I'm
balanced
talking
fucking
tomorrow. One
breakfast.
shot is the
When I was growing up in Jersey, it was a Taylor Hammond egg.
children.
And
Another
a
shot is
16-ounce Coke in a
like
can.
a
Or a Yugo.
they dress up in, or they are still smoke-free. They're not feeling. They don't serve a purpose, and therefore vessels, and therefore they're not mechanical.
Did it his
So
way.
not go out with
You know,
them
the other day I
shots.
was on my
Let's
friend's
start up.
podcast, and
What
I was
we're
talking
on
about my
Michelin, like you said,
influences.
Blair's the one that
My
says
stand-up
go
was
out with
Richard
aesthetics.
Pryor.
It's such awesome.
Julius
In order
Erving.
to remember,
It's
Sinatra
Sinatra.
has a sound
It's
to
the
it,
fucking
and the word
Allman
also has a
Brothers.
sound to it.
I like white, down and dirty, bitch. You don't gotta get down.
Rob, when we go
The
there,
Allman
it's going to say that
Brothers was
Blair's the one
white
that says
brilliance,
it's
you
awesome.
know.
They're basically
That's interesting
just
too.
like
That crowd,
like this with his hand, he was able to toss it together.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. That's why he said like that. He also extracted his he says like he has in our Mishnah because he says, "When you vomit the chalitza on a yom that
This
has
is
a
Queen
little
Majesty. There's actually coffee in this one.
other elements
So I want to talk about bars
that
because
they
it seems like you're
and
kind
right
of
from our
raised
Mishnah,
in
the Mayor
bars,
says,
and I know that your
"One
mother
shoe is
owned a
considered
bar.
a shoe
So
going
you
on."
were on that scene
The
in the
Mishnah
80s.
says that if the yellow
Where
wears
was
his
the
left hand is
crazier,
right foot,
more
he can
dangerous
himself,
bar scene?
and if he wears
Was it in
somebody
New
else, he
Jersey
can also
or was it across the river in Manhattan?
Ravuna also retracted, and he said that it's the Sandal study of it. It's a
I grew up in that age, but I was never really a big club guy. Like I was not VIP
It's
guy.
considered a show.
Section B with
The
bombs.
Chalitza was there, it becomes
Motherfucking
Spencer's.
But to answer your question,
Behind the rhythm mayor says
New York City was crazy in those days, especially for me. I hung out with some crazy fucks. We motherfucker.
Lots of stories archived
Oh
on the
my God. Funny ones, good ones, funny ones.
Are you ready to move on?
Fuck yeah.
Other one says it is without the large places. The sheet that says other Norwegian egg pizza dust, which was made out of sweet 16 meat, which is small, is considered
I'm
egg.
not sure you know this shit, blood tomorrow.
It says in the Mishnah, this
You know,
shoe
when I was
has
40
a
and 30,
aesthetic leg.
if
If it
I
has
always
this
piece
people,
of
it
pepperoni, I
has
gotta
a
shave
place to
times the
put.
next day. I'm
The
like,
soft
the whole
material.
fucking day between the
This
days.
used to be an issue.
Oh, fuck
It's
it, I
not
don't give a fuck.
otherwise someone would.
I'm gonna go to jiu-jitsu
If the
tomorrow.
main purpose of
Oh, yeah,
design
all the
is
sweat.
That's a perfect segue because I want to talk to you about jiu-jitsu. And before I start, first, congratulations on the blue belt.
Thank you.
And I know that you're good friends with Joe Rogan. That is his first trip to the dojo. Is that his influence or is that something that you did on your own?
Says about
Can you talk to me about what influenced you to do that?
I was taking Boris.
it is without
Then a couple years I got to 18 pounds. going to do something. So I went to the Y, like off hours, so nobody would see me fucking working out and shit. But then I moved to the valley, so I joined the kickboxing school. And UFC really kicked in. I'm getting all these fucking kids that grease their hair, that do steroids, and this kickboxing kicking the shit out of me. And I go, you're fine, I'm a fine man. Why are you fucking me up like this? And I went home, and I'm like, what am I pussy? What if I'm with my daughter? And somebody jumps me, and I'm on the floor, and I can't fucking breathe. I'm going back. So for 6 months, I went back and I told nobody. I was terrible. Listen, man, I'm still fucking terrible. But guess what? I was terrible. I was doing comedy 5 years. It just sucked me up. Just keep showing up. You know you're gonna get beat up. They're gonna tell you no. But at the end, you're gonna fucking have something nobody else has. You're gonna have the experience.
And it's interesting that you talk about it that way because you're talking about how it sucks. It's the worst. It's this. It's that. But it seems like it's very much a part of you now.
I can't. You're in love with this. I don't do my agency. You don't call me Monday, Wednesday, and Friday when I'm in town. I won't do it. 12 to 1. I gotta go. I gotta go. You have to go. I get away from all this shit. This gets on your nerves after a while. You know, like, what time is it? This, that. You gotta write a joke, podcast. You just wanna go somewhere. You wanna be a fat fuck. You sit in the back of the class. You see me sweating now. This is nothing compared to just I sit in the back off in the pocket. My suit don't fit. My fucking pants fall off. But I keep fucking going. Listen, if you were put in a position to defend yourself, what would come out? Would it be the jiu-jitsu training or would it be the jersey? The gun, bitch. I'm 53. I got time to get ran. I got 22 on my asshole right now. Going straight at you.
That had water in it, not water before.
This has blueberry in it and ghost pepper.
Let's try it. Let's try it out.
Manipulate it. That's okay to do a child.
You became a father at 50 years old. And there are a lot of insane parenting trends going on in 2017. I'm sizing you up. You don't look like the type to coddle your child, but you know what? You're a famous comedian. You make a couple bucks. What do you think of requiring nannies to have master's degrees? That's a big thing that's going on.
Fucking Valley Village up there with those fucking bloods. Okay. I love blood. I'm cute. It's my fucking blood. So I think my kid could have wired was from class. And I would go in there with him, my wife, both of us. Every fucking time I saw my nanny in the pool.
In other words,
Two fucking parents were sitting there on the fucking phone. With their kids sucking dick or jumping up and down and saying, it's not fucking you, okay? It's not fucking you. He's doing drugs and he's all fucked up or whatever the fuck he's doing. But you got the decency to jump in the fucking pool. I have a woman who comes into my house twice. When she's pretty much completely clean and I'm out, she watches Mercy for an hour. I don't want no nanny raising my fucking kid.
By the way, she was the one that said 3, 5, and 7 cards. But she says over here that anytime you do a laugh, you do a whisper like for this drunk person, or you bring that love phone, all of you should bear us, we say, or Fayla, or with the Mother's Day. How do we know
I want to talk about Joe Rogan for a second because he's called you the funniest man alive. And I know that you make frequent appearances on his podcast. There's a lot of cross-pollination.
If a woman has to believe she has some sort of genetic miscarriage,
you know, he's the Rodney Dangerfield of the hard era because Rodney really wants the careers of Tice, Kenneth Sandix when he did those show comedian specials. So Rogan's pretty much this motherfucker turned up 8 now. That's a finger in the ass right now.
if a person has fever, you take a brand new point,
It's the first 6
measure
weeks.
salt saturation, and you take it on your neck of a piece of hair. It's not the very large
played in helping you reach
that's
a
carrying
new
something
younger audience.
and you seal with
He's
lead,
played a tremendous
60
role.
seals.
He's very generous.
Take it,
He's
take
my
it,
mom
shake
died
it, say,
I was 16 and he's bought me
take
more
my
steaks
decision to figure this
than
out.
my mother could ever buy. I'm very lucky to have him and Ari.
Go to the river, you say, river,
Falcon
let
and the Red
me
Bear.
some water, you take
We
the
live
water,
and breathe for one
go
another.
around your head
And
7
it's very
times,
rare in the
and then
comedy
you pour it
business.
into the river backwards,
Those
like you
slugs
say.
are coming out of my
River,
nose,
river,
no
take
control.
my water back. Look at the disease. The way the disease came, disease will have a wonderful day.
Thank God I got a bidet because my balls are sweating right now.
You have a bidet.
Oh, fuck yeah. Portable bidet. You gotta get one, dog.
Do you have like a remote? Do you have different settings? How does it all work?
You sit there, press the button, let the cold water hit your asshole. That's it. The back changes your water and wait till the hot water hits it. That's a complete different one. That's when you just tell the girlfriend your services are not needed no more. I do my own laundry. I got something to spit my ass off. Nobody does that.
happy like Rebecca Sugi of supernatural healing powers. This is a very interesting one. Also has fever every 2 days. He has to do things like the number 7. He takes 7 branches for
Joey
7
Diaz. I
beings.
don't want to Joey Diaz.
7 different beings.
Is it true that when you came to the United States, you were attacked by dogs over and over
7
again?
ashes from 7 different ovens.
For some reason,
7
I just had a
dirt
bad luck. I
from
kept
7
getting
different door
my
sockets.
dogs.
7
Is this in New Jersey or where?
and 7 pearls of human from
At my mother's dry cleaner.
and
That's 148th Street.
7 beard
I
hairs
got a
of
cat
an
that
shoulder
sold
blood together, put in the stress of hair, cut around the neck. That's good for it. Because living like fever, take the knife that's the metal one handle, and you go over to a brokerage, snap. And you tie your hair around it and you say also, Bahira Maza Shalido, and then you mention the second also, because some people told me that the snap wasn't enough, so the disease shouldn't beat up the body, and on the second day, you go over, you get another knock to the snap like you did the first day, and you say, Bahira Shalido, the word sar means go away. Your day, you're not talking to the snap, and you say this hustle. Bahira, think about it, most of this, go away, disease.
We got pulled into the principal's office the other week.
It's not because it's a great treat the opposites.
We got trouble, Natalie. Cover for us. Don't snitch on us. Please.
Just like the fighter ran away from Fernando Show Zario, so do my fever, my fighter to run away from me. The person has a shin, very painful blisters, where he has a shake,
So this one is Mad Dog. 357,000 Scoville units. It's a very intensely hot hot sauce. As you know from trying this one, trying this one, now this one, and the one more that we have.
Holy shit. Interviewing at the free for holy shit.
I know that your cocaine cowboy days are over, but anyone who watches you on Periscope knows that you're still very much a weird guy. When you sober, are you a schlock guy, or are you a walk guy? What are you doing? What's that
Absolutely. No, you're not on fire like Madonna.
It's good.
Look at this shit.
Have you had any bad edibles experiences? Have you ever pushed it to the limit? Have you ever gone to
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Eating once.
According to her mayor,
Somebody
a lot of
that
users
was
stuff
killing motherfuckers.
to a woman that's dark and
I
white.
ate 2 pieces.
Right,
I
so
was sweating more than I am now.
superstition.
I tickled my shirt off on my suit to drive home.
On the aesthetic,
With the windows open and the air on, I was so high I couldn't make a right turn.
know that it's gonna work.
That's when you know you're fucked up.
Issues with know that it's not going to work. It's like where you go. Like the person that's extremely strong.
You don't fuck with milk.
Second way is pink the tree rib.
This is Blair's Mega Death Sauce with liquid rage. It is tradition around here to put a little dab on the last one. You don't have to if you don't want to do it. Do it, that's all. Don't dab.
The term pulls out a humming.
If you're gonna walk on ice, you might as well dance, you know what I'm saying?
I love it.
I know that says you think. You want people that Kim Robinson wasn't a locus of a murder. That's deceptive.
That's the one that killed fucking Kennedy got shot in his shit with a bullet. They should have got fucking hot sauce.
As far as motivational comedians go, I think that there's you, and I think that there's Kevin Hart, and then there's everybody else. He's a little more reach for the stars, you're a little more grabbed by the balls. So while we're kind of dying on this last hot sauce, I think it would be great if you can tell the Hot Ones fans out there, give them some sort of motivational speech so that they can get through their week while you're dying on hot sauce.
Who the fuck was listening to me with this shirt on, red in the face, with my fucking fungi toenail fungus spreading to my head right now? My toenails are right now. That fucking hot sauce. My fungi nail. Excuse me. Don't let them tell you dick. Don't let them tell you dick. Go for it, bitch. I want people to know that you can do whatever the fuck you want, no matter what's happening. I'm sleeping on a fucking rock. You understand me, jerk off?
That is not
Smart
good.
call.
It's
Waking up with kids yelling around me like, go and drink water. That was my fucking day.
Another thing is
In 1984, okay, it was 30 years ago, whatever, I was still in that position, man. I still know what it feels like to wake up with dog shit 3 inches from your face and shit.
But look at you now. You cleared the board. 10 wings showed up. None of them are left. You made it through, Joey. This camera, that camera, let the people know what you have going on in your life.
I got big going on right now. I got a special on CISO TV. Go to CISO, pressing Joey, you get it for free, right? I got weeks coming all over the JoeyBeers.net. See when I come to your hometown. Thank you for having me. Come
or
suckers.
or she urinates from this dish. Or she tells people don't talk loudly when I screams like a baby cook.
What's going on, Hot Ones fans? If you like the video, maybe meet us halfway.
Things that are
Throw
more
us a
sensitive.
subscribe. If you didn't like the video, don't subscribe. I don't want you. I don't want you in the dish. But if you like the video, subscribe. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. I love you.
If you blast out other issues. Issue is Sakana, you don't want to really blast out every idea. To say the value.
What's the question?
Lying, Italian, should get a mouth of revival. That's okay.
I gotta have the yellow
But because of his son, he said Italian to my
Had a 15 mile away.
No, it's good. I
made up. You gotta take salt, but fills it out with oil, and creates a brighter flame. That's scientifically proven.
No, I was terrified last night.
I put it
Thank
underneath
God.
the flame,
Because I
so
was
you go
went
slower,
to,
it chills it down a little bit, and the flame will slow down.
it was really violent.
Or cause your flame, not to increase, but to
No, but they're like,
pour oil.
they shoot people in the
When
head
you're
explode.
missing it right, so it wasn't trying to
When I was dropping her off, yeah, I pulled
when you don't need
in
to.
and I knew immediately
Then
I wasn't
he's
supposed to
finished.
be there.
Amazing paragraph.
There was
So then
hookers,
show
drug deals going on.
tomorrow.
And I asked her if she was okay. And she said yes. And then when I got back in the car, she was laughing. She's like, this is the worst part of Inglewood. Like, even the top of the drive-thru as far as the hot dog was not good. It was Sunday night.
Get that phone on. With your fucking lunch.
It was one of the, I like black girls, but it was one of the black girls with blonde hair. I'm like, yeah, that's on my side.
Miami was fucking tremendous. My last 3 weeks were great.
Shabbos got some effects. Starting with Brandon Perry, compared to Cloud Gardner, one of the most famous and popular shots. Cloud Gardner, three major rules in the The first rule, Cloud Aleph, it's called, is a person that doesn't know about Shabbos. And therefore, he only reads one Shabbos, all the Shabbos, all the various things. If you want to stay in the
Don't put pictures.
The second rule, if a person knew about Shabbos, but he forgot that today is
Wait, was
Shabbos,
it Saraya?
so he's kind of unusual every Shabbos. And the third rule of the Mishnah is, the person forgot about the Malach. He knew today's Shabbos, but he forgot that the Malach he's doing is awesome. So he's higher for each of the half Malacha, including if he didn't hold this as 1 half, he's hired only one garbage steal. For each and every half Malacha is hired. It says the Gemara, why is it called Cloud Gardner? Says the Gemara of it, because he was compared to the which it also says Shabbos is a major rule. Why is it a major rule? Because the Shabbos applies even when things are not attached to the ground. Things are attached to the ground. It's on the other. That's a major rule. So why does it say major rule? Like Shiva? Shemitah is a major rule. Meiser doesn't apply to animal food, only human food. Therefore, it is a major rule. Shemitah does apply to animal food. But according to the part that says bubble, Meiser as well.
I don't know what the deal was.
He must explain that Meiser compared to Hey, oh, that's a big rule. Why is that? Because Meiser has conditions. It has to be otherwise food and not fruit that's designed to die clothing. It also has to be mishmar, guarded, not have it has to be fluid in the heart. That's what grows in the ground. Whereas let's say mushrooms that live in the ground, it has to be, but he puts like been in one shop at one time, one period of time. Whereas, let's say figs, for no reason at one time, you can pick them off the tree at different months.
Wow.
Not trying to do it.
It was fucking big.
And finally, it has to be something that you can store.
Philly based bars in the motherfucking house. What's up, all the bigger titties?
That's why it's called the price is good to pay.
I don't know what they
Rabbi Rothschild say that if somebody never knew about child, that and somebody that knew about child and forgot about it.
A bomb bro? Yeah, a fucking cops.
Those cases will kind of never knew about child. Never enough child. Bring a card to 40 $40. Somebody who never knew about child. Doesn't have to be says the rights. It's a tennis shishba, and he didn't know about child. He didn't know about Taylor. He didn't know about Saddam. He didn't know about the Zara. He brings one card for each of their one card for Saddam, one card for Zara, one card for Taylor, one card for 4 shots.
Different than LA? Is LA so
We're one best.
No, they have the whole.
It's from all the one word. It's an extra thing. Mason is called the first thing. Show you and just like Mason, he has an awareness. So you can have awareness. So when something should never had an awareness. As wait a minute, if you compare Mason knows how he's doing. He knows what he's doing. He has an awareness. How can you say so? Show you. Yes, he does have an awareness. When he doesn't show you,
It's super strong.
one guy's learns from Zora, it says, two actions. There's one halacha for shaking amazing, just like amazing has an awareness of shaking.
It's fucking amazing.
And Chachamim will literally comes another and in order to be kind of athlete, so that's to be joining cards. Only something that is something amazing, 5 cards, and then on the shaking card, otherwise. Wonderful thing, but if you want to stick around for bonus material,
I saw the menu, and I thought like his actual goal. Yeah.
what it says in Rabbi Rothschild, they should have never had no awareness about Shabbos. They don't know about Shabbos. He's
I said he had
one
sponsored
part.
Jews at the show.
That would choose at the show. I had a great black couple of beautiful people.
Listen,
He asked me
we
to
have to drop down these politics. And that is, if somebody knew about Shabbos, but forgot about Shabbos, that would be the second Shabbos mission. And on that cloud, we just find every Shabbos. And based that we have, we drop down to cloud Gimel. In other words, before we forgot that today's Shabbos, we drop down to cloud Gimel and we chayav from each and every halacha that he does. The big issue with that, he's trying to go away from that. Why does it say cloud Gimel? Is a person that forgot the halacha that he's doing is also, let's say much people forgot to pay Shabbos, and he's chayav on each and every halacha. Therefore, the Gemara says, Rav says, Rabbi Shmuel, they say, that goes together with somebody that knew that it was Shabbos but he forgot Shabbos today, and somebody that never knew about Shabbos. They're all equal.
And I remember he got there, and I know he was Cuban. He was a mother country, he goes, bienvenidos a mi lecho. And he took out a big ass bowl. Then he gave me his card, right? And I took out the card, and that card it says, he does roofing, he does fencing, but the thing he wrote on the back, but what I really do is, and he wrote it like this, PAR-TA.
Shabbos daf samachtes. It's so important to ask, define the word joining. Now we say joining.
He wanted a party. He went up with Oli the first night.
Well,
Falling out.
what class has
The
it?
last night was loving. Although he is not with me.
Person knows that
Your
what
theater
is wrong.
waiting for us like a
Doesn't know he has a
soldier.
reading card, but that is considered
So I
joining.
explained to them.
In fact, what Bryce says is exactly what Bryce says. How do you define the perfect joining? Somebody that doesn't know what Shabbos and doesn't know what the Lach is also. How do you define the perfect basin? Somebody that knows the Shabbos, somebody that knows what the Lach is also. What if somebody knows one out of the two. He knows the Shabbos, he doesn't know the Lachas also. He knows the Lachas also, he doesn't know the Shabbos. Or what if he doesn't know you have to bring a carbon, which is exactly what Moses case. The Christ says in all three of these things, bring a carbon is considered a shaykhim. Perfect for the Chum argument say no. Somebody that doesn't know that you have to bring a carbon is not considered a shaykhim. So what is considered a shaykhim for the weak person? I feel like it's Rabbi Rothschild. The person doesn't know about Karas, forgets about the Karas, that's considered shaykhim. For the Rishtakish, you have to forget about the law and the Karas. Maybe it's possible, it says in the Pasuk, Asher lo yisrael set up Shvaga, the Asher Pasuk is referring to law, Karas, as in both, that's considered a shaykhim. So no. That Pasuk is talking about being more that doesn't have very up the shaykhim. He doesn't really carbon. Why? Because even if he knew that what he was doing is wrong, he didn't restrain from doing that very up. So now that it's a shaykhim, he shouldn't bring carbon. Asher lo yisrael set up Shvaga. There's the Mishnah that says there's 39 malachas, and the famous question, why is tells the number? Our government knows how to explain to tell us that if somebody did 39 malachas, he's had 39 malachas. The big question is, how in the world is it possible for somebody to be labor on all 39 malachas? The minute he doesn't know that there's 39 malachas, he got all 39 malachas, then there's no Shabbos for him. He wouldn't be a shaykhim. According to Rabbi Rothschild, understood. As long as a person forgets that this requires, that's what he's shaykhim. So there's a chance that he's behind all the according to Rabbi they have to forget the cards and the law. So what is he exactly a shaykhim? How does he know this? The answer is, according to Rabbi Rothschild, this is the 40th Avera, the Irais, that's the Chum. So only difference between Chum and all the other ones is that Chum doesn't bring a carbon. And he knew about Chum, but he didn't know about the other 30. Who has me? Somebody swears falsely about the past or about the future. He says, I ate this and that, or I didn't eat this and that. Or he says, I am going to eat, or I'm not going to eat. They have to bring a carbon even though it's only allowed to bring a carbon on a lot. Huge chiddush. According to Abayim, even Rabbi Rothschild typically says that to forget carbon is considered a shaykhim. But here, since there's no carbon, to forget that you have to bring a carbon is not considered a shaykhim. Even though in the carbon is a big chiddush. Now, what is the shaykhim? It's very easy to find the shaykhim. It's just a bitui when it comes to the future. He swears he's not going to eat. And then he ate by mistake. So that's a shaykhim. But what about the past? How is it possible to get a shus in the past? When you swear, you have to be aware. He wasn't aware that he didn't. He wasn't aware that he didn't. So what exactly is he swearing falsely by mistake? So one shot is that goes according to the past, that he forgot that there's a carbon. But another shot is that it goes according to the Chachamim. They think the Chachamim hold that forgetting a carbon is not considered a shaykhim. Here, by Shmuz HaMishteh, since that's the only thing you have is a carbon, that is the shaykhim. He forgot because the carbon here is a chiddush. That would be a bomb question on a Abayim who says that according to everybody, you have to be shaykhim in the law and not in the carbon. Somebody eats sugar with me, so it's kind of eats the nation. The shaykhim, he has to pay back the full plus a fifth. What if he doesn't know that he's Misvei Shemayim? Is that considered a shaykhim? According to Abayim, Rabbi Rothschild holds that Misvei Shemayim is not like that. And therefore, it's not a shaykhim, and he doesn't pay the extra shaykhim. According to Rabbi Rothschild holds that Misvei Shemayim equals it's like the same thing. Say, what somebody found himself in the desert, how track of time, doesn't know what day it is. What does he keep showing? When he says, the moment he realizes it's lost, he doesn't know what day it is. He counts 6 days, and on the 7th day, he rests on Shabbos. The day Barak says not the day that he finds out he does Shabbos, and he counts 6 days. Machlokes says, you go by your side, it's 6 days before Shabbos. Okay, where else is no? It's like the Rishon. He's born, he was immediately the Shabbos, then 6 days old. The Brisa is a question on Kia, but the Brisa of the it says, keep every 6 days and keep one Shabbos. In fact, the Brisa says, no, 4 days. Count 6 days, and then keep Shabbos.
This time, I don't know what to say. I might get laid, I might not get laid.
All 7 days.
I gotta make it to the bathroom,
This
make
is
sure it go off,
when
because my
somebody
dick
does
hard. So when I come out here, I come out with a fucking, with a gun, with bullets in it.
the Machal Shabbos every single day, only
sure enough, they take that package off the other chick, the hot blonde's got the package. You see a little string that she cut in half or something like that. I'm like, oh God. She's ready. She's licking around it. She's licking her asshole and shit. Pick that up without saying nothing. They go in the bedroom. I'm like, we got
that day was definitely not Shabbos because he wouldn't travel. But he could not assume that that day was also not Friday. In other words,
Two girls are going at it.
because it's very possible that
they're not
that
even
his
drunk, bro.
and he
You're
left
a
on
junkie.
Friday.
You're a junkie all the way. Tell this
We learned in the
fool,
Mishnah that Christians
you're
forgot
a
to
gentleman.
day Shabbos.
That's some good ass shit.
It's a requirement for every Shabbos that he forgot. So the person forgot the concept of Shabbos.
Bullshit. I come in here, take off your clothes.
Why?
Junkie girl wants to fuck.
There's a
Oh shit.
the
And
Shalom
they
B'nai
start
Yisrael as a
jerking
Shabbos
me off and the
is
whole thing is
singular. Nothing like one Shabbos. And then it says this precisely the Shmorim in the Torah. So which one is it? It says the Gemara, Yisharu is referring to the person that has the concept of Shabbos.
I wasn't even talking about
One
this.
part of the whole Shabbos. We knew about Shabbos. We just forgot that today's Shabbos is the referring to Shabbos. Remember, Yitzchak says the same thing, but he learns from the opposite. He says the Shalom B'nai Yisrael Shabbos means every single Shabbos you labor in the layer. It's one time. So he's like the Shmorim, all the Shabbosim that you Mechalo, equal one part of the next one of the case, where you lost the concept of Shabbos, and the wonderful
Something happens, the jumping girl leaves, the blonde girl comes out and gets it, she's going to the condo on. And this time I get a hard on, so I'm fucking around with the blonde girl. The jumping girl will have a shoe or a fucking sandwich or whatever the fuck she got. And she sees me fucking the blonde, she goes off on me.
Shabbos Navayin. I think it's incredible. We're already holding 69 daf. Look at the Masechta Shabbos. Unbelievable. We learned three rules in our Mishnah. Rule number 2 was if a person knows about the concept of Shabbos, he just lost track of time and he forgot that today's Shabbos. Even though he did many malachas that were also, he only thinks one part of Shabbos. Every Shabbos he thinks another part. The person who knows that today's Shabbos, he just forgot that the malacha is also, that the malacha of Zereya is also, he forgot that it's also, he brings up each and every malacha. The question is why? Says we're not very similar. If a person forgot today's Shabbos and he did a few malachas, he only had one forgetfulness. His mistake was one, and he forgot today's Shabbos. But if a person forgets different malachas, he forgot different things. So he has to bring it permanent. He's forgetful. But how do you know that you're chayav on each and every malacha? Perhaps all the malachas of Shabbos are included in one day of Shabbos. How do we know to differentiate malacha and malacha? It says shmuel because the Torah says "Kol melacha yumas." If you do malacha b'mezid, you die to get to that. So why does the Torah repeat itself and say "Mois yumas"? The answer is because it's not talking about mezid. If you can't be talking about mezid, you must be talking about shogeg. And the Torah says you shall die. What does it mean die? Not literally, but you take out of your pocket. For some people, that's like that. To spend money on a carbon bike. Or it says, Mois Yumas, you mean many korbanos.
She doesn't look like her at all. It didn't look like that girl at all. She doesn't look like that old.
Or it says, Mois Yumas, you shall not hire a job. But why does Torah pick that love?
It was
All the love.
crazy.
It says, Rejoicing, Yirayah.
All
the 38 love. And one doesn't, but take the last row, you get speed. Amazing. If you do the amazing without it, the last row, you get a part. You can show you get a chatos. Lighting the fire is different. All you get is a lab. There's no paris, no skila, no carbon. Comes from nothing, it says no. The reason why the Torah points out every single malacha bring its own carbon if you're over on it, just like Shmuel says. It says, Hila Hadvarim, Eila, Aleph, Lamed, Hey, is 36. Hadvarim is 3. Why? Because Dvarim is plural 2. Hadvarim, Hey, is the third one. 3 plus 36, 39 malachas. If you do that, you're chayav a carbon for each and every one.
But on the Thursday show, man, like I remember,
According to Rabbi Yossi, he learns this concept of dividing the malachas, and for each one you have to bring a carbon. From the puzzle of Asa me Achas me, he learns that the Rosh is the most real. Meyachas, which is like from Mehina, is excellent. And he learns Meyachas means that the person intended to write on Shabbos the word Shimon, the nation. And he ended up writing just the first 2 letters, Shem, He's also waiting.
to that
Was
game
that
this
what he
weekend.
means?
No, this was like many years ago, like 2000. Oh, I remember that game. Yeah, 2006. I know. The chicken black one. No, that was a different one. That was good. That was one of the middle of the night, right? And it's like,
You know that Shabbos, when you forget about the Nefesh, he's Chaim.
chicken. Because you go inside here,
Or
man.
Hino, she
They're
Achas,
partying, bro. I
the
mean,
person
they got
forgot that it's
arcades.
Shabbos.
At 2:30 in the morning?
Yes,
But you know
bro.
about the
They had an
Malachas.
arcade there outside. They had a
The reason why Shmuel didn't learn
You know, when nobody else is partying up in the house, it'll be outside. This guy installed bathrooms, bro.
is because he doesn't want to learn four. He wants to learn two things. He learned the concept of Kodos,
And then the
and
inside
he
of the
learns
house
Shame,
was
Mishim,
set
but
up
doesn't learn
to look at
Akash,
5
Hino,
p.m.
Hino, Shim.
He had nice lights.
Says
When
Rob,
we had a party at this guy's house after the show, I didn't even know till noon.
and he forgot that a few
I
of the
just
locals
stood
he's
there with
doing
him,
are us.
he was talking to me.
What comes first?
Spanish
If
guy.
you say that a person that forgot Shabbos only
I
three
forgot
more
about him.
so even though that he forgot a bunch of malachas, he only signed one.
It felt like Pinocchio.
Perhaps
Remember
no,
Pinocchio looked at
she
a party?
joined the
And
malachas.
everybody throwing fucking
Remember what I
trying to get
just
some
said?
donkeys. So I never
Since
thought
he
about this
forgot
guy.
Shabbos, that's it.
I saw him at the show, at the end of the show. He saw me, and he opened up his jacket.
Rashi says
He
depends
had a little
why
vial.
he's retreating.
Nasal
If you tell him, hey,
spray.
it's Shabbos, and he stops doing what he does, then he
Nasal
only
spray
brings
in
one.
it.
If you say,
He
hey,
had a nasal spray
he's
jar.
going off and he
With
stops,
cocaine.
then
That's
yes,
cocaine. Yes, cocaine and water.
it says Rabbi
He goes, hey, you remember me?
the
And I
reason
said,
why a
oh,
person
wow,
stops
it's
doing
you,
malachas
bro.
is
I've been
realize
talking about you
that
forever.
and
I
Shabbos
told everybody,
is
this is the guy. This is the guy.
they're one and the
I
same.
had 4 of them.
So therefore, he says it's no difference.
Pretend to be a bartender, all fucked up in the house.
As we had yesterday,
Fuck.
the Mishnah, in
No
this
spray
paragraph, later on, it
water?
says,
That's what
Lord asked the question, why does it say a number? We don't know how to count. It says Rabbi Rothschild to tell us
I don't know how they do it.
39 malachas. It's possible up until 39 malachas.
Doing
You're
like
up to 39 for bonus.
nasal sprays.
One hell and
And
one
those, I had like half all coke and some water.
If we hold like Rabbi Rothschild,
I only get one of those a month.
that
One every 3
knowing
months, a good one. Like,
that what you're doing is wrong, just you forgot that there's a Isser Paris, and that's considered a shagig. That's an awareness. You're aware that there's a Shabbos. You know that a Shabbos is
yeah, I call the body crazy. I thought about that shit.
You can't know that it's also a performance. You don't know that there's a lot. You don't know that there's a Paris. So then, he's not aware that it's Shabbos. When we said if he's not aware that it's Shabbos, he only brings one part. So how's it possible that he's high 39 karbanos? The answer is, he's going to hold, like we said yesterday, like Rabbi Kiva holds that the rights of his discipline. You can't go out of 2,000 amas from your domain. So that's number 40. It's not high karbanos. She's aware of Shabbos and the fact that you can't go more than 2,000 amas. When he forgot about the 39 malachas, that's how he's high 39 karbanos.
It was crazy though, like that girl, I didn't think nothing. When I closed the door to the green room, when I realized who she was, I was like, oh my God, that was a long fucking time ago. That was a long time ago. It's no comment, a long time. You know, it'd be nice just to write a story about comedy, some book about comedy stories, just to make it like, you know,
Stop is not finding out. What comes to a very interesting concept called dreva, to drag something. If somebody did Tzira and Pina, and he ground 2 separate malachas, but not knowing that it's Shabbos, bring one carbon for those 2 malachas. And then in one awareness, he can those 2 malachas, Tzira and Pina again. However, this time he didn't realize that Tzira and Pina are also 2 malachas. The halacha is you bring one carbon, and that's enough to all 4 malachas. Bring the carbon on the first zero. Zero and the zero below it are all the same. They all have in one awareness. The first has 10 malachas, the same malacha, all in one awareness, in one carbon. The top box, zero and pino, they are clear of each other. Zero pulls the pino to it.
Was that the one where the sergeant's wife gave you one?
No,
That's
pino. Because they all happen in one Shabbos, beginning of the Shabbos. But once the carbon works for pino, it works for the pino below it.
That was on that run. Like that was
Once it
6
is
weeks.
in
That was
another.
the beginning of my
The
car.
same exact case.
6 weeks in the
But
fucking
the
car.
idea
The axle was
is knowledge of
broken.
what happened occurred first. The So the zero just forgot that the malach is also. The bottom box. Now, the bottom box is not connected to the tefillah. They're separate boxes because the two malachas are individual. Therefore, Abaya says, go upwards. Zero and zero instead of having one awareness, one part of the Then turns left. It goes from zero to
When
tefillah.
did you ever have to break out the swimming
Not
fins?
even rubbing.
I had them from
Down
something.
between us and I go downwards to below it. According to Abaya,
God knows what happened.
for Zerova, I only go one grade. So I go zero to zero, one cover to three things. But the tefillah on the bottom, she gets left, you need to bring it.
And I had it placed impeccably.
If a person
If I used to get
takes
stuck on the road or I didn't want to,
they say Taylor,
one pulled over at a rest area,
and then he
locked
had
doors,
knowledge
the
that
sunroof
he
a little open.
Zayt
Took
number
your
one.
chances, you slept like every 15
And when it continues to
shots,
a third Zayt,
to
the
your
center
truck.
Taylor, the center olive where the Taylor is connected to the awareness of olive number one and connected to the awareness of olive number three. So if you bring a carbon for the second one, it works for one and three. But what if you brought a carbon just for number one? According to Abaya, it works on all the cases because of the concept of the radar. One is connected to the rope, two pulls it.
Paula asked me today over the weekend randomly,
It only works on
how long does it take for a meeting to be like headlining? I told them like around 10 years is what I've heard to like start.
But after
And she's like, how do they do it for that long for nobody? When you're sleeping on the side of the highway in a car, why aren't you just like, let me go sell drugs again?
The Zayron, ours is an Abaya road. Where Abaya road is said
That's crazy.
that zero that was done was chicken and Shabbos, got to the Shabbos. The cover I seen on that will work on zero that I forgot that the malach is also.
Fell asleep driving.
Even though the two types of Averis, one is getting the Shabbos, one is getting the malach, one cover works. But there are he says no. And therefore, if I have a half design
Wake up and also
of chicken and Shabbos, it doesn't combine with a half
That's the
design
scariest
of
feeling I ever had in my fucking life.
chicken
I remember I didn't get so happy.
Ritual says
This guy
that two
started
Zayt Taylor.
a show on Friday
There were
night.
two different ones. One say pieces of chicken. One was Kentucky Fried Chicken, which is
But
straight,
man,
and one
it
was
was crazy.
Panda Express.
That was the only time
One is
I
fried,
ate
and one is
pasta
Chinese.
with
Even though
shrimp.
they're both chicken,
It was show at the improv and they have warm bread and then we're eating a two plate
even
menu
so,
and Gavin, then you go in and tell Gavin, he was like, man, well, we were the best door and I was sure,
only half of it,
please
and the other
give
one was
this
Panda
up.
Express. I have design. His
Yeah.
arm and stars together create one of those desires.
You got your big
And
dinner,
kind of
they don't have the
say
baked shrimp,
you
so
make them to
put
Panda
them down your plate and
The other lesson is
it's
like,
that's what
when
you
you
shrimp.
consist
So they used to tell you, listen, this giggle
and
is
even
50 bucks.
if it means that half gazais and half gazais knock them out together, it makes it cool up.
They'll give you a
Still
whole
goes
time
because
when
she's
you
the
brought it,
two types of food.
and as you know, you could feel that without
Mark tells us
let's say you got paid $100, you get the bartender
that when you have 4 different types of food that are also the table, stop, rice, or people, you bring 4 for both.
I love when people like whenever I get to go
So the same.
with you somewhere or just go to the
We
green
want for both, and then
they always
after
think
one
it's still
fella.
like that. And it's like
That's
it
the
couldn't be more
equivalent of
opposite
different
than
types
now.
over one type.
It's just crazy to hear those stories.
One
'Cause
type has a equivalent
I've
of
never once
type.
seen you go anywhere but the hotel
The
after
person
a
needs to
show.
have designs. And then another half of designs.
Well, I think you
Even
part
though
in
he
there.
has knowledge between the two accusations, that knowledge is not enough to be metallic and say that he doesn't have to be Big Machlokes in the Sugya, the Rebbe Machlokes makes us almost the full of it. If a person takes physics failure, in one awareness, but his knowledge on desire number 1 happens before the knowledge of number 2. How many carbonates does he bring? 1, 2 governments says he brings 2 carbonates, he brings a posse, it says alpha
Yeah, all
posse,
set up for you.
10 and 10. Machlokes says he brings 2, main also part of it brings if you say that the Machlokes between Rebbe and Machlokes is discussing a situation before he designated the card. That's what the Machlokes is. The Machlokes is whether Yediyah is a card or a card. In other words, when I say that the knowledge is what separates the first Aveira and the second Aveira not being from the bodies, or perhaps it's that fraudulence in the knowledge. the designation. If you say that the first happened before that part, so Rabbi will say he is Makal. And according to Rothschild, that's Makal. And the word Mechatasa, according to Rabbi Rothschild, will have to explain in a very interesting thing. Knowledge happened later on only on one kazayis out of the 1.5. Later on, you need another half kazayis. Perhaps, since the second half kazayis can combine with the first half kazayis, because they are in one awareness, bring the second person on those two halves. And since we have to know, made Kazayis itself, the first kazayis, including the first kazayis, is its partner, the half kazayis. And the half kazayis cannot be described in the second half kazayis. And then we're going to say that the machlokes is after the designation. And Rabbi Rothschild is going to say that Hafrosh is Machalik. And Rosh will say Kapara Machalik. That only once you shut the animal and you treat the Kapara. That's when you start all over again and create other parts. Then Al Katasa, what is Rosh do? Al Katasa will say that that pasuk is referring to after the Kapara. Have a wonderful day.
I'll let you fucking give me the beat about whatever the fuck you want. Do credit that from me. You ain't getting nowhere. So, my house call based.
I thought about doing that for those $99 flights to Hawaii. What you seen them? It's like a timeshare thing. And apparently they get really mean when you start saying no. They'll go to your wife and be like, "How are you with this loser of a guy?" But apparently at the end of it, it's like $99 flights to Hawaii. So
Shabbos not paying days. I didn't want to say anything, but yesterday's stop. One of the most difficult stop, at least for me, to get over. Today's daf is a lot easier. The word is described as holding up in Badai. The person has a suffix whether or not he ate a piece of meat yesterday. And he's not sure if he ate the one that belongs to heaven or the one that's true. So he sets aside a part of an Osham home. One big part of it is stimulating his wrong. If I find out at a later time that what I ate was these egglers, so the part I already brought today should work for tomorrow. In other words, it's not necessary to have knowledge when you bring the carbon. If it's not necessary to have knowledge, you got to want to help it. Says, you know, tremendous rhythm. So, if the person is boiling shit from Karuba 5 times, Karuba is shit from Karuba. He married to evidence. And a person has 5 relationships, and in each relationship, he had a knowledge, he had a idea. The knowledge, I can bring one carbon at the end, and it will try to qualify that. The Lord goes on to say, according to everybody, a person designated a carbon for his first act. That designation stops everything. It's Machal. And anything past that designation, you have to bring another carbon. But according to Rabbi Rothschild, who argues on this topic, it says that by Osham Vadai, you need knowledge in order to bring the carbon. Then Osham Vadai is no different than a carbon. And just like we had the other day, that the person ate 2 pieces of paper in one awareness, and then he had knowledge that one of those pieces was Caleb. That knowledge, Yithia, is Machalik according to Rabbi Rothschild. It separates and divides, and therefore you would have to bring 2 carbons. According to Rothschild, that Yithia is not Machalik to bring 1 carbon. The same Allah would apply to Hashem. So the person had a Yithia. In between that, you have to bring 2 carbons. According to Rothschild, just 1 carbon. And now we go on to the subject of this. Besides saying his choice, he occupied, he does something inadvertently because he for instance, if there's a knife on the ground and he lifts it up to himself, and by doing so he cuts the food off the ground, does 0. That's the assassin according to him. What happens if he intends to cut A, which is the so he ends up cutting B, which is attached to the ground. According to Rabbi, this is not a fucking and therefore he's cut. But according to Abaya, he intended to cut. You're right, it's not a wrong cut. But he intended to cut, and he covers cutting, and therefore it's a shaggy, and he's cut. Rabbi doesn't do Abaya. Rabbi, and the guy said that has a great shaggy said, the great shaggy says, is referring to when Shabbos is more stringent than other Abayas, meaning Abayas are. In other words, if a person does 2 balaks on Shabbos, he's higher than others. It's very stringent. Versus Avodah Zarah, he does 3. Avodah Zarah is in 1 awareness. He shuts an animal for Avodah Zarah. He brings the animal on the Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah. He pours 1 Avodah Zarah, all 3. You only bring 1 carbon, which is less stringent than Shabbos. It's Rabbi Sil, the Seifa of the Rabbi Sil. And that's the right here. says the opposite. Something in other ways, other mitzvahs are more stringent than Shabbos. For instance, the person is shaken without kavanah by other mitzvahs. Shabbos is fun. What's the example? If he thinks that he's eating fat, but it turns out that he's eating caleb and other Averis mitzvahs, and in Shabbos he's called. What's the case in Shabbos? That if he tried to cut, he thought that he's cutting a fruit that's detached, and he ended up cutting a fruit that was attached. According to Rabbi, according to the Bryce, he's butter. That's exactly what Rabbi said. Abai will say that the shaking over here is talking about a person who thinks that he's swallowing spit, but indeed he's swallowing fat.
This is the first time
And you decided shaking the Shabbos, referring to when you try to lift the knife up, and by doing so, you cut a fruit, and that, according to everybody, he's cutting. But in Rabbi's case, where he thought that he's cutting a fruit that's already detached, he ended up cutting a fruit that's attached. Now the Gemara goes on to say that we can't say that the Reisha is not talking about a desire. The Reisha, let's say, is talking about two malachas of Shabbos, versus two Averis like Caleb and Dam. Well, it would be equal. Shabbos, you'd be high to Rabbanis, and Caleb and Dam, you'd be high to Rabbanis. So therefore, the Gemara is forced to say we're talking about Avodah Zarah. Now, the Sefer cannot be talking about Avodah Zarah. First, in the Shaygin, he's kind of essential by Avodah Zarah. All Shaygin are called persons. The person thinks that he's valid for his soul, but in fact, he's valid by Avodah Zarah. It's completely harder because this part is not his Baruch. And if a person is bound to a statue, and he decided that the statue is Avodah Zarah, then it's Avodah Zarah, then he's amazing. And if he doesn't decide that the statue is Avodah Zarah, then he's amazing. What if he bounds Avodah Zarah out of fear for his life, or out of love? Now, of course, he shouldn't do it. He should be insulted. He should be worse than ever. But what if he did do it? He's also fun, according to Rabbi. So therefore, the Gemara is supposed to say that the Seder is other missions,
nice people, Friday night big show, talk people, and the owners in the back just laughing, enjoying the show. Some places, people are scared because it's empty. The place is empty, they're losing money. The owner's having a good time. At the end of the week, just being toying all the way. And then later on, everybody, I found out a year later that everybody that was involved in that club went to prison. Including
Shabbos Daf Ayin Gimel. Continue with yesterday's amazing Sukkot Assassin. We had a case where a person thought that he's cutting something that's detached from the ground, and in fact, cut something that's attached to it. According to Rabbi, that's not a Hakik of these. It's not a wrongful cutting because he thought that he's cutting something which is mutter to cut. It ended up being usher, so therefore it's completely putter. It's not even a shot. But according to Abaye, since he intended to cut, the fact that he didn't know that what he's doing is usher doesn't make him a sausage. He's a shaggy and has to do it. The Gemara brings two more cases where Rabbi and Rabbi argue, and there's a step more than what we're talking about. The second case is where a person takes, let's say, a ball, and he tries to throw 2 amos in Rishus Rabbah, which is half of the shear that you have to throw in order to be chayv. The shear is 4 ounces. Ball traveled 4 ounces. Over here is different. He intended to do a half an issue, whereas the first case, he didn't intend to do something that's attached. Rob in this case says, he's called the Rabbi says he's. And finally, the third case, which is worse than the other 2 cases, is where he intended to throw an object 4 ounces. And he knows that throwing 4 ounces in Rishus Rabbah is also. He just doesn't know that he's standing in Rishus Rabbah. He thought he's standing in Rishus Rabbah. According to Rabbi, it's potter. According to Abaye, he's chayv. So we go back to the middle case. The person intended to throw an object 2 ounces, and it travels 4 ounces. In other words, he intended to do a half a shear, and it went the whole shear. Abaye says he's chayv. If so, we take the sugya. We had this question twice already, and it's on today's Mishnah. Mishnah tells us that there are 39 obvious malachas. Why tell us a number? The answer is to tell us that you can get up to 39 for abundance with 1 Shabbos and 1 awareness. But if a person is a shaygin and all 39 malachas, then he doesn't know what Shabbos today. So there's no assume that it's not Shabbos, that today Shabbos is no different than Sunday, Monday. So the Gemara says that it's possible that he knows that all these malachas are also. He's a shaygin. He doesn't know Not knowing the shear, let's say the shear is Seven Sagasa, whatever the shear is, he thinks it's more, and he didn't have. What thought that was a shame. It's fine. But according to Rav, it says that it's puzzling that.
You said want to break me over and pay your cash.
You call me in the middle of the night while you want to put it back on the camera. You're going to show you like that. Now, for the amazing, famous Mishnah, which will take us through the entire Mishnah Shabbos, describing the 39 Avos of Malachas. Avos of Malachas are the headline categories. There are many that are below, and in those categories, according to Yerushalmi, each Avos has 39 Avos. The Rabbi Rothschild discovered after 3.5 years. And each one is Chayiv of their eyes, just like the Av. So we can break them down into groups. 11 of them have to do with baking bread or the cooking of the summer money of guys. And all these 39 malachas have to do with the malachas HaMishpah. These are 39 steps that they took in the midbar to build the Mishpah. And 11 of them were steps needed to cook the dyes. 13 of them are to make fabric. And fabric was needed for the Urias HaMishpah. 7 of them are for the hides, for the tachash, the Mishpah. 2 of them are for the pyros, and then there's another 6 that have to do with nets, tying, untying, lighting a fire, and let's start with lechem, the bread. The first step is you have to sow the field, you have to plant, and then you plow the field. Talking about the cows first to sow off the ground, then they sow the seeds and they plow again. And the finish is that even the second Harish plowing is considered the Avila. The next one is, well, we discussed the Shireya, so the Gemara tells us that that includes also Zoymer, which is pruning trees, the kind of branch that branch is orange that's like you're planting. Roshaya is when you plant the sapling of a tree. Margaret is the vine, you put it into the ground. Margaret is the grass. All of these are all under one umbrella of the Avila. We do all of them, one fire, one purpose. Pirates, as we discussed, is the plow. That includes also paper, the dig, and pirates, the furrow, are all considered a malachi. We all three of them are Chaitzer, the harvest, the wheat, and that includes Chaitzer, another, grapes, whether sorrel, dates, mastication, olives, and figs. They're all considered a malachi. The one that all shops in the world is the one. Ma'amer means to gather and to make a pile. Rava says that it includes things that are not usually character, like gathering salt in a factory, piling it up in piles. A guy says it's only usually character, something that grows in the ground. Thus, the thresh, to separate the kernel from the shaft, that makes it not makes sense. Beat flags and cotton, it's considered one malacha. Do all three of those with one shot. If somebody is zoning, owns a tree, cuts a branch, and he has 2 attempts. One is, he wants the wood. The other is he wants to grow wood. So he's over on 2 malachas. And the same would apply to asbestos. If you have straw for an animal, you cut it and it grows more. You want it for your animal, you want it to grow more. And the same thing with bees. You have Chaitzer and Mekayah. You're planting. In other words, you want it to grow more, and you want the actual life. If you have a small pile of dirt, depends where you are. If it's in your house, flying straight, that's boina. If you are in the field, that's courage because the softening of the dirt. If you have a small hole in the ground, then you fill it up. If it's your house, that's boina. It's fixing the floor. If it's in the field, it's courage. An amazing Shiloh. You dig a hole in the ground, but not because you want the hole, but because you want to dig. You are, even according to Yehuda that says, you are kind of meaning. If you do a malacha, but you don't just want to have the malacha is the solution. For instance, you have a dead body in your house and it's making a terrible odor. You take the body out. You don't want to take it out. What you want is you don't want to smell. You don't care about the outcome. You don't care about carrying. You care about not having a smell. Over here, you don't care about having a home. You care about having.
He's not going now.
In this case, you would agree that since you are the color recording something, you are making something special. But Paul says that you take dirt and you throw it at a country in order to get your things. with Chaim, first of all, you are Chaimish, which is Chaitzer. You're taking, second of all, you're Charim, which is the Malach of Dash. You are breaking things up. You're separating. You're separating the date from the wood around it. Rav Ashi says, no, since that's not the way to do it, you are and tomorrow we'll be talking about three types of separation. Butter, soda, and racket, wonderful.
It took her 3 hours to do, man, and it spiced it up. It tastes like I thought it's pretty good. What is it made of? No, jackfruit. Jackfruit? Yeah. Jackfruit is this fruit that only grows in China. It comes in a can, it costs $2. It looks like an artichoke. And you gotta break it up, like squeeze it, smash it.
Shabbos daf ayin daled.
Take all the water out.
Within the 39 malachas, 3 of them are one and the same. Zohar, winnowing, boirer, selecting, meraking, sifting, they accomplish the same thing. You're separating the good from the bad. Yet, since there are 3 necessary processes in the making of bread, the Mishnah brings them down to tell us that if one were to do all 3 in one awareness, you would bring 3 separate korbanos. Kodesh, pounding, should be another malacha. It's something that is necessary to make bread. It says abaya, but since 4 people skip that process, the Mishnah skips it as well. It's not one of them. Don't tell me that it's because there are only 39 malachas and Kodesh would be the 40th, because since we have 3 separating malachas, you can take one of those 3, take it out of the Mishnah, put Kodesh in instead. The Gemara brings a brisa that's a riddle. And there are 5 attempts to solve the riddle, but what we can take out from those 5 attempts are 3 major halachas regarding boirer on Shabbos. You could do boirer on Shabbos if it's if it's food from within the waste and not the waste from the food. And if you do it biyad with your hand and not a clean, and if you do it la'alter for immediate consumption and not for even that day Shabbos, but later on. What are the 5 attempts? The first attempt was, the Brisa says that if you have food in front of you, and you do boirer and eat it, you do boirer and give it to your friend, and then the Brisa doesn't want to eat it, you cannot do boirer. If you do boirer, you have to bring it Shabbos. Perhaps the Rish is talking about for that day, and that's mutter. But do it for Sunday, that's a chiyuv chatas. What does that can be? There is no malacha. You can cook on Shabbos, we can't cook for Sunday. Perhaps the Brisa is talking about a half a shear. If you do a half boiler, half the amount, that's okay. If you do the full amount, that's chiyuv chatas. Chatzi shir also when the Gemara says it's impossible. There is no malacha that you can do a half of it. Even a half would be awesome. You just don't get a punishment. Perhaps the Brisa is saying that you're allowed to do it with your hand, but you do it with kind of a tamchon that's only Issur Rabbanan with a funnel with a plate. That's Kalachar. That's not the real way of doing it. But if you do it the real way with a real sifter, not with Torah, that's the Issur Rabbanan.
How do you give up all that great
It says, but it doesn't say anything, any mention of Kalim in that Brisa. Perhaps it's talking about and that's what the soilus is also, again, right? Doesn't mention anything about the soilus. It says about it, therefore I say the shot is la'alter. It says the price meaning immediately. If you didn't immediately, that's okay. But if you do it for later on during the day, that's it's a boiler of the rice. Should I explain? Rabbi agrees with the concept of the yad and oichel soilus. It just adds that you need also miyad right away. More does a story of Bibi threw a whole box of fruit that included different leaves and soilus on the table in front of Ami and Ravasi. And Rav Bibi saw this and he wasn't sure if it was because of Bibi's health that even soilus is also, and therefore he spread it on the table, but there shouldn't be a problem with buyer. It just selected itself. He just grabbed an apple. Or perhaps he wanted to show Ayin Yafa, he wanted to show that he's large. He threw all the fruit on the table. Chizkiah says that turmosin type of bean is considered soilus mutayfad, even if you take out the actual fruit, because it requires 7 cooking, and even after 2 or 3 times, if you don't remove the oichel, the actual bean, it turns into soilus if you remove other beans. And now we go down the base. If somebody takes a beet and chops it up really, really thin, he mixes it, that is considered chaychen. grinding. Flakes are shown to applies to all vegetables. If you were to take a piece of wood and saw it and create sawdust, that is also koichen grinding. Rav Ashi says if a person is careful about the size of the wood, he will be over on the chatas. Like in the Mishnah, if you cut leather to a certain size, it's the chatas cutting. The Gemara asks, why does the Tanakh talk about afiyah, baking, when in the Mishkan there was no baking, there was cooking, samamonim, says the Gemara, because that's what people are used to. They're familiar with the process of baking, and therefore the Mishnah spoke about baking. You're over on the Isra of the Vashal, even on non-food items, such as wood, pegs. If a person takes a peg and puts it in the oven, since it first softens it up like bishul, it extracts the moisture and then hardens it up. That's bishul. You'd also be over on bishul if you take tar, which is hard, soften it up. Even though later on it becomes just as hard as it started out with, it's still considered bishul because you softened it up. If you take, the Gemara says it's possible, it's a riddle. How do I get to 7 different malachas if I make a barrel made out of earthenware? Says the Gemara, it's possible to be over on Titan, the dirt, where the dirt, Meraki, you sit out the dirt, lush, knead the dirt, Memachik, you smooth it all out, you light the fire in the oven, and then you're Memashal. If you were to make a real oven out of earthenware, you'd be over on one more called Makim Padish, whereas a barrel doesn't have Makim Padish because it happens by itself in the oven. There is no bonus, says Rashi, so there's no binyan b'stira when it comes to kelim. If one were to make a basket out of reeds, it could be over on 11 different averas. How? You have to plant the reed, you have to reap the reed, you have to gather the reed, you have to select it, you have to smooth it out, you have to grind it, you have to cut it, you have to start it on a reel, mesa. You staple it in here, you put it, you start it out in the 2 loops. You put the reeds together and makim and patish. And if you were to bend over the top and make a lip for it, you can be over also on cipher, on sewing, and kosher, making a knot. If you were to spin the wool of an animal while it's still attached to the animal, machlokes. According to Rabbi Rothschild, it can be over on 3 things. Guy says, it happens, untangling it, and tefillah spinning. Rav Khan says, but since it's on the animal is alive, or it's still on the animal, that's not the way to do it, and therefore, you're not over, and that's klakrat yados. Even though in the Mishkan, you have noted that did the tefillah, they spun it on the animal while the animal was alive, that's chacham, it has special chachma, but today it's considered klakrat yados. If one were to cut a feather from a bird, the places, cut it specifically on the top, go over on the chakaf, and pull off the feathers, the small feathers, off the stem, you're over on memachik, smoothing it out. Where was their master Mishkan? The folks who were catching or trapping the chilazine to make chelas, they used nets, and they would add to the net, and they go from the net, so they made the cheers and they made knots and they would undo them. Now, you can't say that the shot is that there were 2 knots and 2 threads in the Mishkan and you undid one, because even for a regular king you wouldn't do so certainly not for a Baruch. Kaifer sewing means 1 in, 1 out. In other words, 1 full stitch. It doesn't come apart because you make a knot on it, have a wonderful day.
He's killing me with this fucking wedding menu for me. Come on. We're gonna have a just doing magic, walking around. I called on somebody to get a magician to walk around doing hand magic, and then Justin Rivera said, "What do I do it?" So he's been bugging me and touching the ear for about a week.
How does that
I don't know, man. I hope this
hearing in order to sew. We're in the Michigan, if you find this, if a worm, for instance, made of gold, I know we don't just leave it as someone hearing even more in order to make it happen. So I heard 3 things from Rob at the same exact time, and they are seemingly connected. If a person takes thread and takes the thread in order to pull the garment together, that is considered sewing. If a person learns Torah from a mother, what is a mother? Rob says a mother is a begotten or something that constantly talks about a Zara, and a concern is what influence you. Zara, we we see the Rav says that a person learns from a mother to one thing. Obviously, he's not talking about a machashev, a sorcerer, because it's not also to learn from a sorcerer in order to understand what they do and how to prevent it. But it is also to learn from other Mizar. Shmuel, on the other hand, says a mother is a machashev, a sorcerer. And the third thing he said is that the person knows how to calculate mazalois and kufas, the constellations and those sort of things, and he doesn't do so. He's over on the pasuk, the beautiful creations of the Baruch they don't see, when they don't see his handiwork. And therefore, it's also the focus of the Christian. The Yohanan says, in fact, it's a mitzvah to calculate kufas and mazalois, as it says in the pasuk, this is your tachma. Towards the nation, explains Rashi that you will know through the mazalois when it will start raining, when it will be hot, etc. One of the malachas of the Mishnah is hatzot tzvi, capturing an animal, a deer. Included in that is trapping a fish, a snail that you make the tails from. If you squeeze the dye out of the glazar, you're not over on dash, according to the Tanakama, which is progression. Dash is only in Gulei Karka, something that goes to the ground. The argument says dash even on an animal. You're not over on the Tilas Neshama, although you kill this snail, you're not over on the Tilas Neshama. Even though, even Reb Shimon admits, if you were to chop an animal's head off and said, I didn't mean to kill it, you know that obviously he's going to die. In this case, since he wants the snail to stay alive, it's his benefit. The snail should be living since the dye will be clear, therefore it's considered a necessity, and he's talking. What is the issue for an animal? According to Shmuel, it's the Tilas Neshama. According to Rav, there's also Tilas Neshama, but in addition to that, is the issue of Tzeiveya of the dye. Says Rav, I don't want people in future generations to make fun of me and laugh. Let me explain myself. A person would prefer to have blood on the neck of the animal by the men of Shita, so that other people will see that it's fresh meat in the comfortable body. It says in the Mishnah, two malachas. Salt the hide and you can the hide. Whoever judge both say that those are one and the same, and therefore let's take one of those away and instead insert the malacha of the Saturday of creating lines like we have in the Sipira. Lines the hide. This is also clear. Rabbi Rothschild says, and this is explained by Rashi, if you salt meat because you want to keep it for long term, you want to go on the way, that is habit, that's 10. Rabbi says, there's such thing as handling food and it's not also. The Mishnah says, I'm not going, I'm a factor. Smoothing out and cutting. Says Rebecca Bachanino, you could be over of a method of smoothing out. If you smooth out dirt between the pillars of a building, surely sets the tail off. If you cut wood or fence and you sharpen it down so people can't move over on the cutting wood in specific levels. If you take a bandit and you put it over a wound and you have that is not anything that has the object that's called not the natural. For instance, if you take a stone that's ready, not attached to the ground, and you smooth it out, or you try to make a division on a cleave of glass, or you have a diamond that the small things in the little part of the body, you pick them out, that's not going to back. They had writing in the Mishnah that was simple family writings. One, two, north, south, they had the same thing on the pharaohs of the Mishnah. However, erasing is more stringent than writing. Writing, you need choice. Doesn't matter how the voice erasing one very long voice, you can write voices. It will also be like the Rosh points out, it doesn't have to be erasing a letter, it could be erasing a lot of things, as long as you make the rule to write two letters. We look at the Mishnah. These are of Islam. What is these are that was want to tell us that the R is more than the 39 mentioned, although according to Lezer, and also Chayav on every holda, if you put together with the Our Mishnah holds the side of one for that, and all the colors are included in that half. According to review that there are an additional 2 malachas, bringing it up to 41. Shoyve and Medaktiv. These are malachas concerning weaving, bringing down the chassis, the areas. What we have in our Mishnah are one less than 40, meaning we don't include those two. Those two are included in Mesach and areas. Says our Mishnah. There's another rule, not a large rule like first Mishnah, not a major rule, but a rule, nevertheless. And we're talking about itself, the next daf for a while. In order to be over on itself, one versus another, that's the item that you typically store and it has the right to shield in the store. If
But then it's hanging on the
store
Sunday.
is a specific store, you yourself will be over, no one's else.
So yeah, it's
Now,
not only
what's
fun.
the
I've never been in a
store?
wedding
One
before.
says,
I just found out that
Asherah.
freaking Tom
No,
Brady
but these are also bad enough. Another one says that people certainly would agree that Asherah, also bad enough, is not something people store. Although that means that even once you showed it to the Rav, there's no need for it at all. You couldn't possibly feed it to a cat. The Bible says that's a terrible idea. The person that did not suffer if a cat drinks that blood. And finally, our Mishnah cannot be going through by a fight, which says that there's a difference between a wealthy person and a poor person in terms of the shear. Different people, different amounts, and our Mishnah argues says everybody has the same shear. Have a wonderful day.
Fort Myers, Florida, at the Optimal Complex. Come on, next month, November. And then Pleasanton, Tommy T's. I'm bringing Armando Lucio. Oh shit, bro. You see, bro, with a bill, there was a Savages over there in fucking Reno, Nevada with your boy. Wade Wright. Come on. Yes.
Shabbos not finding votes. You're continuing with yesterday's mission. What constitutes an object that people care about, and therefore it's also moving up from what the
I'll be walking around with Hollywood on truth.
He says, if this object typically people don't care about, but you do care about it, you show interest in it, and you keep it, you just cause the entire world to be over the disorder itself if they take it out. Says the Mishnah, when it comes to animal food, what's the shear? Says the Mishnah, well, it depends on every type of food and who eats this. For instance, if you're talking about heaven, which is the top part of the straw which is housing, then it all depends on the so the shear is the cow's mouth.
It was actually pretty nice.
Anything less than that, if you're talking about outside, which is bean straw, there's only camels that eat. So then, the shear is a camel's mouthful, which is larger than a cow's mouth. And you're talking about the bottom part of the straw, that's what sheep eat. So it's a sheep's mouthful, which is the fact that you're a dry food. Grass and garlic and onion means if they're dry, that becomes goat food, and it's a goat's mouthful. And if they are moist, it's no longer growing for a goat, that becomes something, and therefore it's a dry food. Stuff like this. Whatever the person takes out camel food, this bean straw, and he takes out the right amount for the cattle. Cow's mouthful, and he wants to get great club. So then it says, I never know that cows will eat this. So it says, but occasionally cow will eat it. Fine. But everybody agrees, we got regular shear. For a camel, what the shear is the shear of a camel. Now you have the proper shear. Yes, you're going to feed it for a camel, to a camel, and the camel's mouth is much larger. Nevertheless, the high is to take out the proper shear for a camel. All these different foods in the Mishnah do not combine one with another, unless
It's interesting you brought that up. I was watching a show today, and Anthony Bourdain was talking about this. He was like,
if you're dealing with
people now,
camel food,
there's not that
and
many
the shear
jobs.
is
We don't have
camel's
that
mouth,
many.
it's a lot.
I'm like,
You're missing a half a dry
how
fig.
comics just started on Tuesday, and now it's kind of like adapted like
Which
this.
all you need is a
What do
dry
you
fig.
think about
You take a half of that and
how
add to the camel
comics
food.
gonna look like?
That
Maybe
you
you
have
have
the
travel,
full
maybe you'll just
shear.
do the live stream.
You're missing half of your berries for sheep food. And you try to
Yeah,
take
I
half of
mean,
your
like,
berries
how-
for camel food.
It's like
Well, bean straw, that's not going to work. And the reason is because people would like and combine these foods to show as samples themselves. We have a similar halacha when it comes to different garments, different fabrics. What constitutes a fabric being cobbled. So a regular fabric is tough by talking about a satin, it's more tough than leather. It's 5 by 5. And the mat is 6 by 6. Each one can combine with the one below. So the mat can combine with the leather, and the leather can combine with the satin. Why? Because they can combine for the tumah of function. So since there's a situation where they can't combine with each other, they combine in all situations, and therefore, also since there's a situation where you sample and sell it together, they combine together. Human food, the shear for itself is a gregarious and dry thing, and that's why all foods can combine with each other because they all share the same shear. When it comes to human foods, we don't consider the pit, the shell, the oikets, the little piece, the little branch that sticks out. Soup in a person is fine bread, coarse bread. Rabbi says that the peel of lentils and beans are mitzvah for that food, but old beans are not mitzvah because they look like dead flies in your food. The coarse and the fine bread are mitzvah for the shear of food. Why? Because it's considered lechem haaretz. Poor people eat it, so it's considered bread. But in terms of Shabbos, when you eat something mufashik, that's not fashik, it's not considered food, and therefore the shear of Shabbos is not mitzvah. And with this, we finished Perek. That's very small. We're continuing with our love. When it comes to liquid, what is the shear? So why the shear is enough to make kiddush, which is several revias of wine, and 3/4 of a revias of water. When it comes to milk, as much as it's swallowed. Honey, much as you put on balloon. And oil enough to avoid a small lip. Water, in order to make it impact for an eye, and other liquids, is and other waste liquids, is a reveal. Rabbi Shimon says, all the shear in the Mishnah are one, that is a reveal. If you decided to keep and hide, put aside the smaller shear that you just created, the smaller shear of you. The ones you decide that something is valuable, then you don't want to share the Mishnah, even less than those shear. Also, Chaim and Yitzhak have a wonderful day.
Waffles, apples, oranges, fruit, white bread, rye bread, English muffin, coffee's 24 hours, fresh coffee, coffee maker in your room, a gym that wasn't bad, a heated pool outside, wake-up call, a business office with 3 different terminals that you don't have to pay for. So when I'm flying with my family, I know that I can wake up and just already take care of it. Most with the shear of itself, family is ready to go on vacation,
Therefore,
I
why
just say
the shear
simply,
is
guess what? People are going to go there.
because in order to drink wine, you need to do it with big parts of water. Asks the Hayel, but it says, is 2 parts water, not 3. In addition to that, but you didn't add the water yet. So why are you Hayel understanding how the order to reveal says Rabbi? Because if the order to reveal is fashion, and in order to be over it has to be something that's fashion, put that in water. Even though you did it, it's fashion. In fact, if you ask me, it's not right. Right is very weak wine. It's 2 parts water to 1 part. Or we're discussing what ratio is bread. 2 parts water, 1 part. The Russian says,
that's the thing. That's the fucking
where wine needs a reveal, or water it's feels of wine. You need to be full desires with you. We have a similar halacha system that says, when it comes to a lot of the debate, where Bishami says it's tar, it's places and we still say it's tough to provided that it's a full reveals.
What do you do? You give away 6 beers for $1 a bucket. That's not gonna make people come in. That's gonna make fucking alcoholics come in. Comedy contest.
When it comes to Tumah, the shears is when it comes to Shabbos, the shears are revealed. Therefore, it's no correlation between the US.
$500 when it goes necessarily. Go right up the collar.
It requires anxiety. But wine needs a lot more than a reveals to create. And therefore, Or if you get down, you stop and listen because I still
So you have to pray
why?
like tomorrow.
Maybe you're ready later. Maybe you need that. You have a reveal. On the other hand,
If you ever saw that East Coast,
why this thing
they're happy.
or reveals? Perhaps love the sleeper is less than
There's 1,000 fucking bars. There's a bar in every strip club.
which they uses the word.
So you're trying to get all these people, 7 billion. 7 billion people. You're trying to get a percentage.
But there are 3 other Chinese
Unfortunately,
that
it
have
is, man, because
spelled either way.
now think about it, man.
They're all spelled with I.
Those Thais house,
They are in it. Open-minded, and all with I.
and if you
The
eat it,
build of an
you're
animal
happy.
shear
You
is
think bad.
swallow,
Be the
the
worst.
boat, the build of a woman, and the
Could I would
right
have done
hand
that if the
is
thought was
enough to
the
put
world.
into the anointment called healer. And healer itself is enough.
Can I compete
Mixed
with
with
the
water,
thought
that's the
that
shear
said,
the
how
body
do you
makes
know?
it thick.
You know, vaginal
Rashi
compete
explains talking about
with
putting
game.
this ointment in
No,
2
way,
eyes.
right?
Whoever
That's
says
your
it's
compliment,
enough
man.
to
You're
put 2 eyes,
prepared.
but 2 eyes plus
You
one
ain't
leg
gonna
on your
do it.
finger,
You
which is a larger
not
shear.
everybody has to.
Rab says in a
You can
amazing
take
famous
that, you
saying,
say,
everyone who
what
spoke
you
created
would
this world is for a purpose.
I think you would
Even an annoying fly can serve a purpose
You know, the Lakers are
heal
starting next week.
the bite of a horse.
Chances to fix it, dude.
The sting of
But
a
then
horse.
it's me, you and I. We got burned by
And the
1,000
slug.
We're feeling 1,000 like games. You're ready to go. You got a spot at 9:30. You got a spot at 10:15. You got a spot at 11:45. You got a spot.
And the
Once
snake
you get to the
itself
first spot,
boils the black snake and white snake. You boil them up. Weird other word.
oh, that's the third one. God damn
A
it.
spider can
I
heal.
need this 50 fucking bucks. It's all part of the equation.
But the more thousand of
Now you're late for this one, you're late for the other one, you're late for the other one, you're late for the other one. Now I gotta fucking
one of
pop
them
this
is
fucking
the giant
jerk
is
off.
scared of a certain
So I
animal.
jump up in there, I'm gonna joke about the dog. I don't need that shit in my
The
fucking
one
life.
I think, or
So that's what it
let's
would
say
do.
something similar
The
to
Lakers,
a honey badger,
fuck your night up.
which is known today as a very small animal that's
You know how
fearless
bad they are.
and
For
spears the
our
lion
top
away.
of the season. He's a diamond Lakers.
Elephant is scared of a mosquito going into the snows and
I remember being
scared.
in Houston
And
10 years
scorpion
ago.
is scared of a
Houston
spider.
Rockets was
And
like,
eagle is scared of a swallow.
I didn't give a
And
fuck
the
who was
son is scared of
who was
a killers.
you know, when the Dallas
There are
Cowboys
3
play
animals
against the
that as they
Giants,
age, they get
it's playing
stronger.
Dallas. If it's a 7 o'clock game,
A snake,
I don't give a fuck if you ever been
a
you
fish,
stab
is
somebody in the pussy.
larger as
They're
it
not
grows.
fucking coming to see it, though. They're not coming to watch it. Not when the
If
Dallas.
Terra bumped into a
Never
eagle,
mind Denver.
see, looked like a
Oh, you got a game on a Sunday
I
night.
figured that was a great time
And
for
Denver's
them
on
to have
nationally televised Sunday night. You're in no day.
things
Slow
that
down.
seem mundane.
You're in no day.
And he
You're
started
in
off asking
fucking people that were helmets.
why do
It's a
goats
fucking
go
nightmare.
in front of the sheep?
It's amazing. These are people that's
Goats that are dark, like the fish,
I don't know how people
anything
I don't
below.
know how people can run a farm.
Why
Get
would
pissed off because my dad was in nightclubs.
a tail
Well,
that
the one other
covers
thing he did.
their
And he would have to
rear
like singles
where
parties.
goats don't?
And anytime it snowed or rained or there's something like that, he'd get pissed off. Like when you see the weather or you see like we won the Orioles almost got in. I was like, fuck, I hope. Because like you think like natively bunch of like I just like kill my shots.
Orioles.
Why do cows, bulls have long tails to swat away the flies in the swamps? Why do grasshoppers have very flexible antennas? Because they jump around in trees. They're harder than a break off.
That's a great club.
If someone wants to fly a poor grasshopper or hen, did you do some kind of why not just go from eat the islands of chicken and go from bottom up? Look at all these questions that he asked me. You notice the most things that are real? And he wanted to hear an answer. He wanted to show others explain the deeper meaning behind these questions. And
What's a
he
comedy
says,
club with
you
somebody's
don't
been
really
shot?
want the chicken to be blinded by the smoke.
Comes up with my body, you fucking go away.
Fireplace.
You know,
Then he
you're
asked
fucking
them,
creepy. You're like, you know, it's time to go.
somewhere around 15 words that are made. For instance, he asked them, what does Dasha mean? What's the meaning of Dasha door? And he says, Derek Shah. Go through there. And why is it called the Dark Step? Derek Shah.
What do you do the kid?
They shot the guy the night before. What did he do? I
Lemon
didn't
oil.
do no. I picked him up and read him. I didn't do nothing. I just
It
looked
says
at
the
all
Gemara
past
says a
I can't
swollen
believe I'm
of
doing
a small
comedy
child's
where
Rashi.
somebody got shot
One
last night.
part
Yeah,
of
but
a child's
and I went to bar drinking shots into the spirit of Raymond. I was there, man, when the owner fell off the wagon, bro. He was fucking just pouring in my free drinks. They got fucked up, bro. That was Mark, you know what, Lassa?
Shabbos Abayin Ches. Different items have different shiurim for taking out in Omer and Yitzhak Shabbos taking from one to another. So there's a common use for one item, but a not so common use for the same item. For instance, milk and wine have the common use of drinking. The not so common use is adding to medicine. So we go with the common use, even though the means you have to take out a lot more in order to be Omer and serve itself. One item has two common uses. One is a larger share, one is a smaller share. We'll go with the smaller share. The short, for instance, money. You can use it for medicine. We'll go with the smaller share of medicine right away if you do the smaller share. So the question is, why is it water, which is a common use of food? Not so common use is to add to medicine. Why do we go with the not so common use? It says about it, because the Kohen and Gold, they're very poor. They use water for medicine, so it's common for them to use medicine. Rabbi says it goes anywhere. Not just talking about gold. And since most people don't use wine and milk for medicine, since it leaves some sort of film on the eye, they all use water. Therefore, it's common. We see it from here, a very important concept. Obviously, many more people drink water than adding water to medicine. Yet, since the medicine is common, it's considered common. Actually, we go with the more common. Blood is also pervious. The law says that using blood to heal an eye protrusion called a piercing. They use wild chicken, also in Hebrew is known as fat, or something like that. Using enough blood for one eye. If a person has a cataract, they use enough blood for a mole for one eye. Moles are now inside the house. Cataracts are inside the house. Mucus is a protrusion in the eye. Protrusion is outside. That's how you remember when you does those things. If a Rebbe tells you, I want you to make this and mix some of these items out. It takes a common item that people keep and are interested in. The next thing which is Rabbi, of course, is time. When he takes an item that nobody cares about, what is red? It's time. So this goes according to Shimon Elazar, who holds that once one person makes an item important, it becomes important for the whole world. Because it says it's important for everybody. But once it's ready, it makes it important, then his calendar automatically thinks it's important as well. Chacham agrees with Shimon Elazar when it comes to wastewater. The shear is released. What do you do with wastewater? It uses the need clay. Now we can find that the shear for kneading clay is a lot less. The size of the opening of the hole where you put the bellows in is enough. That's if you already have ready-made clay, since the shear is much smaller. No one is going to go through the tearful and the burden to start making clay from scratch unless it's a much larger shear. Other reveals. But we find that concept later on tomorrow's daf as well. Says the Mishnah, when it comes to rope, the shear is enough rope that you can make a handle for a basket. When it comes to get reed, it's enough to make a sifter to hang up. Now, nobody uses rope on a sifter because that can scratch the sifter. According to Yehuda, enough reed to take a measurement of the kid's foot so you can go to the shoemaker to make him a shoe. Paper, enough for a receipt that you paid your taxes. Once you show the tax collector that you paid your taxes, your receipt has no value. For the review, that it does have a value. Why? Another shot. According to Rabbi, we're dealing with the main tax guy and the smaller tax guy. The main tax guy gives you a code. So if you use that code, you don't really need a receipt. According to Abaya, the tax guy, the main guy, has runners. And if the runners catch you, you want to produce a receipt. According to Review, according to that, you don't really need to produce a receipt. You just go back to the main tax guy and go recognize it. And Ravashi says, people want to keep tax receipts according to Review, so you can show them to other tax collectors, and they'll see that you're a trustworthy person who pays taxes. Once you erase paper, it has no purpose. You can't write on it again. So what can you do now? You can cover a small flask. So the shear is the size of a small flask. When it comes to leather, if it's semi-tan, you can write a tomato, it's just the size of a tomato. Cloth, which we write tefillin, it's berries on, enough to write the smallest partial tefillin, Shema Yisrael, Shema Kina, Shema Chad. Ink, enough to write 2 large letters. Color, which is makeup for the eye, enough to do one eye. Blue, enough to catch birds. Sulfur and tar was enough to make a hole in the jar so the sulfur can come out, and then you plug it up with that sulfur and tar. Wax, enough to plug up a hole. Small crushed brick, enough to put on the opening of the oven that makes gold, Rabbi says, in order to make the tripod on the food, which is also called in Arabic sit, line, which girls use to repair, put one small joint.
He's still gonna go shoot a bunch of Mexicans.
It says enough to put on the ear to make the ear lace flat. According to the Nehemiah, enough to remove the ear in this area.
For real, man, I'm getting good, dog.
Which are full of
it's like surfing, but you lay on
they make
a
this
bodyboard, it's easy. You like lay
is
down on a bed.
enough to make a handle for a basket, suvim, or sieve are the strings that go around the country. People put them in a funnel, and that will catch the sediments of the water. Oil and grease enough to put on the back of bread, put it on the oven so they'll stick to the side of the oven. The size of a cellar, which is a baguette, enough to fill a ball. This is the size of a water. If you take out a shower cup, a shower that says, I know somebody, someone's me money, it has value. But once it's already paid off, you're still fine. Someone's doing things you had before. Rabbi says, you're allowed to keep a star fiber. As long as so it has value for you. Or the Tanakh is not allowed to keep a star fiber out. They go through the problems later on, so it has zero value. According to Abaya, everybody admits that the star was paid off. You're not allowed to keep it in your possession. The Machlokes is, what happens in a case where the loiva admits that he wrote a star? Does he have to be tying that star? Does he have to make a new document stating that the original star is each star? According to Yehuda, since he does not have to produce such a document, so the original star has value. And that's why you take out the original star for a chayim. Rabbi says everybody commits that we would tie it. Like it says, what happens if the loiva doesn't want to take it? And meanwhile, the malva produces the star. And he takes it out and pushes around. Since that star has value now, because he uses to and without it he cannot. Therefore, this time, Rashi says we're talking about the loiva, not the malva. We're talking about a special document that the loiva has in his possession that says paid off already. And he uses that document to show other lenders that he's a trustworthy borrower. He pays off his debt. Therefore, it has Shabbos, it has Hashivas, and you're hired to pay it out.
Yeah, so I've been doing that lately. I go with no shirt on. And I got caught in a rip, bro. A rip is going out. There's a waiver, and it's been sticking to people out in the ocean, and a lot of people drowned. So I was caught into that shit, dude. I was fucking scared. The one took me 100 yards. Oh man, I swam sideways.
Shabbos Dafayim says, when it comes to hide leather, shear is the size of a conveyor. In order to be over mitzvah, going from one domain to another domain, you have to take out the size of an amulet. Not only that, this size of an amulet applies to everything. Whether it's a highest tan, untan, you want to tan it, you don't want to tan it. Not only that, if you're tanning high, what's the shear to be high for tanning? The size of an amulet. Similarly, we say the same thing by spitting. The office of the labin, the nabbits, the tangle, the dye, the type of spit are all the same exact shears, even though some of them are before the finished product. After the shear is the same, this is a different thing times two. Anytime you find the consistency shear, that the shear is a lot larger before the finished product versus after the finished product, that is because people don't want to burden themselves with a small shear. They'll only take care of that melacha when there's a larger shear. For instance, here's an example of when it comes to herbs. So Zayah dies before you cook the herbs. The shear is much larger. It's the size of a walnut, enough to dye a full svacha. A woman's cat. But once it's cooked, then the size is the Dugma is a sample of cloth that vendors will show different colors. The Ira, the size that you put on the device that holds the Ira screen that goes through the chest. The end has a small piece of fabric that keeps the thread from unraveling. It's much smaller than it's fluffy. And then again, that's because people don't want to bother with undone products, so therefore the uncooked salmon have a much larger share when it comes to seeds. Unplanted seeds, the share is much greater than planted seeds. Unplanted seeds are either, according to Tanakh, enough to have a gregaris, it's like less than gregaris, it's 5 seeds. Once they're planted, it's 1 seed for a leek or a cabbage, according to Rabbi Rothschild. Again, people don't want to be check themselves with 1 seed unless it's planted. When it comes to wastewater, we say that wastewater is the shearer's rubias in order to knead flame.
I don't know
the
what you
clays
guys
are
call it,
kneaded,
but my mom called
then
it
the
eggs
shear is
and
much
baskets.
smaller
Toast with
size
an egg in the middle.
I saw that in a movie.
There are 2 levels,
I saw that.
3 stages that is when you make pie, you can pie. The name involves salt, flour, and gold. If there's only salt, that's called kifa, and the shear of that piece of pie is becoming. If there's salt and flour added, so no gold, that's called kefira. The shear of that is right. The main essential fruit you get, and the name
Isn't it better than butter and toast? Like actual butter, so when it gets like
no
the
salt
butter really gets in there.
or flour or gold, that's called matzah. Plate like matzah.
Right now.
That sizes in order to get.
No, tell me I haven't had it yet.
That's a much larger shear than kefira, and that's because it's moist and not
and pato sauce.
the two of measures some other people sit or stand on a piece of fabric leather, as we had the other day, maybe a week ago or so. It's 3 by 3 fucking for a piece of cloth, 4 by 4 fucking for a sack, 5 by 5 for a piece of leather. All of a sudden now it's 5 by 5 fucking for leather. And not the size of Kamea. And the answer is because we're dealing with something that's really hard. The only thing you can produce from this leather are tables and things like that. It said in the Mishnah that flap is enough shear for flap is enough to write the smallest part of the film, which is shema. The Brisa says sustos is enough to write a mezuzah. What's the sustos? Well, the partial comes in something called fill. Separate the two. We have the part closer to the flesh of the animal is called sustos, and the part closer to the ear of the animal is called flap. According to Kaisvas. And according to Kaisvas, we write on the part that's further away, on the opposite side of the ear and the opposite side of the flesh. Tefillin are only written on flap. Mezuzah, it's going to be the Gemara is written on flap, but also on the sustos. So Torah is written on flap, the sustos, and on the fill when there's no classes. Sustos, which is not row for tefillin, therefore it needs a larger shear size of a mezuzah. Sometimes you can call the parsha of tefillin by the name of mezuzah. For instance, the halacha is that if tefillin has the ritzua, you shouldn't touch it. That's one of the 18 enactments of the Shammai. If you're probably dying and having your hands for tefillin, Surah by itself, not. It says you have to touch the actual box of the tefillin. It says you have to touch the actual mezuzah, meaning the parsha of the tefillin. Rav says a statement. Sustos is like flap. It's from the Gemara. What meant to say is, opposite of what you think, that flap is like the sustos. In other words, just like the mezuzah, when you written on the sustos, it can also be written on flap. The halacha is that if you put in the tefillin, and you're about to put in the shavings, do not cut out the parsha of the mezuzah and use it as a mezuzah. Because malam that kodesh for every reason, you don't go downwards and you should go upwards. You have to be talking about that the tefillin were written in the flap, and therefore to write the mezuzah, even a mezuzah, on flap according to the mayor holds that it's right with the flap since it's better for the mezuzah. It's the last longer, better to protect like that. Having wonderful.
And that was a scene that I learned over and over. I had to learn it, and after a while, I got good at it, you know. But yeah, money got time, bro. But now, man, I don't know. But acting glands are good, man. If you want to go, if you're like an ugly guy, you want to hang out with hot chicks.
Shabbos daf pay. How much
chicks,
does one have to take out from the Shusayot?
Sometimes I feel like
so two letters work. It doesn't matter if it's
the
dry,
glass room to
if it's
entice
10, or
and let me
well,
to throw in
two
another
letters
300.
the word remains a suffix. What happens if you take one letter's worth of 10 and
Hot
one
chicks,
letter's
bro,
worth
in the
of
room.
12?
So
Or
it is the acting glands.
depends.
They're
A different combination. Take it. Says Rabbi, we know that when it comes to a saw, a person has to lift something up and place it down in the second domain. Writing consists of putting down. So if you're walking Rosh Hashanah, while you're walking, right, it says put it in its resting place in Rosh Hashanah. If you wrote one letter, and in one awareness you wrote the second letter, however, by the time you wrote the second letter, the first letter dried up. The two letters do not combine to create a shear, and you are right. If you put down a half a shear in Rosh Hashanah, a half a fig, if you had a chance to put down the second half in order to shaver the first half, it's as if it all came into two and two halves were not combined. A person puts down a half a shear, which is around, and he takes the second half and he doesn't place it down, but he walks above the first half. And he's within 3 tefachim. You have the concept of lava, which is within 3 tefachim, is as if it was touching the other piece, and they combine for one journey's time. If a person takes out an object, half a shear, and another half a shear, into a second half. They are mitzvah as one. Yossi says if there's a rishus between them, it separates the two rishus around and it's called. What about a carmel? A carmelist divides the two. That's considered another rishus, and therefore he's called. Rama says a carmelist is something the Rabbanan is not mafsik. It's not considered another rishus. Rama says even a beam between the two rishus around is enough to create a separation. So don't combine this scene because a husband gives his wife his domain just to be printed again, and to get lands on a beam. It's not considered your wife's because the beam is a different issue. How much makeup, eyeliner, is one chayiv? Well, it depends. In the cities where women dress more tznius and they only show one eye, so they would use eyeliner for one eye, so the shear is one eye. In the villages, people didn't have so much practice, so they didn't have to cover both eyes. So both of their eyes were uncovered, and they would put eyeliner on both of their eyes. Therefore, the shear is for 2 eyes. Which tells us wax, the shear is a very small amount to plug a small hole that wine, which is very thin, come out of, not oil or honey. Glue, which is a lot of glue. Sulfur and tar, what they do is they have a flask, the mercury, and they would fill the flask with tar. They would punch a hole in the tar to let out the mercury. So they would plug that hole with tar. So that plug is the amount of tar, which is a very small amount. Rabbi Yehuda is consistent throughout all the Mishnayos here, and he always takes a smaller measurement. We saw that by the measurement according to Yehuda was to measure a child's foot to make a loop on a sifter. When it comes to our Mishnah, Charsis is crushed the hole on a
It's easy.
it's the thick, which is a smaller
Chicken soup, and they have
cheese enchilada. How much here are you hiding here outside? Enough to mix and flight. How much are you hiding? Enough to make the the core that creates gold, which is a smaller measurement. Line enough to cover a girl's finger.
That's the first place I ate.
Mark tells us that a girl that isn't 12 years old and she's embarrassed over here, if she's young, if she's poor, if she's lying, if she's wealthy, she should use fine flour. If she's kings, she's a princess, she should use shemen hamor. Like in Megillah says, Rabbi says it's oil. Rabbi Yirmiyah says it's olive oil.
It's still there. It's when I put 7-Eleven and all this line. I have to do that in 10 years. Yeah, we talked about it. He's still there.
And plus
still there.
no
Chicken burrito.
skin. The Lord tells the Rabbi, did so for his daughter. He took limb by limb, one at a time, covered it in lime, and he was able to get a great guy for his daughter who actually gave him 400. So his boy that noticed this, his money for his daughter, and he covered her in one shot. His daughter passed out. He went around screaming, Bibi killed my daughter, Bibi killed my daughter. Says her doctor, his own Reb Bibi, had to do so because drink a lot of beer. Beer causes the hair to become dark. Had the Mishnah review, this says how much lime? Enough for two people. Rabbi Rothschild says on Bibi, what does this mean? The Bibi was talking about the side of the hair down. And according to Rabbi Rothschild, it means the shave right over here, this area. This one says we're talking about a barrel. We're not talking about a head of a human being. And the barrel has two spigots. And in order to cause a spigot to fill up the barrel, you put some lime in there, says the Gemara. But that's not going to hold. The wine will corrode the lime, and the wine will come out. It says we're talking about a measuring cup. In order to make the station in the measuring cup, for instance, in East English, we had a measuring cup called the hin. The hin halfway was for the par, a third was for the ayil, a quarter was for the keves. More of the pshat is the forehead. Put on the forehead. It says the more story about a forehead. In Golo, they asked the Golo, somebody that came from Golo, to keep the bubble, they asked them to darshan and meiser public, and I have reason to show now who was the meiser public. And he said, no, I can't. Because one shot is, he said, Rabbi Chemio, darshan and meiser public, he came important and bit him. According to others, the shot is himself darshan and a horn came bit him on the forehead. It was very interesting that Ben Yoda says that in time of Megeva, you're supposed to wear a mask, not like today, over our mouth and nose, but rather on the forehead. And Jesus Gemara explained that the forehead is where the mouth Hamama sees a person's deeds. So if you cover the forehead, you won't have any clue. Says the Mishnah, how about red clay? He says enough to seal a cargo sack on a ship, to seal a letter, fertilizer, and very thin sand for the Kiva, enough to fertilize one cabbage or another sheet of enough to fertilize a leaf. You have a reed, what you did right, make a pen. It has to come up to the joints of the fingers and the fingers. Shining Gemara taking is the joint that connects to the hand, where it's this joint over here. If the reed is too thin, you can't make a pen out of it, or it's broken enough, use it as fuel to cook. The fastest cooking ever is chicken egg mixed with oil on the stove, the size of a briquette. Not an egg, but the size of a briquette. Thick sand, enough to have a trowel full. In other words, sand is good for lime. It doesn't want to be that says that the children of mice can't use lime. Or according to Rabbi, it's according to everybody. In other words, sand is really bad for lime. And the sand can cool itself before since you can't use lime. By adding sand, nowadays, it makes the lime darker, and therefore, you use it as a wonderful day.
The ones I did, like the first 4 or 3 were done by the one director. It wasn't bad. I like then they got this other guy, and he comes from the editing thing. So he shoots everything halfway. So let's say right now we're shooting the scene, right? So we're facing this way today. He'll shoot the scene from over here. He'll cut it. We won't shoot again, and he's facing this way.
Shabbos Pei Aleph. How much bone do you have to take out for one just another just in order to tie it? I'm a hole enough to make the small spoon going to be Yehuda, enough to make the teeth of a lot. Before you put those teeth into a lot, they don't serve any purpose, so they are kahar, they're not the tuma. Once you put them into a lot, they are the tuma. But the etzem, simple pieces of bone that have no shape, have no form, are not like wood, they are like metal that are tuma. Once you attach them to a gate, they become the chumah the karka, they can attach to the ground, no longer, and they become kalbo tuma. How much glass they have to take out from one way to another in order to tie it? Enough to sharpen a weaver's tool. Some say enough to cut 2 woven threads from the spool, from the loom. A stone. How large of a stone are you chayiv on? Enough that has enough mass that you can throw it at a bird, or it doesn't get Yitzhak, it's enough to throw it at an animal, and it has to be significant. The animal feels it. How much? It weighs utensils. Usually, stones are muktzah. However, when it comes to Kodah Brias, human dignity, a woman relaxed that restriction. Someone came into the base measure and asked, how many stones is one permitted to bring into the bathroom to use as toilet paper? So they told him 3. And it's the same athletics. Mayor and Peter when it comes to Esrog. Mayor says that Esrog has to be a minimum of a walnut, but Peter says a minimum of an egg. And the same thing applies here when it comes to the stones. Mayor says 3 stones that are the size of a walnut will be the system. Stone the size of a However, the Chachamim is told that it's 3 different sizes. One is the size of an olive, the other is the size of a walnut, and the other one is the size of an egg. And you use them consecutively. It says Zayin, wait a minute. Does that mean I have to carry around a scale? I think I exact measurement. So he said, you're right. The shear is whatever fits into your hand. We don't care, 5 stones, 2 stones, what size, whatever fits into your hand, that is the shear. Yannick says, if it's a permanent bathroom, so whatever fits into your hand, whatever you're not going to use now, you'll use later because it's not good for the job for no reason. However, if it's not a permanent bathroom, then the shear is gray, like the pocket, meaning the middle. We have olive, walnut, egg. The middle one, the size of a walnut. Rabbi says it's also used for toilet paper. You're not allowed to use something called pipes, which are pebbles that crumble. Rabbi says you're not allowed to. They would, in order if somebody was constipated, they would massage with some sort of stone. So you're not allowed to massage on Shabbos with stone or sand because this places you're not going to shear here. If you do it till after that, instead of holding it with a full hand, hold it with 2 fingers. That's what they take a mortar, which is designed to crush something. So it's like this. We want to use that for toilet paper. If it has remnants that somebody else used it before, so nobody's going to use this any longer for klisharak, this is then it's use it for toilet paper. What if it got washed off with rainwater? Let's just see some remnants. It's a new thing. Why is it kasha? There are 10 things that enhance or help the ability to have hemorrhoids. One of them is using a stone that somebody else used already. Like you say, they're using that. So the one brings beetroot roots in. It's also to use a stone that somebody else used when it's moist, or if it's used on both sides. Or it's a stone that somebody else used. Here we're dealing with a stone that you yourself. What are the other 9 things? Or it says, if you eat leaves, or grape leaves, or rigid meat like tongue, esophagus, esophagus, without salt, the spine of a fish, herring that's not completely cooked, the sediment of wine, leaves, if somebody uses lime or earthenware for toilet paper. And some say even somebody that eats himself straighten out his neck in the bathroom. What about doing extra tears on Shabbos, carrying up these stones for toilet paper to the top floor? What Rabbi allows us to see in the Torah was relaxed when it comes to Hashem's Aveda. If somebody's Zokim Aveda, Chacham doesn't have to return an Aveda if it's below his dignity. So Chacham will be relaxed when it comes to toilet paper. It's not similar to the case the Gemara says of somebody that got a piece of meat stuck between his teeth. Also, the dignity, he wants to remove it and he wants to use a splinter that's left up. We don't care, we say you can't use it. Why? Because he should have been prepared with toothpicks before the meal, but when it comes to a bathroom, people don't know where they're going to have to use it. Maybe somebody will be occupied, will have to use a different bathroom. You can't be prepared. It's usher to walk on a plowed field, even during the weekday, because you're ruining the other person's plow. On Shabbos, there's another issue of using a bathroom in a plowed field because you might have to take a stone and cover a hole, and as we learned earlier, that consists of harisha. If it's in your house, that would be boila, smoothing out the floor. It's mutter to use a stone that has on the other side grass. If you pull the grass out, we're high on toilet. But we're not concerned to do it. It's no scamming, and it's certainly not of segregation. You want to bring it over there. In those days, they would plant planters that had holes in them and use them as kaparas. So take it and go around the heads and times and say, Zechalifos and cross it, throw it into the river, do it cashless with the kaparas. You're allowed to lift it up on Shabbos even if it has grass growing at the bottom. Based on this halach, they let it go grass. Says the Lord wants the connection. Stone, I need to do it, I need it right now for your dignity, but I don't have to do it. Rabbi says I love that if I have this and it's on top of a stand, and they lower it to the ground. That would be planting on Shabbos. Now it gets more moisture out of the ground. And if the reverse is on the ground and they put it on the stand on Shabbos, that would be toilet. Both these surim would be only midrabbanan. The Bergen says not only is it also to use earthenware during the weekday because of kishul, even on Shabbos it's also to use. You'd rather use a stone than earthenware, even though earthenware is less muktzah than a stone. Because kishul, Roth explains the Bergen that we're talking about. He's talking about the problem with voices shearing here on Shabbos and Dr. Mitzvah. It's also the issue is the Bergen passes like the Stam Mishnah holds that a nazir could shampoo his head even though he might tear out some hair by mistake. Dr. Mitzvah is mutter, and now we're saying it's false. But here's the Rabbi Rothschild were on a boat. And the guy wanted to go onto the boat, and he said no. So she said, if you don't let me go on, I'm going to stop the boat fishing. And she did. She didn't let the boat go, and they said something, and it started moving. She didn't realize it. She thought that her fish didn't work, and she said, the reason why it's not working is because you don't use earthenware as toilet paper, and you don't kill a louse on your clothing, and you don't take out vegetables from a bundle before you want to. In other words, the Gemara, seems like from the Gemara, the Rabbi Rothschild is water going around these things. And that's why it did work, but she didn't realize it. Wonderful thing.
Last week we had MMA fighter Mariano Mendoza, the big motherfucker, like the music he's considered the Mexican Devo. Pretty much most of my guests on my podcast are people I run into. You know, like if I see somebody, all right, motherfucker, you should appear on my podcast big time. It was all right, big time. So I haven't seen Emilio.
Shabbos after base, the famous Rav Huna asks Rabbi his son, I don't understand. Why don't you take advantage of the Rav Hizda, who's extremely smart and sharp? Says Rabbi, because every time I go to him, I don't learn Torah. He teaches us how to use the bathroom. Don't sit down quickly. Don't strain yourself. The body has 3 shini karkashta. You might blow one out. You know, systems. He says, you need to learn how to save yourself, how to keep your body intact. And a person has 2 options of toilet paper. One is a stone, and one is a shard of earthenware. Which one should you use? Earthenware is dangerous. It can cut you. This kishul. A stone is muktzah. Says Rav Huna, use the stone rather than use something sakana. Says Rav Hizda, no. It's better to use shard than to use muktzah. In fact, the Brisa says just like Rav Hizda, you should use the earthenware. So what's Rav Huna going to do? Rav Huna will say that Brisa is talking about earthenware that's not dangerous at all. It's nice and smooth. What if a person has 2 options? Grass and a stone. According to the second Shana Rashi, we're talking about Shabbos. Grass is also slightly invasive and dangerous. Machlokes Rav Hizda and Rav Huna. The big problem is there's a concept when it comes to toilet paper that you're not allowed to use toilet paper that's flammable. Why we use it today is a different problem. When everyone talks about it, the Ramah says that's what people do. Some say, how do we use grass as the Gemara? Because this grass is moist, and therefore it's not flammable. The person needs to go to the bathroom. He needs to relieve himself and he'll get himself back. Machlokes is what happens between Rav Hizda and Rav Huna. Either we'll have bad breath, Rashi explains, decaying food will rise, or we'll simply have bad body odor from the Brisa's mashma that is bad body odor. If a person physically can't relieve himself, constipated, number of tricks. According to Rav Hizda, should stand up and sit down, standing up and sit down. In fact, Rabbi says, I saw one as a child, and so it spills out like a pot that spills over. Rav Huna says, the person not only should stand up and sit down, that's great, but he also has to walk a little bit. Find another place. Therefore, this fits into the halacha that the person is about to have a very long meal and is embarrassed to stop the meal and take a break. So before the meal, you should either walk 4 times 10 amas or 10 times 4 amas, which is helpful in the Mishnah tells us if a person has a piece of earthenware, shard of earthenware, what is the shear that it can hire for itself taking out from one shus to another shus? The Computer says enough that you cook 2 beans, you stack up. Rabbi says enough to hold a big hole, 5. Rabbi says enough to hold a refius of water. Rabbi says, I have a zeicher hint from the Pasuk. And the Navi talks about the Churban. Baruch is going to destroy things to the point where you can't even hold a coal in a piece of earthenware. So you see, earthenware, in order to be fashion, has to hold a coal. Says Rabbi, but if you just continue to the end of the Pasuk, it says, and they're going to destroy to the point where you can't hold water in the earthenware. Rabbi will explain that what the Pasuk is saying is, first, will destroy everything that has value, such as things that hold fire. And then it'll destroy things that, even things that don't have value. From the pasuk itself, you can understand that the major shear of holding fire is greater than the shear of a root. Because it just makes sense. The pasuk starts off with a large item. I will destroy the larger item. Then it goes over the destroy the smaller item. Such a value, that's how you have to explain it in our Mishnah as well. We're dealing with a very large bonfire. You cannot walk over to a large bonfire with a small piece of shard, put it away, and pick up a pole. You'll get hurt. You're dealing with a very large piece of earth, so that from a distance you can grab a pole. And with that we finish the parak, and we begin the parak, Omer Mekiva. We're dealing with a bunch of Mishnayos that teach us where we learn different halachas. Not necessarily have to do with Hilchos Shabbos. Eventually we're going to get to Hilchos Shabbos of Mila. And the first halacha is about Avodah Zarah. It says, I know that Avodah Zarah ba'asmachta, not a mafusha pasuk, but some hint from a pasuk. Avodah Zarah is mitame b'masa. Maga is if you touch something. Masa, if you lift up Avodah Zarah, even though you're not physically touching it, it's in a box. You become tummy, just like a nida. If Anita picks something up,
Don't forget to sign up for Dollar Shave.
says, his rate, money, double. You should throw out Avodah Zarah like Anita. Say Tomar Lord, get out of here, Avodah Zarah. The Brisa says that if a Jew built a wall, and then another Jew built 3 walls around his wall, and made that wall that the Jew built with Avodah Zarah, and the wall fell down, the Jew can no longer rebuild that wall because he's hoping Avodah Zarah. What does he do with the broken? First of all, he has to distance himself 4 hours from that wall and build another wall. But what does he do with leftover stones? They are mitama, according to Rabbi Kiva, b'masa, just like Anida. Rabbi explains that according to everybody, Avodah Zarah has hekesh to Mida, and therefore Avodah Zarah is mitama b'masa. Where is the machlokes? Machlokes is in a concept called Eved Misam. Eved Misam is a very large boulder that's suspended, and if there's a Zara Mida on top, it's unbelievable finish until it travels right through the stone, which is typically the stone is the top of any tree that's below the stone. Machlokes says, do we learn that concept that is by Anida? You learn that concept to Avodah Zarah? He says yes. And Chachamim say no because we learn from the Sheretz. The Sheretz does not have that tone. What is it to do that Hekesh that we learn from Sheretz? That the Mishamshim Avodah Zarah, that whole Avodah Zarah is not Matama. Masa means Matama b'maga. What do I do with the Hekesh of Avodah Zarah? Anida, that's Matama b'masa. But there is no Eved Misam. Why? Because the one who learned the Hekesh of Nida, Avodah Zarah, who does the concept of a bar. That is, if you live, that's what it's not. If you fall from a Nida, that you live loses the Tumas Nida, gains in Tumas Abraham and Achai, so it's Matama Ga'oyel, the Masa B'maga, but not the Eved Misama. So too, Avodah Zarah is not Matama, the Eved Misama, and it's not Matama, the Bar. In fact, Rav Chama, Tamara's dad, had a suffix whether or not this Ivarim, if a limb of Avodah Zarah is detached, one of these attachable Avodah Zarah's pieces come on and off. One piece came off. Is that the Kama Ivarim? Over you see it's not. According to Chama. Obviously, we have to say Rav Chama was asking who are they kidding? But Ezra Kiva uses Hekesh all the way through, even if it means that it will be a Kula, by saying that there is no Tuma on that area. We'll also learn the whole shot of the Gemara. According to everybody, there's no Evan is sounded by Evan.
Now,
Even if there's no concept of Evan sounded by Evan. So where's the place for the Kiva? Whether or not this person mindset by Evan Kiva says yes, I learned from me that it's massive. But say no, I learned from Sheretz that there's no Tumas mindset. Everybody learns the Hekesh that from Sheretz, that the Shamshim of Sheretz, the Tzvi of Avodah Zarah is not a common master. And Rabbanan are going to learn the Hekesh Tanida that there's no Tumah. And a wonderful thing.
But Janet came through. Janet Jackson came through with all of them at the end. She was like the coach, but she was going on with her. Right? Oh, yeah, her album came out. It's coming out. You got a world tour. It's like 3 tickets. There's 12 tickets.
hours for free on fucking YouTube. Oh shit. Yeah, hey, listen, man, you kidding?
How do you learn certain halachas that are not necessarily connected to Shabbos? How do you know these halachas not based on a pure code, rather on a smachta that could be right from a puzzle? How do you know that Shikazera, the Nikim of Goyla has Riyah, viable? How do you know that the common woman they after relation? Because it says a puzzle, you the fighting separate from your wife 3 days. And this is the reason because we want the women to be the higher during the fire. How do you know that? Because Shabbos, she's had a good run. Look up hot water for basic 3 days after Christmas. It says by Shem, the Jimmy lady waiting for 3 days after Christmas. When they're saying, see that 3 days after Christmas, the baby's considered a further Shekhanah, how Shabbos knows that. How do you know that the fire of Shalea, the one who goes to throw a foot on your kipper, you grab a band of from red band, and another band. You watch the band change colors from red to white. There's a possible sign that says, if you're sick by red, they turn the white to snow. How do you know that I'm put there now that I'm going to show now that put oil on your body just like now? Because the word sun and water come in the same puzzle, the function might be pure body, just a shadow bad moisa. This is my question whether an anonymous Mishnah can go and put different. If you hold that established could go according to the tradition is not go according to what's on the writing. Hold that I have a coming Janet Jackson. Any place, anytime. Say if you go according to the by me that. Yeah, that is my album. Say 3 days. You're coming. Say 3 days you are coming. What the Zayas said says that woman let the Zazera stay up for 3 days. In other words, minimum, white maximum price. One is 9 to 12 hours. If the relationship were at the real end of the person that leads this person was destroyed as only from the second level. It is all the way to the beginning of the dating relationship. Then she has 4 items, 2 from the first day, 12-hour period from the second. The slow says no, it's 3 days. That's slow. 3 days, but maximum have 3 24-hour periods, which is times 12, which is 6 hours. And 5 items, relation were the midday of the first day. 4 items, relation was all at the tail end of the first day, right left the bonus. 2 24-hour periods, 4 times 12. The computer says there's always 5 items, regardless. It's exactly 60 hours. No longer focused. So even if she's a relationship of a few hours thinking of first item, we go 2 hours until the last item. It's always exactly 60 hours. According to the hundred, it's exactly 72 hours. Fully safe. Of course, they have very chemo. They get 5 items. 5 times 12. Oh, yeah. If you hold the Moshe Rabbeinu always ascended, went up to Shemayim, and they prayed, and always came down at day. Therefore, if Moshe Rabbeinu came down on the 12th day of the first, that's 12 hours into the 4th day, because Wednesday starts at Shkia. Therefore, he's only left with 12 hours for Wednesday, plus another 48 hours for Friday, and then every piece of work there was. He was the guy that played the Spanish. He's nobody working with me on Friday nights. They are not required because it's fully done. A woman has to wait until the sun goes down, but she wants to make the after sun goes down, and therefore she has to wait until the following night. So, Shabbos morning, they were in a state of coma. So, the more that's not a problem, so the prayer in a state of coma, right? However, that never happened. Because a single woman in Kaistrol that was in a state of blood, the woman making her go before sundown on Friday. And they were once sundown on Friday day, they were no longer together. But according to the Kiva, why couldn't the folks on Friday night? It was already a 60-hour period from Wednesday.
Have you seen that season yet? No, I haven't.
Friday night, 60 hours. The answer was the third day to give us tonight. It wasn't one relationship, but this is over 30. One relation to see Mata Torah in broad states. So why could a client scroll look like it's on the system comes over? Why do you have to go Friday night? That makes sense. Some people, we go
This is a great work episode.
We would wait for this one to let's say only took 5 minutes for it to go to the meeting. That's 5 minutes of physical Torah.
Then I got to do things to and after that, I got to look in here and see what they ever said about teenage
How
sex.
long could a last by woman? That's one by woman. But by now, everybody agrees that if the zera on clothing that's moist, it's common forever as long as it's moist. What are the main differences? This is what I like. Zera only remains for 2 days to the summer. Then all because this woman is Jewish and she has mitzvah she's stressed out about, and therefore her body destroys the zera. But let's say Gaya doesn't have these mitzvahs. Perhaps in Gaya, that's very much. Her body is also able to destroy the zera in 3 days. Another question is what about the animal? Zera is an animal that traps the zera. It doesn't use oxygen to it. It's able to destroy it, but an animal doesn't have a place to put it out. Perhaps the zera is going to take it. For example, everybody, high school arrived in Sinai on the first day. And everybody learned that Moshe Torah was given on Shabbos. The places of the holds that Moshe was on Sunday, and Rabban holds that Moshe was on Monday. According to everybody, the day they arrived in Shul, they didn't really say that all the same they have for Sunday notice, they didn't relate anything that was wrong with holding to the twice because of the extraneous situation that caused the way of the way, they tried. The following day, hold up, but nothing will be according to the basic that's happened on Monday, but for one of them happened on Tuesday. The following day, he told him the mitzvah of Akbala don't come next to Sinai, according to the reality that happened on Tuesday, according to the Haman that happened on Wednesday. And on the following day, he told us about Russia, so the Wednesday, and then Rabban will have this on Thursday. So that is the focus, and this is going to discuss tomorrow, whether the pre-shop separation was on Wednesday, and give us on Thursday, have a wonderful day.
He was a bad motherfucker. Yeah, he spit message. Dog, put on the episode with the Japanese. So he's there with his son, Japanese real estate. See what you get. See what you get. You know, speaking of old stuff, man, I was watching it 2 years ago. Well, they did a reunion in New York or some shit. Yeah. Which one?
Shabbos definitely Zion. According to Rabbi Yossi, Rosh Chodesh was on a Sunday. Rabbi Baruch commanded Israel to separate from the wives on Thursday. And Matan Torah happened on Shabbos. The issue is that the Pasuk says, "V'kidashtem hayoim u'machar." Only 2 days separation. If so, Wednesday and Thursday, but the Thursday will be on Friday, not on Shabbos. The same issue is with the Pasuk. Now you will find it like you're on the third day. It's a good thing to have Torah. The Yossi must explain that make sure that being added an additional day on his own. He said, tomorrow, Baruch says, tomorrow he meant a full day, 24 hours. So therefore, if it's 2 days, it's 2 times 24 hours, so I have to add another day. Baruch agrees with him that so in the third.
It's having fun, brother.
This is one of the key things that Moshe Rabbeinu did on his own. Baruch agreed with Moshe Rabbeinu when Moshe Rabbeinu separated from his wife. Moshe Rabbeinu made it out of Chayma. If Klal Yisrael have a date with Baruch, they know exactly when you're going to receive the Torah. As Moshe said, they have to separate from the wives 3 days earlier. So I Moshe Rabbeinu speaks to me all the time, and I don't know exactly when he'll speak to me. I just want to separate from my wife, and I just Baruch. You see that whole I'm making money. Or email that I never done. Baruch said, I commanded Moshe Rabbeinu to do so. Moshe Rabbeinu came up with this own idea by himself. I mean, Baruch was with Sam and
I think he is because he was in that one movie.
If the Korban Pesach cannot be done by a Mumar, certainly Klal Yisrael or Mumar, they should receive the Torah, and he brought the Torah and he agreed, like it says, Asher Shibarto. Asher It says in the Bryce on the Shlish. The third day, and before
it was cool, man.
Moshe Rabbeinu started talking to Klal Yisrael about the Torah, about the Torah.
He was
It was
good.
the third day.
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, he was good. His message
And
was
the
good.
third day of the week,
Yeah, he's awesome. Like, I didn't even know he gave me a credit.
that was played that
They
she
looked
heard
pretty, you
on
know.
Monday.
My name was under Chris Rock.
So it happened actually,
Yeah.
the third day that we're talking about was on a Wednesday. So let's say this goes according to the guys. Moshe said, "Oh Hashem, there's three sukkahs." One says, Moshe returned that which right was Christ was. And then it says, "Vayani Moshe to the Hashem." Number of Shabbat. Yossi Rehuda says that on the third day, we were commanded by Yisrael on a Kabbalah. Don't touch the mountain.
Yeah, brother. You know, grinding. You know, I had to get out of that little
That
language world. You know,
first
that
Moshe
language
Rabbeinu told Yisrael about the Einish.
And I was like, I know I'm going to go explore adventure. And I'm eating other people. I love it, man. One thing about the West.
Distance. Keep away. And afterwards, Moshe Rabbeinu told him about the fire about the Lord. Like Yagate is also about God. Things like you can't people like God. People come close. Some say the opposite. First, Moshe Rabbeinu talking about the fire about the award. But Yosef is looking at
We got this down, man.
Then afterwards, he talked about the Einish, about a punishment. Like Yagate is also says Rashi, the bitter vegetable.
You don't believe me.
As it says, Shish, on the sixth day. Sixth day of the month. Machlokes, according to Yossi, it means the sixth day of the month, the sixth day of the week, on Friday. According to Rava, it's the sixth day from when they rested. According to Rabbi Yaakov, the same day that they rested is the day that they left. So these are fundamental machlokes. By Yisrael, we say Shabbos. The halachas of Shabbos before Matzah. The question is, what did they receive? Did they receive all the halachas, including Chumen, which explains it means being soft, and they wouldn't be able to travel. And therefore, when they traveled on Sunday, it means they traveled and they rested within the same day. But perhaps they should stop with Shabbos, but they didn't receive the Isser of Mitzvah. Therefore, it's not that they traveled on Shabbos and still didn't have that is.
It really affected. And this is what happened. I mean,
Says in the Brisa,
there was a strike here in 2007.
First, the chef to the
Yeah, it was like the screen actor.
That man,
Screen
was
actor.
back as the
Really
hundreds,
fucked a lot of
and
people.
the following day,
And one of
on
them
15
was
months,
the
she
download.
left
Right.
Mitzrayim.
And I remember in those days,
You know,
let me tell you something.
I got no every day of the week, the 15th of the month goes out. That means Rosh Chodesh was that same day.
My bread and butter.
Bryce says that was a Thursday. They left on Thursday.
Yeah,
That was
my
Rosh
wife,
Chodesh.
when I picked her up, didn't really know what I meant.
Rosh Chodesh is on a
But
Thursday.
she said to me, where you
Then
going?
the following Rosh Chodesh
I was
is
really going
always
to present something else.
one day after
You know, to pick up
Thursday,
80 bucks.
or 2 days
That was
after
my
Thursday.
cocaine,
Depending
gas,
if
and
it's a
weed.
full month,
So I'd still go
or
home
listen,
for
if it's
50
190 months,
but
this is 1 day later.
I'd still have the
Sunday is
80.
always a full
No, I
month.
was going out 3 days a week.
If Rosh Chodesh is on a
I'm like
Thursday,
an 150
following
a
month
pound.
is
If you
2
lost,
days
you
later.
know how to fucking step on the gas and tell Rudy I'll be there last. I'll close it. You
Says
can
the
bounce
Gemara.
it. There's a Laker game. This
And
shit,
if
you know, this room
Rosh
is fucking
Chodesh,
backed up. I mean, you could do it. Steve's Steakhouse, Charlotte's Casino, the fucking Bicycle Club. We did all those fucking clubs. And I mean, to drunk, you know, I was there the night that they threw a knife at Darren Carter. And like, I was at there.
That was Wild Coyote.
No. Hell, they threw a knife at Darren Carter. Then they threw a knife at Tommy
Now,
Chong.
Rosh Chodesh
And Wild
fell
Coyote.
out on a Monday.
Well, you know how Tommy Cheney was killing on
They made
stage? And he
another
started talking to the
Rosh
trolls.
Chodesh that year on
Like,
PR.
we don't let no black
Therefore,
guys
Rosh Chodesh for
talk to
others.
No. So they jumped, but he turned into the silverback gorilla.
Sorry, it says, "V'yinu Chodesh Rishon, Kashon HaShenish." That's what the second year, the first month.
Yeah, I wasn't there. Yeah, I
That's
wasn't
when
there.
the
But I heard it was
Where's
like,
all the lines at?
So not only is they
San Carson, no. San Diego's got
when
those
it happened on a
Samoans.
Sunday, the day
What's the
that the
Oceanside?
Samoa- that's the day.
That's what what's his name? Rick Martinez.
Third of
Oh, yeah,
all,
that's the
that's
whole
when
Oceanside. They do it like
Third of
doggies or something.
Third of all,
No, that was this is
the one
all
that's
the
at the Tino.
Oceanside. Wow.
That's
They
when
had that room in the
Viking
Mexican
down from Tremendous
off of San
16
Diego
was
all the way
started
down
from
to
fucking
fucking
thing.
No,
Algeria Mechitza.
no.
Same thing is,
And I'll tell you who else
started
used
in the
that
middle.
from the
Main thing,
time.
started in British
The
Ghana.
other living I had
Ninth thing is,
was the other direction.
and
The other direction. Now they're opening a Oxnard. The Improv.
Yeah.
There's a Oxnard by
If it
December.
falls out on a
Yeah,
certain day
that's
this year,
awesome.
we know
Really be
that
awesome
last year,
because
the same
there's
year,
nothing
4
up
days
there.
were here, there's
So for years,
5 days.
Wednesday nights was
It tells
Oxnard.
specifically that Rosh
Tuesdays was
Chodesh was in the
Vegas Field.
second
Another
year,
one.
fell out on a Sunday. Then we know that the year before, it fell out on a Wednesday. And if Rosh Chodesh fell out on a Wednesday, the following month, we are
People told him there by Celia.
because he or
That's
she was
fucking true. And the other one, used to use the black radio gun. Oh, yeah. Cool dude. Andre Covington. I'm telling you, like, there was so much fucking fun. And I had Orange County on lock. Remember, I had Roscoe's. You would just go for the sandwich. Look at Roscoe's. Good sandwiches. Let me tell you something about Roscoe's. I was talking to a lady that now. You ever go through comedy, something like that? Yeah. There's nothing else there. Yeah, you leave there and you forget about the room and you go the second time. I'm happy you're here. But there's some rooms you go to.
Shabbos daf Piches is daf one of the classic Gabriel shops.
Like you're fucking out of
The lifeless.
and say what you
First
want to
thing
say.
here,
Big guy
the
and
that we started yesterday.
yourself and the big guy.
Second Savior for
It was
Oilos.
always good.
Then
Oh,
we
he's off.
started
In the stand, yeah.
That's
It's like
what we have
the
right now.
dude down there. You don't
Says,
move about it.
the
Dude,
season
bro.
strike happened on
When you broke,
15th
you
episode, which occurred on a Friday. As you know,
when you're a
the
comic,
beginning of the month is on the third day of the week. It's on the same day.
when you get
That means
all of a
the
sudden
that
spreads
year
down,
was on the third Shabbat.
I'm
You
gonna
also
throw
know
this away.
that since the Nisan was a 20 straight days, the following one must come out 2 days later in the week.
I don't know, Orange County always beats you.
That's which made the
You don't know what? You don't.
Therefore,
I hate
the
that.
following which made the Siva
Oh, okay.
since
Very
the year
fun.
was the
People.
following
But
one
that's not like,
one day
isn't it
later,
just
not
good that he's
one
telling
day
you?
later.
He's like, hey man, I like you.
Never matter because I love the conversation, but because I hate them, just because it doesn't go.
According to
I get it.
the reviews,
I get it. I'm not mad at you. I was too raw for the room at that time. This is like 6 years ago. Cater's neighbors. Yeah, he has. Jay Leno goes there on Sundays to work out.
yeah, but it's about
Right.
But you have a lot of things to say about, like we were talking before about the people who are in this industry, and like you have a lot of people, you always say, people never say no to you, they just don't answer the call. So there's a lot of, there's probably a lot of,
Right, there's a lot of people who will give you an answer. You send them a tape or you call them and go, hey, I got a recommendation from George Preston. For some reason, they just don't recommend it. For some reason, they don't like George. Yeah, I get that too. I get it. And I don't get my business. It's a part of fucking business. You know what, man? You have to do things to do. You can take like a man and understand. You know, I don't like how those catch a move. I don't know. You like that shit.
no, I got this mustard.
I know. I'm not around you for catch a front and mustard. Fuck your face and your fucking Jamal. I know you. But, you know, the man, so every one man's chick is another man's dog. I get it. Speaking of which, I shot a special. Like 3 years ago, we should. I want the fact this is public that she loves. Wow, how's the turnout? The turnout was great. I gotta listen, man. As far as the people who listen to this podcast,
This is a great speaking live show.
I want to thank you and give you my heart. People showed up Friday night with t-shirts on. Wow. People showed up Saturday night yelling and screaming. You know, work hard and love. You know, this is something I
It says,
never
you say, look at the trip, Hashish
years
was the
ago. I
hay.
said something around the
That's the
podcast.
6th day
These people
of creation and response to the 6th day of Siva when the Torah was given. Meaning, Hashem made a deal with nature.
The guy was going
It said,
was
which
waiting
by
for
Israel
me.
accepts the Torah, which is that is the reason why I created this world, then I will keep you in place. In order to accept the Torah, I will be right back to tell you the advice.
It's the conciliation.
The advice of such not to the 600,000 Malachim for spending
I was
the
thinking about it.
600,000 men
He said
twice will
to me
put
that
down
night, that fucking idiot never sitting there. Boss called his client. They fired him.
NASA and one
They
fish.
fucking married whatever his fucking
Hegel,
name.
1.2 billion dollars put down and took away.
I bust your balls. I love you. He was disrespectful. I don't want to come back. I don't want to see the I was going to
Was so that
that
make
night
all
he
the
was
towns
stoned.
of
He
Love
was saying like,
before you go to the bell, lights.
wow.
Gave me the secret. They say NASA people and then understand what
They
you
were
have to do. Learn from the love and the love
they
also
at
before
least
they
75,000.
understand what
Like
they
they
need.
know what do we
Like,
do to get our clients on the internet. Because anybody knows if you're on a TV show right now, that show's like on the internet. Yeah, and you want to move on to people. That's what the computer comes in. Because about 6 years ago, you'll be Janet Jackson. you'll be, you don't have a voice. This internet is where you need a voice. TV shows, TV show radius, nobody knows what the fuck you're on. I was going for long enough. Seven days also, that's where it comes from the show. So I've learned a great deal of these podcasts. But anyway, I'm getting on this podcast and shit on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You know, my thing is all for at the end of the day. Please don't fucking you really I break your balls. I do a lot of shit because I love you. You went farther than what I thought you went. Fucking farther than you thought. Without you, would be possible. I'm a man. I don't be talking. I tell you both fucking ways. That's way to fucking do.
Yeah, straight up. Ain't good fucking shit. It's always nice to hear that, but
Everybody,
all I want
this fucking marriages ain't fear. They don't know that part is fucking love and the fucking idiots you know and all this shit. Half the people you see on comedy half the people you see on fucking TV never make you fucking laugh in your life. You're making millions of dollars. That's the point. Their luck is better than our fucking luck.
This is one of the most
We
famous
make those fucking bars. That's you don't want. I'm not going to be on that. Don't like it. Well, I'm not going to give you a special fucking aspect. Hey, there's another whole fucking time. That's what this is about. That's what society is about right now. You're going to lose your fucking job. You're going to lose the job. You're going to lose it. You better make your own way. This is when your dream gets into effect. And you get your dream to pay the fucking bill. That's a transition. Your dream to pay your fucking bill. You know, I really get it out of the park. Really get it out of the park. And I can tell it came out good then. So I've been deciding. He ran the whole fucking thing with John Salami. Yeah, John killed it. John isn't here for me. He was I've been out of TV production for a while, but this past week was fucking fun. John is great. And it was just so much. I see it like whenever I work in TV or I'm in places with you, I see how much extra stuff is put in. And I do ask, but like, I sometimes ask you stuff just to test the waters. But I didn't really, I don't know what I did. I just like to do your thing and the cameras were on. It was just your behavior before that. Even the flyers, the 70 pence, the dollar store.
Well, fucking, we were talking for 2 weeks. We had a questionnaire. Another questionnaire. I emailed it.
I wanted to see how you were going to act on this. This was going to be a real test. You know, we've done the podcast, we've done the documentary, we've done the CDs, we've done the special.
I remember that CD you did at Sal's comic. Remember that old ass one? But you had a lot of actors there then.
Oh, we had the dude there, and I still call it. He's like, I can say it. That was one of those comedy nights where you think you got it. I got you.
Why would it be get the Spyro?
No way.
You waited up about 974 generations. Why would you give it now to what's been done?
That was 500 years ago.
I was fresh out.
I was just transitioning into storytelling.
Nothing in the Torah really is a program from Allah. You don't have parents, you don't have Tina, it's a Torah. You don't have Shabbos, you don't work. And they agreed to him, and they all gave him secrets of their own. Things that are from office.
The first time I ever got locked up, I think I did like 4 months.
Exactly where to stand between the alive and the dead.
Yeah, you do like your probation bullshit, but you get a quick job and they get you off. And then the second time I did a county year, 8 months. After that, they give you that little gang enhancement. You know what I'm saying? You get the badge. And yeah,
we shot a special.
Yes.
Whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah, right. Payaso.
And then you got arrested. How long after that? Once it is.
Well, I already got arrested before that special. I was fighting. I got bailed down. I was fighting my case that we did that special. Yeah, and then like I think it's like 8 months later, I get locked up, and then it comes out while I'm locked up. That was some crazy shit. The guards were like, "Yeah, I see your showtime last night."
He goes down and he asks.
And I was just like,
Where is it?
I don't know if they're gonna send me
I
money,
know.
you know?
Goes to the ocean. To the plane.
Yeah, that was
That's the
insane,
guy.
man. That was insane. But it was good to see you up there.
I searched everywhere.
I got to see you in a lot of shit. Don't believe, like,
You know, Amr was one of the first people that never sinned. I gave it to
but it
his
was
son.
crazy because I
So I
didn't
go
take
to
that
Rabbi
serious.
Rothschild, but she looks at it and says,
That was good.
yeah,
I basically shut
why
that.
should emergency says, why should I do
Yeah, I
that?
remember. They had to give me
The light of the fire.
all the way home. I remember we got there and me and Edwin showed up and you were like, I shouldn't have called you guys. I think they had me here at 7. Me and Edwin got like at 8:30. You were just like, fuck this shit. I want to get out of here. I want to get out of here. That was fun though. Hey, we had fun. We had fun. We killed it. That's not really fun to her. Like on Netflix, oh, players. When that thing went on, like people were just staring at me. They didn't know what I was saying. Spanish people like that. Now, but they gave it up. They really don't. They really fucking don't. Because they gave up for their lives to the Catholicism. It's like the Bible Belt. Once you go to the Bible Belt, you'll make the giggle for 8 minutes. They're like, motherfucker, I can't believe this. I go to church every Sunday. Hey, can you pull up to see what he's wearing? He's wearing an old school black sweater, some blue jeans, and like some like I fucking still fight.
Where's my friend?
Those days I used to rotate 3 damn bands with a sweatshirt. Big Daddy clothing wearing like it's on the wow. I spent every dime in those days, those last couple of years. I lived off Big Daddy clothing wearing 4 or 5 pair of jeans from Miami. Go to what's it? Old Navy. Old Navy had 1995 fucking pants. Maybe the better pants. They had the last size. I would buy Old Navy pants and not wear them. I just put the zipper all the way up because I gotta save a ton of fucking money. I have no fucking ideas. I went there and I think this was not something God bless you. God bless I always thought about that. That's the mountain that you killed though. You killed. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Same thing about Rich McLean. He says, 5 things in the book.
You know what's crazy is everybody from that group did something but me. I got locked up. Yeah, you did.
That's what I mean. It was where the Torah before the world existed was given. Before it's Torah.
Brown died in 2007.
And Rashi says that he should the beds up.
Ghetto ass theater time.
Finally,
Yeah.
One man over says the name is Sinai. One man over says it's Torah.
Call me up, hey. Uncle Joey, this is Red Money. Let me know what the room's open. Yeah, back then his message on his voicemail was like, don't you even dare. If you got money in an envelope or a Jew or you're my lawyer, don't leave a message. I would torment people. I was just like, man, fucking shit.
Watch me
Back to that night, like I didn't want to be there. I didn't know what I was going to say. So I said to him, I was like, I'll be there. I'll take that Showtime wine bottle. Yeah, the Showtime wine bottle. At least they took care of us. It was a nice little shoot. We had a little room, a little cute room. It was a great theater. You know, you learn from all those things. I still remember shooting K Loco. No, the one before that. The local comedy camp. I was on there with you. No, before that. The one that Matt almost did with Jeff Valdez. Oh, worked on CTV. I did 2 of those. One with Ari. At the studios in Glendale. Wow. Remember that one? Yeah, I remember that. Studios in Glendale. The host was like Willie, Carlos Oscars. It was, yes. And then we shot K-Logo. I shot one of those. They hated me. They did terrible. No way. Oh, that was the Spanish man. I used to avoid it like the plague. I only take the $40 if I can't really
25 years.
They're ready to follow. The same thing with Monday nights at the lab. That was $25 check those days. Wow, I follow on Monday. So Gilbert put me up every fucking Monday. God bless. Even though James Massa's like every fucking Monday they come something.
I used to get you up as my patio. Remember El Patio? Wednesday. That shit was crack. Hot women. Hot women. I was young. I was crazy back then. I was like a cholo. I
want to show you
what's that.
That's why I said most people
the Congo room. I did a lot of good jokes.
So you're going to turning
out a lot of problems. Give me the small 20. 25. You know, we say, I remember going there one night, dog, with no
This
fucking
was safe to me, didn't have to.
no dog.
And now
No
we are back.
You get 20.
Second shot.
I was leaving
Says
the
the
next
Mishnah.
day to do a
What
long
is that
show.
amount? Of wood that
Jeff
one takes
gave
out
me
of the wood.
$45.
Just around another domain. It's higher. When it comes to wood, as it really comes to meat. It's the wood. It's the amount of wood that it takes to cook up the easiest egg to cook, which is chicken egg. And the amount of meat that they're getting. Besides the fried food. It's the fact that I learned to save a lot of time. That is because by meat, you can't do anything with meat. But with wood, there's stuff to do. You can make meat for a lot.
Which is great. The Congo had little snacks for us.
Yeah. So,
Remember, a lot of places had snacks for you those days.
It was like a little, like, weirdo guy that ran it. Remember his buddy back then? That guy who ran
Random
it.
fuck guys. I'm like, you spill that shit.
It didn't smell.
spices.
The little weird guy used to run that club.
They are all from the same category. They're all there to salt and spice.
You know, we were talking about Texas last week.
Wonderful,
How much
wonderful.
I got my comedy deep in Texas. I really did. Texas was El Paso. Texas had so much comedy. Yes, the Pain Room. I would go to Texas and stay for 4 fucking weeks just driving from Texas. A bunch of little rooms. I go to Conroe. I go to fucking Midland. I did every other fucking water. Victoria. I did every little town. And they would fucking hate me. Beat me up. The comedy fucking journey, it really is a weird journey.
How many sets do you think you've done?
You figure for 10 years, 10 to 12 years, I did 300 plus a year. I've been doing this for 20 years. You know my work. Right now, if I go on the road, I have a week plus the work at comedy store, that's 6. If I go on the road twice now, that's 12. If I stay here like 3 a week, plus the last night, I think always 20. Even now, I'm still doing this big. You gotta do 250 the right thing. If you're a fucking real comic, listen, I know what it's like to do comedy 6 times a month before you start a comic. I know what it's like to do comedy 10 times a month. I know what it's like to do comedy 20 times a month. When you do fucking comedy 20 times a month, you got a lot of ups and downs. You get on stage and work it out.
You think you've done like 5,000?
Fuck yeah, you figure 300 times 20 plus 300 times 20. Let's figure it out. There were years I did 363. When I first got to LA, the first 3 years, I was averaging 350, 334. Because it was the storm part night, so we wasn't doing Willie. Wasn't going on big yet. I was doing 10, 9, 7 fucking sets a week over that floor. It's a complete difference. For a year, I think I get 2 once a week. Then I started picking up twice a week, like to see a little bit of improvement. Now, there's some weeks I hit 3 times a week, and that's a good fucking week, man. You're sitting there going, wow, I'm moving better. You know, I can't wait to get up to 6 times a week. That's like comedy. You know, you do it every day. You want to do it, and you have a passion like that. You do it just the way you do breathing. You know, I don't understand that comic thing.
Yeah, I go up about 5 times a week. You know me, I used to have 5 rooms.
I used to go up 12 times a fucking week.
Oh, yeah, I used to.
When there were clothes. Yeah, it's available.
They're available.
If I don't do a podcast, if I didn't do this on a Monday, I'd have to pick up 2 sets. Plus 2 more sets on Wednesday, that's 4. Plus the Tuesday at the store is 5. Thursday at the store is 5. Friday I take off. And 6 a week, that's 24 a fucking month. And that's the only way to fucking do it. When I lived in Denver, I did 16 sets a month, and I had to work like a dog. I had some
Somebody
karaoke.
says,
When I went to Seattle, I kicked out the
the
stereo.
announcement
And I can feel the improvement. Just, then you go on a trip for 6 weeks. Where you start a joke on a Thursday, and by Saturday you're gonna think, if you're working, if you're in your car with your notebook taking notes, and smoking dope, that's what the trip will run for. Nobody's gonna say you're in Missoula, Montana. We're gonna say you're in CPS. You can say whatever the fuck you want out of your mouth. There's some close to the moment, so you gotta be careful about your way in. But that's what I mean. Real with everything. I don't know. That's nothing. This motherfucker that he got up on stage and blew it up. Yeah, Saturday before the special. That's what's up. How much time you do? That's all right. He waited this fun. Shit. You know, that's one of the dangerous. That's a mistake. And it has gonna get destroyed. I tell you what, before you hit the store, you hit a bunch of bullshit. When you hit a low place, just to get the set out of the way, just to get the number out of the way. I'm here before I'm going to the store. Now you go mingle. I go mingle. You have a drink. You don't have a drink. You gotta understand. These comics that have a drink and mingle. I was nuts. Even in those days when I was beaten out, I was nuts. I get on stage. When you get on stage, and you talk, and you fucking laugh, and you giggle. Then you get on stage, and ain't nothing to fucking giggle about. When I was a young comic, I get up at 7 in the morning. Listen, when I was a thief, I get up at 7 in the morning. When I got 4 hours for breakfast. But I gotta figure out what my next words for the day. When you become a comic and you open your eyes. Besides, your first thought of the day, which is all alive, I can't believe it. I did so last night. Is where am I going now? That's it. While you're pissing, you're like, it's Tuesday. Who do I gotta call? You're already planning your comedy thing. You're already planning your fucking comedy thing. At 7 in the morning, you're already thinking to yourself, okay, Tuesday, I'm gonna go here. This and I don't have nothing to do. I don't want to ride. I mean, someone over there picking me up. Am I driving up there with? It's fucking amazing. That's why I get blown away at people who don't do it. And they like, what's happening? Well, because you jumped in this motherfucker. Call somebody. Weird. That was like, anyway, Jeff. I know, I see him. He's going to be at second base tomorrow.
Right around 5.
Yeah, he loves it. We're doing second base, but yeah, this is a guy that's been doing comedy 20 fucking years, ladies and gentlemen. He is a driver now. No, it's just that he's going to get fucked up. So he has to assist driving. So all the clubs, hey, we're going to get fucked up with you. And she's pretty as that one girl. Always hangs around Samantha. Yeah, Samantha. And no, it's his babysitter and his
one takes out
nothing here. You multitasking. It's crazy because like they're there and they're all partying, but it's cool. Yeah, I love that. He don't care. He's working. He don't care. Yeah, he's gracious man. Yeah, he's out every night with that suit on. He does a radio show Sundays at 11. This is a guy that's been doing it for 30 years. This is his second hit. I went to Vegas. I worked out hard all week, so Friday, Saturday, I was doing the special.
Whether it's a live or dead.
Yeah, and that energy, you get that energy. Sunday, this is fun.
Very young,
so weird.
that has a soul vibe. You do this, you support a member. Right half, left half, in a small
Baby has my wrist.
where it's a 60 reps, many times, you put on your left arm,
I like to do something.
all that
It was different.
provided that you
You because it becomes second nature. Working on this.
lose
It's how you look.
try to learn.
Yeah, it's always how you look at things.
Don't
Things work.
Bermuda says
I always told myself
the child
but then I realized this is going to fucking be fun. I'm going to go down. I'm going to get something in the area. I'm going to work out. I'm going to smoke pot. I'm going to get see some meat in Twitter, crack some jokes, and the worst case scenario, I bring a check from who fucking lives like that. Who gets to crack joke and mingle, bring a check.
But plus, you didn't do poorly on Saturday. You killed it Saturday.
But the other day was completely different than Sunday.
But Sunday wasn't. Well, I don't think one of the
People walked out, they got a big deal dog shit.
Here at the start,
He's like, listen, man.
a synopsis of the
Recommendation.
recommendation
Me and my
your
wife.
name, where you live, how the agent has inspired you, or whatever, and try to get you. It's kind of very character. Yeah,
I'm
how about
happy
you know
that
yours?
yours was fucking
Different
excellent.
phones, different items have
As
different
a matter of fact, copies and
what
rapists
it
are
is,
fucking
if you
idiot.
have to take it out,
Next
one
time, have
has
your
another
wife send me
says
a
Mishnah.
put a tampon on it.
That's
It's
all
fucking
good.
crazy.
The regular
It's true,
people
right?
put yourself aside.
I'll take
A
my
certain
house.
item is valuable.
Me and
Put
my
it
wife,
aside,
that fuck,
store
even
it.
your cunt wife.
No matter
She'll
what
let her
size
know
it
you
is,
stay. You
you
could
get
have the
outside,
back, you don't got no
surround
fucking
it.
wall.
You are
You got
tired.
some left when you want to hear good pussy. You just take your wife and say some fuck right in. That's exactly what you need. Somebody to suck that fucking slut dry
medicine
and squeeze the fucking Christian juice out of that fucking pussy. And that's the end of that fucking. I didn't like him because he was dirty. That's what the problem was with my mom. That's nobody's taking him and tackling his shoulder down. Those fucking panties off. Drinking that motherfucker and put your mouth on that thing. Suck that fucking motherfucker. You're choking your spit. And you're sucking your own spit. They hear all that shit like this motherfucker. This motherfucker's running shit. Where's Tony Bennett?
Place.
Hell yeah.
And that is the finish that nonetheless the sheer first everybody else. Abaye explains the mission that we are talking about the case where a person set aside, let's say, a seed to plant before Shabbos. And on Shabbos he forgot why he set it aside and he brought it outside. Nevertheless, he decided because the original machshava remains. A person always does, based on his original machshava, unless he has an opposing machshava. He undoes his machshava with another machshava. Let's say a person sees his intent so important and he can create an object just by thinking that this object is important. What if a person does the reverse? He says the entire house is important. Anything less is not important. We're talking about somebody who's no gates, so no in here. It's very brief for my time and say enormous amount of things to bring out, and only then it's hush. That's called the title. But to see that one seed is hush versus 5 seed, that would define plenty. The mayor says, the mayor's the one about which is even one kernel of wheat, or how you taking it out, the plan, in order to tell us a bit that it's not anything less than the gregarious meaning. What can be decided? Was when Azariah said she had this earlier in September. If a person decides that this kernel is then this kernel becomes also for the entire world to take out and plant. As we learned from the first daf of Shabbos, in order to be over mitzvah, whether it's taking out from one domain to another domain, or even walking out, look it up, walk the dollar down into the next place, put it down, or walk into the next place.
I got a good idea.
The Bible tells us that even if you have
What if we released? We recorded Sunday,
when you do that,
but then everyone had the day off. We didn't have the lights.
this item,
What if we released that one as like a? I still like working Sunday. So like the lighting doesn't look that good. It's like a kind of a weird people walking out.
that doesn't ruin anything to our side.
Don't make me a fucking call.
What happens if he takes it out?
How many nights is this in a row? You were going straight.
Bro, I have no idea. What is that?
Yeah, but you were off Thursday. Thursday you went to Vegas. You fucking mucked around. You lost money. You know what money gets is fucking you this weekend. You did a 2-team parlay in football. They didn't fuck around. Oh shit. Yeah, Dallas with Romo. When you fucking take Dallas and Romo breaks his fucking collarbone, he's still coming. Yeah, that motherfucker's straight up. It's Rosh Hashanah. Yeah.
And if you say that you
You just kicked it or
what
what?
about if the
Gambling.
reverse case happened?
What's the special?
In other words,
Special
we
was
started out thinking that this bullshit whereas food wants to eat it out.
And it's funny though, he had a cousin that died. God rest his soul. He's my brother. I love him with all my heart. He was a 24-hour fucking hero, bro. This guy was my biggest comedy supporter. And here I am, 8 years later, with his fucking husband and everything. I was like, blown away. It's like the spirit here, the fucking guy. He was there. He was fucking there now. It was a great time. What about Edward? You see it? I see it. Oh, that's how I saw it. I went back to see him. He's fucking trying to that's fucking joke. I was thinking, I didn't see anybody. I didn't fucking even go to, they do like the comics reunion. I didn't go to that midnight. Listen, man, I got up for one of the fucking mornings to go to San Francisco, to go to Las Vegas Friday morning. I did the show, I fucking did interviews, I made calls, I tried to write, then we shot like a pseudo fucking special just to run. Why not? And what we do, we went in. Yeah, and we went back to the room, I went to fuck to sleep, right? You know, I'm dying. You know, I can't really stay out no more. I have really got heartburn. I got fucking heartburn. You know how bad I'm on the margarita, but I'm over there heartburn? Because these motherfuckers put that sweet and sour. Fucking drinking, man. I want the real Cointreau with some fucking top shelf motherfucking tequila and some homemade fucking lime juice. Hell yeah, where you squeeze the fucking limes. That's the margaritas I'm used to drinking. These fucking army homes, they put fucking that sweet and sour in. That shit will give me acid indigestion for 12 fucking years. Not even get fucking acid indigestion. I don't suffer from fucking acid. But every time I have a margarita with that shit in it, this guy said he had a, what you have, how long happened that it was all the lemonade? Oh, I used to eat Quaalude, 17 Janeiro. I used to get fucking full light alcohol, some sweet and sour. Fucked up. You top that motherfucker with some good shit. You shake that nigga up. Stop it. Stop it with some fucking Gorilla biscuits. You get fucked up, Jack. I would love to be able to get good fucking weather. It's everything. It's light alcohol, a little bit of coke. That fucking sweet and sour. That's what I'm saying. It's like what is it? 6 shots? All in one of those. It's a big drink. It can taste like asshole food. It can taste delicious. There's some people that make fucking long heroin that you don't even taste it going down. I was drinking Makers and Toast all night, and I got sober when I had Long Island. There was no alcohol. It was pretty crazy. I heard when I was sick. That was the old school shit. That was the cholo shit back then. You get that bitch boy gold, put it in the brown bag. It's like about like smoking Snipe Blunt and all that. Why do you get that? Sticky Charlie, this game when I was a guy, whatever we used to make. Oh yeah, he would stole away from us. He would stole it. Yeah, he would stole it. I mean, he's scratching and stuff. Something like that. Yeah, well, with blister. It's like when people touch dope, it's in your hand. It goes in your pores. That's why a lot of tweakers scratch their head. They go scan. Yeah, my head on my face, my legs. I feel outside of my face. I'd be like a little motherfucker in the morning with the cold. Yeah, I'm squeezing this shit guts out of my face. I'm fucking scarred up. I can't believe you scarred me. I ain't fucking had food in the party one night, smoked a cigarette, and took my shit. I said, you get fucked up. You pull cat food out of a bag and you smoke fucking cigarettes and something that can get fucked you up. I was like, well. The craziest shit I did recently is I didn't know, but this guy cut coke with Adderall. It's like, I don't know, it's like, it's like smoking speed and someone snuck in like a big old rock.
Or even without pictures telling me where you learned these things, how to inspire you, your name, where you live. I'll try to read it out.
You know what I mean? You're like,
amazing halacha about a person who steals a pouch of money. That's lifts it up.
I know, that's what fucked it up.
When he takes it out from he's over-earning. So those two things happen at two different times. However, if he grabbed the pouch out from the stealing the money, and the Isra Shabbos is simultaneously, and then we say, Kamalei with the Rabbi he's only chayav on the greater Isra, which is Isra Shabbos, which is the Chiyuv Isa, versus the money. Nothing holds negative fishman. Everything that's in this pouch goes by the pouch and goes to the pouch. So all the money is in the pouch, and you're only hiring once the entire pouch comes out of the into the juice wrap. However, if the opening of the pouch faces the juice wrap, and it has access to the money, he's hired on the table before the pouch comes out because it connects to the pouch. So they don't have it simultaneously. However, if the pouch is looking open, although he has access from the back, but we're dealing with larger pieces of silver system, and therefore we go by the money. Since some of the silver is in the system, he's not paying everything comes out. The other says, what about the schnitzel? Part of the schnitzel, when they start to say, that would be and the entire house is considered it doesn't fold it over or the part of schnitzel at all. Abaye and Rava reversed their shifts later on in life, and Rava holds that Eged Kli and Abaye says Eged Kli Loish Me'eged. Therefore, we have to see a member of the Machloek between Abaye and Rava. Rava holds that if you have something in your hand and you go from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, since Eged Loish Me'eged, your hand doesn't go by your body. So you're chayav by the way by putting it in Rosh Hashanah. We're talking about that your hand is going to be fucking up Rosh Hashanah, because you did Hanoch. And Abaye says the reverse. Now we're going to be dealing with the halacha of lachayad. We all know the halacha is elbow, perhaps you're not chayav, perhaps you're listening. We're chayav on itself in the typical manner. You carry it with your right hand, your left hand, you carry it on your chest, and your baby you carry it on your shoulders, with a husband in the middle. But what if you carried something on your feet? In your mouth, it's not food. In your marpeg, according to Tyson, armpit, or in your elbow, carry something in your ear, or in your ear, or you have an upside down money cup. You carry it between your belt and your garment, and in your shoe or sandal, the whole there is not a what it says, the lower surrounded is up to 10 focus. If you carry something above 10 focus, and that's how many costing, you're high. It says Moshe Rabbeinu must have been at least 10 amas high, which is about 20 feet tall. And then Moshe Rabbeinu himself, that was 10 amas high. Therefore, you can assume that all of these were approximately 10 amas high. And they carried this bag on their shoulders. You typically carry something below your shoulders and 1/3 above. That would be 3.3 amas, which is 20 foot between the bottom of the calf and the ground. We're looking for a rider that's carried above. That's like a rider that carries almost 20 foot. Look at the topic. Which are really tall. But the Shira and the real daily Shira has to be taller and wealthier and smarter and stronger than everybody else. Let's say that all the leading was average like that. Don't forget, cheese. The cheese broke for a while. It was unbearable.
So that was my question.
And if you took the shoulder,
yeah, it still exists if you get it from like people that get it from like.
There was 11 points raised at the bottom of the arm and the ground because the shoulder was approximately 18 tall. It says that even actually the people who was in Texas last time I was a mechanic, oil, someone like that went out there like on Shabbos, put something on his head. He was bothered because all the guys in Paul they are minority, they don't go by them. If somebody wanted to take out a fatty $2 and put it in the back of him, and it came out to go to the front of it, he was tired because he only pretended to do a show.
Remember I told you we stayed at that guy's house and he had the Jesus phone with the nail in it? He still put it on. But you don't stay at the house no more.
And it stayed at the hotel. He's puzzled because it went from Shir Mufula
to I was scared that
your blogs are different I'm saying this. The mission says that the MS Lord tells us that means this is a woman who wears some sort of garment and she puts like a spoon or something between her pants and herself.
Started dating someone, so I stopped.
Reverse it.
But I was only down there twice.
And therefore, she is chayav, but that is the devil.
Raleigh.
It says even the male couriers who
Talon,
run and
Wesley
bring
Cole.
letters for the king. They have a big letter, and that to flip from the front to the back, from the back to the front, and therefore they're
Three
according
miles.
to everybody, if somebody
And there's
put
no
something,
security
a
guard.
fanny pack on his back, and it remained on his back, according to everybody, his time was, his intention
It was
was
weird. It was the
done
first time
as
I didn't
intended.
care if I didn't get paid.
According to everybody, if something
Perform
on
and
your
I got on
chest,
stage.
carry something on your ear, you are Hunter. What this is,
I can tell everybody looked at it like, hey,
belt
you
is flipped over, your money belt is flipped over. According to Yehuda, that's similar to somebody went out to Hakila, putting his money belt on his back and his feet on his back and his
They gave me my money though. They're like, hey, let's go.
it's not the normal way to wear a money belt because the money belt falls out, it's upside down. Therefore, you are. Mishnah tells us people don't have a lot. Carry out a loaf of bread, and they both carry by themselves. It's very strange for people to carry something really light. Therefore, according to the time of Mishnah, they are
You can see the hunger.
it's very unusual to carry like that. However, if it's extremely heavy items, like a bean, like you can very long, where one person by himself can't carry, you need a second person. So that's the normal way to carry people. So according to Reb Shimon, yes, it's special. And according to Yehuda, you're tired. What about a case where one person is so much smoke, the other person he's carrying with one finger, he's not that strong? According to everybody, the person who can carry is capable of carrying it. He is Chaim, the 7 years of this people, and a wonderful day.
I remember we used to smoke it out of like a water bomb. Like root beer. But ice cream in it. Speed tastes good. You don't know how much that was. We used to steal cars. You would make root beer float.
Shabbos outside the Gimel, how's
You
everybody
don't
doing?
use burn it. It's like a bomb.
Nefesh,
You have it in a glass that has a hole.
there are 3 words here in the single.
Water.
According to Reb Shimon, they can't exclude.
So the smoke
Anytime
is
this person
hitting
does it,
that
they
and
put
you're
someone
sucking
else.
it out.
On Shabbos, he is positive because he first says, they see it by himself, and then you're tired. There's also 3 cases. Start with the first one, least finished to the biggest one. Case where one person does that hero, and the other person does that.
Well, that was back then. Though. I didn't know. You know what I mean? Remember when you didn't know what you were doing was bad? You're like, hey, man, I just did it.
Together, that's
You know what I mean? Like, hey, I want to finish my
carries like
homework
that.
one day.
Biggest issues, even if it's a very heavy
There was
item.
something about speed that I did it.
Refrigerator,
If it was around, it wasn't my first choice. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe it says, I agree to you,
So
but
black beauties are
all in red. However,
and
2 of them are referring to the case of not just one of them is talking about something else. So therefore, I agree that the easiest cases are excluded, and therefore, one person does not carry one person, or the case where both of them carry the item by themselves, both others. Thirdly, it comes to say that every name is said, there is no Caleb. So when you Caleb, you are very simple. This custom only has 2 words. That means Achaz go together, it's one meal. But Asai says a meal by itself. Therefore, I'll exclude whoever doesn't appear. That gets you covered. But in the 2 other cases, Zayach or Zayach, or Zayach, both cases, and the second way of the puzzle is to exclude the case where has made mistakes. And if you made a mistake, you eat Caleb because of that, you are wrong. In a case where one person can carry the weight all by himself, the other person does not, cannot the person who can carry all by himself, it's kind of the person that's helping out is positive. The question is, why is he helped out and carried someone? The answer is because he's saying, hey, he knows that the helper is that he's a robot. He doesn't carry anything. And where goes on the food? I look at that sits down and something. He lays down on the beggar.
I was on speed. Yeah, I showed you my whole life. I was next to the girl that I got on that shot.
Not the wall is swinging. And he's only going down 25% of his weight. However, if you were to one that will collapse. Therefore, we
before I left.
as
It
if
was
it's
way off on my
all of
mind.
the weight.
Summer of 96, yes.
Are coming.
Yes, because we were all going to the
However,
Boise.
when it comes to
Funny
now,
from Seattle.
naturally balance
We just
himself.
from that restaurant. That's
All
the
4
other
of them
guy he had. He was in Boise, the chick, right? Chick was a little heavy chick, but she was a comedy girl. That bitch long
The
gone.
answer is yeah.
And she was the book that was a
Perhaps
little
you'll say,
fucking
I'll tell you
boys.
why.
Boys being funny mom was a great
Maybe it
little
looked
5
at
to
this
6
leg.
days.
The one that you think is coming, that leg is looking at. The
I
answer is,
went to West Virginia on a reader program. They have these girl boys.
the soft blades, lengthwise on the table, like
And around I drove my house and the weeds go into a fucking trailer like the Breaking Bad. I didn't know about that. I gave the guy 40 bucks. He came out with a bag of shit.
and that's
Damn,
well,
I
you
just
fell
go.
asleep. You don't know which direction he went. He started out lengthwise. But
I
perhaps
did it. I didn't give a
he
fuck,
went,
Jack.
he started
That
out
shit burns your
Yeah, it was
perhaps
great.
went to the left.
Vicious,
And therefore,
vicious.
all the table.
You know, whatever. And I'm
So
gonna
he said the same thing about the animal. The answer is,
Oh, shit, I got
even
there.
if the animal could be with them, it's a dynamic,
Solid, like, tatted up, 6'1". Everybody knew this motherfucker was
Yosi
out of
says,
his mind.
there are
Solid, though. Sunday,
when he leans forward on his forelegs, on the leg is different common function. His hind legs are not becoming bent. Now, the donkey is the reverse. When you don't say perhaps by horse for instance, the hind legs should also be without because they are healthy. They say, yeah, hey, boy. Now, avoid those debates on weekdays, but they have them too, where shoes, their feet are flat, or something.
That's why people are lost.
Stone, go to the bench.
I'm always like, I don't think so. I haven't done blow.
Yeah, not every quarter.
No, you can't be fucking shooting and shit. I couldn't imagine doing running over trying to shoot a 20-footer and shit.
Straight up. Or like trying to tackle a quarterback. Like he's playing with the best of the best. Well, that's Taylor. He was taking some hits, but not all game. Yeah, he had to. He had to. I remember in high school I smoked weed like before game one. Just because it was just like, but I,
This is my focus of the when he says,
you know, it's crazy.
say young folks, say young. Two people who are very capable of carrying an item all by themselves, and they help each other carry it over the mayor. They are both. The question is, we each decided to have two drive fixture, one thing for each person, or do they share the field in one drive fixture? This is wrong. First ride is for the thing that four by something in the
What's up, Lisa?
you say
How you
that
feel?
all
What you
four
with the
laces that are under the legs are something, but we don't have four something.
That's such a
Four shearim of something. You should have four rows of something. You have one thumb that
I'm
divides two
really
rows. You see that one shear is a beat. If a deer was trapped in a house, you close the door, you close the door, they are covered. But if the door is very heavy,
After this
they are
story,
tight. The question is, when you only have one deer, you should be
you don't sleep, bro. Your body
That's
don't
what
burn.
you need is one
Yeah, it is. I didn't know this. I didn't know this.
two people captured a stolen animal. They stole an animal, they shot the animal. They are hired 4 times if it was 5 times if it was an ox.
you gotta charge the battery.
The
I
question is,
remember last year was gaining a lot of weight.
only have one sheep there. You should have to have 2 sheets in order to do the fight. Split up.
Right on Thursday, Friday for radio. Wow, East Coast with this 3 in the morning. And then you get up to fucking Sunday to 5
If I
o'clock.
want to bring a rayo
Now,
for the reed that helps
I
out
couldn't
of the
figure out why I was putting weight. It was
carry
Weight
it.
Watch. I looked on it 30 pounds on Weight Watch. Now I'm on Weight Watch.
There's not enough
Line. You don't
material
fucking sleep.
to both of them.
Yeah, I'm
And the answer is perhaps
I tell you
our
that last time I
case.
went to the hotel,
That
when I started,
right.
something was
It
going
says in
on.
the Mishnah, if a person takes out a clean strap and in the clean, there's food. The food is not a full fixed one. So he's put it on the
Now, you gotta
and
fucking
also
make
put on
the
the
fucking sleep. You know what? You
secondary.
You eat 3 stars. You're supposed to enjoy your fucking whole sleep. Unless you're retarded. Yeah. Unless it's just a joke you up in 10 minutes. I go for my smokes and say, I'm a big one. Those up must be now. Nice. But that's big. That's why. Better on the road.
You're not carrying.
You look better in the years. Yeah, no, bro. I'm sure. That's a motherfucker. That goes 6 nights on 4 hours. Therefore, and that shit don't do all the lifting. It's all the water you do. You ain't gonna be fucking out. So now what I do is when I'm on the road, I let myself stay up. Like, you know what? I'm not gonna fight this. Bitches for the show. Right. I got nowhere to go tomorrow. Guess if I go to bed at 3 o'clock, wait, 6:30. fuck this on. My favorite show is Gang Money. I got no radio.
Shabbos, that's how he's probably something new. The synopsis it's my privilege as the first email. We'll read an email from a boy named Moshe Mosman from Yerushalayim. He was silent. He writes that he's had 24 services. Career singles that he has. Yet learns enough. Learns to share and then does the evening as a Chazara. And he writes, learning the Dr. feels so good about myself. I don't know your stomach is digested, and I'm saying that you're lying at the sheer. And because of picture of like that spicy shit. Before and after, the Sopranos are fucking you up the ass. But I had those type of dreams. So let's jump into the Gemara. We have to try to say, the oven, in the name of Israel, says, that when we're bringing to the air, it's over the fire. It's snake before you go to bed. It's like a baby. That's also writing. Your body's almost fucking like you're asleep. You go into the dirty feels sick. You're on three.
You look at one thing,
right. Rather, but
most of the really is toast that I haven't had in 2 years. And now I just remember how disgusting it is. I put a roasted Shabbos here in the third part of the Yosef. Translation is Yosef to build. Tell us, anything one dies, it's not Siva, rather it's Siva dying. As the Gemara says, one should not flush on their face because that is dying. Rabbi Rothschild says, that's what she's looking at an animal or making cheese by putting milk on top and having the water come down, and McGavin, which means that they're controlling of the milk and putting it together. The shear is a good guess. Sprinkle water on a tray and to break apart the honeycomb. And even when you realize that's a mysterious hot dog versus the fires of honeycomb is like down there. What else makes them so nothing but Curio?
Chunks French and Russian, that was my shit when I was a kid. With some lettuce and some tomatoes and some raw onions, some salt, pepper, you mix that shit up with the shit.
Looking now, it's not fire. You can Jello with you. The bluff of the habit is fire, taking the milk, pouring it, and out comes the wet, and the cheese remains on top. The McGavin is a big piece of Jello.
I'll give you my milk with Jello.
Amira says, this serves me water on the floor. That's that is vital for the
You have a Jello wash your hands with me.
The water will fall down, then wash your face there. Then let water roll over.
You remember we say that? Like comment or something? Chubby kids did that shit.
You had to like boil it or something and then put it in.
And put it in the bottom will get dark, the middle, and then we'll get light.
Water
And you took that shit over, cream on it.
What tells us? Since if you don't hate to get rid of the dust, the water from the ground, and she makes it down the floor, but
the one mom makes is like instead of like the instant Jello, it's
sesame.
You make that and like layers of that and graham crackers and then you put it in the freezer until it freezes and there's that
hole on the side, the bottom.
Wow.
Sometimes it's considered as if it's part of the ground, nourishes from the ground. That pot on Shabbos, it's like removing fruit from a regular tree. However, it doesn't have a hole about it, and it's separated from the ground. So this is pretty sure on Shabbos.
I was just everybody that I grew up with was like, yo man, there's another game.
All pots are considered as the ground.
It wasn't even like raisins.
It has a hole. The part of Shabbos makes it I'm not sure how that is. In order for fruit, you have to step to one of the 7 liquids. If they are attached to the ground, it doesn't matter how much you burn it, it's not Kabbal. However, if it's in a pot that doesn't have a hole in it, that is not attached to the ground, you can use water from the ground, you can use water from the ground. In this case, I agree that if it has a hole in it, It enlarges so much.
That's for like people that want to be like, I don't even know if those are real. I don't think so. I look at them sometimes, I'm like, hey, I'll make you think that. You were selling deals before you fucking tell them this story. Exactly, like, what the fuck? You get to say it and play it. I sold some ounces. I was losing. I scored every fucking time.
Later on,
I was a
stop what
loser.
they were saying. This time, as a whole, although honest work, then it's considered completely not a pot, and it's nourishing for the rest of the others. Ironically, you said it's not a pot, it nourishes for the rest. But literally, it nourishes for the rest because the root is poking out. Now you don't know. If I ate some here,
Like 20 of them. They all Maserati's.
and it wasn't
Twins, two brothers. One brother
says well.
Miami and the other brother had 92 cars. They designed the cars
That have different levels. First of all, before I even get the levels,
Yeah. I think the black ones are real. I really do. I think the black ones are real.
Is I put it on another vessel that has a hole, and it will catch the liquid. If that distro has a hole in it, then it's a goner. Because you're not going to put one distro, it has the liquids that are coming off the broken distro. Both broken pieces of shards of earthwork, toss them out, they're not going to come. Now let's talk about the cleat itself. If the cleat has a small hole, the water it's I was told like a real cleat, and it can even receive the mechatos from the front. However, if the hole is larger, this is level 3, that water can go in, it will longer receive the However,
what's the second one? I like those shows so much. I found out there was a show on Netflix a while ago about the cops at Mall America.
they are becoming
Episode
because
one
they are
season
not
of the show. I watched all of it.
the third
You're getting like sweatshirts,
folks out.
crazy weird shit, but
Now, it is
this is so
considered
fun to watch.
actually ground. It no longer be
Scary.
because
I'm surprised you guys watch it.
but it's still considered a thing.
I watch them because like I lived it and I want to see how accurate it
If
is.
it has a hole the size of the house,
And today I give it like my overall rating.
or anything. Unless
Those shits I said
it does make that clean. The
Oh
whole
yeah.
contract. And cheers as a whole. That large.
Judge. Is that your rating?
No way out of it. Completely.
Yeah, but hey, damn, dog, I've never saw that happen when I was there.
Has something in it.
Yeah, it's just weird. For me, I watch it and I think about the
The oil
situation.
makes so if you would come with it, but if it's sealed, it can protect that shit. First it has a hole on the side. Hole on the side doesn't make a difference. It has to have a hole on top. And what if the hole is so large? It's large, 51% of the time. Then Tomo will come in if it's a very large hole. Hopefully, if that hole is large and pomegranate, then the Tomo will come in to the inside. Have a wonderful day.
You do 9 years, yeah, on the growth for it. So, think of it. No, my life would have been completely